Bang! A gunshot resonated, the bullet piercing through Tang Xiao's chest. He remained silent, enduring for 2 agonizing seconds before extracting the bullet from the patient's leg. Having completed this, Tang Xiao finally closed his eyes in peace, marking the end of his life as a physician. However, upon awakening once more, he discovered that he had inexplicably traversed to another realm. Moreover, he had transformed into the Nine Tails from the world of Naruto. A barrage of information overwhelmed Tang Xiao, until the emergence of a system began to alter his existence as this Nine Tails. It's so cold, where am I? Tang Xiao opened his eyes to find himself in a dimly lit cage, the ground damp beneath him. Strange, I should be saving someone, shouldn't I? He still could not comprehend his rebirth. Tang Xiao was once a renowned physician, celebrated as a national moral model, possessing remarkable medical skills. To understand the origins of his medical prowess, one must delve into his childhood. His grandfather was the village's esteemed healer, and anyone suffering from ailments would seek him out, always returning with gratitude, though he would graciously decline any gifts. According to his grandfather, healing was a physician's duty, not a means for profit. Eventually, his grandfather passed away. On that day, the entire village gathered at his home, including some young men who had returned from the city, now successful entrepreneurs and CEOs. They were once children healed by his grandfather, now grown. On that day, his father entrusted him with an old book, its pages slightly yellowed with age. He recalled the title, The 82 Needles of Chunin, having practiced up to the 40th needle, each technique increasingly extraordinary. Tang Xiao scratched his head, finally recalling the events leading to his demise. A patient had entered the hospital, wielding a gun, blood streaming from his left leg, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon entering, he specifically demanded Tang Xiao's assistance. Naturally, Tang Xiao did not refuse and guided him to the operating room. For him, this was a straightforward task. Adhering to the principles of benevolence, he began treating the man's wounds. However, unbeknownst to him, someone had alerted the police, and in a moment of panic upon seeing them, the man accidentally shot Tang Xiao. Poor Tang Xiao, in his final moments, managed to endure for 2 seconds, extracting the bullet from the man's left leg. I must be dead, but what is this? Tang Xiao gazed at his hands, now transformed into clawed paws covered in fur. Turning to look behind him, he saw 9 foxtails swaying in the air. Recognizing the appearance of the cage, he quickly remembered. This was indeed the prison of the Nine Tails. And it seemed he had become the Nine Tails himself. I never imagined I would actually traverse to another world, Tang Xiao mused softly. Ding, binding host. Detected that the host is in a half-body state, automatically pulling the other half back. A mechanical voice echoed, causing Tang Xiao to momentarily pause. At the same time, within the realm of purity, the Grim Reaper was suppressed by an overwhelming force, rendered immobile. Its abdomen was torn open, and the soul of Minato Namikaze emerged. From Minato's soul, another soul was separated, which was the other half of the Nine Tails. Minato furrowed his brow, but after a long moment, he shook his head. No matter what transpired in the living world, it no longer concerned him after all. He lacked the power to intervene. Grim Reaper. With that thought, Minato closed his eyes once more. Within the cage, another Nine Tails appeared beside Tang Xiao, swiftly merging with him. Tang Xiao felt an immediate surge in his power, the sense of incompleteness within him diminishing significantly. Retrieval successful. Host restored. Wait, is this thing a system? Tang Xiao exclaimed. Ding! This system is a super system. As long as the host completes tasks, rewards and points can be obtained. Points can be used to purchase items, with 1,000 points granting 1 lottery draw, and new users receive 3 lottery draws. It really is a system. This is getting interesting. Tang Xiao laughed heartily. Having read numerous novels, he was familiar with the concept of a system. It could assist him in becoming stronger and often grant the host the ability to counterattack in desperate situations. One word, powerful. System, let's use the 3 lottery draws first, Tang Xiao instructed. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Purification Cooldown Time. 1 day can negate all negative effects, including sealing and control effects. With this, I can escape. Not bad. Tang Xiao nodded. He could purify his way out at any moment, but he chose to remain in Naruto's body for a while longer. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Transformation Technique Cooldown Time. 1 month allows the host to transform into a human form. Although without extensive practice, the transformation may differ from expectations. They even provided a method to evade detection once I escape, truly commendable. As Tang Xiao spoke, his gaze was fixed on the items on the wheel, watching as the pointer gradually settled on one. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3-Tomo Sharingan enables the use of illusions, enhances perception and mental strength. Cannot be used in tail beast form, but can be utilized in human form. Excellent, excellent, Tang Xiao chuckled as he accepted the 3 skills. Closing his eyes to assimilate the knowledge related to the skills, Tang Xiao smiled faintly. Transform. With a commanding voice, his massive form dissipated into smoke, for which a figure emerged. With black hair and golden pupils, exuding an aura of dominance. Alas, where are my abdominal muscles? Tang Xiao sensed something amiss and looked down, discovering 2 round bulges proudly standing on his chest. System, please do not tell me this is a discrepancy. Tang Xiao spoke coldly. Indeed, if the host does not practice diligently, he may never transform into a man in this lifetime. Although the system's tone was devoid of warmth and emotion, Tang Xiao could still detect a hint of mockery. Sigh. Tang Xiao shook his head. As a doctor, he had to admit that his understanding of the female anatomy might surpass that of many women. It was simply a requirement of his profession. In the realm of healing, gender holds no distinction. With a sudden pop, he reverted back to his original form, the 9 tails, and extended his senses to perceive the world beyond. The azure sky, the verdant grass, and the sight of a few birds gracefully soaring nearby. What is this? Tang Xiao spotted Naruto, who was still soundly asleep in bed. The alarm clock rang loudly, only to be kicked to the floor by Naruto. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Oh no, this is bad. I'm going to be late. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide and swiftly hopped out of bed to brush his teeth and change his clothes. By delving into Naruto's memories, Tang Xiao couldn't help but smile. This marked the day of Naruto's first meeting with Kakashi, the official commencement of a Naruto story. Since Kakashi had instructed not to have breakfast, Naruto set off on an empty stomach. Upon arriving at the training ground, Sakura and Sasuke had already reached their destination. Sorry, I'm late, Naruto chuckled. Sasuke, with his typical deadpan expression, glanced at Naruto, recalling that kiss which still made him feel queasy. Naruto, today is the first assembly. You almost missed it, Sakura pouted. Tang Xiao knew that Sakura was probably concocting some wild thoughts in her mind. By the way, has Kakashi-sensei not arrived yet? Naruto also sensed the tension and said with a bewildered expression. The trio awaited in silence. Good morning. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice echoed from nearby. The sight of the silver-haired masked man prompted an internal wave of exasperation among the 3. However, Sakura and Sasuke remained silent, while Naruto burst into laughter. I can't believe it. Kakashi-sensei is late. Haha. Naruto guffawed. Thump! Kakashi's fist landed on Naruto's head, instantly silencing his laughter. Holding his head, Naruto gazed at Kakashi with a look of reproach. Next comes the task of snatching the bells. If in the future, the 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Sasuke, and 100 Hero Sakura were to play this game together. Tang Xiao pondered. Kakashi, if you wish for my demise, just say so. This time, our test is to seize the bells from my hand. And there are only 2 bells. Kakashi's expression turned serious. The trio couldn't help but swallow hard. If anyone fails to seize the bell, then they are unworthy of being a ninja. They shall be sent back to the academy, Kakashi proclaimed. The expressions of the 3 grew solemn as they regarded Kakashi with earnestness. Oomph. Kakashi mused with a slight smile. Ready. Begin. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sasuke and Sakura swiftly concealed themselves, prompting a nod of approval from Kakashi. It seems their foundational skills are commendable. However, as he turned, he realized he had underestimated the audacity of some individuals while overestimating the intellect of others. Meanwhile, within Naruto, the spirit of Kurama also bore a faint smile, for the action was about to commence. Chapter 2. Seizing the Bell. Mission. Assist Naruto in obtaining the bell. Task description. Since the host has painstakingly arrived in the world of Hokage, What significance does re-watching the original plot hold? Please assist Naruto in seizing the bell. Reward: Mastery of Ninjutsu, Rasengan. Points: 1000. Upon gazing at the system task, Tang Xiao's expression toward Kakashi transformed. Assisting Naruto in snatching the bell from Kakashi's grasp promised to be immensely entertaining, he mused. With a swift motion, Naruto performed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Here I come, he exclaimed, as Tang Xiao, with a subtle smile, channeled his own chakra concurrently. In an instant, hundreds of clones materialized in the arena. Am I truly this formidable? Naruto marveled at the sight of over 200 replicas of himself. So many shadow clones. Sakura and Sasuke shared similar thoughts, recognizing the gravity of the situation. 200 shadow clones were no trivial matter. The most astonished of all was Kakashi, who regarded the spectacle with a flicker of intrigue. Indeed, the chakra of the Uzumaki clan cannot be defined by ordinary standards, he contemplated, discreetly retrieving his little yellow book. Despite the multitude of Naruto's clones, their combat prowess was notably lacking, allowing Kakashi to maintain his composure. I don't quite understand what's happening, but here we go, Naruto declared with a grin. Feel our might. I shall avenge myself. The clones clamored in unison as they charged forward. Kakashi, unfazed, dispatched one with a swift kick, toppling several in succession. However, being shadow clones, they possessed a degree of resilience, unlike typical clones devoid of combat ability. Ouch. My head. This is painful. The clones seemed to be merely delivering themselves as Kakashi deftly countered their onslaught, leisurely turning the page of his book, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Perhaps he had stumbled upon something particularly thrilling. After all, this could be considered a manual on procreation. Tang Xiao chuckled, his thoughts shifting as he spoke. Little brat, your objective is to seize the bell, and at this moment, defeating this man is beyond your capabilities. The voice of Kurama resonated, startling Naruto. Fear not. I mean you no harm. Simply adhere to my instructions, Tang Xiao continued. All right, Naruto replied. Is this truly all you've got? Kakashi remarked, having dispatched the majority of the clones, leaving only around 40 remaining. Don't get too cocky, Naruto retorted defiantly, forming seals once more as a colossal shuriken materialized in his grasp. With a swift rotation, he hurled the shuriken towards Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi sprang into action, attempting to evade the assault. Unexpectedly, Naruto yanked back on the shuriken's trajectory, redirecting it straight towards Kakashi hovering in the air. A surge of joy filled Naruto. The voice had not misled him. Kakashi executed his final evasive maneuver, deftly shifting in midair to narrowly avoid the impending attack. Yet, was this truly the end? Tang Xiao declared, if I cannot hit you, then all my studies, all the problems I've solved, and the anime I've watched would be in vain. Beneath the shuriken, a plume of smoke rose as another shuriken, concealed in the shadows, whistled through the air. Kakashi moved once more, employing the substitution technique, unaware that this sequence was also part of Tang Xiao's calculations. As the shuriken was launched, the clone below had already prepared for the next move. As anticipated, Kakashi's figure materialized on the ground, a subtle change washing over his expression. Go! Naruto and the others charged forward, rushing towards the descending Kakashi. From the treetop, Kakashi observed Naruto and his companions below, marveling at their tenacity. This kid's abilities far exceed my expectations, he mused, completely abandoning any underestimation of Naruto. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Could it be? Kakashi's pupils constricted in surprise as he turned to see Naruto behind him, one hand clutching a kunai and the other holding a bell. I got it, Naruto exclaimed, perhaps overwhelmed with joy, causing him to tumble from the tree. Within Naruto, Tang Xiao smiled faintly. The activation of the body replacement technique required time, longer the farther away one was. The only hidden spot nearby was this very tree. The moment the shuriken was thrown, the real Naruto had already taken position behind the tree, while the one standing still was merely a clone. All right, Kakashi sighed. You are destined to become an exceptional ninja, Naruto. Kakashi's heart was resolute. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The Rasengan has been automatically acquired. 1,000 points have been credited to your account. A system notification echoed, flooding Tang Xiao's mind with information. He extended his hand, and a red Rasengan slowly materialized. As Tang Xiao was essentially a tailed beast, his chakra manifested in a fiery red-orange hue rather than blue. System. Is there a way to alter the color of my chakra? Tang Xiao inquired. Yes, but this change will only affect the color. Everything else will remain unchanged. The system replied. All right, Change it to gold, Tang Xiao decided, feeling that gold exuded a more commanding presence, while the red-orange seemed somewhat sinister. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke, unable to remain still any longer, was astounded that the underdog could seize the bell first. His pride would not allow such a failure. Sakura watched Sasuke with admiration, falling once more into a state of infatuation. Tang Xiao shook his head. Ignorant woman. From Sasuke's mouth, a massive fireball erupted. Kakashi, unable to evade it, utilized the earth-style, earth flow wall. A colossal rock wall emerged, shielding him from the flames, and Kakashi's figure vanished. Where did he go? Sasuke searched frantically. Suddenly, two hands emerged from the ground, seizing Sasuke's ankles and pulling him underground. With a loud thud, Sasuke transformed into a wooden stump, revealing his true self beside it. This was the body replacement technique. Just as Sasuke was about to advance, he was abruptly halted by Kakashi's piercing gaze. All right, Kakashi declared. Given Sasuke's quick response with the technique, Kakashi had already granted him passage. As for Naruto, he had seized the bell, thus naturally qualifying as well. Then there was Sakura. Kakashi hesitated, for although she was the only girl in the team, she had yet to make any notable contribution, merely coasting along. Despite this, the sky remained brilliantly clear, the sun radiating warmth. Tang Xiao found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the days beyond their current predicament. He resolved to leave a portion of chakra for Naruto after their escape. Though it would not be substantial, it would suffice for Naruto's journey ahead. After all, Naruto was a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and even without him, Naruto would likely soar to great heights. Freed from the various disturbances caused by the Nine Tails in the original narrative, Naruto would have ample time to train. Who knows? He might even master the three great techniques in due time. Why is it me? Sakura exclaimed, bound to a post, struggling desperately. Kakashi approached, carrying two lunchboxes, handing one to Naruto and the other to Sasuke. No lunch for Sakura, understood. Kakashi commanded sternly. The others, having skipped breakfast, were already famished. I see. So that's why we weren't allowed breakfast. Sasuke was the first to grasp Kakashi's intention. Sakura's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Regardless of one's appearance or moral standing, being human necessitates the use of a restroom. This is the renowned Xingxiang theorem, contemplating that everyone must heed nature's call. Tang Xiao thought that those who claim to be fairies should first prove they can go a lifetime without needing a bathroom before making such claims. If they cannot even manage fasting, what right do they have to call themselves celestial beings? Ahem, I digress. Hey, Sakura, you can have mine, Naruto offered. Tang Xiao mused that perhaps it was time to reconsider Naruto's affections, as the future prince would only be worthy of a future princess, just like in the original tale. Kakashi erupted in fury, yet Naruto stood resolutely in front of him, bearing the brunt of his wrath. Naruto, I said that's an order. Do you dare defy a command? If so, you are no true ninja. Kakashi exclaimed. If being a ninja means abandoning emotions and forsaking comrades, then I would rather not be one. A ninja who fails to complete their mission is worthless. But a ninja who cannot protect their comrades is even less than garbage, Naruto declared vehemently. Chapter 3, Naruto's Special Training Part 1. Naruto's words struck a chord with Kakashi, reminding him of his own childhood. It seems that during that time, there was indeed a particular straggler, one who possessed an extraordinary penchant for laughter. He, too, aspired to become a Hokage, dedicating his life to the sacred belief of protecting his comrades. Regrettably, he is no longer with us. Kakashi extended his hand, and Naruto instinctively shut his eyes, assuming Kakashi intended to reprimand him. However, Kakashi merely patted Naruto on the head, smiling as he declared, "Congratulations, you have passed." Eh? Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, while Sasuke leaned against a nearby stump, untouched lunchbox in hand. Indeed, as you have articulated, a ninja is not merely a tool. To become a ninja is to safeguard all that one holds dear, Kakashi continued. That will be all for today. It's time to head home. With that, Kakashi turned and departed, waving goodbye as his figure gradually faded at the training ground's entrance. Sakura was set down and turned to Naruto, bowing solemnly. Although she held no fondness for him, she now recognized that Naruto would undoubtedly prove to be a reliable ally. Humph, boring, Sasuke scoffed, shaking his head as he left the field, with Sakura hastily following suit, leaving Naruto alone amidst the two nearly untouched lunchboxes. What a waste. I should take them home, Naruto thought, picking up the two boxes before exiting the training ground. Having grown up without parents, the habit of frugality had long since ingrained itself in Naruto. Finally home, he exclaimed, lying on his bed and gazing at the ceiling. On the table beside him rested the 2 lunchboxes. By the way, who was that voice I heard today? Why do I feel so powerful all of a sudden? He pondered aloud. Get ready. A gentle feminine voice suddenly resonated, startling Naruto, who bolted upright in bed. Who? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Oh no, could it be a ghost? His face turned pale at the thought. Hearing this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but smile. With a mere thought, she activated her purification ability. A flash of white light surged forth, and the enormous prison cage crumbled instantaneously. Casting one last glance at the dim confinement, Tang Xiao closed her eyes. Simultaneously, a golden orb of light emerged from Naruto's abdomen. It is well known that when a tailed beast departs from its Jinchuriki, the host is destined for death. However, Tang Jiu had cleverly left behind a fragment of her chakra, approximately equivalent to that of a high-ranking ninja. Yet, for Naruto, this amount was nearly negligible. Naruto was once again taken by surprise as the luminous orb transformed, gradually manifesting the figure of a person, and he could only stare in astonishment. Tang Xiao opened her eyes and inquired, "How are you?" The gentle voice washed over Naruto as he beheld a stunning woman clad in a yellow dress and a golden robe, at a loss for words. "Hello," he finally managed, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "This is our first meeting. I am Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage." He hurriedly introduced himself. Tang Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Upon our first encounter, I am known as Jiu, and you may refer to me as Master Jiu." Tang Xiao felt it prudent to refrain from using his real name. For instance, the name Jiu Lama clearly indicates one's identity. Tang Xiao, a name inherently masculine, seemed fitting given his current disposition. Therefore, without hesitation, he decided to be simply called Jiu, concise and memorable, and importantly, gender-neutral, which was quite splendid. Naruto, pondering deeply, realized there was no need for further contemplation, as he was here to convey a matter of significance. For the remainder of the day and into the following morning, I shall assume the role of your teacher, imparting to you a technique of ninjutsu. However, you must remember to never disclose my existence to anyone," Tang Xiao declared. Naruto stared blankly at Tang Xiao, who sensed a hint of abruptness in his approach. It was rather unconventional to demand someone to become a disciple right away. Was it not? At the very least, one should showcase their skills to earn respect. Wouldn't you agree? With this thought in mind, Tang Xiao unleashed his chakra, a vibrant golden aura radiating from him, strikingly conspicuous. As his chakra flowed outward, the inherent ferocity of the tailed beast within him surged forth. In an instant, Naruto felt akin to an insignificant ant, one that could be effortlessly crushed at any moment. "Teacher," Naruto bowed respectfully, content with his display. Tang Xiao retracted his chakra and the ferocity within him, speaking slowly. "Now, take a moment to attune to your body." Naruto, obediently following his instruction, soon opened his eyes in astonishment. His chakra reserves were at least 3 times greater than before. "My chakra is unprecedentedly abundant, and I feel stronger," Naruto exclaimed. It is a well-known fact that an increase in chakra correlates with enhanced physical strength, so this was hardly surprising. Now, as seen in the previous Life S animation, Tang Xiao instructed, employing the same method to teach Naruto, but time was of the essence. Thus, he directly informed Naruto that he was right-spiraled. As for the training ball, in Tang Xiao's words, "What use do you have for Kaguya?" After several adjustments, Naruto finally managed to form a commendable sphere by evening. At last, he felt complete in this moment. A Naruto devoid of his essence was not the true Naruto. He was but a soulless imitation. "I'm so tired. But this technique is truly formidable," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Though he appeared full of energy, Tang Xiao discerned the strain on Naruto's muscles was considerable. In the original narrative, Naruto took several days to master this advanced ninjutsu, yet Tang Xiao had condensed the learning into a mere 5 hours. Although there remained some imperfections, the overall potency had reached an acceptable standard. Undoubtedly, he would not falter against the Chidori. Any remaining nuances would be perfected with Naruto's increasing usage. And Tang Xiao felt no further need for intensive guidance. "Lie down," Tang Xiao commanded coldly. Naruto gazed at his striking master, his thoughts drifting into fanciful realms. "Remove your clothing," Tang Xiao instructed. Though Naruto's mind wandered, he was taken aback by Tang Xiao's unexpected assertiveness, his cheeks flushing crimson. As a typical young man, he couldn't help but feel bashful when instructed to disrobe by such a strikingly beautiful female manner. Tang Xiao gazed at Naruto with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, her demeanor tinged with a hint of seriousness. Naruto removed his upper garment and subsequently his trousers, left clad only in his undergarments. "Lie down," Tang Xiao commanded. Obediently. Naruto complied, and as her finger pressed against his back, a sharp sensation coursed through him, prompting a bead of sweat to trickle down his forehead. The 82 needles of Chunin encompassed not only acupuncture techniques but also various forms of massage. The wisdom of the 82 needles suggested that a specific acupoint, located 3 inches within, could seal one's vitality. Intrigued, Tang Xiao instinctively began to experiment on Naruto. Lacking needles, she employed her hands, utilizing chakra as a substitute. With a decisive thrust towards Naruto's acupoint, his pupils dilated in an instant. Just as he attempted to voice his thoughts, only a single word escaped his lips. Upon checking, Tang Xiao discovered that while Naruto still breathed, his chakra had ceased to circulate, rendering him akin to a vegetative state, aware yet incapable of movement. Interesting, Tang Xiao mused, a slight smile gracing her lips as she withdrew her hand. Master 9. It felt as though I had just died. Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Tang Xiao pointed to the acupoint, explaining that a depth of 3 inches could effectively restrain his strength and advised him to exercise caution, especially around those stronger than himself. However, she mused, had she not imparted the 82 needles to others, it was unlikely anyone would discover this particular acupoint. Her initial intention was to restore Naruto's muscle vitality for the continuation of their training. Following the massage, Naruto felt an unprecedented sense of rejuvenation. Master 9. I feel incredibly revitalized. How did you accomplish this? He exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. I shall teach you when the opportunity arises, but for now, we shall proceed with the final 2 training exercises, Tang Xiao proclaimed. By this time, the day had waned, and the moon ascended into the night sky. With a swift motion, Tang Xiao stepped onto the adjacent wall and effortlessly ascended. This is what you are to undertake next. Until you can hang upside down from the roof without falling, she instructed, making her way to the rooftop. Her skirt and yellow robe defying the laws of physics as they stood upright. As she put it, it was best not to overload young minds with too much knowledge, lest they lead the children astray. What am I even thinking? Does the inventor of seduction techniques need to teach? Chapter 4. Naruto's Unique Training, Part 2. Understood, Master 9. Naruto nodded. But how am I supposed to do that? He inquired with a grin. Gather an appropriate amount of chakra beneath your feet. Too much will obliterate the wall, while too little will fail to sustain you. Do you understand? Tang Xiao inquired. I understand. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he faced the wall upright. A wisp of white smoke flickered beneath his feet, small, yet noticeable. Naruto released the hand forming the seal and stepped onto the wall. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Upon reaching the rooftop, he miscalculated his force and tumbled down. It turns out it wasn't as simple as it appeared. Naruto scratched his head. Tang Xiao, seated beside him, propped his chin on one hand, observing Naruto. Under the moonlight, with stars scattered across the sky, Konoha returned to tranquility. Save for the solitary youth who persisted in his efforts. Time and again, he fell, only to rise again to greater heights. 3 hours later, Master G. I did it, Naruto declared, hanging upside down from the ceiling, exhilaration evident in his voice. Concentrate a Rasengan in your right hand for me to see, Tang Xiao instructed. All right. Naruto extended his right hand, closed his eyes, and a pale blue orb gradually took shape. However, this time, it took a full 5 seconds, as he needed to maintain a steady amount of chakra beneath his feet, prolonging the process. It seems you have grasped it. Come down now, for we are heading out, Tang Xiao said. Naruto hurriedly donned his clothes, readying himself. He had come to trust Master G implicitly. Not only had he imparted the formidable Rasengan to him, but he had also provided guidance and support throughout his training. At this moment, Tang Xiao's influence in Naruto's heart even overshadowed that of Kakashi. By the riverside in Konoha, Tang Xiao and Naruto paused. The small river before them reflected a bright moon, its surface shimmering beautifully. Naruto, pay close attention, Tang Xiao instructed. Stepping onto the water's surface without sinking, standing instead upon it. It's the same principle as standing on your head, but the amount of chakra used is different, he reminded. On the shore, Naruto, prepared to use the same amount of chakra as before, reduced his chakra slightly upon hearing this. Host has triggered a new task, acquire the MangekyŁ Sharingan. To become stronger, please upgrade your Sharingan. Reward, young dragon summoning beast. I would have upgraded it regardless. But is this summoning technique still the native one? Yes, the host must still use the native summoning technique, but the sequence of hand seals has changed to Yu, Wei, Z, Wu. Understood, Tang Xiao nodded, while Naruto, unbeknownst to how many times he had fallen into the water, continued to practice. However, all of this was alleviated after 20 minutes as Naruto had largely mastered the technique. Now, only endless practice remained. Tang Xiao found a tree, gazing at the resplendent moon in the sky, and slowly closed his eyes. In the evening breeze, his golden robe fluttered gracefully, and the beautiful scenery paired with his elegance was truly a feast for the eyes. In the hazy dawn, Tang Xiao heard Naruto's voice. He opened his eyes to see Naruto standing atop the water, each hand cradling a Rasengan. Observing the sky, he noted the eastern horizon beginning to brighten with the first light of day. Leaping down from the tree, Tang Xiao approached Naruto. Here, Naruto obediently extended his hand. Tang Xiao grasped the small hand, bestowing a portion of his Nine Tails power upon Naruto and employing a technique from the 82 needles of Chunin to seal this newfound strength. This chakra was nearly on par with that of the third Hokage. Naruto, I have granted you a fragment of my power. Should you find yourself in peril, stimulate this needle here, and the seal will be undone. In that moment, you shall attain a strength worthy of a shadow, Tang Xiao proclaimed with a smile. Naruto felt the chakra surging within him, eagerly nodding in response. Do your best, and we shall meet again, Tang Xiao encouraged. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, and the sun fully ascended, leaving Naruto standing there in a daze. For reasons unknown, Naruto suddenly felt a surge of emotion, an urge to cry. Although he had known his master for less than a day, the assistance he received was undeniably significant. With weary limbs, Naruto slowly departed from the riverbank. In the distance, perched atop a tree, Tang Xiao observed Naruto's retreating figure, nodding in acknowledgement before turning away. He understood the method for evolving the Sharingan. It required one to experience profound pain and anger, or perhaps resentment. How could I have overlooked this? The Nine Tails harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity, especially when paired with genjutsu, Tang Xiao mused. Resolutely, he shut his eyes and summoned the memories of the Nine Tails' resentment. Humans! Damned humans! I shall tear you apart. The echoes of furious voices reverberated in Tang Xiao's ears, including the torment of being sealed time and again, pain and resentment that rivaled any other. It seemed that genjutsu was unnecessary after all, Tang Xiao thought to himself. A warm stream surged into his eyes, followed by a searing pain. A burning sensation emanated from his eyes as they began to transform. This was the Shinjutsu MangekyŁ Sharingan. I am the second to awaken the Shinjutsu. Tang Xiao rose from the ground, the earlier pain having been quite unbearable. Ding! Mission accomplished. The Shinjutsu MangekyŁ Sharingan has been awakened. Rewards have been granted. The system's notification resonated, but Tang Xiao paid it no mind, sensing that he had awakened a jutsu that did not exist in the original tale. Temporal vortex. As Tang Xiao's gaze swept across the surroundings, a circular domain materialized, within which objects were rapidly undergoing a reversal of time. Was it merely a reversal? A faint smile graced Tang Xiao's lips as he observed the objects within the domain moving at several times their normal speed. Not only could time flow backward, but it could also be accelerated. However, it is rather unfortunate that, for humans, it seems one can only delay their pace, but cannot reverse it to such an extent. Nonetheless, it can still be regarded as a formidable ninjutsu. Tang Xiao shook his head and remarked, his crimson gaze fading to a golden hue. Summoning technique. Tang Xiao formed hand seals, and a formation emerged beneath him, from which a serpentine azure dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, erupted amidst swirling smoke. Roar. As the azure dragon materialized, it positioned itself at Tang Xiao's feet, with him standing at the dragon's head. The dragon appeared quite exhilarated, letting out a soft roar to signal Tang Xiao to hold on, before soaring into the sky. It can fly? Tang Xiao, clinging to the dragon's head, gazed at the ground below shrinking and the clouds above expanding, feeling a surge of excitement. This was indeed his first experience of flight. Sitting on an airplane was utterly mundane and lacked thrill. Riding a dragon was far more exhilarating. System, is there a map available? Tang Xiao inquired. Naruto World Map. 20 points. I shall purchase one. It would be quite convenient. Ding. Host has purchased Naruto World Map, deducting 20 points, remaining 980 points. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a scroll appeared in his hand, with various locations marked in distinct colors. Let us head to the nearest location of the Konoha scroll storage, Tang Xiao directed, pointing at the map. Merely mastering a few ninjutsu techniques was insufficient. He required more. An abundance of ninjutsu to enrich his capabilities. The azure dragon, attuned to its master's thoughts, altered its course and flew back towards Konoha. At that moment, Within the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi had brought Team 7 to the Hokage's office. Had Tang Xiao been present, he would have discerned that the task they were receiving was to protect an elder from the Land of Waves, marking Team 7's inaugural official mission. In this undertaking, they would encounter Zabuza and the young man known as Haku. As for why he was referred to as the young man, many Naruto enthusiasts initially mistook Haku for a girl upon their first encounter. It was only with the release of official materials that the significant revelation emerged. Haku was, in fact, a boy. The earliest example of a cross-dressing character in Naruto is indeed Haku. However, regarding this mission, Naruto had no further comments. His mentor had instilled in him the understanding that even the simplest tasks hold value and should not be disregarded simply because they appear straightforward. Chapter 5. Team 7 sets off. Initial encounter with Orochimaru. Tang Xiao gazed down from above, surveying the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village, where, in the distance, the Hokage rock bore the engravings of 4 individuals. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju; the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju; the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi; and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth one seems to have met his demise at my hands. Azure Dragon, return. Tang Xiao gently patted the dragon's head and commanded. The Azure Dragon nodded and transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. Tang Xiao plummeted straight down from the sky, his golden pupils transforming into a vivid crimson as the kaleidoscope of divine might unfurled. His gaze was fixed upon the ground, and he unleashed the temporal vortex. Within this realm, his descent abruptly slowed, allowing him to land gently, all the energy accumulated during his fall dissipating entirely. The physics of the temporal vortex is dictated by the subjective reality of the outside world. Thus, the speed at which one moves within it is absolute, devoid of any notion of energy conservation that would lead to creating a crater upon impact. This was indeed the repository of scrolls, situated right beneath the Hokage's office. Tang Xiao clapped his hands, concealing his presence as he stealthily entered the Hokage building. In the center of the first floor, several jonin entered a room, clutching scrolls. Tang Xiao expanded his sensory perception and discerned that only 3 ninjas were present inside, with an exceedingly powerful ninja above him, yet still not a match for his prowess. After the 2 ninjas exited, Tang Xiao easily slipped inside. Ninjutsu, Chidori, Great Fireball Technique, Water Release, Water Surge Wave, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Forbidden Techniques, 8 Gates. Edo Tensei, Shadow Clone Technique. Tang Xiao briefly surveyed the scrolls and took the Great Fireball Technique, Water Surge Wave, Shadow Clone Technique, and Chidori. Essentially, his chakra was of the tailed beast variety, the most potent among all such entities. Unlike others, the chakra of the 9 tails was not fire. Tang Xiao had long harbored an audacious speculation. His chakra was an amalgamation of various elemental affinities, albeit excluding yin and yang. This notion rendered the original narrative of a single 9 tails facing off against the 5 great beasts more plausible. Although he had actively altered the color of his chakra this time, he surmised that to evolve, he would likely need to learn sage techniques and integrate them with his original chakra to transform into the golden 9 tails. He pondered that Naruto had studied sage techniques before achieving his golden mode, leading him to conclude that he too must undertake the study of all sage techniques for integration. It is worth noting that the strongest incarnation in the original tale was not Naruto in 6 Paths mode, but rather Naruto in 9 Tails Sage Fox mode. I have made some modifications to the original version. Readers are welcome to inform me in the comments if there are any discrepancies. Tang Xiao unfurled the scroll, swiftly inscribing the method of application, then closed the scroll and departed from the Hokage building. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sneezed. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as if something significant had been stolen. Truly, age had made him more sensitive. It was midday, and Team 7, along with Kakashi, should soon encounter Zabuza. However, for Tang Xiao, that was merely a secondary concern. Chidori. In the heart of a dense jungle, a woman clad in a golden robe, her hands crackling with electricity, thrust fiercely against a great tree. Lightning surged forth, sending wood chips flying. Indeed, the prowess of the 1,000 birds is truly extraordinary. Tang Xiao clenched his fists, suddenly engulfed by the illusion of being invincible. What an intriguing individual, and what a peculiar chakra. Behind Tang Xiao stood a pale-faced man, adorned with unique purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, his gaze lingering near his nose. Despite being male, he radiated an undeniable feminine grace. It could only be Orochimaru. Is it enjoyable to spy? A clear female voice resonated from above Orochimaru. Initially concealed behind a tree, at that moment, Tang Xiao found himself hanging upside down, gazing intently at Orochimaru. As Orochimaru regarded Tang Xiao's face, he suddenly leaned forward. In this position, one might surmise Tang Xiao was momentarily bewildered, yet Orochimaru made no peculiar gestures of affection. Instead, he leaned slightly forward and expelled a long sword that lunged directly at Tang Xiao. Suddenly, it dawned on Tang Xiao, who was Orochimaru. He is notoriously known as a mad scientist. The likelihood of him initiating a kiss with a woman is as improbable as Itachi refraining from releasing Sasuke. While Itachi might not be waterproof, he would never abandon the sea. After all, the ocean is entirely composed of water. Thus, it is equally impossible for Orochimaru to initiate a kiss with a woman. The long sword pierced through Tang Xiao's body, and Orochimaru momentarily froze, finally noticing the other's eyes. He hastily leapt back 3 times, retreating swiftly. Tang Xiao descended from the tree, deactivating his Kamui Sharingan. Until he upgraded to the eternal MangekyŁ Sharingan, each use diminished the duration of his vision, leading to a gradual decline. Although he had only consumed a negligible amount of time, Tang Xiao still hoped to avoid using it as much as possible. The MangekyŁ Sharingan. With its miraculous chakra constitution, I find myself increasingly enamored with you. The latter part of that statement might sound like an expression of affection when heard in isolation. However, one must remember, this is Orochimaru. To expect Orochimaru to confess feelings? Perhaps divine intervention would suggest reconsidering matters of immortality. As one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, Orochimaru. As a student, you truly have disappointed your teacher. A smile graced Tang Yao's face. Orochimaru's expression revealed no signs of disturbance, seemingly unfazed by Tang Xiao's words. The hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's right hand transformed into 3 serpents, lunging towards Tang Xiao. Water style, water surge. A column of water erupted forth, forcing Orochimaru to abandon his assault and leap to a nearby tree. The water surged through the jungle, converging in a small basin, devoid of an outlet. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru descended from the tree and stood upon the surface of the water. The two faced each other, the gentle ripples of water colliding before dissipating into stillness. How amusing. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, coldly regarding Tang Xiao. Might I inquire your name, dear lady? Orochimaru asked. He felt discomfort by the fact that he knew nothing of the other. Yet the other seemed privy to his secrets. 9. Tang Xiao replied. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, forming a golden maelstrom as waves incessantly battered the nearby trees. Shadow Clone Technique. In one breath, Tang Xiao summoned 1,000 clones, all enveloped in the golden cloak of the tailed beast, including the original. Lightning Style. Chidori. The sharp cry of birds sliced through the sky, as nearly half of the clones unleashed the Chidori simultaneously. Rasengan. The other half of the clones swiftly began to form spiraling spheres in their hands. Orochimaru gazed at Tang Xiao with astonishment. The ability to release such a multitude of advanced ninjutsu without showing any signs of exhaustion was remarkable. Just how vast was her chakra? Orochimaru licked his lips, preparing to exert his full strength. Prepare yourself. The combined force of Chidori and Rasengan surged towards him. Time-space vortex. Observing Orochimaru, Tang Xiao unleashed the time-space vortex, causing Orochimaru's movements to decelerate tenfold. Nanny! Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief, yet no matter how hard he tried, his body moved at an agonizingly slow pace. He glanced towards the crowd, spotting a woman in a golden robe, her once golden eyes now transformed into a vibrant crimson. The pattern upon her eyes revealed the Sharingan. A new eye technique. Orochimaru was further astonished. Boom. The clash of 500 Chidori and 500 Rasengan resulted in an explosion of extraordinary magnitude. Electricity intertwined with energy waves erupted, obliterating the land within a radius of 100 meters. As Tang Xiao retreated to a safe distance, she unleashed another technique. Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. Once a technique of modest caliber, bolstered by her formidable chakra, it now became exceedingly powerful. The flames annihilated the basin, evaporating all the water within. Phew, that should suffice. However, Orochimaru likely wouldn't perish, though he might sustain severe injuries. Having read the original work, Tang Xiao knew that Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. As a scientist who pursued immortality, his methods of survival were undoubtedly excessive. Chapter 6. The initial confrontation with Zabuza and Kakashi. After Tang Xiao departed from the scene, a blue serpent emerged from the charred earth. Meanwhile, Team 7 encountered a formidable adversary, the Mist Ninja, Zabuza. Naruto and his companions stood back to back, shielding the older man. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto bore no injuries on the back of his hand, indicating that the first battle had been relatively simple for him, at least without inducing terror. On the other side, Kakashi faced off against Zabuza, the latter's massive sword pressing against Kakashi's kunai. Kakashi's expression was grave, but he remained unfazed. He was, after all, an ultimate ninja capable of evenly matching even the likes of Obito and Kaguya, while also managing to struggle against Zabuza. Kakashi's prowess had always been a uniquely fascinating presence. Master Gyo's words proved to be true, no matter how simple a task may seem. One cannot achieve it without personally undertaking it. Naruto mused, his azure eyes fixated on the ongoing clash between Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza, not one to underestimate his opponent, recognized Kakashi's formidable nature and promptly shifted his focus towards Naruto. With a swift strike, he deflected Kakashi and charged at Naruto with his massive blade. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged worried glances. Yet, contrary to expectations, Naruto remained remarkably composed. As Zabuza swung his great sword down upon him, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique. Two kunai crossed paths, successfully parrying Zabuza's assault. Simultaneously, two light blue Rasengan began to swell in Naruto's hands, solidifying his chakra into a tangible form. What is this? Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and all the ninja present were astounded. Kakashi, who was poised to assist, hesitated, choosing instead to observe, ready to intervene at any moment. Rasengan. Naruto unleashed his attack. At such close range, it was guaranteed to hit. The tremendous force sent Zabuza reeling far back. A cloud of smoke erupting as he transformed into a piece of rotting wood. He had used the body replacement technique. Is this Naruto's true strength? Impossible. That underachiever. Sasuke's expression darkened. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had always prided himself on being a genius. Although he never voiced it openly, the former bottom dweller had now far surpassed him in power. How could he endure this? With a flicker, Naruto's clones vanished, and Kakashi scanned the surroundings, yet Zabuza's figure eluded him. Watching the thickening fog, Kakashi realized Zabuza had employed the hidden mist technique. Could this be yet another prolonged battle? Kakashi pondered. Within the mist, Zabuza's icy gaze bore down on Naruto. He had never expected this low-ranking ninja to wield such powerful jutsu. Had he not brought a replacement, he would surely have perished. I must find a weaker target, Zabuza thought. Sighing, Kakashi lifted his eye mask, revealing a Sharingan eye to the onlookers, preparing to confront the situation with full vigor. Zabuza calculated his next ambush, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and Sasuke before ultimately settling on the pink-haired girl. You shall be my target, Zabuza declared. The moment the mist dissipated, he struck. This angle had taken him considerable time to find, ensuring a fatal blow. A glint of metal flashed across Zabuza's blade as he darted forward. By the time Naruto and Sasuke realized the impending danger, it was already too late. For the first time, Sakura felt the paralyzing grip of despair. She stood frozen in place. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as Zabuza paused in surprise. The imagined blood did not manifest. Sakura's eyes still bore traces of tears. When confronted with the specter of death, fear is an innate human response, especially when faced for the first time. As she lifted her gaze, filled with confusion, she beheld a golden cloak, adorned with striking dark patterns that captured her attention. You could hear that familiar voice. Naruto also raised his head. Could this be a friend of my disciple? Tang Zhao's grip on the decapitating blade had transformed his hand into something akin to a claw, sharp talons leaving indents on the weapon. It was these formidable claws that enabled Tang Zhao to catch the blade with his hand. Go! With a swift kick, Tang Zhao sent Zabuza flying, only to retract his foot quickly. It was unavoidable. The skirt he wore was short, and excessive movement could lead to embarrassment. Despite being human, Tang Zhao's composure surpassed that of an ordinary person, yet this did not imply he was immune to developing feelings for someone. Boom. Zabuza crashed into 3 trees. A testament to the force of that kick. Master Gyo! Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Beside him, Sasuke studied Tang Zhao's profile, recalling Naruto's previous demeanor. Was Naruto's sudden surge in strength due to this woman? Sasuke pondered. Naruto, what is wrong with you? If you speak of protecting your comrades, you must follow through. If it weren't for Master S's timely arrival, Tang Zhao had given Naruto a sharp rap on the head. Naruto scratched his head, looking rather sheepish. His master? Such a formidable individual. How could I not have known? Kakashi mused, temporarily lowering his guard. judging by Tang Xiao's treatment of Naruto and her prior actions. It was evident she bore no ill intent. "Thank you," Sakura said, bowing respectfully. Tang Xiao waved her off, signaling that it was unnecessary. His gaze swept over Sakura and Sasuke, only to find the latter regarding him with an odd expression. Within his eyes lay a hint of jealousy, but more prominently, an admiration for strength. "Hello, I am Kakashi Hatake." Kakashi introduced himself politely, being the eldest among them. "Greetings, I am Tang Xiao," she replied. Just as Kakashi was about to inquire further, Tang Xiao suddenly pivoted and threw a kunai. The trajectory of the kunai was directed precisely at Zabuza. Everyone turned to see Zabuza stirring awake, while next to him stood a masked youth who halted his actions. "You can't take him away. I have use for him," Tang Xiao stated calmly, refraining from directly revealing the boy's identity. The youth paused, glancing at the kunai lodged in the ground before slowly responding. "I am from the Mist Umbu. I need him." He recited a line from the original story. Silence. Tang Xiao interrupted, cutting him off before he could continue. Tang Xiao approached Zabuza, who at that moment was rendered utterly defenseless by a single kick. Seizing the decapitating blade, Tang Xiao brought it down with a swift motion, shattering it into fragments. "Cherish those before you. Do not wait until you have lost them to feel regret," Tang Xiao remarked, nodding slightly at Bai. Zabuza's face was a portrait of shock, while Bai wore an expression of confusion. This bewilderment swiftly morphed into anger. The decapitating blade was Zabuza's most cherished possession, and its destruction by Tang Xiao naturally incited Bai's ire. A steel needle flew through the air, but Tang Xiao did not even glance in its direction. Instead, he effortlessly grasped it and shot it back, while Bai aimed her needle strikes at the opponent's chakra points. Tang Xiao undoubtedly excelled as the foremost expert on such matters in the world, complemented by his formidable precision and strength. To refer to this as merely a hidden weapon would be an understatement. One strike was sufficient to yield immediate results, as Bai's chakra was swiftly sealed by Tang Xiao. Just as Bai prepared to retaliate, she was perplexed to discover that she could hardly muster any strength. Glancing at the steel needle embedded in her shoulder, the realization dawned upon her. The opponent had sealed her chakra with a single strike. This revelation left Bai astounded. Observing Bai's bewilderment, Tang Xiao removed the needle from her shoulder. "Let us depart. In your current state, you are no match for me, nor will you be in the future," he declared, waving his hand dismissively. Without further ado, Bai hoisted Zabuza onto her back, and they swiftly exited the scene. Lingering any longer would invite unnecessary trouble. After a brief period of understanding, Tang Xiao finally reached an agreement with Kakashi and the others. The group decided to undertake the task together, while Tang Xiao also sought to witness the classic plot lines of the original narrative. This method of observation was immensely gratifying. Unlike watching a television show where one feels powerless to alter the storyline, now he could change it as he pleased, relishing the experience. Chapter 7. Naruto's practical training. There was no deviation from the original plot. The old man's home, along with the tattered photograph, once again unfolded before Tang Xiao. Once some trivial matters were settled, Tang Xiao expressed his desire to take Naruto out for training. Kakashi glanced at Tang Xiao, then at Naruto, before nodding in agreement. Tang Xiao would never endanger Naruto. Their journey together had made that abundantly clear, and Kakashi thought little of it. He would be pleased to see Naruto grow stronger. As for why he needed to inform Kakashi, Naruto remained a ninja of Konoha, and all matters required Kakashi's consent. The two set out towards an open area. "Master, you are truly remarkable. You defeated that Nin with just one kick." Throughout their journey, Naruto continuously expressed his admiration. The golden silhouette and the powerful kick lingered vividly in Naruto's mind. Tang Xiao also discovered that the system's skill of enhancing the physical body surpassed that of an average individual significantly. Upon arriving at a clearing surrounded by dense thickets, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds, Tang Xiao declared, "Naruto, this training will focus on practical combat." He offered a slight smile and unleashed the shadow clone technique. A small wisp of smoke ascended, and a clone identical to Tang Xiao emerged from the mist. To ensure fairness, Tang Xiao maintained the clone's strength at the level of a Nin. "This will be your sparring partner," he declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. Tang Xiao stepped back, leaving only Naruto and his clone in the small clearing. A gentle breeze rustled the grass as the clone gestured, and Naruto understood immediately. "Ha!" Naruto charged forward, leaping into the air for a sweeping kick. The clone remained unfazed, its golden-sleeved right arm firmly defending against Naruto's strike. Aware that this was merely a clone, Naruto held nothing back. Upon landing, he drew a kunai and lunged at the clone once more. The clone retreated a half step, its skirt brushing against the kunai narrowly. Naruto unleashed his full strength with each attack, their figures darting back and forth as his fierce onslaught was effortlessly neutralized by Tang Xiao's instinctive reactions. After all, the legendary Nine Tails was not to be underestimated. From behind a nearby tree, Sasuke watched Naruto's battle in astonishment. He realized he could never withstand such attacks. Yet, that woman managed to effortlessly counter them with a mere clone. Was this the true disparity in strength? What troubled Sasuke was not just Tang Xiao's formidable prowess, but significantly, the fact that Naruto was improving. A voice within him urged him relentlessly to surpass Naruto. In the clearing, Naruto summoned more clones, 2 kunai crossing in the air. Above the clones, Naruto's form held a Rasengan poised to strike down. Tang Xiao smiled, his thoughts clear. The clone leapt swiftly, revealing a golden Rasengan in its hand. With a resounding clash, the Rasengans collided, sending the kunai flying into the woods, disappearing from sight. In midair, Tang Xiao's golden Rasengan and Naruto's blue Rasengan continued to collide, sending powerful gusts of wind sweeping across the arena. The birds resting in the trees were startled, taking flight in all directions. Just as Naruto was immersed in the exhilarating battle, the system suddenly stirred with new activity. Host has activated a new mission. Assist Sasuke in awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan. Reward: Highland Bloodline. Upon activation, a shockwave will be released, and for the following minute, the user's speed will increase by 80, rendering them immune to any effects that slow their speed, while their resistance will increase by 50. So, there truly is a mission. At that moment, Tang Xiao's main body lay upon a tree branch, opening one eye at the sound, his gaze fixed on a tree beside the arena. How could he not be aware of Sasuke's arrival, given his strength? However, it was of little consequence. If Sasuke wished to follow, so be it. With a new mission at hand, it was an unexpected delight. Whoosh! Tang Xiao's figure flickered, appearing beside Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was wholly absorbed in the battle unfolding before him, entirely oblivious to Tang Xiao's presence behind him. Tang Xiao gently tapped Sasuke on the shoulder, prompting a puzzled glance from Sasuke, who then caught sight of Tang Xiao's figure. However, before Sasuke could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Xiao swiftly unleashed an illusionary technique upon him. The crimson eyes, adorned with eerie patterns, were utterly captivating. Within the illusion, Sasuke once again bore witness to the harrowing scene of his mother and father being slain one by Itachi, a torrent of rage and anguish flooding his mind. Tang Xiao, relentless in his torment, added close-ups of Sasuke's parents at the moment of their demise, complemented by the effects of a torrential downpour, amplifying the impact of the experience. Gripping his head in agony, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his veins bulging and the bloodshot veins in his eyes reflecting his torment. As the illusion dissipated, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Xiao pried open Sasuke's eyes, and the 3-tomo of the Sharingan gradually materialized before him. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: High Plateau Bloodline. Tang Xiao felt a surge of power coursing through his body. This technique was originally the ultimate skill of the Sword Saint from League of Legends. Particularly, the Plan Skin's activation evoked an involuntary rush of adrenaline. High Plateau Bloodline. Activate. Tang Xiao was eager to experiment with his newfound abilities, but whether it was due to excitement or some other reason, he inadvertently activated the skill for his clone as well. Suddenly, a golden shockwave radiated from the vicinity of the clone, effortlessly pushing Naruto aside. The clone stepped forward, and behind its form, golden phantoms intertwined. The ground buckled as the clone's aura transformed into an imposing force, delivering a punch so swift that Naruto could scarcely perceive the movement, crashing him to the ground. The visual effects surpassed anything seen in the game. Tang Xiao nodded approvingly. Observing the unconscious Sasuke at his feet and the dazed Naruto felled by his clone, Tang Xiao wore a wry smile. Reluctantly, he hoisted the 2 unconscious boys and made his way toward their lodging. Tang Xiao knocked on the door, and Kakashi opened it in response. Without hesitation, Tang Xiao tossed the 2 boys into Kakashi's arms. They've merely fainted. There's no cause for alarm. A good rest will suffice, Tang Xiao assured him. Kakashi nodded, carrying the 2 inside. Tang Xiao then returned to his own room, erecting a barrier to sever his sensory perception before shedding his long robe. Beneath it, a white shirt and short skirt complemented one another beautifully, particularly accentuating the 2 prominent peaks. Tang Xiao reclined on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Reflecting on the plight of the Nine Tails as depicted in the original story, he had begun to form a goal. Firstly, His human form bore no distinction from that of any ordinary ninja. He merely possessed the entirety of the Nine Tails chakra within him. This indicated that Tang Xiao could potentially capture other tailed beasts, and in time, he might even ascend to the status of the Sage of Six Paths. In addition, another path lay before Tang Xiao, to study and integrate the three great sage arts and become a celestial fox, with power rivaling that of the Six Paths. However, children make choices, and Tang Xiao naturally desired to embrace all possibilities. If he were to learn sage arts, it would be imperative to request the guidance of the three legendary ninjas, seeking their assistance to reach the abode of the three sages. To achieve this goal, the first step would be to join the Hidden Leaf Village and contribute to the community before addressing his request to Jiraiya and Tsunade. As for Orochimaru, Tang Xiao would need to employ his verbal prowess. If necessary, he could resort to a combination of persuasion and force. Informing Orochimaru of the world's outcome would undoubtedly pique his interest. After mastering sage arts, the next challenge would be their integration, a task fraught with difficulties. Considering his newfound status as a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, various matters would demand Tang Xiao's involvement, suggesting that the time required for the complete integration of the three great sage arts would be no less than 3 years. It could potentially take even longer, especially with the emergence of threats such as pain and the Akatsuki organization, which would bring forth a multitude of challenges to address. 3 years might prove to be a brief span. Closing his eyes, Tang Xiao resolved to cast aside these trivial thoughts, recognizing that they were still somewhat distant from his current reality. Meanwhile, on Kakashi's side, Naruto and Sasuke lay together, their breath steady and untroubled. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi decided to seek out Tang Xiao, as he had a proposal that required Tang Xiao's consent, one of great significance for the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 8. Kakashi's request to join the leaf. A crisp sound resonated through the air as the wooden door was knocked upon. Tang Xiao turned to look toward the entrance. Who could it be at this hour? Kakashi? Sensing the familiar presence, Tang Xiao opened the door. Outside stood Kakashi who, with an apologetic tone, uttered an apology for the intrusion. Tang Xiao shook his head in response, indicating that it was no trouble, and invited Kakashi inside. Is there something you need, Kakashi? Tang Xiao inquired with a smile. Having already surmised Kakashi's intentions, he was undoubtedly there to persuade him to join the leaf. A figure of his strength, a wandering ninja, would significantly bolster the power of the Hidden Leaf Village. For Kakashi, it would be a mark of accomplishment and camaraderie. For the village, it would mean gaining a reliable force in battle. Miss Nine, I have come to request your joining the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi stated directly, without preamble. Oh? The leaf? Tang Xiao feigned indifference. Noticing Tang Xiao's demeanor, Kakashi promptly added, if you join the leaf, you will have the village as your support. And you need not worry about financial matters any longer. He gestured toward the instant noodle box on the nearby table. Indeed, despite Tang Xiao's formidable strength, he lacked a source of income, relying on Naruto for even this humble meal. Tang Xiao turned her head, gazing upwards at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Is it true that this wretched capitalism cannot be escaped even in a rebirth? Despite her musings, the harsh reality remained that money was indeed essential. She cast a glance at Kakashi and smiled. I agree. I shall go tomorrow, and you will take care of Naruto in my absence. Of course, I am, after all, Naruto's teacher. It is my duty, Kakashi replied, shaking Tang Xiao's hand before departing quietly. The system has detected that the host is about to join the faction, Konoha Ninja Village, faction level. Description: this faction is the most formidable ninja village in the world of Hokage, belonging to the Land of Fire. Its first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is revered as the god of ninja by the people. The system presented an extensive introduction, encompassing nearly all of Konoha's history. As this is the host's first time joining a faction, a base construction card has been generously awarded. Another reward. A base construction card? What on earth is that? Tang Xiao scratched her head in confusion. Her gaze shifted to the card in her backpack, and a lengthy message reappeared. Base construction card, the unparalleled choice for constructing a secret base. After selecting a plot of land measuring 10 square kilometers, using this card will automatically erect a steel base. The base can be upgraded, and the host possesses full management rights. A basic base can withstand most natural disasters, and has defensive capabilities, with the potential to upgrade to a super base, which automatically allocates 20 Jonin personnel for the host's command. Well, this is incredible. You must be joking, system. Tang Xiao stared at the base construction card, her eyes wide with astonishment. A single card could conjure a sprawling 10-square-kilometer base and automatically assign 20 Jonin at her disposal. What a thrilling prospect. I can hardly wait. I shall head to Konoha at first light. With that, Tang Xiao lay down and drifted off to sleep. In the tranquil night, Sasuke stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself no longer in the terrifying nightmare that had haunted him. Within those fleeting hours, he had endured the most agonizing moments of his life. His parents had been brutally slain before him again and again, and Itachi's face was indelibly etched in Sasuke's mind. Now, he could barely recognize the ashes of Itachi. The overwhelming anguish had caused Sasuke's eyes to evolve into the Sharingan with 3 tomo. Yet, to achieve the MangekyŁ, mere illusions would not suffice. Otherwise, it would trivialize the MangekyŁ's power. Only upon unlocking the MangekyŁ would the true strength of the Uchiha clan be revealed, allowing him to ascend to greater heights. My Sharingan has evolved, Sasuke exclaimed, rising to stand before the mirror, staring at his reflection in awe. His crimson eyes, adorned with 3 swirling tomo, exuded both majesty and intimidation. So it is you. Sasuke was acutely aware of the reasons behind the evolution of his Sharingan. A faint smirk gracing his lips as an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto was enjoying a peaceful slumber, a state for which he could hardly be blamed. His chakra had been nearly depleted, and after Tang Xiao and his clone unleashed their powerful techniques, Naruto was rendered unconscious. In that moment, his body succumbed to exhaustion. Having been merely holding on, and with the collapse of his mental defenses, sleep overtook him completely. It was likely he wouldn't awaken until at least 8 in the morning the following day. However, as Naruto matured, this would no longer be the case. His chakra reserves would naturally expand with age, much like a person's strength. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock the next morning, Tang Xiao donned his imposing yellow robe and rapped on Kakashi's door. For someone of his stature, it was advisable to possess a letter of recommendation. As this would alleviate many complications, Konoha would not accept a ninja they knew nothing about, even if the individual had no ill intentions and genuinely wished to join Konoha. Various evaluations and tests would inevitably be required. Before Tang Xiao stood Kakashi, who was engrossed in writing a letter. Notably, he had removed his eye patch while composing. Writing with one eye was undoubtedly cumbersome. One could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Kakashi, who, having finally obtained the Sharingan, was unable to disable it, resulting in a daily drain on his chakra reserves, reducing this genius of the ninja world to a mere shadow of his former self. I need to ascertain your self-assessment of your abilities. This is crucial for your acceptance into Konoha, Kakashi stated. If they invite you and you lack the requisite strength, what purpose would your presence serve? No one would willingly support a burden, hence the need for such inquiries, which Tang Xiao understood. Shadow level, Tang Xiao replied without hesitation. Kakashi, taken aback, regarded him with a newfound intensity, the implication clear. He could not possibly be jesting. Rather than engage in debate, Tang Xiao subtly shifted his crossed arms, unleashing a torrent of chakra that shattered the floor beneath him, exerting immense pressure upon Kakashi. The overwhelming force immediately conveyed to Kakashi that Tang Xiao was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he distinctly sensed a palpable aura of hostility within that chakra, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In response, Tang Xiao reined in his chakra and withdrew his feet, which had embedded themselves into the floor. Kakashi understood all too well that such a chakra level was unequivocally that of a shadow. Were Tang Xiao to claim the title of a village leader, Kakashi would likely accept it without question. Achieving such formidable strength without the support of a powerful clan or village was an unprecedented display of talent. Kakashi remained silent, picking up his pen to inscribe Jonin, while Tang Xiao offered no further comment. Indeed, it was wise for him to keep his true capabilities concealed. As Kakashi was poised to continue his writing, Tang Xiao suddenly called out to him. "Hold on," Tang Xiao said. Kakashi halted his pen, gazing at Tang Xiao in confusion. Shaking his head, Tang Xiao pointed at the gender specification and declared, "The gender is male. Kakashi, do take a good look. Those 2 protrusions are practically in my face." "You claim to be a man?" Kakashi inwardly scoffed, but acquiesced to the request, recognizing it bore no significant consequence. The only potential outcome might be the loss of Tang Xiao's title as the most beautiful person in Konoha. To this, Tang Xiao could only express apologies, asserting, "Our levels of attractiveness do not exist in the same dimension." After nearly 2 hours, Kakashi finally completed 6 full letters of introduction. Upon review, Tang Xiao noted that a substantial 5.5 pages were filled with superfluous content. Author's note: in this regard, I, the handsome one, shall deem me the strongest. With the damp letters in hand, Tang Xiao took his leave. It struck him as peculiar that having departed from Konoha, he now found himself returning without being part of it, necessitating an introduction letter. Chapter 9. Joining the Konoha Ninja Village. I am a man. 2 hours after Tang Xiao's departure, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gradually awoke, and unsurprisingly, Naruto was once again at the bottom. This was hardly his fault, as he had indeed been quite exhausted the previous day. The group would remain here for a few days, estimated to return in 3 days, prompting Kakashi to prepare for routine training. The training would encompass the techniques Tang Xiao had previously taught Naruto. However, unbeknownst to Kakashi, Naruto had already mastered skills such as tree climbing and water walking. Consequently, when Sasuke discovered that Naruto had already acquired these abilities, he frantically practiced to keep pace, leveraging the innate talent of the Uchiha clan to quickly catch up to Naruto. This was not a challenging feat. It merely required a proper grasp of chakra control. As for Tang Xiao, after bidding farewell, he embarked on his solitary journey back. Upon glancing at the map, he was taken aback by the distance he had covered. Goodness, when did I travel this far? Tang Xiao murmured to himself. According to the map's measurements and his walking speed, it would take at least a full day. To save time, Tang Xiao opted to summon his spirit beast, the little azure dragon. Summoning technique. Tang Xiao performed the hand signs, and a plume of smoke enveloped him. As the smoke dissipated, a majestic little azure dragon materialized at his side. The moment it appeared, the dragon affectionately nuzzled against Tang Xiao, as if he were its mother. Ah no, I am a father. Tang Xiao is a man. A man, though temporarily a woman. I shall become a man in the future. Tang Xiao patted the little dragon, indicating it should cease its affectionate antics. The little azure dragon, understanding, halted its endearments. Little dragon, return to Konoha. Tang Xiao leaped onto the dragon's head, which nodded, softly chirping as if to say, ready for departure, master. Tang Xiao's feet adhered securely to the dragon's back, ensuring he would not fall off. In the next moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, toppling an innocent little tree nearby. The young azure dragon soared into the sky, carrying Tang Xiao up to the clouds. Grandfather, you have finally taken me out. I want to indulge in delicious food. On the streets of Konoha, a young child tugged at an elderly man's hand as they walked along the thoroughfare. The old man, slightly hunched over with age spots dotting his face, appeared to be an ordinary grandfather, yet the respect bestowed upon them by passers-by was palpable. The duo entered a barbecue restaurant, where the proprietor, upon seeing them, graciously ushered them to a table and promptly instructed the chef to prepare a plethora of dishes. The meat sizzled and crackled on the grill, capturing the rapt attention of Konohamaru. This beloved pair was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his grandson, Konohamaru. Grandfather, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat, Konohamaru exclaimed, eagerly clutching a piece of grilled meat. Today was a rare occasion when his grandfather had time for lunch, and he was determined not to let this moment slip away. Dressed in a simple black robe, Hiruzen appeared to be an ordinary old man. Yet, he was troubled by recent events. He had discovered that the scrolls had been tampered with. An unsettling realization that something was amiss. Those who handle the scrolls are aware of the necessity to place each one in its proper position. And scrolls that should have remained in the forbidden techniques category had inexplicably found their way into the realm of ninjutsu. There could only be one explanation. Someone had interfered with the scrolls. This revelation raised another question. Who possessed the audacity and strength to pilfer knowledge beneath the very nose of the Hokage without detection? Naturally, this incident reached Danzo, who had long been scheming for the title of Hokage. Seizing the opportunity, he accused the third of negligence, claiming that he could not even safeguard the scrolls. Grandfather, Konohamaru shook Hiruzen's hand, pulling him from his thoughts. Hiruzen gently patted Konohamaru's head and sighed. He had come to spend time with his grandson. Yet his mind was preoccupied with these matters. Haha, I lost my train of thought, my apologies, he chuckled, picking up a piece of grilled meat and placing it in his mouth. Boss, another serving of grilled meat. Suddenly, a bright, melodious voice cut through the air. With lustrous black hair, golden eyes, and a stunning visage adorned with a resplendent golden cloak, the newcomer was a striking blend of beauty and charm. Konohamaru stood frozen, his grilled meat forgotten as he stared at the enchanting figure. It seemed that every patron in the restaurant was equally captivated, their wives and girlfriends casting envious glances towards Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao shook her head, playfully remarking, "It's my fault for being so good-looking." As her gaze swept across the restaurant, she suddenly realized there were no vacant tables available. Wait a moment, is that the third Hokage? Just as she was about to leave, she sensed someone observing her. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Konohamaru. However, it was not Konohamaru who captured her attention. Rather, it was the elderly gentleman seated across from him. Although he did not appear particularly robust, there was a dignified aura about him. Coupled with that unmistakable face, Tang Xiao knew she would not be mistaken. After a moment's contemplation, she decided it would be best to greet him. Grandfather, the beautiful elder sister is approaching us. Konohamaru struck a pose he deemed impressive, patiently waiting. Tang Xiao cast a brief glance at Konohamaru before turning his attention to the third Hokage. Excuse me, are you the third Hokage? Tang Xiao inquired. The third, engrossed in his meal, turned to see Tang Xiao. He did not recall having met this individual before. I am a newly arrived ninja. Here is my introduction letter. Tang Xiao handed over the 6 stamped letters to the third Hokage, who, upon taking them, immediately recognized the handwriting. Recommended by Kakashi, Sarutobi noted. Glancing at Tang Xiao as he began to scrutinize the letter, the others, understanding the moment, resumed their enjoyment of grilled meat. With nothing pressing to do, Tang Xiao seized the opportunity while the third Hokage read the letter to once again call upon the system. System, you mentioned my gender transformation is hindered by my lack of proficiency, so if I purposely transformed into a female, wouldn't that make me one? Perhaps. But a failed transformation would result in that state lasting a month. To transform at will, practicing is essential. Additionally, while the host cannot transform during this month, skills can still be utilized to enhance proficiency. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Tang Xiao muttered in frustration, realizing that had he known about enhancing proficiency, he could have avoided this predicament. You didn't ask. I refused to engage in further conversation. Tang Xiao shook his head. Upon finishing the letter, the third Hokage's expression brightened considerably. He was pleased that Konoha would gain a new asset. The letter from Kakashi clearly stated that Tang Xiao was trustworthy, and as Hokage, he had faith in Kakashi's judgment. According to Kakashi, Tang Xiao possessed strength exceeding that of Chunin, had strong moral character, and had even aided Naruto in his training while decisively defeating Zabuza Momochi. The third mused, although uncertain why Kakashi referred to him as male. He speculated it must pertain to a certain jutsu. Could you share your ninja way with me? The third asked with a slight smile. A person's ninja way reveals much, including their character and virtues. Tang Xiao promptly responded, I am uncertain what my ninja way is, but I know I will fight to save more lives. In that moment, Tang Xiao's presence seemed to grow significantly, radiating the noble virtues of a healer. In his previous life, Tang Xiao had sacrificed his own life to extract a bullet from a patient, a testament to his character. Yet, that experience had also imparted a lesson. Not everyone is deserving of salvation. The third Hokage nodded, rising to extend his hand toward Tang Xiao. On behalf of Konoha, I welcome you, he declared with a smile, resembling a kindly grandfather. Meanwhile, Konohamaru felt a twinge of displeasure, a whimsical idea forming in his mind. Sister hug. Konohamaru feigned innocence, extending his arms toward Tang Xiao. Normally, such an adorable child would receive a warm embrace without hesitation. But who is Tang Xiao? Could he possibly be unaware of Konohamaru's temperament? Without offering any response, Tang Xiao shot a fierce glare at Konohamaru. A surge of ferocity, characteristic of tailed beasts, erupted forth, leaving Konohamaru momentarily stunned, as though he were being scrutinized by a mighty lion. He swallowed hard, lowering his head in submission. Chapter 10. The Hidden Cloud's Dark Investigators, Part 1. Ha! The third Hokage suddenly erupted into laughter upon witnessing his grandson receiving a lesson, finding it amusing as an elder. Typically, due to Konohamaru being his grandson, no one dared to reprimand him, but now Tang Xiao was indeed the first in the village bold enough to confront him, soon to be followed by his disciple, Naruto. As it happens, I have some free time. Come, let me assist you with some formalities, the third Hokage chuckled. Thus, the trio departed the restaurant, making their way to the Hokage Tower. Konohamaru was, of course, reluctant, yet under Tang Xiao's pressure, he ceased his antics. This sister is not to be trifled with, Konohamaru silently noted. 3 hours later, Tang Xiao finally received his first month's salary, a ninja headband, and a set of house keys. In the Hidden Leaf, ninjas were provided with housing, and as for the salary, it was an advance that Tang Xiao had requested. His wallet swelled, and he felt invigorated. Tang Xiao promptly tied the headband around his forehead, not for any particular reason, but primarily due to the impracticality of securing it elsewhere. Additionally, the third Hokage entrusted Tang Xiao with a mission of rank B, aimed at capturing and eliminating the Cloud's undercover agents heading towards the Leaf Village, preferably bringing back at least one alive. The information regarding the infiltrators was relayed by the Leaf's intelligence network, which, to avoid suspicion, had refrained from taking immediate action and instead opted to convey the message. There were certainly numerous spies among the various ninja villages, each continually probing the others. According to this, do I have a teammate? Tang Xiao pondered as he strolled through the streets of the Leaf, task list in hand. Along the way, many male ninjas stole glances, all captivated by Tang Xiao's beauty. Upon reaching the village gates and surveying the surroundings, he found it eerily deserted. Could I be late? He mused, tucking away the mission list and releasing his sensory abilities, smiling slightly. But I believe it's utterly impossible to be late. Suddenly, Tang Xiao's figure vanished from sight, and his voice emerged from behind a female ninja who was concealed among the trees. She was clad in a Jounin jacket, her hair neatly tied back, and a fox mask adorned her face. Beneath the jacket, she wore a mesh suit with a hint of cleavage exposed. An Umbu member? Tang Xiao scratched his head, while the female ninja regarded him with an inkling of admiration. To have detected her so swiftly, he must possess considerable strength, surely at the Jounin level. Are you my partner? The female ninja's voice was ethereal and sweet, pleasing to the ear. It was Tang Xiao who produced the task list, and upon seeing it, the female ninja confirmed his identity. My name is Uchiha Qianqiue, pleased to meet you. Wait, Uchiha. Tang Xiao was taken aback, realizing that with his arrival, certain changes had occurred in the original narrative, particularly with the appearance of this woman, who had never been mentioned before. You can simply call me Chiyo, she replied. Although surprised, Tang Xiao concealed his astonishment. With so many Uchiha, the existence of one more was hardly extraordinary. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of ocular technique this Uchiha Qianqiue possessed. Follow me, I know the way. Uchiha Qianqiue arose gracefully to stand on a branch and produced a map, marking a specific location. Let us depart, she instructed. Tang Xiao nodded and followed closely behind as they swiftly left Konoha. Along the way, Tang Xiao often felt the urge to glimpse Qianqiue's true visage, but it seemed she was quite protective of it, compelling him to refrain. In the tranquil depths of the forest, a convoy approached, comprising 3 horse-drawn carriages, flanked by dozens of guards diligently safeguarding them. These must be the ones, Tang Xiao remarked with a smile. Qianqiue nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there were main roads into Konoha, albeit with certain checkpoints. This merchant group had chosen not to traverse the more direct route, instead opting for the secluded path, suggesting they harbored some clandestine motives. As the convoy drew within 10 meters of them, both tightened their grips on their kunai, ready to strike. When the convoy passed beneath the tree where they were concealed, Tang Xiao wasted no time. With his left hand, he unleashed a Rasengan, incapacitating one of the guards. The chaotic winds scattered the dust from the ground, and thick smoke billowed upward. One of the leading duo was taken down by Tang Xiao's Rasengan, while Qianqiue swiftly dispatched another with a precise throat cut. Had they been detected? The ninjas of the convoy, alerted by the commotion, assumed a defensive stance. Since their cover was blown, they decided to fully engage. Whoosh! 2 kunai flew from the smoke, effortlessly deflected by a cloud-hidden Jounin. The convoy's members quickly sought advantageous positions, silently awaiting the dispersal of the fog. As the wind stirred and the smoke cleared, 2 ninjas emerged before the crowd, their golden cloaks undeniably eye-catching. They are Konoha's ninjas. Upon spotting Tang Xiao's forehead protector, one of the cloud-hidden ninjas exclaimed, I'll weaken them. You finish them off. Without waiting for Qianqiue's response, Tang Xiao promptly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A colossal inferno erupted from his mouth, a true display of fire release, with explosive damage and crimson flames surging forth. Almost half of the cloud-hidden ninjas were consumed by the flames. Qianqiue gazed at the terrifying fire release before her, a sense of shock washing over her. The magnitude, temperature, and scale of such a fire release could only be wielded by someone of substantial power, at least that of a Kage-level ninja. Did she truly only possess the strength of a Jounin? Such doubts also began to fester in the minds of the cloud-hidden ninjas. This isn't how it's supposed to be. You only need to dispatch a few Jounin. Sending a powerful figure of the shadow level is utterly unnecessary. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, urged Tang Xiao. Qian Xuan nodded, concluding her fire technique, leaving the surrounding trees and grass reduced to mere charcoal, littered with numerous corpses. Like a specter, she commenced her harvest, her blade swiftly dispatching the ninjas, rendered unrecognizable by the flames. Yet, one Jounin and a team leader remained unvanquished, the leader's strength likely surpassed that of the Jonin. How formidable! Are the ninjas of Konoha truly monsters? Sweat beaded on the Jonin's forehead, his eyes wide with terror. They had a total of 12 Jonin in their ranks, and in such a short span, 10 had been obliterated. Their despair deepened as they beheld the woman draped in a golden cloak, whose mere fire technique had claimed countless lives. The extensive area of effect leaving several unable to even use a substitution technique. What shall we do about the team leader? The Jonin asked anxiously. In contrast, the Cloud Ninja team leader appeared relatively composed. Sparks of lightning began to flicker around him, ultimately forming a layer of lightning armor. This was a technique known to every Cloud Ninja, utilizing lightning release to stimulate their cells, enhancing their physical strength, power, and speed significantly. Since escape was no longer an option, we might as well fight with all we've got. Perhaps there remains a sliver of hope, remarked the Cloud team leader. Upon hearing this, the Jonin lowered his head, recognizing that without a desperate struggle today, death was inevitable. I understand. Lightning flickered across the Jonin's body, enveloping him entirely. Are we truly committing ourselves to this? A pity it's a tad late. Tang Xiao smiled faintly, placing his hand on Qian Shui's shoulder, enveloping her in a cloak of tailed beast energy. Tailed beast cloak? Qian Shui gazed at Tang Xiao in astonishment. Tang Xiao did not respond, but pointed at the team leader. That formidable one is mine. With that, both of them struck simultaneously. Tang Xiao unleashed a punch. Mirrored by the team leader, their fists collided, causing the ground to collapse, revealing that their physical strength was nearly equal. How is this possible? Exclaimed the team leader in disbelief. There is nothing impossible about it, Tang Xiao replied with a smile, bracing with one hand while transforming the other into a fist, sending the team leader sprawling. The team leader was forced back over 10 meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Damn, that was indeed solid, Tang Xiao muttered, shaking his hand. That punch felt as though it had struck an iron plate. Chapter 11, Cloud Hidden Dark Probe, Part 2, Seeing the team leader falter. The Jonin immediately rushed to provide support. Your opponent is me, Qian Shui interjected, blocking the Jonin's path. She then unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, forcing him back. With no hope of assistance, the Jonin resolutely engaged in battle. Thanks to Tang Xiao's tailed beast cloak, Qian Shui found the fight considerably easier, maintaining the upper hand against the Jonin. On the other side, the captain of Chunin slightly bent his body, gathering strength for a powerful punch aimed at Tang Xiao. The ninjutsu of Chunin was indeed limited, with their greatest strength typically lying in taijutsu. Bang! The sound of air fracturing echoed as a sharp pain surged through Tang Xiao's arm. The Chunin captain smiled faintly. The crackling of electricity surrounding him intensified as he maximized the stimulation to his cells. This state could be sustained for 10 minutes. With a single punch, he unleashed his most formidable blow, amplifying both power and speed severalfold. The damage inflicted was no trifling matter. As expected, Tang Xiao faced a true adversary capable of inflicting real harm for the first time. The tremendous force struck his abdomen, sending him flying, crashing violently into a tree. Cough. Damn it, that hurt. Despite being clad in a tailed beast's cloak and possessing an extraordinary physique bestowed by the system, Tang Xiao ultimately found himself at a disadvantage in this clash of strength due to his lack of taijutsu. Illusion. Kagaya. Without hesitation, Qian Shui removed her mask and cast an illusion, her three-tomo Sharingan spinning, everything before the Chunin shinobi transformed. He appeared to be enduring immense pain. Beneath Qian Shui's mask, she was indeed another stunning beauty. Tang Xiao mused, in terms of beauty, you are the most exquisite person I have ever encountered. I, Tang Xiao, would honor you as the fairest. Cough, I digress. The Chunin Jainin, already fatigued, collapsed after being ensnared in the illusion. Qian Shui swiftly utilized body flicker technique to reach Tang Xiao's side, where a trickle of blood escaped from his lips. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. Humph. The ninjas of Konoha are nothing exceptional, the captain remarked, confident that as long as he avoided the illusion, he could defeat these two women. I'm a man, Tang Xiao retorted. Initially, he had intended to defeat him as an ordinary person, but he had underestimated the opponent's strength. Wiping the blood from his lips, he rose to his feet. His head, once bowed, suddenly lifted, golden eyes dimming into a pair of crimson orbs. Kamui Sharingan. No more pretense. I will reveal my hand. I have plenty of aces up my sleeve. Kamui. A spatial vortex appeared at the Chunin captain's neck. He instinctively dodged, yet still lost an arm to the Kamui. Sharingan? MangekyŁ? Uchiha Qian Shui gazed at Tang Yao's eyes. disbelief flooding her expression. Could she also be of the Uchiha clan? Excitement mingled with confusion surged within her. Were there truly so many like me who slipped through the net that night? You wished for a close combat? Allow me to oblige. Highland bloodline. A shockwave radiated from Tang Xiao's center, prompting Qian Shui to evade in advance. This was no game, and collateral damage was real. Highland bloodline activated. Host gains an 80 speed boost, immunity to slow effects, and a 50 increase in resistance and defense. Tang Xiao launched his counterattack. And the Chunin captain failed to perceive his movements clearly. The arena was filled only with fleeting afterimages. The greater the speed, the more energy is generated. This is an immutable principle. This time, Tang Xiao transformed his right hand into a palm, gathering shimmering lightning, which erupted like 1,000 birds in a fierce assault. The piercing cries of the avian onslaught echoed, and upon glancing at the two individuals, it became evident that Tang Xiao's hand had pierced the heart of one of them. The warmth and metallic taste of blood evoked memories of surgical procedures within him. Had he truly met his demise? The lightning coursing through the body of Captain Chunin gradually dissipated, his head drooping weakly as he slowly closed his eyes. Tang Xiao withdrew his hand, blood staining his once pristine skin. I am sorry, but for the sake of the people of Konoha, you must perish, Tang Xiao murmured, turning to survey his surroundings. The charred earth and remnants of charcoal resembled a scar upon the landscape of this jungle. Closing his eyes, the crimson hue of his gaze vanished, replaced by a pair of golden irises. Are you the Uchiha clan? Inquired Uchiha Qian Shui as she approached. Yes, or perhaps not, Tang Xiao replied enigmatically. Perceiving his reluctance to engage, Qian Shui chose to refrain from further inquiry, inadvertently elevating Tang Xiao's standing in her heart. Very well, you should return for now. I have matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. Tang Xiao fabricated an excuse to dismiss Qian Shui. Moments ago, the system had issued a new report. Oh, do take care, she said, as she hoisted the unconscious Chunin Jonin, ensnared by an illusion, and departed the scene. Detected a secret base within 500 meters of the host. The map has been automatically updated. Task acquired. Explore the base, discover the builder of the base, stealthily learn any secret ninjutsu scroll within, and depart before the base's owner returns. Task reward, 2 skill proficiency upgrade coupons, which can be used to significantly enhance any skill. Limited to those provided by the system. Skill proficiency upgrade? Can I? Tang Xiao inquired tentatively. The host may use 1 coupon to elevate the transformation technique to an exceptional level. Thus, in 1 month's time, the host will be able to revert entirely to a man and can change back at will. You truly are like a worm in my belly, Tang Xiao chuckled. The host and the system share a profound understanding. They are indeed one entity, and the system is well aware of the host's intentions. Very well, Tang Xiao nodded, producing the map he had purchased for 20 points. As expected, at a bearing of 19 degrees southeast, a question mark materialized upon the map. Within a radius of 500 meters, apart from this question mark, nothing else was present. This must be the location. Tang Xiao stowed the map and left the scene. The scorched earth bore witness to the aftermath of the battle. Following the map's guidance, Tang Xiao arrived near a small wooden cabin. At the entrance, a pile of dry firewood lay stacked, alongside several animal pelts hanging out to dry, regardless of how one viewed it. This appeared to be the dwelling of a mountain hunter, yet Tang Xiao knew that there was undoubtedly something amiss with this cabin. Tang Xiao entered the wooden cabin without the slightest hesitation, sensing no formidable presence within his vicinity. Could it be that the one establishing a base in the Naruto world is that scoundrel Orochimaru? He mused aloud. Ding. The host has discovered the owner of the base, Orochimaru. Indeed it is. Tang Xiao pushed open the wooden door, and a musty odor wafted through the air. He continued deeper into the cabin, observing the antiquated table, chairs, candlesticks, a hunting rifle hanging on the wall, and taxidermy of various animals. It certainly resembled something significant. Perhaps due to years of neglect, each step he took on the wooden floor creaked ominously. After a thorough exploration, Tang Xiao concluded that this was merely an ordinary wooden cabin. There were no hidden doors on the floor, no paintings adorning the walls, nor any concealed compartments. I must have overlooked something, he thought, contemplating what he would do if he were Orochimaru. Turning to exit the cabin, he pushed aside a pile of firewood, revealing a hidden door. If I were the one building a base, I certainly wouldn't foolishly place a hidden door indoors. I would do the opposite, Tang Xiao chuckled. Lifting the wooden panel, a dim, stone tunnel stretched downward. After ensuring no one was around, he leapt into the darkness. The tunnel was not particularly wide, yet it was spacious enough for an adult to traverse comfortably. After descending for 10 minutes, Tang Xiao finally spotted a door, lacking a light source. He crafted a Rasengan to serve as a makeshift bulb. He tapped on the door with his fingers, producing a crisp sound that echoed. "This is it. Open." With determination, Tang Xiao unleashed the Rasengan upon the door. Without a key, he had no choice but to force it open. With a single strike, the door was blasted apart, revealing the interior before him. The corridor was illuminated by torches, with doors to various rooms firmly shut. This must be the secret base. I wonder where Orochimaru has hidden my scroll? Tang Xiao remarked with a grin, kicking open the first door he encountered. Chapter 12. Impure World Reincarnation. The door proved quite sturdy. Tang Xiao's kick only created a hole but did not break it open entirely. This door frame is quite robust. Could it be a product of Huaxia craftsmanship? He pondered, delivering several more kicks until the already damaged door shattered, splintering into pieces that littered the floor. Surveying the debris, one could scarcely imagine it had once been a door. Upon entering the room, he found numerous specimen jars, some filled with a pale green liquid, others containing tiny vials. Each jar was meticulously labeled. Hair from the first Hokage, a portion of skin from the second Hokage, and the yellow locks of the fourth Hokage. As Tang Xiao examined the myriad samples, he inadvertently noticed a particular jar positioned in the center. It bore a label inscribed with a single line, "Hair of the Mysterious Lady." Gazing at the shiny black strands within, Tang Xiao thought, "This old pervert wouldn't have collected my hair, would he?" He realized he had underestimated Orochimaru's obsession with collecting samples. Upon careful reflection, one might ponder when Orochimaru actually acquired his sample. My own entity has scarcely interacted with Orochimaru. No, I must gather myself. Tang Xiao retrieved the jar, extracting the strand of hair and placing it within the confines of the system's backpack. After a thorough inspection, Tang Xiao discovered that the room housed various biological samples from either the deceased or those living, including even the grotesque remnants of foot skin. It seemed there was little left. I should make my exit. Tang Xiao departed from the chamber, methodically opening several doors along the corridor, ultimately locating the room containing the scrolls. Through the aperture, the scrolls came into view. "Ah, I have finally found it. Chidori." Tang Xiao thrust his hands into the doorway, the formidable force of lightning shattering the door to pieces. The room was modest, containing 4 iron racks. Casting a glance at the titles of the scrolls, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Shadow Snake Hand, and Annihilate the Chaotic Serpent, a plethora of scrolls lay quietly. Yet Tang Xiao disregarded them, advancing deeper within to seize one scroll and begin his studies. Impure World Reincarnation, originally conceived by the second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobarama, is an advanced summoning technique from another realm. This technique necessitates a certain quantity of biological material from the deceased, utilizing a living body as the vessel for the deceased soul, subsequently summoning the spirit from the netherworld to the present, allowing the soul to inhabit the vessel while covering the living body with dust, thus transforming it to resemble the deceased in life. However, the reincarnated individual is under the control of the caster, and should the reincarnated become aware of the hand seals for the technique, they may actively dissolve the reincarnation contract and escape control. This technique, though initially flawed, has been perfected by Orochimaru into a formidable art. Chun. Tang Xiao silently committed the hand seals for the Impure World Reincarnation to memory. Ding. Host has fulfilled Condition 2. Acquiring proficiency in any ninjutsu within the base. The system's notification rang out, and Tang Xiao stowed the scroll before exiting. Am I being a tad too violent? Tang Xiao mused, yet swiftly dismissed the thought. After all, that perverse Orochimaru could collect his samples without consent. Dismantling this base seems hardly excessive. Indeed, it is quite justifiable. Tang Xiao retraced his steps with ease, reaching the exit. He carefully closed the wooden door and piled dry branches upon it once more. Task Condition 3 has been completed. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check. The familiar sound of the system echoed in his ears and within his backpack. 2 black, card-like items materialized, skill proficiency enhancement vouchers as rewards from the system. Within the subterranean base, the specimen room appeared to have been thoroughly ransacked. Jars lay toppled, fragments scattered, and most samples had been pilfered. Yet, those specimens now rested quietly within Tang Xiao's system backpack, including the strand of hair he had collected. Upon opening the backpack, he found it brimming with numerous compartments filled to capacity. The skin of the first Hokage, the hair of the second Hokage, and the hair of the third Hokage. Tang Xiao casually counted these items as he returned to Konoha. They were indeed quite valuable, should the need arise in the future. He could summon the previous Hokages back to the realm of the living using techniques such as Edo Tensei. Upon arriving at the gates of Konoha, he looked up to find that evening had already descended. As he entered the village, Tang Xiao felt the weight of a gaze upon him. Turning around, he was met by Uchiha Qianxue. Qianxue? What brings you here? Tang Xiao inquired, noticing that she was not wearing her mask, allowing her exquisite features to shine through. I have something I wish to ask you. May I come to your home? Qianxue replied. To my home? Tang Xiao glanced at Qianxue, then at his own hair. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Follow me. He instinctively assumed that her visit was to discuss matters of romance, but then it struck him that he was, in fact, a female. As Uchiha Qianxue accompanied him, their contrasting appearances became apparent. While Tang Xiao donned a golden cloak paired with a short skirt, Qianxue's attire was more modest, consisting of traditional ninja garb and a neatly tied ponytail. The difference created a unique aesthetic appeal. Tang Xiao's residence lay on the outskirts of Konoha, and their path led them past numerous shops, which filled him with delight. In his previous life, he had not only been an exceptional physician but also a devoted food enthusiast. His renowned medical skills had earned him accolades from the state, ensuring he was not lacking in wealth. While he may not have possessed luxury cars, he certainly had access to fine dining. For others, romance might be found in sports cars, but for him, it was a table laden with delectable dishes. The joy of a foodie was, indeed, that simple. I have a question for you, Qianxue began. What is the story behind your eyes? Are you truly a member of the Uchiha clan? As they arrived by a serene lakeside, the moonlight danced upon the water, casting a beautiful glow. Homes began to illuminate, and Tang Xiao walked with a substantial bag of food in hand. Well, I cannot explain it fully. I myself am unsure of how I came to possess these eyes. Tang Xiao replied, firmly deciding to keep the secret of the system to himself. If I don't disclose it, there is no way for her to guess that I harbor such a secret. You may indeed be of the Uchiha clan, but perhaps for some reason, you were abandoned long ago, Qianxue speculated. Perhaps, but it doesn't really matter. We've arrived. Tang Xiao, clutching the hefty bag of food, retrieved a key from his system space and opened the door. The dwelling was a two-story house, fully equipped with electricity, a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, and all the essentials. Quite a luxurious little apartment, complete with a small yard. Come in, Tang Xiao invited as he gestured for Qianxue to enter. After placing the purchased food in the refrigerator and washing his hands, he joined her in the living room. Seated on a cushion, Uchiha Qianxue awaited him. You must have more on your mind than just this matter. Go ahead and share everything at once. Tang Xiao smiled, settling down across from her. I am also curious if you could reveal your true strength, Qianxue inquired. Tang Xiao pondered carefully. In the original narrative, half of a nine-tailed fox could contend with five-tailed beasts. With my complete chakra of the nine tails, although my ninjutsu is limited and I cannot fully unleash my true power, I am at least of the level of a shadow. You guessed correctly. I am indeed not a Chunin, but rather a shadow-level ninja, Tang Xiao remarked casually, picking up an apple from the table and taking a bite. Indeed. That fire release technique is not something an ordinary person could conjure, Qianxue exclaimed with excitement. By the way, it's rather late. Why don't you stay here for the night? Tang Xiao suggested, acknowledging the late hour. All right, Qianxue nodded, glancing outside at the night sky. You can use this room, Tang Xiao said, opening the door to a bedroom. Qianxue nodded and stepped inside. Tang Xiao returned to his own room, hung up his coat, and entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed, lasting for over 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, Tang Xiao emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, his face unusually flushed. Wow, I never realized before just how alluring I am, Tang Xiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by his own striking appearance. It was undeniable. Being handsome had transformed into beauty. Chapter 13. Creating Unique Techniques. Formation of the Yin team. After calming his thoughts, Tang Xiao returned to his room. System. Use the skill proficiency voucher on transformation jutsu. He instructed. Ding. Proficiency in transformation jutsu has increased. Current level, mastery. Finally, I can revert back to being a man, Tang Xiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Why is the host so insistent on reverting to male? According to system findings, the host has been male in the past 6 lifetimes, having finally become female. Do you not find it outdated to revert once more? Huh? 6 lifetimes. Tang Xiao responded in astonishment. Indeed. The system strongly advises the host to refrain from changing gender again. Would it not be enriching to experience a life different from the previous 6? I will consider it. Before that, I need to overcome my own feelings, Tang Xiao replied. Truth be told, after the system's persuasion, he began to entertain such an idea, yet to fully embrace his femininity would require a month, since he had been male for 6 lifetimes. What harm was there in being a woman this time? Tang Xiao ceased his contemplations and turned his attention to his foundational information. Host, Tang Xiao, the true form is the Nine Tails, Chakra, multi-attribute golden chakra skills, Tailed Beast Ball, Tailed Beast Cloak, Spiraling Sphere, Chidori, Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Water Release, Water Surge Wave, 82 Needles of the Mysterious Gate, Kamui Dimension, Time-Space Vortex, Susanoo, First Level, 3 Bodies Technique. Plateau Bloodline. Upon release, a shockwave occurs, and for the following minute, the user's speed increases by 80, becoming immune to any effects that slow their speed. And their resistance increases by 50. Summon Beast, Little Azure Dragon. Aside from transformation techniques, the skills granted by the system are limited to Purification and the Plateau Bloodline, both of which can be mastered far more swiftly than the transformation technique. However, upon reflection, it seems that none of the ninjutsu I have mastered are particularly formidable. I shall attempt to conjure the spiraling shuriken tomorrow, Tang Xiao mused, feeling as though he had abundant chakra, yet could only achieve mediocrity. He turned on his side in bed and closed his eyes. He slept soundly until around 6 o'clock. I'm leaving now, Qin Shui said to Tang Xiao, who was engaged in his morning routine. All right, do visit often, Tang Xiao replied. Qin Shui nodded and closed the door. Once he finished his morning preparations, Tang Xiao ventured into the kitchen, retrieving the vegetables and noodles he had purchased the previous day. The sound of boiling water mingled with the rhythmic chopping of ingredients, as the sun gradually unveiled its radiant presence. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. So fragrant, truly deserving of my culinary skills. Heh, Tang Xiao exclaimed, eagerly tasting the broth. The addition of seafood during the cooking process rendered the soup exceptionally delicious, while the noodles were perfectly cooked. After satisfying his hunger, Tang Xiao tidied up the dishes, taking only a brief moment since he was alone. Opening his wardrobe, he suddenly realized that he needed to buy some new clothes. Dressed in a short skirt, shirt, and golden cloak, Tang Xiao set forth, with the training ground as his destination. At 7 in the morning, the training ground was devoid of any other presence. Tang Xiao extended his hand and commenced his practice. First, he concentrated to form a spiraling sphere, then enveloped it with wind release using a clone. This process, though seemingly straightforward, was fraught with difficulty. The execution of the wind release spiraling shuriken would inflict significant damage to the user's arm's meridians, with the side effects being quite pronounced. It was precisely due to such formidable repercussions that Tsunade had classified it as a forbidden technique in the original narrative. Nonetheless, the technique's advantage lay in its overwhelming offensive power, capable of incapacitating 3 hearts worth of chakra in a single strike. To claim it was weak would be a jest. This was a truly lethal level ninjutsu, yet fortunately, given Tang Xiao's current physical condition, he was still capable of utilizing it. The buzzing sound of air being sliced grew increasingly pronounced, and even Tang Xiao could feel a slight sting coursing through his meridians. The wind-release spiral shuriken gradually took shape, and during this process, Tang Xiao silently began to sense the transformation of the shuriken. Success. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Tang Xiao declared. At this moment, in his right hand, a wind-release spiral shuriken had been completed. However, as he was still within the village, Tang Xiao refrained from directly testing its power. Instead, he grasped it with one hand, retracting some of its energy while diminishing a portion of its force. With a whoosh, the wind-release spiral shuriken vanished, transforming into a swirling gust of air that tousled Tang Xiao's hair. Next, let us give this a try, he thought as he extended his right hand, forming a golden spiral sphere, with his left hand resting upon it. The surface of the golden sphere began to flicker with arcs of lightning. Ultimately, rings of lightning surged from the sphere, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. I shall name it Thunderstorm Spiral Sphere. Tang Xiao chuckled, not anticipating that the fusion of lightning release and the spiral sphere would be relatively straightforward. This time, he did not allow it to dissipate, but rather hurled it toward a nearby tree. The tree, over 2 meters wide, was indeed massive. The thunderstorm spiral sphere struck the tree with tremendous force, creating a gaping crater, while the electrical energy charred a significant portion of the trunk. Thus, the great tree succumbed and toppled. The properties of lightning are both penetrating and paralyzing. If it struck a person, they would likely be unable to perform the body replacement technique. It is worth noting that the rings of lightning arrived before the spiral sphere itself. Tang Xiao spent the entire morning refining the thunderstorm spiral sphere. By noon, he received a message from the third Hokage. The messenger was a member of the Umbu. Although his face was obscured, he emanated a friendly aura. Lady Jiao, the third Hokage wishes to see you in his office, the Umbu stated. Just as Tang Xiao was preparing to head home for lunch, he turned and made his way to the Hokage's office. I shall go. Tell the third to wait, Tang Xiao replied. The Umbu said nothing further, confirming Tang Xiao's departure before leaving the scene. At the Hokage's office, a knock resonated, and the third Hokage looked up to see his visitor. Third Hokage, do you require my presence? Tang Xiao addressed him without honorifics, opting for an equal form of address, for his own strength surpassed that of the third. The third chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the informality, yet his expression turned grave as he spoke. Indeed, I wish to establish a special task force within Konoha, with you as its captain, primarily to handle various missions. The third took a puff from his pipe and continued, with the legendary three ninjas no longer present. I have a premonition that significant events are on the horizon. Thus, I require new elite combat power. The third's intention was clear in the original narrative. During the battle between Sarutobi and his disciple Orochimaru, the Umbu were idly chatting while the Jonin engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Frankly, Tang Xiao believed that had anyone intervened to assist the third at that critical moment, he would not have had to sacrifice his life merely to seal away one of Orochimaru's arms. Revered as the professor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage ultimately met his demise at the hands of a comrade whose performance was tragically misguided. This incident serves as a poignant reminder of the preciousness of life and the importance of steering clear of actors. I have no objections. But since you've raised the matter, I certainly have no qualms, Tang Xiao remarked with a smile. However, it is hardly feasible for me to be the sole member of our squad. Rest assured, you will have 2 primary teammates and 2 reserves, the third Hokage replied, seemingly having anticipated this arrangement. 9. We meet again, Qian Shui greeted as she entered, followed by a mysterious figure from the Umbu, his face obscured by a fox mask. Who is this? Tang Xiao inquired, gesturing toward the masked individual. I am Hyuga Kai. Pleased to meet you, Captain, Kai responded. Tang Xiao nodded, recognizing him as a member of the Hyuga clan, known for their combat prowess. The other 2 reserve members are MangekyŁ and Kakashi Hitaki, the third Hokage added. Is there anything else? Tang Xiao asked. Not at the moment. I will inform you of any missions as they arise, the third Hokage replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. Understood. Furthermore, let us name our squad Team Flame, Tang Xiao proposed. It aptly encapsulates their shared heritage as ninjas of Konoha, inheritors of the will of fire, with the character Flame resonating deeply. Indeed, that sounds splendid. We shall call ourselves Team Flame, the third Hokage concurred. Very well, as the captain, I hereby issue our first command. Gather at Training Ground 3 tomorrow morning. I must assess your true capabilities, Tang Xiao declared. Yes. Both Qian Shui and Kai responded in unison, and Tang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. If there is nothing else, you may return to your respective tasks. I shall now take my leave for lunch, he stated. With no objections raised, Tang Xiao turned and departed the Hokage's office. Chapter 14. Encountering Orochimaru again. Susanoo, really? Could we not postpone this discussion until tomorrow? My lunch is being compromised. Tang Xiao lamented as he exited the Hokage's administrative building, shaking his head in exasperation. Humans are like iron. Meals are akin to steel. One cannot go without sustenance, he muttered, only to halt abruptly, turning his gaze toward the large tree by the lake. Surely, that pervert hasn't he given up? Tang Xiao mused, his heightened perception far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Unless one possessed the strength of an exceptional ninja like Madara, evasion from his awareness was impossible. With such formidable sensory abilities, Tang Xiao was acutely aware of the presence concealed behind the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward it. Raging thunder spiral. In his right hand, a golden sphere of chakra crackled with blue lightning, hurtling toward the large tree in the clearing by the lake. Recalling his previous confrontation with Orochimaru, he had inquired whether the latter's little experiments had gone unnoticed by his mentor. This statement was laden with implication, suggesting his awareness of Orochimaru's clandestine endeavors and the fact that they had indeed caught the attention of his teacher. Such strategic maneuvering effectively heightened his enigmatic stature in Orochimaru's eyes, instilling a deeper sense of caution within him. Who would have thought that the old pervert not only felt no fear, but secretly collected samples of his own hair, lurking behind a tree to spy? I have never encountered such a despicable individual. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiao unleashed a thunderous spiral sphere, intent on bringing this old pervert to his knees. The lightning shattered the trees, and Orochimaru, taken aback, swiftly employed a substitution technique. The spiral sphere obliterated the wood, piercing through the substitute wooden stake hidden behind the tree. Had Orochimaru been even a moment slower, he would have been struck, the lightning incapacitating his muscles, rendering him unable to evade or utilize ninjutsu. Miss 9, you remain as tempestuous as ever, Orochimaru remarked coldly. Humph, you old pervert, just wait. Tang Xiao dismissed Orochimaru's words, activating her plateau lineage. A wave of energy radiated from her, centered around her being. Plateau lineage activated, speed increased by 80, immune to all deceleration, resistance enhanced by 50. Take this. Tang Xiao's speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, yet Orochimaru remained unfazed, forming seals at a measured pace. Serpent of Evil, writhe. Orochimaru's right hand struck the ground, summoning a colossal serpent that lunged directly at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao's fist collided with the serpent's head, unleashing a series of shockwaves. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the massive creature before her. This serpent was at least 3 meters wide, stretching several dozen meters in length. Remarkable, Miss 9. Your strength is indeed formidable, Orochimaru acknowledged coldly. Seizing the opportunity while the giant serpent wrestled with Tang Xiao, he executed the evil serpent arm explosion. A massive serpent with a gaping maw lunged at Tang Xiao from beneath her feet. Tang Xiao activated her phasing ability, allowing the serpent to pass harmlessly through her without inflicting any damage. Another ocular technique? A spatial one, no less, Orochimaru observed. However, your phasing must have a time limit. Does it not? Serpent array of 10,000. Orochimaru opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of serpents that surged forth, overwhelming Tang Xiao. At this moment, despite her phasing ability, she knew she had a maximum of 5 minutes. Without taking action, defeat was inevitable. I thought I would reserve this technique for later, Tang Xiao replied with a smile. Well done, Orochimaru. Suddenly, golden flames ignited around Tang Xiao, growing ever larger. Amidst the flames, a colossal skeletal figure emerged, followed by flesh. The eyes of Susanoo glimmered with a white light, coldly fixated on Orochimaru. If Tang Xiao were to continue adorning herself with outer garments and armor, the consumption of her ocular power would significantly increase. Against Orochimaru, this level of power sufficed. There was no need to overexert herself. The golden half-giant stood amid the serpents, its formidable defense safeguarding Tang Xiao fiercely. The initial giant serpent was sent flying by a single punch from the half-giant, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. This imposing figure embodied the true power of the Sharingan. Certainly, also humorously referred to as the Susanoo of Tang Xiao, 2 blades are sheathed at his waist. Imbued with the extraordinary ability to sever space itself, rendering defenses futile. Furthermore, Tang Xiao senses the presence of another weapon, albeit temporary, which he chooses not to wield at this moment. As Susanoo unsheathes the long sword and cleaves towards the serpentine horde, a mere sweep of his blade bisects numerous serpents. Truly, this is the might of Susanoo, the genuine power of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru observes with a glimmer of delight in his eyes, remarking that this encounter will suffice for now, but vows to utterly defeat Tang Xiao next time. Moreover, he expresses a sinister admiration for Tang Xiao's physique, sending a shiver down his spine. As the serpents dissipate, Tang Xiao dispels Susanoo, raising his hands to form a wind-attribute spiraling shuriken, the air vibrating with a thunderous explosion. Die, he declares, showing no leniency towards Orochimaru. As Orochimaru retrieves a scroll, a loud bang reverberates as smoke envelopes the area. When Tang Xiao steps into the mist, he finds nothing remains. That old pervert, I shall not let him escape, Tang Xiao growls, watching as the shuriken in his grasp gradually fades away. To be truthful, Orochimaru is indeed fleet-footed. The last encounter was a moment of opportunity for Tang Xiao, who managed to strike him down in a single blow. However, this time, Orochimaru's resurrection ability thwarted any chance of a swift victory, allowing him to regain control. It appears that the disparity in power among ninjas is not as vast as it seems. It ultimately depends on whose reflexes are sharper. Contemplating the devastation by the lakeside, Tang Xiao ponders deeply. Is this the kaleidoscope? Lord Danzo would surely appreciate it. Unbeknownst to him, a member of the Root organization has stealthily approached from behind, having arrived during the initial skirmish. To him, Tang Xiao, seemingly dazed after his battle with Orochimaru, must be exhausted of chakra. If his chakra is indeed depleted, then he might seize the opportunity to take Tang Xiao's eyes and present them to Lord Danzo, believing this is the only path to preserving true peace in Konoha. Just as the ninja prepares to strike from behind, Tang Xiao suddenly pivots, his body spinning as his elbow crashes into the assailant's temple. The tremendous force sends the ninja sprawling to the ground, unconscious, like a lifeless stick. There are always nuisances attempting to obstruct my contemplation of life's paramount matters. What should I have for lunch? He muses. Perhaps some meat for hot pot would suffice. With that, Tang Xiao nonchalantly ignores the fallen ninja and departs the scene. By evening, the ninja returns to report the incident to Danzo. Danzo, gazing at the photograph of the woman with black hair and golden eyes, clad in a golden robe adorned with a majestic symbol, muses, the Uchiha clan still harbors a survivor. A space-type ocular ability, I shall surely obtain it. His smile grows increasingly ominous. The original purpose of the Root organization was to uphold the true peace of Konoha. However, due to Danzo's ever-expanding influence, it has transformed into a mere tool for him to seize power. If one were to identify Konoha's greatest adversary, it would indeed be Danzo himself. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan is directly linked to him, leading to the disappearance of Konoha's foremost family and a significant decline in its strength. Had it not been for Danzo's interference, who would dare to challenge Konoha directly? Many external threats depicted in the original narrative are intrinsically related to Danzo. Had the Uchiha clan not been eradicated, Shursui and Itachi would have been more than capable of resisting pain. We need not even mention defeating pain. At the very least, they would not have been in such dire straits awaiting Naruto's intervention. Furthermore, all of Danzo's machinations are ultimately driven by a mere desire for the title of Hokage. At this moment, Tang Xiao was strolling through the streets of Konoha, diligently searching for a clothing store. After all, even a man cannot wear the same outfit for several consecutive days. He wished to purchase several new garments. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a shop that offered custom clothing. Lacking much knowledge about women's attire, he left the design entirely to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, with genuine sincerity, took his measurements and couldn't help but display a look of admiration and envy, akin to a doting aunt's smile. Initially, she considered introducing her son to Tang Xiao, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, how could a man like him comprehend her intentions? The aura of lethal intent surrounding Tang Xiao dissuaded her from pursuing that idea. Come back in 3 days, she instructed. Understood, Tang Xiao replied with a stoic nod as he left the shop. At that moment, a bespectacled young man emerged from behind the door, captivated by Tang Xiao's profile illuminated under the light. It took him nearly half an hour to regain his composure after Tang Xiao had departed. Upon returning home, Tang Xiao had a simple dinner, washed up, and then retired for the night. For the following morning promised a plethora of tasks. With time passing, Kakashi and Naruto were soon expected to return from their mission. And with Naruto's arrival, the original storyline would begin to unfold. Naruto's return heralded the progression of events, and even if the outcomes diverged from the original tale, several significant incidents would still transpire, such as Gaara's rampage during the Chunin exams and Orochimaru's schemes to eliminate the third Hokage. Tang Xiao speculated that none of these events would be absent. Under the tranquil moonlight, he set aside his thoughts and closed his eyes. At the break of dawn, Tang Xiao rose promptly, proceeded with his morning routine, and after breakfast, made his way to the third training ground, where he had instructed the assembly the previous day. Upon arriving, he found Qian Shui and Jiu Yi already present, patiently awaiting him in the training field. Good morning. He greeted them habitually upon seeing the two. The two individuals responded in unison, and Tang Xiao nodded, glancing at the sun, preparing to engage in some warm-up exercises. It was still early, so a bit of stretching was in order. You two, attack me using only your physical techniques. No chakra or ninjutsu allowed. Tang Xiao chuckled. Qian Shui and Jiu Yi nodded in agreement, and upon seeing this, Tang Xiao casually tossed a shuriken into the air. The shuriken spun gracefully before descending slowly. The three of them silently readied themselves. There was no need for a signal, as the shuriken's landing would mark the beginning. The trio moved almost simultaneously, with Tang Xiao being the first to target Jiu Yi. In terms of physical techniques, Jiu Yi was undoubtedly the strongest among them. The adage "capture the ringleader first" proved to be quite applicable in this situation. Tang Xiao struck with lightning speed, Yet the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan was not to be underestimated. They were inherently less adept at ninjutsu, making physical combat their true arena. Each of Tang Xiao's blows surprised Jiu Yi, whose astonishment grew with each powerful hit, particularly as Tang Xiao seemed to be targeting his vital points with precision. Indeed, Jiu Yi's conjecture was accurate. In his previous life, Tang Xiao had meticulously studied the 82 needles of Chunin, which detailed the human body's acupuncture points. He knew them by heart and could deduce the precise location of each point based on an individual's skeletal structure, age, and other factors. Thus, when a person stood before him, Tang Xiao's mind would automatically sketch a map of their acupuncture point distribution. "Be careful," Tang Xiao exclaimed with a grin as he suddenly bent at the waist, catching Qian Shui off guard with his unexpected movement. This maneuver led to her failed ambush. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xiao executed a sweeping kick, but Qian Shui reacted swiftly, leaping backward. Tang Xiao spun around, pushing Qian Shui back while simultaneously launching his assault on Jiu Yi. His speed increased exponentially, alternating between punches, palms, and fingers, each combination posing a risk of being struck if one was not cautious. With his extensive battle experience and specialization in physical techniques, Jiu Yi managed to avoid being defeated by Tang Xiao within such a short span. Several times, Tang Xiao's strikes nearly landed on Jiu Yi's weaknesses, prompting Jiu Yi to realize that each evasion was a gamble. A misstep could lead to immediate defeat. Suddenly, Jiu Yi felt an unusual sensation. His blood seemed to boil, and his limbs grew increasingly agile as he gradually entered fighting state. Compared to Tang Xiao, who found his rhythm within mere seconds, Jiu Yi was somewhat slower to adapt. It was akin to a video game. Tang Xiao could achieve the desired feel from the very first round, while Jiu Yi required several attempts to settle into his groove. The state of being was indeed crucial for an individual. "Now that's more like it," Tang Xiao laughed, sensing that Jiu Yi was progressively finding his footing. Qian Shui launched a second round of attacks, but it was as if Tang Xiao had eyes on the back of his head, consistently thwarting her advances. Even while facing two opponents, Tang Xiao remained unfazed, not breaking a sweat. "Qian Shui, you ought to practice your physical techniques more diligently," Tang Xiao remarked, delivering a powerful kick that sent Qian Shui flying. Although she managed to brace herself, she was still propelled over 10 meters away. She refrained from advancing any further, recognizing that in a true battlefield, she would have already been defeated. Pressing on would be inappropriate. With Qian Shui no longer a distraction, Tang Xiao's offensive grew increasingly fierce, ultimately overwhelming Jut. The impact was resounding. In contrast to Qian Shui's earlier flight, Jut's fate was far more dire. Tang Xiao had seized the opportunity to unleash her full strength. A white figure was sent hurtling backward, leaving two deep grooves in the ground. In an instant, the training ground was shrouded in thick smoke, and at the end of the grooves, Jut's masked face revealed no discernible reaction, his feet firmly planted within the impressions, testament to Tang Xiao's astonishing power. "Ah, my apologies, I couldn't control my strength," Tang Xiao said with an awkward smile, feeling that it was somewhat inappropriate to exert herself so fully against comrades who relied on one another. "No need to apologize, Captain. It is I who should feel ashamed for my lack of skill," Jui replied earnestly, his tone imbued with the charm of a young gentleman. Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of ease when conversing with someone so perceptive. "Well then, if we are done warming up, let's officially commence our training. However, before we begin, I believe it would be prudent for us to introduce ourselves in greater detail," Tang Xiao proposed. "I am Uchiha Qian Shui, proficient in fire release and illusions, and I specialize as an intelligence and control type ninja." Qian Shui introduced herself first. "I am Hinata Jui, elder brother of Hinata Hanabi, adept in gentle fist, and I serve as a combat and intelligence type ninja," Jui stated. "To think you are Hanabi's brother. It seems she now has two protectors," Tang Xiao mused, clearing her throat to introduce herself. "I am simply known as Jio. You may call me Captain Jio or address me by my name. I possess a diverse array of ninjutsu, including wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, and I have some expertise in physical techniques, making me a multifaceted ninja. All elemental chakra? Truly befitting of a captain." Such thoughts blossomed in the minds of Qian Shui and Jui. Now, I shall refrain from further digression. The primary aim of this gathering is to foster mutual acquaintance. Next, I wish to impart some knowledge to you, Tang Xiao declared, retrieving several silver needles from behind her. "Pay close attention to what I am about to say," she instructed. Qian Shui and Jui listened intently, their expressions grave. There are 409 acupoints in the human body, of which 108 are commonly utilized. These acupoints are distributed throughout your physique. The gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan is based on the principle of stimulating these acupoints, Tang Xiao elaborated. Qianxue and Jui remained focused, absorbing her words. In fact, acupoints can not only obstruct another's chakra but can also be used to heal and cure ailments. Tang Xiao's subsequent statement astonished Jude, for someone of the Hyuga clan. Her words sounded as if she were claiming that martial arts could save lives. Incredulous and unable to believe it, Jui, having witnessed Tang Xiao's strength firsthand, chose not to voice any dissent. If a ninja experiences swelling pain in his right forearm, he may alleviate it by stimulating the area 3 inches above the elbow. Tang Xiao suddenly grasped Jiu Ye's hand, leaving him momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. To suggest that he felt no attraction towards Tang Xiao would not be entirely accurate. Being a normal man, he too would find himself moved by beauty. Yet he buried his emotions deeply, making them difficult for others to perceive. When Tang Xiao exerted pressure, Jiu Ye's arm suddenly throbbed with pain, akin to hot water being poured inside, rendering his arm both feverish and heavy. Now, based on my instructions, give it a try, Tang Xiao said. Jiu Ye complied, inserting the silver needle into the designated spot according to Tang Xiao's guidance. The painful and heated sensation receded like a receding tide as if a dam had opened to release water, leaving Jiu Ye in astonishment. He had not anticipated that stimulating acupoints could indeed heal ailments. Captain Jiu, what just happened? He exclaimed excitedly, though his face was obscured. Tang Xiao knew he must be wearing an expression of complete astonishment. Tang Xiao spent the morning teaching the 2 basic acupressure points for stopping bleeding from injuries, as well as remedies for common ailments such as headaches and colds, enabling them to treat themselves effectively. As Tang Xiao remarked, if they couldn't manage even a simple headache, it would reflect poorly on the esteemed Konoha's first task force. Chapter 16. The return of Team 7. Jiu Ye and his companion were thoroughly convinced of Tang Xiao's capabilities, especially Jiu Ye, whose speech had noticeably softened. In his heart, he had come to fully trust this captain. All right, let us call it a day. Dismissed, Tang Xiao announced before leaving the training ground. Checking the time, he realized Team 7, including Kakashi, should be returning soon, and as Naruto as designated mentor, it was only fitting for him to greet them. At the gates of Konoha, Tang Xiao waited patiently as the silhouettes of 4 figures gradually emerged on the distant horizon: Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Master. Naruto instantly recognized Tang Xiao waiting at the entrance, his impulsive nature leading him to rush forward. Tang Xiao shook his head and sidestepped, causing Naruto to tumble face first into the ground. It was at this moment that Naruto grasped Tang Xiao's intent. His 9th master was a woman, not like Kakashi-sensei, and thus, he could not behave so casually. Rising awkwardly, Naruto bowed deeply to Tang Xiao. 9th master, I'm back, he declared. I thought you might have forgotten again. Be more mindful next time, Tang Xiao replied, and Naruto nodded vigorously at his mentor's fierce demeanor. Hello, Miss Jiu, Kakashi greeted. Kakashi? By the way, did anything noteworthy occur after I left? Tang Xiao inquired. Nothing too significant, though Naruto and Sasuke have made tremendous progress. Their strength is already approaching that of a Jonin. Kakashi replied with a smile, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Tang Xiao. It is nothing. This is simply my duty. If there are no further matters, I shall take Naruto with me, Tang Xiao stated. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Naruto, you may go. Kakashi nodded towards Naruto. Sasuke observed Naruto with a hint of envy, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. It was evident to Sasuke that Naruto's master was far superior to Kakashi, and he pondered whether he could ever surpass Naruto after he had taken her as his mentor. Despite Sasuke's almost obsessive pursuit of strength, he would not humble himself to seek out Tang Xiao as a disciple. He desired for Tang Xiao to recognize his talent and invite him to become her apprentice, rather than lowering himself to beg for her guidance. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. Taking Naruto's small hand, Tang Xiao led him back home. Master, is this your home? It is huge. Naruto marveled at everything inside. You should rest for a moment. I will prepare something for you to eat. Tang Xiao smiled, and Naruto gazed at her, not just as his master, but with a sense of warmth swelling within his heart. No one had ever shown him such care throughout his life. For Naruto, who had no family, Tang Xiao was his kin at that moment. Why are you crying? This is for you. Please eat, Tang Xiao said as she emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, noticing a glimmer of tears in the corners of Naruto's eyes, which left her slightly astonished. Ah, it is nothing. Thank you, Master, Naruto replied, wiping away his tears and revealing a smile. The warmth of the noodles provided not just sustenance, but also a sense of familial affection. As the saying goes, a teacher is like a father, and Tang Xiao was embodying that role perfectly. Naruto devoured the noodles eagerly. Tang Xiao's culinary skills rivaled those of Ichiraku ramen, and he consumed 2 bowls in one sitting. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto felt rejuvenated. Tang Xiao was now ready to proceed with her next plan. During the Chunin exams, the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara would make an appearance. Tang Xiao needed to keep a constant watch on the movements of all tailed beasts, starting with Gaara. With her Kamui ability, she could mark Gaara with a dynamic seal, allowing her to locate the one-tailed Jinchuriki at will. Until she discovered a method to separate the tailed beasts, she had no intention of killing any Jinchuriki for their power. Her heart was not so hardened as to take lives in her pursuit of strength. Naruto, follow me, Tang Xiao instructed. Oh, coming, Naruto replied, putting away his bowl and following Tang Xiao as she led him to the lakeside, where she came to a halt. Master, is there something you need? Naruto inquired. Naruto, during the Chunin exams, I need you to conserve your strength. You must not surpass the Chunin level, Tang Xiao declared with seriousness. I understand that I must not exceed Chunin. Naruto thought this was a test from his master, unaware that it was meant to prevent significant deviations in the unfolding events. The butterfly effect could be perilous and should not be trifled with. There is one more thing. Starting tomorrow, you shall reside in my home. Find yourself an empty room, Tang Xiao instructed. Eh? Naruto was momentarily stunned. But quickly his confusion transformed into a look of delight. Yes, master, he responded eagerly. All right. I must take a brief trip outside of Konoha now. You should pack your belongings. Here, take this money. Buy yourself something delicious tonight. I shall take my leave. Tang Xiao gently ruffled Naruto's hair, producing an equivalent of 500 yuan, which he pressed into Naruto's hand. Master, this is too much, Naruto protested, lifting his gaze to behold the beautiful lake. Not merely his master. Naruto beamed, tightly clutching the money, and then joyfully shouted. Tang Xiao, witnessing this scene from a distance, couldn't he help but reflect, indeed. There are no truly sensible children, they merely learn to endure. With that, Tang Xiao departed from Konoha, unnoticed by the village's Umbu and Root. His perceptive abilities were simply too formidable. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Tang Xiao halted, surveying his surroundings, which were utterly devoid of life. Summoning technique. He performed a series of hand seals, and a network of sigils emerged upon the ground, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, summoning the little azure dragon. Standing atop the dragon's back, Tang Xiao unfurled a map, indicating a location deep within the dense forests of the Land of Fire. Let us proceed here, he directed. The little azure dragon let out a cry and soared into the sky, ascending into the clouds. Tang Xiao recalled that he had yet to utilize the base construction card in his backpack. It would be prudent to establish a base of his own for future endeavors. Though Konoha was powerful, it did not belong to him. After 4 hours of flight, despite the dragon's considerable speed, the time taken revealed the area's concealment. The azure dragon circled above, then gently descended. Tang Xiao retrieved the base construction card, facing the forest before him. A pale blue projection materialized, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Looking downward, he realized that the base occupied not only a vast expanse above ground, but also extensive subterranean space. System, with such a large base, won't it be discovered? Tang Xiao inquired. Generally, it will not. The outer walls of the base will have a transmission shield. Only those whom the host permits may enter. Otherwise, they will be transported to the opposite side upon contact with the shield, the system responded. Very well, let us establish it here, Tang Xiao decided. The card in his hand vanished, transforming into a stream of light as the base began to take shape, with all obstructing trees and rocks being eradicated by the system. Beginning with the outer walls, the base gradually materialized before Tang Xiao, reminiscent of construction methods in Red Alert, encompassing an area of 10 square kilometers. This was no trifling matter. Even the system required a considerable amount of time. From inception to completion, the construction spanned a total of 4 hours. The crimson clouds adorned the sky as the setting sun cast its golden glow, marking the completion of the base. Chapter 17. Establishing the base. Prelude to the Chunin exams. Wow. Gazing at the newly constructed base, Tang Xiao could only encapsulate his astonishment in a single phrase, utterly breathtaking. The entire base, with its color scheme and design, exuded a profound industrial aesthetic. How to articulate this? Within these grounds, one might feel an irresistible urge to savor a bottle of vodka and bello huzzah. For the mecha canon, truly, this is the romance of men. Though Tang Xiao himself does not quite fit that description. The host possesses absolute control over the entire base, able to manipulate the automated turrets and cannons within at will. The 20 elite Chunin, currently dispersed among various ninja villages, can be queried for their information at any time. Ah, I understand. Where is the main control room? Transmitting, target, main control room. Surrounded by a blue beam of light, a flash enveloped Tang Xiao, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a spacious room. The chamber was vast and well lit, with the most striking feature being the imposing control console. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the absence of intricate buttons. Only a large screen dominated the space. As Tang Xiao approached, the screen activated, revealing an aerial view of the base along with the functions of its various sections. In addition to the agricultural and residential zones, there existed a technology research area and an energy sector. These were the most prominent regions. The rest were less conspicuous. So Tang Xiao refrained from a detailed examination for the moment. The map updated with new coordinates, displaying a green castle-like marker. This denoted the location of Tang Xiao's base. However, for now, the base held little significant utility. It could serve as a foundation for establishing his own faction in the future. Exiting the control room, Tang Xiao traversed the eerily silent base, an unsettling quiet enveloping the air. Qinglong, he called out as he stepped outside, and from the distant horizon, the little azure dragon responded. With a leap, he mounted the creature's back, and together they soared into the night sky, returning to Konoha. The tranquil forest beneath them shrouded from sight by the base's protective measures. After a lengthy 4-hour flight, they arrived in Konoha just past midnight. Tang Xiao dismounted and affectionately patted the little dragon's head. It obediently settled down. Forming a hand sign, the dragon soon vanished in a puff of smoke. He opened the door to his home, neglecting the call of hunger, and after a challenging shower, he collapsed into bed. For reasons unknown, he noticed bloodstains in the bathroom drain. Perhaps someone had sustained an injury. Early the next morning, Tang Xiao set out from his home, his destination the tailor's shop. As 3 days had passed, and today was the day to collect his garments. As Tang Xiao stepped through the door, the bespectacled young man immediately rose to his feet, only to wilt under the icy glare of Tang Xiao. "Madam, where are my clothes?" Tang Xiao inquired. The proprietress, upon recognizing the visitor, beamed as she presented a collection of garments. These outfits were all coordinated, yet Tang Xiao scarcely glanced at them. Instead, he unfurled a scroll, placing the clothes atop it and feigning the execution of a ninjutsu. The garments vanished from the scroll, leaving the two to believe Tang Xiao had performed some arcane technique. Within Tang Xiao's system space, notifications flooded in. Acquired a full set of ninja attire, acquired a swimsuit, acquired a bunny girl outfit, acquired a maid costume. The system's alerts numbered in the dozens. But Tang Xiao regarded them with disdain, too apathetic to pay attention. "I've received it. Farewell," he stated, retracting the scroll and departing the shop. Shortly after Tang Xiao's exit, the proprietress sidled up to the bespectacled young man and inquired, "How did it go?" The young man replied candidly, "Very beautiful. I have placed a one-way teleportation array within her garments. She will surely be asleep tonight. At that moment, you can transport yourself to her, and she will have no choice but to marry you," the proprietress declared, her eyes glinting with malice. The bespectacled young man was merely of average appearance, possessing at most the skills of a Chunin, yet establishing a short-distance teleportation array was within his capabilities if he invested the time. The proprietress had long sought a bride for her son, but her son showed no interest in any of the candidates. Thus, she devised this scheme. Indeed, such tactics may have been effective against an ordinary girl, but the target was Tang Xiao, a being whose prowess eclipsed that of the current Hokage. The proprietress would inevitably face the repercussions of her nefarious deeds. Having acquired the garments, Tang Xiao swiftly discerned the presence of the teleportation array, but chose not to act. Instead, he placed the maid outfit, which bore the array, into a box and carried it into Naruto's room. "Master, what is in this box?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, tonight, you must guard this box diligently. This is an order. Anyone attempting to steal it must be captured alive," Tang Xiao commanded. "Yes," Naruto responded with newfound vigor. Believing his master would send out shadow clones to test his reflexes under the cover of night, Naruto took this task with utmost seriousness. "Just remember, leave it there. Tomorrow is the Chunin exam, and I will teach you a new technique." "Really? That's wonderful," Naruto exclaimed. "Of course, it's true. Let us go," Tang Xiao replied. The master and disciple made their way to the training grounds, where Tang Xiao extended his hand, and a Rasengan materialized within it. Naruto watched intently, his focus unwavering. This is a standard-sized Rasengan, but with the infusion of a sufficient amount of chakra and careful control, Tang Xiao raised his hand above his head. And the golden Rasengan gradually expanded, reaching a radius of 1 meter, continuously inflating. Tang Xiao's maximum size was approximately 30 meters in radius, however. Such a colossal form would pose a risk of damaging the structures of Konoha, as the Rasengan swelled to a radius of 2 meters. Tang Xiao grasped it with one hand, and the immense Rasengan transformed into a gentle breeze, brushing against Naruto's youthful face. You can start by utilizing multiple shadow clones for practice. Once you adapt, it would be ideal to release it with a single hand. And the basic size should be at least 3 times that of the original Rasengan, Tang Xiao instructed. I understand, Master Gyosher, hee, Naruto replied, immediately conjuring a shadow clone. A pale blue Rasengan formed in his hand as the clone extended its arm, causing the chakra sphere to gradually enlarge. Initially, the Rasengan expanded to twice its original size and remained quite stable. However, once it surpassed this dimension, the Rasengan began to falter, struggling to maintain its basic rotation. Naruto, undeterred, commenced another attempt. Once more, the Rasengan swelled to double its previous size, yet again dissipating upon exceeding this limit. Naruto, pause for a moment. Tang Xiao called to him just as he prepared for a third attempt. Let me ask you, what is the essence of the Rasengan? It's the rotation, right? Naruto responded. Precisely, it is the power of rotation that maintains the Rasengan's form. Now, do you understand why you cannot enlarge yours? Tang Xiao inquired. Not entirely. Naruto admitted with an apologetic smile. Tang Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. If a carriage is to grow larger, what is its most significant change? He asked. Perhaps it has more horses in front? Naruto suggested, his eyes suddenly lighting up as realization dawned upon him. The concept is simple. The larger the vehicle, the more robust the engine must be. Otherwise, it would be incapable of moving at all. With renewed determination, Naruto attempted once again, and the Rasengan steadily increased in size, reaching 4 times its original dimensions. Ultimately, Naruto discovered his limit, a 7-fold increase in size. With the upcoming Chunin exam, Naruto would possess an additional trump card. Chapter 18. The Chunin Exam, Part 1. After assisting Naruto with his training, time still lingered, and Tang Xiao practiced the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. After considerable effort, he had mastered the technique to attack effectively at close, medium, and long ranges. Observing Naruto's envious expression, Tang Xiao, despite his desire to teach, shook his head. Given the formidable power and side effects of this technique, he decided not to instruct Naruto until he had mastered the sage art of Mount Myaboku. As time flew by, the night fell. Tang Xiao said nothing, as was his custom, and prepared dinner in advance. Naruto, unusually excited, squatted next to the box after finishing his meal, showing no intention of resting tonight. Tang Xiao smiled gently as she returned to her room. At this moment, Naruto's prowess could be considered among the elite of Konoha. One wondered what might transpire should that young man arrive. Inside the chamber, Naruto gazed intently at the box, his determination unwavering. I must defeat my master's clone. Come on. Let me see who will show up, he declared, motivating himself inwardly. In another corner of Konoha, the proprietress of the tailor shop stood alongside the bespectacled young man. Beneath his feet lay a teleportation scroll. The young man smirked coldly before forming hand seals. With a bang, smoke billowed, and his figure materialized within Naruto's room. Before he could grasp his surroundings, a spiraling sphere burst through the thick haze and struck him. Coughing up blood, the young man's glasses tumbled to the floor. Is this the extent of your abilities? My master has underestimated me, Naruto remarked softly. Struggling to rise, the young man brandished a kunai defensively, his vision slightly blurred. Yet he could still discern Naruto's form. Just a little brat. He scoffed. Finally recognizing his opponent's youthful appearance, an inexplicable surge of confidence welled within him. This was indeed the so-called mysterious confidence. Do not underestimate me. Here comes my Rasengan, Naruto proclaimed, undeterred, as he violently began to form another spiraling sphere. The young man, a Chunin, managed to employ the substitution technique at the last moment. What is this kid? Can a brat possess such a level of chakra? He questioned. Naruto's spiraling sphere shattered the wooden post, splintering debris across the floor. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, situated upstairs, was acutely aware of the young man's arrival. Although he appeared to be sleeping, he had long since activated his sensory abilities, fully aware of the events unfolding below. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto summoned 2 clouds of smoke, bringing forth his clones. The young man, disregarding everything, dashed toward the window. Just as he was about to escape, however, the window, a symbol of freedom, abruptly closed, and Naruto's clone forced him back. Behind the young man, Naruto formed a colossal Rasengan, 3 times its usual size, in his hand. If this strike connected, the young man would surely meet his demise. Just as Naruto prepared to unleash his attack, his arm was suddenly seized. Do not cause a fatality. After all, we are all ninjas of Konoha, Tang Xiao interjected. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand gradually diminished, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. With one hand, Tang Xiao lifted the young man as if he were but a chick. He was utterly stunned, never having anticipated that his opponent would possess such overwhelming strength. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It seemed that the other party was reluctant to take his life. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the young man's eyes. A person driven mad acts without reason. He bellowed without restraint, his eyes brimming with resentment and avarice. A torrent of profanities erupted, essentially threatening Tang Xiao and disparaging Naruto. As Tang Xiao regarded the young man before him, an inexplicable thought of a certain individual crossed his mind. He was the founder of the medical realm, venerated as the Thunder God. The essence of Dr. Tang Xiao was laid bare. Naruto, prepare for electrotherapy. Upon hearing this, Naruto subdued the youth, and tendrils of electricity danced from Tang Xiao's fingertips. If a phrase comes to mind but its origin eludes you, it is I who uttered it. In this world, there are no true lunatics, only those deprived of electroconvulsive therapy. Thus, Naruto, let us take him to the lakeside. Tang Xiao withdrew his fingers, and the young man's hair stood on end, a wisp of white smoke emanating from his mouth. Yes, master. Naruto summoned a shadow clone, lifting the treated youth and casting him by the lake's edge. This was but a minor interlude of the evening. Observing the disarray wrought by the battle, Naruto resigned himself to sleep in the living room. The following morning, Naruto was awakened by Tang Xiao. He donned his attire and ninja headband, ready to embark. The Chunin exams were organized by class, necessitating Naruto to remain with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, it's been a while, Sakura greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has. Sasuke, what troubles you? Naruto noticed a furrowed brow upon Sasuke's countenance. Just as he prepared to inquire further, Sasuke impatiently waved him off. Enough, he retorted, turning to leave. Sasuke. Sakura glanced at Naruto, saying nothing as she hurried after Sasuke. Sasuke and Sakura strode ahead while Naruto ambled leisurely behind, whistling as he walked. Ah, is that you, Hinata? Caught in an awkward moment, Naruto spotted Hinata shyly peeking from behind a telephone pole and approached her to greet. Ah, Naruto is coming. Hinata's face flushed crimson, prompting Naruto to reach out and touch her forehead. You're so warm, Hinata, he remarked, their proximity allowing Hinata to feel Naruto's breath. At that moment, her face transcended mere redness, resembling that of someone who had indulged in too much drink. Suddenly, Hinata leaned forward, unexpectedly knocking Naruto back, before she seized the opportunity to flee. Yet, she did not venture far before colliding with another individual, her petite frame tumbling to the ground. Huh, the refuse of Konoha. The stranger scoffed coldly. Naruto's temper flared instantly. In his heart, he held a deep affection for Konoha. Halt. You may speak ill of me without consequence. But should you disparage Konoha, I shall ensure you understand its strength. Naruto declared, visibly agitated. What is this? Do you dare to defy me? Kankuro challenged. Naruto remained silent, responding to his opponent with a Rasengan. Be careful. Temari thought she would never encounter such a high-level ninjutsu from him, and her heart tightened in apprehension. With a resounding crash, the Rasengan collided against the formidable sand wall, its power significantly diminished. Gaara grasped Naruto's arm, completely neutralizing the attack. Damn it! Kankuro felt a profound insult at that moment. With Naruto under control, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Kankuro brandished a kunai, aiming directly at Naruto. Just then, Tang Xiao suddenly appeared before them, seizing Kankuro's arm with one hand. Do not act rashly, he warned, addressing Gaara. At that moment, Shikaku opened its eyes within Gaara, suddenly aware of Tang Xiao's presence. Jujo Lama? Shikaku exclaimed in astonishment. How did you get out? What has happened to your body? Shikaku questioned. Their communication solely a mental exchange, unheard by others. Long time no see, Shikaku. You remain as irritable as ever, Tang Xiao replied with a smile. And you have not changed either. You were the one who killed the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Shikaku retorted mercilessly. The reunion of old friends began with mutual jabs. Enough of that. Just wait. I will extract you, for we have far more pressing matters to attend to, Tang Xiao declared, severing their mental connection. Releasing Kankuro, Tang Xiao turned his cold gaze upon him and his companions. Never provoke that girl with the Byakugan, otherwise you will face a most dreadful fate, he earnestly warned. In the past, when Hinata was struck by pain, Naruto, in a fit of rage, annihilated all of Pain's forms and subdued Nagato with his mouth. Rumors even spread online about the Byakugan princess, who supposedly had a 1,000-fold counterattack. Tang Xiao's words resonated deeply with the three. Gaara felt immense anger. Yet he was rendered powerless as Shikaku remained silent at that moment, leaving him too apprehensive to act. Scanning the trio, Tang Xiao turned to leave. Ding. New mission activated. Gaara's fury. Gaara is extremely defiant towards the host. This system requires the host to demonstrate their strength to Gaara, revealing who the true powerhouse is. Mission completion reward. Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God? That is a high-level ninjutsu, Tang Xiao mused. Developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. This space-time ninjutsu is a form of body flicker technique. By employing this technique, the user can achieve instantaneous movement, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God seal wherever they can touch. This allows the user or any object indirectly connected to the user's chakra to teleport. The practitioner can transfer large targets multiple times when energized. In the past, the fourth Hokage utilized this very technique to redirect the Nine-Tails-tailed beast bomb aimed at Konoha and could swiftly traverse thousands of meters with remarkable grace. It appears that this Chunin exam is destined to be extraordinary. This mission, I must complete. Tang Xiao, adorned in the attire of a high-ranking ninja, swiftly navigated the rooftops of Konohagakure. The Chunin exams in Konoha comprised 3 distinct stages, each presenting varying degrees of difficulty. The first stage, a written examination, aimed to assess the ninja's ability to gather intelligence and maintain unwavering resolve. In the original narrative, the participants succeeded largely due to Naruto's persuasive rhetoric, without his eloquence. Many would likely have forfeited their chance. This exemplifies the psychology of conformity, believing that if the majority choose a particular answer, it must be correct. It is crucial to understand that while strength is vital on the path to becoming a ninja, one's ability to remain steadfast in the face of peer influence is equally essential. Innovation is what the times demand. The second stage of the examination was a true test of survival, a deadly trial where competitors with ulterior motives engaged in life-and-death struggles within a confined space. Notably, this examination permitted lethal force. Characters such as Gaara, Neji, and Orochimaru had already attained the level of Chunin. One can only imagine the formidable nature of this stage. The third stage, a series of one-on-one duels, was paradoxically the simplest. Under the watchful eyes of spectators and examiners, and with the possibility of intervention by others. It was hard to believe this was part of the same examination as the previous 2 stages. Nevertheless, this round also provided the clearest reflection of the candidate's true abilities. With no room for contention regarding the outcomes, the challenge lay in the uncertainty of how one might fail. In truth, the Chunin exams were far more intricate than they appeared. If one were to assign a grade, it would undoubtedly be of hellish proportions. Tang Xiao placed significant importance on this Chunin exam, although Naruto had grown substantially stronger than in the original storyline. Tang Xiao's presence could very well precipitate unforeseen developments in the plot. His objective was to observe discreetly and act at the opportune moment, all while fulfilling his own mission. As Tang Xiao arrived at the examination venue, he stood quietly outside the window. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, several individuals from the Sound Village once again provoked Naruto and his companions, their skirmish poised to erupt just as the examination commenced. Ibiki stood at the podium, his face marred by prominent scars, hinting at a tumultuous past. He began by stating that the first round consisted of a written test featuring 10 questions, and it was imperative that the entire group pass. Failure of even one would result in collective disqualification. The crowd below seemed unfazed by his declaration. Furthermore, he warned that any instance of cheating would lead to immediate expulsion from the examination hall, with a lifetime ban from future Chunin exams. This statement caused an uneasy tension among the participants. With hearts heavy with apprehension, the test papers were distributed. As the candidates beheld the questions, they were struck dumb. The complexity of the written examination far exceeded their expectations. Tang Xiao, too, cast a curious glance at the test paper. only to find himself rendered speechless upon deciphering one of the questions. As a ninja stands 50 meters away, armed with a shuriken and possessing a strength of 60 kilograms, one must ponder the optimal angle and velocity for launching the weapon. The trajectory of a parabolic arc would ideally accompany such calculations. At this moment, Tang Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he was merely an observer of this examination rather than a participant. Watching as his peers grappled with the complexities of the problem, his gaze shifted towards Naruto, who, contrary to the frantic disposition depicted in the original narrative, remained composed and contemplative, albeit slow to put pen to paper. Beside him, the Byakugan princess, Hinata, navigated the problem with effortless grace, exhibiting no hesitations, as though it were a matter of course. Alongside them were Shikamaru and Sakura. Shikamaru, a member of the most astute clan in Konoha, the intellectual pillar of the Inoshikacho trio. As for Sakura's proficiency, Tang Xiao could not fathom how she possessed such knowledge, yet she undeniably excelled. Ah, so this is an assessment of information-gathering capabilities, mused Sasuke, a flicker of crimson igniting in his eyes as the Sharingan manifested. Once activated, he swiftly discerned Sakura's answers and began to write them down with remarkable speed. The others, too, employed their unique talents, with some even enlisting their canine companions as makeshift eyes. Naruto, however, appeared uncharacteristically straightforward, fixated on the exam questions. While Tang Xiao observed Hinata's attempts to obscure her test paper, shaking his head in bemusement. Fortunately, Naruto ultimately grasped the true essence of the examination and confidently pinned his answers. The outcome of the first stage of the Chunin exams bore a striking resemblance to the events of the original tale, as Ibiki initiated his psychological onslaught, attempting to breach the mental defenses of the participants. If you expose your cheating comrades, you may pass directly, Ibiki declared, a formidable interrogator of Konoha, his words laced with cunning. In the midst of this, some individuals willingly reported their teammates, while others clung steadfastly to their principles, vowing never to betray their allies, only to be ruthlessly denounced moments later. Spotting Naruto, Ibiki summoned him, inquiring about his aspirations. My dream is to become Hokage, Naruto replied with a smile. Hokage? Don't be ridiculous. You think you can achieve that? Ibiki retorted, his expression dripping with disdain, devoid of any respect for Naruto. Yet Naruto was undeterred, delivering a powerful rebuttal. I do not consider my dream to be unattainable. A ninja must constantly surpass themselves. If you lack the courage to dream, how can you ever hope to realize those dreams? I despise those who abandon their comrades. To me, if becoming a Chunin means sacrificing my friends, I would rather not become one, Naruto proclaimed loudly. Chapter 20, The Chunin Exam, Part 2. Within the examination hall, the crowd gazed at Naruto in astonishment, each lost in their own thoughts. Here stood a person, a fervent individual whose passion resonated deeply, solidifying the resolve of all those present. Ibiki's previously gloomy countenance suddenly brightened, replaced by a smile of admiration. I hereby declare that everyone in this examination hall has passed, Ibiki proclaimed. Naruto's expression transformed from astonishment to confusion, and finally to elation. That's wonderful. I passed, Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Outside the window, Tang Xiao witnessed this scene, offering a slight smile before turning to depart. Regardless of the time, Tang Xiao felt that this moment was brimming with vitality. The dream-chasing youth was running forward with determination, persistently upholding their original aspirations without alteration. Wasn't this precisely the essence of a ninja? The venue for the second examination was the training ground, notoriously referred to as the Deathly Jungle. This segment of the test was the most perilous, as it allowed for lethal actions. Indeed, it was a matter of killing. Although the written test was overseen by Mitarashi Anko, the presence of formidable individuals such as Orochimaru and Gaara among the participants rendered the situation rather precarious. Who could fathom what that twisted old man Orochimaru might do? Would he target Sasuke? With Sasuke having activated his 3-tomo, Orochimaru's cursed mark would hardly be enticing enough for him if he could not lure him in with his 3-tomo prowess. It would be nearly impossible for Orochimaru to impose the curse upon Sasuke. Nonetheless, given the current strength of Naruto and Sasuke, they were unlikely to encounter significant peril, though it remained uncertain where that old pervert Orochimaru had concealed himself. Tang Xiao stood atop a tree in the training ground, where the trees towered over 20 meters in height and boasted robust trunks. Gathering his strength, Tang Xiao leaped from the treetop, his long black hair billowing in the wind as he harnessed his chakra to perform a summoning in midair. A small azure dragon materialized, lifting Tang Xiao upward. Naruto. Safeguard the Book of Heaven. We need to seize the scrolls from the other teams. Sakura handed a scroll to Naruto. During their previous mission, Sakura had realized that she had fallen behind both Naruto and Sasuke. With Sasuke's 3 Tomo enhancing his illusionary prowess, and Naruto's vast chakra and continuously improving combat skills, both were on an upward trajectory of strength. In contrast, Sakura felt like a mere anchor weighing them down. She was deeply troubled. Yet there seemed to be no effective solution. She could only persist in honing her foundational skills, albeit slowly due to the lack of clear guidance. Naruto. Why don't we compete to see who can obtain the Book of Earth first? Sasuke suggested with a grin. No problem, Naruto replied, a smile spreading across his face. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they dashed off in different directions, weaving through the branches. After a moment of hesitation, Sakura appeared to have made a resolute decision and sprinted toward yet another direction, distinct from the two. Sasuke did not venture far in that direction before encountering a small squad. Excellent, I'll use you as practice. Sasuke chuckled, his figure vanishing behind the trees. The unsuspecting squad, comprised of 2 female ninjas and 1 male ninja, had just arrived and were about to take a breather. Suddenly, a shuriken flew from behind a tree. One of the female ninjas, poised to sit down, was struck directly in the heart, her smile instantly frozen in shock as she fell to the ground. The male ninja and the remaining female ninja stood back to back, on high alert, when a colossal fireball descended upon them, incinerating them in an instant. Sasuke picked up the earth book lying on the ground and glanced at the trio, who had succumbed to the illusion and lay motionless. He shook his head, acknowledging, I can feel these eyes growing stronger. With a smile, he turned and departed the scene. In stark contrast, Naruto's situation was rather grim. Although he encountered a squad as well, he had knocked them unconscious only to discover they were also wielders of the heavenly book. I cannot lose to Sasuke. No, I must persevere. Naruto encouraged himself, knowing that a defeat would surely invoke his master's ire. He resumed his search for the next target. High above, Tang Xiao extended his senses to encompass the entire forest. It wasn't long before he located the individual he sought. Is Orochimaru near Gaara? Perfect, Tang Xiao remarked. As the azure dragon soared through the skies, Gaara and his companions were fortunate enough to have gathered the celestial and terrestrial books. Now, all they needed was to reach their destination. Gaara, do you not find this test rather dull? Kankuro inquired. Before he could finish, a serpentine creature swiftly glided overhead. Dropping a figure from its grasp, Orochimaru observed the descending form, licking his lips as he approached. Tang Xiao landed atop the treetops, leaping down repeatedly until he finally reached the ground. From behind the trees, Orochimaru coldly stared at him. Orochimaru, you truly seem to appear everywhere. How about a rematch this time? Tang Xiao challenged, having sensed Gaara and the others secretly watching from a distance. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of potent chakra. A massive wave of golden chakra flickered like flames, dancing in the air. Orochimaru's perception did not extend as far as Tang Xiao's, leaving him oblivious to being spied upon. From afar, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro quietly observed the clearing within the forest. Despite the distance, Gaara could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from Tang Xiao. Is this the power of a true warrior? How terrifying, Temari exclaimed, having successfully showcased his prowess. Tang Xiao then activated his plateau bloodline. A shockwave radiated outward, and Orochimaru smiled, bracing himself against the force. With his preparations complete, Tang Xiao commenced his official assault. In his hand, a thunderstorm spiral bomb roared towards Orochimaru, who began forming hand seals. Serpent Wrath Explosion, Orochimaru declared, as a gigantic serpent's maw erupted from the ground beneath Tang Xiao. Ignoring the giant snake, Tang Xiao leveraged his enhanced speed to evade its grasp. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru unleashed a formidable gust of energy from his mouth, prompting Tang Xiao to deftly evade the strike and finally thrust beside Orochimaru. The Raijin spiral struck down, sending Orochimaru hurtling away. The overwhelming power of the spiral was unmistakable, yet Orochimaru's resilience shone through once more. From the corpse's mouth, Orochimaru re-emerged unscathed. Tang Xiao had no intention of granting him mercy. Immense golden flames ignited around her, and the imposing Susanoo brandished dual blades, standing tall in the open space. That is the Sharingan. Susanoo, Temari exclaimed, recalling these terms from her readings. But what exactly is Susanoo? Kenjiro asked, puzzled. In simple terms, The essence of Susanoo is a physical manifestation of chakra, forming a colossal humanoid figure that envelopes the user, rendering most attacks ineffective. However, excessive use can lead to dire consequences, Temari explained. Consequences? What do you mean? Kenjiro inquired. It serves as both the user's guardian and their harbinger of death. The use of Susanoo incurs a tremendous drain on the user's vitality, a burden most cannot bear. Only by unlocking the eternal MangekyŁ Sharingan can one mitigate these repercussions. Additionally, the user may choose to reside within or outside the Susanoo, which moves in accordance with the user's intentions. Susanoo can also be partially summoned, allowing for the manifestation of limbs or hands for combat. Temari recounted the text verbatim, leaving Kenjiro increasingly astonished. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed. And the Susanoo summoned by this woman is the mightiest form, its body composed of bones, muscles, and armor, Temari noted. In the open space, behind Tang Xiao, the half-formed Susanoo loomed like a war deity as Tang Xiao stood within it, wielding the dual blades and fiercely striking towards Orochimaru. Chapter 21. Orochimaru and Tang Xiao, upon the dual blades. Within the golden radiance lurked tendrils of black flame. These blades could sever all. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to the colossal blades, gritting his teeth. He understood all too well that if struck by those massive blades, he would not only face death, but also endure severe injury. Summoning technique. Triple summoning gates. 3 enormous bronze doors rose before Orochimaru, adorned with various mask-like visages. The blades of Susanoo indeed experienced a slight deceleration in their descent, yet they remained far beyond the capacity of the summoning gates to contain, for they transcended all defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru escaped the range of Tang Xiao's assault. The blades of Susanoo crashed into the ground, embedding themselves as if the earth were mere tofu. 9. I wish to know, what is your true name? Uchihajiyo, perhaps? Orochimaru queried, asserting that a name must surely come with a surname. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao tilted her head, seemingly lost in contemplation. Previously, he had contemplated 2 names for convenience. However, considering the current circumstances, the name Jiu indeed seemed somewhat awkward. Moreover, Tang Xiao glanced at her chest and promptly declared, Tang Jiu. Given the protagonist's situation, continuing to use the name Tang Xiao was evidently inappropriate. So it was best to make a change. This can simply be understood as a name alteration. Tang Jiu, Orochimaru, gazed intently at the golden Susanoo enveloping Tang Jiu and smiled. I cannot believe that such a formidable warrior exists in Konoha. In the distance, Gaara and his companions also heard Tang Xiao's words. This marks our 3rd encounter. If I do not unleash my full power now, it would be rather unbecoming, Orochimaru remarked coolly. 8-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru smiled at Tang Jiu, and the ground began to tremble as his chakra surged uncontrollably. In the distance, Gaara and his companions were thoroughly alarmed. What lay before them was the prowess of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Boom. Beneath the earth, 8 colossal serpents emerged, charging directly towards Tang Jiu's Susanoo. Currently, lacking the eternal MangekyŁ Sharingan, Tang Jiu's Susanoo was incomplete, rendering her defenses vulnerable and susceptible to surprise attacks. Truly, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. However, do not underestimate me. As Tang Jiu's Susanoo dissipated, she vanished amidst the relentless assault of the 8 serpents. As the mist cleared, Orochimaru, without a glance back, retrieved a scroll and instinctively prepared to flee. Has she been slain? Gaara's earlier admiration faded as he coldly regarded the swirling mist. No, she still lives. Temari interjected. Within the fog, Tang Jiu dusted herself off, casting a disdainful glance at the vanishing Orochimaru. If it weren't for Orochimaru's remarkable ability to escape, he might have perished several times over. The current Orochimaru reminded Tang Xiao of a dexterous warrior equipped with resistance gear, a fabled blade, resurrection armor, a golden body, alongside the prowess of a conqueror and a battle axe. His skills cooled down rapidly. He was exceptionally evasive, and his means of survival were numerous, making him nearly impossible to capture. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The Flying Thunder God technique has been granted. The system's notification echoed, and Tang Xiao turned her gaze towards the location of Gaara and his companions. Have I been discovered? Kankuro pondered. However, contrary to their expectations, Tang Jiu did not launch a direct assault on the trio, but instead smiled faintly and departed the scene. Gaara stood atop a tree, surveying the ravaged landscape before him, particularly the 2 deep grooves carved by the great swords of Susanoo. resembling meticulously hewn trenches with remarkably smooth edges. Gaara, what troubles you? Kankuro was about to approach when Temari pulled him back. He was deep in thought. Meanwhile, the competition between Naruto and Sasuke continued, with both demonstrating their formidable strength as they secured numerous scrolls. Although acquiring the Earth Scrolls was the primary objective, Naruto, at this moment, was without the scrolls from his own team, 1 from the Heaven Scroll and 2 from the Earth Scrolls. Sasuke possessed 3 Earth Scrolls and was continuously searching. MangekyŁ, though I cannot yet obtain you, as a fellow Uchiha, this youth is rather impressive, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. After a fierce battle with MangekyŁ, Orochimaru's chakra was not abundant, yet he remained confident in confronting Sasuke. Who? Sasuke shouted, turning his head. His eyes were a normal black. He preferred to conserve the use of his Sharingan, as it was prudent to refrain from activating it against weaker foes, lest he find himself unprepared against a formidable adversary. Are all members of the Uchiha clan so vigilant? Orochimaru slowly emerged from behind a tree, and Sasuke immediately sensed an ominous presence. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a shuriken seemed to fly towards him. Sasuke instinctively turned to evade, only to realize it was merely a stone, and he quickly understood he had fallen into a trap. His neck exposed before Orochimaru, the latter lunged forward, biting down towards Sasuke's throat. Sharp teeth pierced his skin. This is a new power I have developed. The side effects are rather intriguing, enjoy it well, Orochimaru declared as he retracted his venomous fangs and departed the scene. The first step was complete. Everything would soon unfold automatically. Although Orochimaru's plan had encountered some unexpected discrepancies, he deemed it largely successful. Previously, MangekyŁ had destroyed Orochimaru's base, yet he had remained silent about it. The contents of that base, the specimens, were merely backups. He possessed more than one base. However, how did she know the location of my base's entrance? Orochimaru pondered. In the forest, Sasuke clutched his bitten neck, hunched over in agony. Yet amidst the intense pain, a peculiar energy began to awaken within him. A curse mark formed on his neck, and black patterns gradually spread across his body, indicating the first state of the curse seal. As the markings completely enveloped him, the sensation of pain dissipated. A powerful force surged from within Sasuke, and not only did he find relief from his former torment, but he also felt an unprecedented surge of strength. What is this? Power. Sasuke slowly rose, gazing at the patterns on his arms and feeling the ferocious and potent energy coursing through him. A thrill ignited within. For this youth, whose mind was consumed with thoughts of how to defeat Itachi, power was undoubtedly his most coveted desire. Alongside this newfound strength, he noticed a slight alteration in his rationality. However, he dismissed it, laughing heartily to himself. He cared little for the consequences. As long as he possessed formidable power, he could vanquish that man. Nothing else mattered. Sasuke, what is wrong with you? Naruto followed the traces and found Sasuke, but upon arrival, he was immediately struck by the sight of his companion, now adorned with dark markings. The chilling and frenzied gaze from Sasuke left Naruto momentarily stunned. Just in time, Naruto. Come, let us engage in battle, Sasuke declared, driven by an urgent desire to ascertain the extent of his power. What nonsense. We are comrades. Naruto vehemently shook his head, attempting to awaken the true Sasuke within. You're always lagging behind. Even with a slightly more formidable mentor, you remain the same, Sasuke shouted, venting his inner turmoil while simultaneously striving to provoke Naruto. The words ignited a fire within Naruto. His momentary hesitation transformed into resolute determination. All right, I've always found you insufferable. Naruto's anger flared in his eyes. He was no longer the so-called underachiever, yet Sasuke's constant reminders stoked his fury. Come on, Naruto, Sasuke challenged, his eyes turning crimson as his Sharingan awakened. Chapter 22, The Initial Clash of Naruto and Sasuke. In Naruto's hands, the Rasengan began to swell. Naruto, in Sasuke's grip, a Chidori, learned through stealth, ignited with a crackling energy. For Sasuke, possessing the Sharingan, replicating and mastering the Chidori was a trivial feat, especially with its originator, Kakashi, by his side. The two collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent gusts of wind scattering. An explosive surge of energy radiated from their palms, sending tremors through the air. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed the technique almost simultaneously, landing gracefully before hurling a searing fireball directly at Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto summoned shadow clones and conjured a massive Rasengan. The mightiest technique at his disposal, super. Rasengan. The dense chakra of the Rasengan effortlessly dissipated the feeble fireball, hurtling towards Sasuke. Sasuke swiftly executed a substitution jutsu, evading Naruto's charge, and fixed his gaze upon Naruto, activating the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan. Before Naruto's eyes, the world distorted into illusion. Suddenly, he beheld Sasuke wielding a long blade, its edge stained with blood, and at his feet lay his mentor, lifeless, his golden robes soaked in crimson. Master. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply, an uncontrollable surge of crimson chakra emanating from him in a fit of rage. In this moment of profound anger, Naruto unleashed the chakra bestowed upon him by the sage. Yet, he had underestimated the sheer force of his wrath. The malevolence within the chakra shattered the dam of his reason. The crimson-slit pupils emerged in Naruto's eyes. Chakra enveloped Naruto's form, a layer of tailed beast cloak manifesting around him. Under the dual influence of rage and the tumultuous chakra of Kurama, Naruto momentarily lost his reason. This is. Sasuke observed Naruto before him. The massive Rasengan in his hand had dissipated, yet his nails continued to elongate, his body shrouded in a crimson-tailed beast cloak. Roar! Naruto abruptly turned, resembling an enraged beast. A sense of foreboding washed over Sasuke. He had merely assumed Kurama was Naruto's mentor, never anticipating the profound significance Kurama held in Naruto's heart. Although the chakra Kurama bestowed upon Naruto was but a fraction, equivalent to a single tail, it sufficed to propel Naruto into his four-tailed form. Unfortunately, Kurama himself struggled to purge the malice from his chakra, which rendered Naruto susceptible to losing control when provoked. Transformed into a beast-like state, Naruto lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke attempted to cast an illusion technique once more, yet this time, Naruto's movements showed no signs of hesitation. He fought purely on instinct. This was the most primal combat instinct, simple and brutal, yet undeniably effective. In this state, illusions had little effect on Naruto. Sasuke swiftly retreated, the curse mark's effects waning, leaving him momentarily numb. Experiencing mild side effects upon first activation was to be expected. However, amidst this numbness, Sasuke's body began to undergo subtle transformations. His hair lengthened, his abdominal muscles retracted, his chest slightly protruded, and his skeletal structure shifted. What is this? Sasuke hurried to a nearby small lake, where the clear surface mirrored his current self. Is this the side effect that man spoke of? Sasuke pondered. Roar! The irrational Naruto lunged at him, prompting Sasuke to turn and bend at the waist. However, he evidently miscalculated the length of Naruto's claws, which sliced through his garments, revealing glimpses of his form. Yet, for a youth consumed by vengeance and devoid of reason, such matters were of little consequence. Frustrated by his missed attack, Naruto seethed with anger, his chakra morphing from orange to a deep crimson, for tails thrashing in the air. Roar! Naruto bellowed, sending ripples across the water beneath him, eliciting hesitation from Sasuke. Was this transformed Naruto still within his capacity to confront? With his four-tailed form arched skyward, a miniature-tailed beast ball began to coalesce. This is bad. Without hesitation, the four-tailed Naruto devoured the tailed beast ball and unleashed it towards Sasuke. The energy projectile surged forth, displacing the water and crashing against the surrounding land with relentless waves. The gust of wind from the attack tore at Sasuke's already damaged clothing, leaving his upper body completely exposed to the air. Sensing the imminent presence of death, Sasuke's complexion turned a deep shade of gray. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the examination grounds, finally capturing the attention of the proctor. What was happening? Mitarashi Anko leaped into the treetops, witnessing a crimson fireball form in the distance among the trees, as the explosion engulfed the surrounding land within 100 meters. Yet at the epicenter of the blast, Sasuke and Naruto lay unconscious, with a coat draped over Sasuke's body. Beside them, MangekyŁ stood quietly, her body encased in a translucent chakra shield that fiercely warded off the blast's devastation. It seems I was too careless. I must reinforce the seal, MangekyŁ thought as her hand rested on Naruto's shoulder, gradually mending his injuries. Sasuke was no exception. She thoroughly sealed his cursed mark, allowing his body to revert to its natural state, his long hair cascading down beside him. Orochimaru must have done this on purpose. This cursed mark was not meant to have such an effect. Who knows what he is truly thinking? MangekyŁ lowered the shield. The lake continued to ebb and flow, the surrounding land charred black, with numerous trees destroyed. Observing that the two were nearly recovered, MangekyŁ lifted them and made her way to the central gathering point. As she left, the proctor Mitarashi Anko arrived. Both were ninja from Konoha, and Tangio exchanged a few brief words with her before departing. If one were to inquire about their conversation, it might have been Tangio gently advising Anko to exercise restraint over her appetite. In her youth, Anko had been a member of the goddess squad in the anime, but in Boruto, she had transformed from a beauty into an older figure. Though Anko did not fully grasp the implications of this, she nodded in acknowledgement. Tangio brought Naruto and Sasuke to the gathering point, where she discovered 2 heaven scrolls and 5 earth scrolls on them. However, with these 2 present, where was Sakura? She gazed into the forest, and a girl with pink hair emerged. Her body bore numerous wounds, yet she clutched a scroll in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a heaven scroll. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gazed upon Tangio's beautiful visage, and before they could utter a word, they collapsed to the ground. All were accounted for. Should Naruto manage to fully harness the portion of chakra that Tangio had bestowed upon him, his power would undoubtedly rival that of a Hokage. Sasuke's Genjutsu, combined with his 3-tomo Sharingan, would pose a threat comparable to that of a high-ranking ninja. As for Sakura, she still seemed to be merely a genin. It was hard to imagine how she had managed to obtain a heaven scroll using only a few kunai and basic shadow clone techniques. Ms. Gyo, what has happened to these 3? Kakashi inquired, having come upon the scene of the 3 sprawled on the ground. Naruto, Iruka rushed in, and upon realizing that Naruto was merely exhausted from chakra depletion, he let out a sigh of relief. Give them some time, based on my calculations. They should be awake in about an hour. Tangio, while speaking, produced several silver needles and proceeded to treat the injuries on Sakura's body. Naruto, possessing a robust self-healing ability, merely needed to infuse some of his own chakra. Sasuke, having sustained no significant wounds, recovered swiftly as well. Sakura, equipped with her own medical skills, was also on the mend. Overall, it was evident that she would awaken after an hour. However, her strength would likely be reduced to merely half of its original capacity. The portion of Tangio's chakra within Naruto was still substantial. Yet it was virtually impossible for Naruto to utilize it again, as Tang Xiao had resealed it. Chapter 23. The duel between Lee and Neji. Who is this, Kakashi? Iruka inquired, pointing at Tangio. This is Gyo, an elite jonin, and the captain of the strongest squad in Konoha, Team Yen. Kakashi had already heard some details from the 3rd Hokage, including information about Team Yen. Oh, hello, I am Iruka, he said, extending his hand, only to suddenly remember that she was a woman and quickly withdrew it. Haha, Tangio chuckled at this moment, eliciting a smile that caught both Iruka and Kakashi slightly off guard, though Kakashi soon regained his composure. Iruka's cheeks flushed. Being laughed at by such a beautiful woman was undoubtedly an embarrassing affair. You need not be so formal. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tangio. She offered her hand once more. Oh, I am Iruka. I look forward to your guidance. They exchanged a brief handshake. Meanwhile, as time passed, the other teams participating in the exam had largely gathered. The 3rd exam, which involved fair one-on-one battles, was considerably less strenuous than the previous 2 rounds. Although this was merely the preliminary stage of the 3rd exam, most participants approached it with unwavering determination to succeed. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding Team 7, their match was scheduled to take place last. Now, I shall announce the rules of the competition. A proctor stepped forward, holding a sheet of paper. Before him, numerous aspiring ninjas stood tall and silent. Lee will face Neji, Tintin will battle Hinata, Gaara will contend with Kiba, Kankuro will take on Shikamaru, Sakura will fight Ino, Temari will challenge Choji, and finally, Sasuke will duel Naruto. Wait, these 2 just fought. Are they going to face each other again? Tangio remarked. Neji, yes, at last. I can prove myself, shouted a spirited boy with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, clad in a tight green outfit. This was none other than Lee, the enthusiastic disciple of the man who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion. In contrast to Lee's exuberance, Neji cast a focused gaze upon Tintin. I hope you will give it your all, Tintin, Neji stated. Huh. Tintin looked at Neji, puzzled, though Neji appeared somewhat unfriendly. Tintin understood that his concern for Hinata was unspoken yet profound. Observing Tintin's bewildered expression, Neji shook his head. The flowers in a greenhouse ultimately cannot flourish. I find myself wishing to confront my cousin directly, hoping you will exert your utmost effort, yet not to an excessive degree. Do you understand? Neji spoke earnestly, turning his gaze towards the timid girl cowering in the corner. Hinata, please forgive me. This is all for you. At this moment, Niji's demeanor resembled that of Itachi toward Sasuke. Tanjiro stood upon the observation platform as the first match was about to commence. Tanjiro, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Kakashi approached Tanjiro, glancing down at Niji and Lee. What do you think? Surely you have already formed an opinion. Tanjiro replied. In this scenario, it is clear that Niji will prevail. Iruka suddenly appeared from nowhere. What? Am I mistaken? Iruka looked at the two, momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi shook his head. Not at all. I share your sentiment. Lee lacks the ability to master ninjutsu. And even his strongest taijutsu will be countered by the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Moreover, Niji's talent far surpasses that of Lee. Kakashi analyzed the various unfavorable factors, concluding that Lee's chances of victory were alarmingly low. Lee, give it your all. Youth shall not falter. Madogai cheered, giving Lee a thumbs up. The three glanced at Madogai before shifting their focus back to the arena. What about you? Iruka inquired. Tanjiro tilted his head, revealing a mischievous smile. Guess what? Niji, this time, I will definitely defeat you. My youthful fire is blazing fiercely, Lee declared. Niji, however, regarded Lee with utter disdain. To him, Lee had always been a mere weakling. Begin. The referee's command marked the start of the match. Lee lunged forward, engaging Niji directly. Is he really going to confront him head-on? Kakashi remarked. On the field, the figures of Lee and Niji shifted rapidly, but throughout, Lee's attacks failed to land even a glancing blow on Niji. With Teacher Guy watching, I cannot give up. I must not. Lee's movements became increasingly fluid, gradually placing some pressure on Niji. Gentle fist. Niji suddenly shouted, his hands transforming into palms, delivering blow after blow to Lee's body. Lee raised his arms in defense. Yet the disparity between them was insurmountable. He could not evade Niji's strikes. Lee, take it off. Go all out. Guy shouted towards Lee, his exuberance almost unimaginable. This was the man who had nearly kicked his way to an ending. All right. Lee retreated, his hands diving into the wrappings around his legs to retrieve two weighted blocks. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. Will removing these small weights ensure victory? Before the thoughts of the onlookers could fully form, two massive clouds of smoke erupted, accompanied by a deafening noise as the weights fell to the ground. Here I come. At that moment, Lee's speed increased by nearly threefold. How naive. Niji pondered, activating his Byakugan to pinpoint Lee's location. However, at that moment, an excruciating pain surged through the back of his head. Lee had somehow maneuvered behind him with astonishing speed. Babwajang, Kaiten. Niji swiftly unleashed his defense, and a blue orb surged forth, propelling Lee away. Seizing the opportunity, Niji executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, appearing behind Lee in a flash. Lee was struck again and coughed up blood, his figure flying to the edge of the arena. My guy appeared particularly at ease, smiling at Lee, who had endured 2 heavy blows and was under immense physical strain. With Teacher Guy here, I cannot give up. Lee slowly rose from the ground. Yield. You are no match for me, Niji declared. Not without a fight. One must never concede defeat. Lee retorted, activating the first gate of the 8 gates. Open. Veins bulged on his forehead as a torrent of chakra surged forth. The 8 gates. Guy, you have imparted such a technique to that child? Kakashi exclaimed, glancing incredulously at Guy, who remained silent, intently observing Lee's determination. Tanjiro smiled faintly before turning away. Before long, they would both be sent back. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Lee's aura intensified, yet he pressed on. Third gate. Life gate. Open. With a powerful shout, Lee's body began to change color, his chakra exponentially increasing. Whoosh. A sound of air being sliced filled the arena, and in an instant, Lee vanished from Niji's sight. Crash. Lee reappeared beneath Niji and delivered a soaring kick that sent Niji spiraling into the air. Lee bent low, exhaling sharply, and leaped to Niji's side, wrapping his bandages around him. Lotus of the Crescent Moon. Lee's body propelled Niji into a spinning motion, rendering Niji unable to utilize any jutsu due to the restraints and the forces at play. Boom. A large crater formed at the center of the arena, debris scattering in all directions. Panting heavily, Lee gasped for breath, while Niji, despite enduring the lotus, was not unscathed, spilling blood as well. Summoning his final ounce of strength, Lee threw a punch, while Niji countered with his gentle fist. They both collapsed simultaneously, their energies spent. A tie? Ino exclaimed, astonished. Observers included not only Kakashi and others but also Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and the Sand siblings, Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Predictable yet unexpected, Shikamaru remarked, while Gaara silently watched. Contemplative. Kakashi never anticipated that Lee had been trained to such an extent by Guy. Chapter 24, The Battle. With a whistle, two ninjas approached to investigate. Lee faced off against Niji Hyuga, resulting in a draw, as the referee declared. Medical personnel rushed in, escorting both fighters away from the arena. In the second match, Tintin battled Hinata. Following Niji's instructions, Tintin held nothing back throughout the contest. However, she seemed to deliberately avoid striking areas that could cause permanent injury. Blood continuously flowed from Hinata's body, and without Naruto's support, she suffered a defeat even more decisive than in the original story. Behold, this individual has struck the princess of the Byakugan. The referee announced Tintin as the victor. In the infirmary, the doctors stared in astonishment at MangekyŁ, marveling at her extraordinary acupuncture techniques and the chakra that facilitated the body's self-healing abilities, stirring their hearts profoundly. The 8 gates, I might consider exploring that. Perhaps I could uncover a method devoid of side effects. MangekyŁ slowly withdrew the silver needles, noting that Lee and Niji's wounds had nearly healed. Although full consciousness would take a bit longer. All right, you all take a look. I shall take my leave. MangekyŁ waved her hand and stretched. Her physique a perfect embodiment of elegance, causing the male medical staff present to widen their eyes in admiration. In the arena, Gaara gradually retracted his sand. Absolute defense is not something mere mortals can breach. Inuzuka Kiba was thereby defeated. But the reason for his loss was stepping out of bounds rather than being knocked out or exhausting his chakra. In the third match, Gaara emerged victorious. The next battle featured Kankuro against Shikamaru. MangekyŁ's figure reappeared at the spectators' platform. Shikamaru, is it? Kakashi, this match promises to be quite intriguing, MangekyŁ remarked. To which Kakashi nodded while conversing with Guy. By the way, Guy? This is Miss MangekyŁ, the captain of Team Yin, Kakashi introduced. Noting that both he and his companion were indeed under MangekyŁ's command, as per the third Hokage's directives. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. I am Guy. I look forward to your guidance, Guy said with a smile. Greetings, MangekyŁ replied, turning her attention back to the arena. On the stage, Kankuro and Shikamaru stood facing each other, both forming the necessary hand seals. After completing the seals, neither made the first move, instead scrutinizing one another intently. A ninja from the Sand Village? The power he exhibits is likely approaching that of A.J. Mean. He won't be easy to handle. I need to prepare additional contingency plans, Shikamaru thought, glancing at Gaara below. In that match, all of Kiba's attacks were entirely thwarted, not even grazing Gaara's attire. Meanwhile, Kankuro harbored similar thoughts. After a series of probing maneuvers, he unfurled a scroll and summoned a puppet. Is he serious now? This could be troublesome, Shikamaru mused. His gaze sweeping across the arena, yet a slight smirk played at the corner of his lips. MangekyŁ fixed his gaze intently upon Shikamaru, eagerly anticipating the manner in which Shikamaru would conclude the battle. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather straightforward. From the arms of the puppet emerged 2 elongated blades. Thrusting toward Shikamaru, displaying no sign of panic, Shikamaru swiftly transformed the shadow beneath his feet into a tether that connected to Kankuro's shadow. What is this? Kankuro found himself unable to control his own body or fingers. Every action of his was mirrored by Shikamaru. Shikamaru manipulated Kankuro to retract the puppet, while he himself advanced calmly. Behind Kankuro lay the edge of the arena. Should Shikamaru continue forward, Kankuro would undoubtedly plummet. How infuriating. How can I possibly accept defeat like this? Kankuro gritted his teeth, lamenting the premature conclusion of the match. From the very beginning, I sensed your heightened vigilance, which is why I refrained from making a move. As far as I know, you should be entirely oblivious to my ninjutsu, Shikamaru remarked. You may be unaware, but I am well aware of your identity as a puppet master. The puppet serves as your weapon and simultaneously as a springboard for my shadow imitation technique. This truly is a battle that requires little intellect, wouldn't you agree? Shikamaru continued to maintain the imitation technique while advancing. Ultimately, Kankuro's foot crossed the line, resulting in his defeat. Such is the significance of intelligence, MangekyŁ stated. Indeed, had that sand ninja been privy to Shikamaru's ninjutsu beforehand, with his puppet mastery, Shikamaru would have had no chance of turning the tide, Kakashi remarked. True, yet it is not entirely certain. After all, he is Leaf Village's most formidable intellect. MangekyŁ replied with a smile. Kakashi remained silent, tacitly agreeing with MangekyŁ's perspective. Next match, Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino, the referee announced. As Yamanaka Ino stepped forward. The absence of Sakura was conspicuous. Has that child not yet recovered? Kakashi inquired. Just wait. In 3 seconds, she will emerge from that door. Tanjiro pointed towards the entrance, holding up 3 fingers. At the entrance, there was no one present. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar. 1. Panting heavily, Sakura appeared. Her injuries having healed, and addressed the referee. Team 7. Haruno Sakura. Kakashi's expression turned to one of astonishment. The position was beyond the reach of his sensory capabilities, and Tanjiro's perception was more terrifying than he had anticipated. In full view of the crowd, Sakura ascended the arena, her gaze remarkably composed. Well then, let the match begin. The referee nodded upon Sakura's arrival and struck the gong. Come on. Sakura placed one hand behind her back while extending the other forward. Without uttering a word, Ino launched directly into the mind-body switch technique, but upon entering, she suddenly felt an overwhelming repulsion against her very soul. Those familiar with the original narrative know that Haruno Sakura possesses a hidden personality, and in the original, Ino had also attempted to control Sakura with the mind-body switch technique, only to be expelled by Sakura's alternate persona. It is my turn. Ino's attempt at ninjutsu failed, resulting in a backlash. This is indeed the perfect moment for Sakura to strike. A kunai firmly grasped in her hand, she lunges towards Ino. Her technique appears somewhat unrefined. Tanjiro silently critiques. Ino shares this sentiment. As Sakura's kunai approaches, she instinctively pushes Sakura's arm aside. However, to her surprise, Sakura smiles faintly, suddenly bending low to execute a sweeping kick. Ino responds swiftly, leaping backward to evade the attack. At this moment, it seems as though a tiny figure in Sakura's mind is repetitively demonstrating a sequence of moves, and she instinctively follows suit, resulting in an astonishing outcome. Had her previous kick connected, Ino would have surely faced defeat. Although puzzled by the occurrence, Sakura rises and charges at Ino once more. Having learned from her previous mistake, Ino wisely refrains from blocking and focuses on retreating. Yet this time, Sakura does not attempt a kick, but instead launches a punch. Ino, already positioned near the edge of the arena due to her earlier maneuver, is directly eliminated by this strike. How could this happen? Ino exclaims in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. You are not the only one improving. Sakura retorts. In this match, Haruno Sakura emerges victorious, the referee announces. With 2 matches remaining, and given the current time, it seems a break is imminent. The afternoon should see the conclusion of the event, Tanjiro observes. Indeed, Kakashi nods in agreement. You stay here and watch. I shall go check on those 2. They should be regaining consciousness by now. Tanjiro turns to leave, while Kakashi resumes his focused gaze on the competition. Master. Naruto suddenly awakens, surveying his surroundings. The tidy floor and warm bedding reveal that he is no longer in the jungle. Naruto, you are awake. Tanjiro enters the room. With Sasuke silently seated nearby, his head bowed. Master. Naruto jumps from the bed, beaming at Tanjiro, clearly overjoyed. By the way, prepare yourselves. You 2 must face each other once more, Tanjiro states. We. Naruto and Sasuke exclaim in unison, their eyes locking onto one another. Chapter 25. On the self-cultivation of actors. Indeed, I would like to remind you both that in this match, it is best not to appear too strong or too weak. You must conceal your trump cards, Tanjiro advises. Huh. Naruto gazes at Tanjiro in confusion, while Sasuke remains notably less surprised. As the new forces of Konoha, it is prudent for them to keep some of their abilities hidden. It's up to you. I shall leave it at that. Gamback, goodbye. Tanjiro smiles lightly and exits the room. Returning to the arena, after a brief wait, the final 2 matches are about to commence. Chuji versus Temari. Both participants, please step onto the stage, the referee declares. As the announcement concludes, Chuji and Temari ascend the platform from opposite sides. Chuji sets aside his chips, gazing at Temari, who wields a massive fan. However, due to the flesh of his face compressing his eyes into mere slits, he appeared as if he were in a deep slumber. Just look at this rotund fellow, handed down with evident disdain for Dingji. Yet the competition does not concern itself with one's attitude towards their opponent. The outcome remains uncertain. Let the match commence, the referee declared. Dingji, eschewing any further banter, took a deep breath. Meatball battle chariot. His body curled into a tight ball, expanding as if he were a hedgehog, akin to the rapidly spinning wheels of a war chariot. This technique could be refined with the aid of the tailed beast cloak. Tanjiro extended her hand, revealing the golden claws of the 9-tailed fox. Her action went unnoticed by anyone, as all were riveted on the unfolding contest in the arena. On the stage, Handed waved her 3-star fan, summoning its full power. Ninjutsu, Scythe Gale. Instantly, a tempest erupted as she unleashed the fan, evidently aiming for a swift conclusion to the match. However, contrary to her intentions, the fierce winds seemed to pose little hindrance to Dingji. Tangju discerned the truth. Dingji's rotational speed surpassed that of the gale, his motion akin to the rustle of grass in the wind, mitigating much of the backlash and deceleration effects. Much like a windmill. Was it ineffective? Handed scoffed. Without hesitation, she leaned forward, folding the enormous fan to transform it into a springboard, propelling herself over 5 meters into the air. Gazing down, she observed Dingji's plump form showing no signs of halting, hurtling straight off the stage. Boom. It was only upon crashing against the outer wall that Dingji perceived the situation fully. Yet, judging by his dazed demeanor, it was evident he had not practiced adequately. Having spun himself into a stupor, who said I must write of Dingji's victory? In truth, had Dingji not faltered, he might have had a chance against Handed. Indeed, there was potential. Ugh. As Shikamaru approached Dingji's side, the latter immediately expelled a Technicolor stream. As if I said anything, Handed shook her head, stepping down from the stage. Now, only the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan remained among the Leaf's ninjas. And I sense that these two shall be the strongest contenders in this bout, Handed proclaimed. Indeed, Gaara acquiesced. Kankuro remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Next match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. The referee announced. In an instant, all eyes converged upon the entrance. The Leaf's elite combatants, the Uchiha clan, Handed exclaimed. Her excitement palpable, convinced that this battle would be most intriguing. Of course, this was without Tangio informing the two that they were to perform. Now, let us all observe the self-cultivation of the actors. Sasuke strode onto the stage with an air of indifference, facing Naruto, who gazed at him with unwavering determination. Go, Sasuke. Below, numerous fans cheered for Sasuke, with Sakura and Ino being among the most fervent supporters. Let the match begin, the referee declared. Sizzle. A flash of lightning illuminated the arena as Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, while Naruto retaliated with his Rasengan, igniting the match with fervor. Neither of them engaged in preliminary taijutsu. They launched straight into a fierce exchange. How peculiar. Hadn't I advised these two to temper their intensity? Tangio observed them and remarked softly. On the stage, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and nodded, their techniques colliding with a resounding force that reverberated throughout the arena. From the moment Chidori and Rasengan emerged, their combat prowess had ascended to the level of elite shinobi. Chidori. When did that child acquire such skill? Kakashi's face reflected surprise, to which Tangio chuckled. With the 3-tomo Sharingan, replicating such techniques may not be overly challenging for him, I presume. Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naruto and Sasuke consciously moderated their chakra, ensuring their techniques inflicted minimal harm upon one another. As the residual force dissipated, they retreated, and just as the audience anticipated the true battle to commence, Sasuke unleashed a peculiar attack. Uchiha, you're driving me insane, he exclaimed, bending low in an exaggerated manner as he feigned an assault on Naruto. And Naruto? He resorted to the infamous vortex technique, failing to evade the attack. I underestimated these two, Tangio sighed. The referee and the audience were taken aback. Kakashi's astonishment was evident. The disparity in skill was glaring. One moment, their battle was seamless and reminiscent of elite shinobi, and the next, they devolved into a childish scuffle. Temari and Gaara were equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Below the stage, Gaara's expression darkened instantly. It was apparent that the two were merely performing for his benefit. How infuriating. He seethed. The one tail within him re-established its connection, and the gourd on his back opened, unleashing a torrent of sand. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro exclaimed, alarmed by his sudden shift in demeanor, recognizing that he was on the verge of fury. Gaara, with his volatile temperament, could hardly tolerate such mockery. It was as if he had been played for a fool. I came to witness a display of mastery, yet you present me with a farcical performance? How dare you flaunt your incompetence? As the yellow sand lifted Gaara into the air, he glared coldly at the two who were so engrossed in their antics. The audience began to disperse in confusion, and Tangio keenly noticed Gaara's agitation. The one tail has emerged? This is dire, quickly informed the Hokage. Kakashi's expression turned grave as he addressed Guy. There's no need. Leave it to me, Tangio interjected, shaking her head and gesturing dismissively. Without hesitation, she leaped down from the observation platform. Hey, Jiu called out, calmly approaching Gaara, who was already enveloped in rage. He turned sharply to confront her, only to feel the world spin around him. With a single kick, Jiu rendered the furious Gaara unconscious, sending him flying and collapsing beside her, his eyes vacant and devoid of awareness. A single kick? That was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Kakashi expressed his astonishment, realizing he had underestimated Jiu's strength. I appreciate your interest, but if you don't wish to watch, that is your choice, Jiu remarked. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro exchanged concerned glances at Jiu's retreating figure, but chose to remain silent. Medical personnel rushed over. After all, they were ninjas from other villages, and basic medical care was essential for those participating in the exam. The referee, discerning the pretense between the two, hastily declared a tie and concluded the match. Naruto dashed off the platform and approached Jiu, while Sasuke turned away in solitude. Master, how did it go? Naruto exclaimed proudly. It went well? But do refrain from such displays in front of your teammates, Jiu advised. I understand. By the way, Master, what as for dinner tonight? We'll see. What do you wish to eat? Jiu gazed at Naruto's beaming face and suddenly felt a sense of contentment. After all, Naruto seemed to have a rather complete childhood. Chapter 26. The surprise attack on the route in Konoha village. The townsfolk rose early, converging towards a singular destination. Today marked the final day of the Chunin exams, coinciding with the day the third Hokage met his fate in the original narrative. It seemed that all of this was inexorably linked to Danzo. Had he not yet noticed me? Jiu thought, feeling somewhat idle as he perched on a rooftop, swinging his legs. Did Danzo not covet his Sharingan? Of course, he did, yet his inaction began to stir a twinge of concern within Jiu. By the way, system, why have you ceased issuing tasks lately? I find myself quite bored, Jiu lamented listlessly. New task, Orochimaru's conspiracy. Description. Due to the host's repeated encounters significantly thwarting Orochimaru, he has temporarily altered his plans, intending to summon the first, second, fourth Hokages, and the second Tsuchikage to confront the host. Task objective. Defeat Orochimaru and his summoned allies. Task reward. 3 designated kinship cards. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What exactly is this designated kinship card? Jiu pondered, his gaze shifting to the new items in his backpack. Designated kinship card allows the host to designate one individual as their kin. Upon designation, the host will inherit the same physique and bloodline as the kin, serving as a formidable aid in awakening the Rinnegan. How powerful! Let me designate Naruto as my brother. This way, I'll gain the Uzumaki clan's whirlpool strength. Jiu declared. One card vanished from his backpack, and he felt a profound connection to Naruto's bloodline. Jiu sensed a surge of chakra within him, already empowered by the Uchiha clan's bloodline when he attained the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Now, combined with the Uzumaki clan's strength, should Jiu acquire the eternal MangekyŁ Sharingan, he would likely evolve directly into the Rinnegan. Just as Jiu activated the card, Naruto. How peculiar it is. The power bestowed upon me by my master seems to be within my complete control, and it appears to be steadily growing stronger, Naruto remarked. Owing to the dual effect of the designated familial card, Jiu acquired the whirlpool power of the Uzumaki clan, and thus, Naruto also gained the bloodline strength of Jiu. Consequently, a portion of the Nine Tails chakra naturally melded into Naruto's being. Regardless, I shall not dwell on this. Today, I am determined to become a Chunin. Naruto chuckled, oblivious to the fact that the whiskers on his cheeks were gradually fading away. Originally, Naruto's whiskers would vanish upon Jiu's departure from within him. However, after Jiu bestowed upon him a chakra equivalent to that of a tail, the whiskers persisted. Now, having thoroughly mastered the Nine Tails chakra, the two had become one, allowing Naruto to unconsciously eliminate those long-standing whiskers from his visage. At the Chunin exam venue, the contestants exuded an air of confidence, with the only notable change being the disappearance of a few sound ninja from the arena. It seemed Jiu had been unable to dissuade them from their reckless challenge against Gaara. After all, he was a Jinchuriki. How could a mere sound ninja possibly prevail against him? The final round of the Chunin test unfolded in a circular, open-air arena, equipped with various obstacles to simulate authentic combat scenarios. Yet, Jiu was absent, believing that a child's skirmish would offer little entertainment. Instead, her figure appeared atop the Hokage rock, surveying the entirety of the Hidden Leaf village. The original narrative provided no specific details regarding the location of the route. Even for MangekyŁ, locating such a hidden faction within this vast village would prove a formidable challenge. I shall unearth this diminutive root, even if it takes every ounce of my resolve. MangekyŁ rolled up her sleeves and leapt from the Hokage rock. In the Chunin competition arena, Kakashi sat in the viewing area, ever vigilant as a teacher, keeping a close watch on his students. The final round of the Chunin examination is now commencing, announced the referee. Oh, the crowd exclaimed. Hosting such an examination serves a dual purpose. It selects a new generation and fosters unity among the populace, truly a twofold achievement. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, occupied the main viewing platform, alongside Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Hokage. Orochimaru's cold gaze swept across the venue, and upon not spotting MangekyŁ, a sense of elation surged within him. Without MangekyŁ, his plan was now almost guaranteed to succeed. That old coot, Sarutobi, would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Meanwhile, Naruto sat in the preparation room, unaware that his whiskers had reappeared, as he contentedly indulged in rice balls to satiate his hunger. Beside him, Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the wooden floor, appearing either lost in thought or deep contemplation. As for Sakura, she gazed dreamily at Sasuke. In the arena, the battle was underway, featuring Temari against Shikamaru, closely mirroring the events of the original narrative. The system's notification echoed, announcing the unlocking of a new map. MangekyŁ gazed at the dimly lit tunnel ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That old dog, Danzo, could never have anticipated that I would launch a surprise attack at this moment. With resolve, MangekyŁ stepped into the tunnel, his shinobi attire shimmering as a striking cloak materialized around him. The tailed beast cloak not only provided a measure of protection, but also enhanced his imposing presence. Lord Danzo, someone has infiltrated the base, a subordinate reported in a panic from within the root. Who possesses such audacity? Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with irritation. To enter the root alone, surely even the third Hokage would not dare. It is the captain of Team Yen, MangekyŁ, the subordinate stammered, trembling as he spoke. Not far away, in the underground passage, MangekyŁ advanced calmly. Quickly, stop her. The personnel of Root rushed out, forming a line before him. Water style, water surge wave. Several of them unleashed the water technique, a colossal torrent coalescing into the form of a mighty dragon. Unfazed, MangekyŁ extended a hand, a massive fox paw emerging to intercept the deluge. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his other hand, retaliating with a blazing fire release, great fireball technique. The intense flames erupted forth, instantly vaporizing the petite wave into mist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In a flash of golden light, MangekyŁ's figure appeared behind the group, executing the multi-shadow clone technique combined with the Rasengan Shuriken, effortlessly toppling the line of defenders. The first line of defense was breached without hindrance. Drawing a blade from a fallen Root member, MangekyŁ advanced towards the group, barring his path. Pathetic. Such weakness is a sin, he declared, charging forward like a ravenous wolf, dispatching numerous foes with swift strikes. Possessing medical knowledge, he knew precisely where to strike for a swift death or a permanent injury. Most of those who obstructed him were merely incapacitated. Few were truly dead. And those who perished did so for standing in his way. MangekyŁ, as a leaf ninja, you dare to slaughter members of Root. This is treachery. Danzo emerged from the depths of Root, leaning on his cane as he confronted MangekyŁ. Oh, you acknowledge us as leaf ninjas? I had assumed your extermination of the Uchiha was due to ignorance, MangekyŁ retorted. The Uchiha conspired against the village. They had to be eradicated. Danzo defended himself with unyielding conviction. You're full of nonsense, MangekyŁ shouted, his expression devoid of emotion as he raised his blade. Chapter 27. The Cycle of Rebirth. What? Danzo's pupils constricted in shock. A faint yellow light flickered, a slender silver gleam slicing across his neck, crimson blood gushing forth. The excessive pursuit of power transforms one into a cold-blooded monster. Danzo, MangekyŁ remarked as he sheathed his blade, a hint of disdain in his voice. Danzo's head fell. Yet, moments later, his body inexplicably reappeared in its original position. He coldly fixed his gaze on MangekyŁ, tearing off the bandages from his arm and eyes. Upon his arm, a Sharingan had irrevocably closed. Within his eyes resided a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, home to the most potent illusionary art, the divine deception. However, MangekyŁ was not so easily ensnared. Although she was fully aware of Danzo's arm's grotesque appearance, seeing it in person still invoked a wave of nausea. A single arm adorned with so many eyes would terrify anyone with even a slight aversion to clusters. You understand nothing. Konoha needs me. I am the optimal choice for Hokage. Danzo bellowed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A high-pressure gust erupted from Danzo's mouth. Tangji remained silent, casting her knife backward. The blade embedded itself into the floor. In her eyes, the crimson brilliance of the MangekyŁ Sharingan manifested. Susanoo. Golden flames blazed, and the skeletal form of Susanoo emerged. Its half-formed body fiercely shielding her from the oncoming torrent of air. The remaining gentle breeze caressed Tangjio's cheek, stirring her hair. The Sharingan. It has already evolved into a MangekyŁ. Danzo laughed maniacally, unperturbed by fear. Truly beyond salvation. Tangjio shook her head, dispelling Susanoo, and suddenly crouched down. Hosting human form launching tailed beast ball, initiating moderate tailed beast transformation to counter recoil. The system's notification flashed, and from her back sprouted 9 crimson foxtails. Whiskers appearing on her cheeks as the tailed beast ball, formed from the fusion of yin and yang forces, gradually took shape before her. What is this? Danzo gazed at Tangjio, astonished. The 9 tails? No. This is utterly impossible. Who exactly are you? Boom. The tailed beast ball obliterated half of Danzo's body, piercing through the underground chamber of root. A tremendous explosion reverberated at the tunnel's end, causing a significant portion of the ground to collapse. Danzo's arm was annihilated. And as he prepared to activate a Zanami with his other eye, Tangjio instantly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly extracting Danzo's remaining Sharingan. This exquisite I cannot go to waste, Tangjio remarked, casually storing it within the system's space. Oh, this foolish Danzo. Danzo screamed in agony. His body reduced by nearly half, and with one eye gouged out, suffering was inevitable. Speaking of which, Tangjio calmly approached Danzo. I am indeed the true 9 tails. As for that brat Naruto, he merely possesses a fragment of my chakra. Furthermore, I have achieved my complete form. Even if you can continually resurrect with this Anaji, I can still match you blow for blow. In terms of chakra, I am the foremost in this ninja world, even before the 10 tails arrived. She declared to the half-dead Danzo. Gurgling, an immense volume of blood surged from Danzo's throat, rendering him speechless. If he could articulate his thoughts, Tangjio would likely exclaim, "What an impossibility! How did I not foresee this?" Such sentiments bear little significance. If words escape you, it is perhaps better to remain silent. In your next life, strive for a broader perspective. I shall resurrect you, enabling you to grasp the true essence of being Tangjio. In an instant, Tangjio's hand morphed into a fox's claw, and with a single swipe, she shattered Danzo's skull, blood splattering in all directions while miraculously avoiding Tangjio herself. At times, an abundance of chakra proves advantageous. For instance, it allows one to conjure a protective vortex of energy, shielding against the sanguine aftermath. Nearby, the frequently beleaguered Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, was brought to tears. Within the Chunin training grounds, the atmosphere grew tense. Moments prior, a searing orb of energy had erupted from the earth. Though situated in an uninhabited area of the village, the resulting impact was considerable, with nearly 1,000 square meters of land collapsing. Many nearby residents were startled, though the most severe injuries were merely superficial burns, with no significant casualties reported. The third Hokage, observing from a rooftop, addressed Kakashi, who had already arrived at the scene. Tailed Beast Bomb. The third exhaled, releasing a plume of smoke. The Tailed Beast Bomb? Is it not a potent jutsu exclusive to the tailed beasts? Kakashi gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the third nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the pressing question remained. Who had unleashed the Tailed Beast Bomb? The 9 tails had yet to manifest. Casting a glance at Naruto, who was assisting in the investigation, the third noted, the 1 tail has not left my sight. Gaara, expressionless, surveyed the gaping crater before him. Kurama, your temperament remains as fiery as ever. Though I am unaware of how you managed to emerge, you have certainly become increasingly enigmatic. Shikaku mused inwardly. In its recollection, Kurama had always presented as a proud fox, the mightiest among the 9-tailed beasts, yet consistently warm-hearted. This newfound air of mystery was unprecedented. It felt as though Kurama was no longer himself, but rather a different entity inhabiting his form. Tangjio? Have you discovered a method to extract the 9 tails without harming the child? No wonder you exude such formidable ferocity, Orochimaru remarked. The ninjas within Konoha, unburdened by pressing duties, gathered at the scene, while curious townsfolk congregated nearby, engaging in animated discussions. Seal off this area. I will manage the situation, the third commanded before turning away. Kakashi nodded. Vanishing from the rooftop, As for MangekyŁ, she had retraced her steps far from the explosion site and arrived at a training ground. Her senses fully attuned and unnoticed by anyone. At last, I've escaped, she breathed, extending her hand to reveal a crimson Sharingan eye gleaming in her palm. According to the original narrative, this eye belonged to Uchiha Sasuke. Within her backpack lay an unused identification card, sparking a bold notion. System, designate Sasuke as my brother. And Itachi too, MangekyŁ declared. Within the confines of her backpack, the last two recognition cards vanished, a profound sense of kinship enveloping MangekyŁ, who smiled and nodded. She recalled that in the original narrative, Sasuke's eyes were characterized by 3 tomo, yet the pair before her had already transformed into a kaleidoscope. Oh well, it mattered little. MangekyŁ shook her head, dismissing her earlier contemplations. She had long been aware that her arrival would induce a deviation in the original world. But she had not anticipated that even past events would undergo alteration. After a brief moment of hesitation, MangekyŁ bore the excruciating pain and extracted her right eye, replacing it with Sasuke's corresponding eye. The agony was undeniable. However, MangekyŁ had endured far worse pain. And she was not one to disregard physical suffering in pursuit of power. At her core, she remained an ordinary individual. The optic nerves swiftly interconnected, and the kaleidoscope began its evolution, its patterns shifting into an eternal kaleidoscope. Yet, before long, the power of the Uzumaki clan manifested, intertwining with the might of the Uchiha clan, resulting in a remarkable chemical reaction. As MangekyŁ opened her eyes, the crimson Sharingan within her right eye transformed, waves of rotation coursing through it, with 6 tomo evenly distributed. The purple hue of her eyes endowed MangekyŁ with an extraordinary allure. Chapter 28, The Final Battle, Chunin Arc Conclusion. Now, she had acquired the purple Rinnegan, utilizing the recognition card granted by the system. She could share the unique physical traits of her relatives, such as Naruto's Uzumaki power and his Ashura abilities, which she could directly access. This connection extended to her clan. Considering Itachi as her brother meant that Sasuke, as Itachi's sibling, would also inherit the special attributes of the Rinnegan power system. The convergence of these two formidable forces culminated in the emergence of MangekyŁ's powerful Rinnegan. Regrettably, MangekyŁ had only managed to find one of Sasuke's eyes. Thus, one of her eyes now housed the power of the 6 paths, while the other contained the Kamui kaleidoscope. The disparity in their levels created a certain awkwardness. During this awakening, MangekyŁ also acquired a new skill, apart from Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and other techniques, known as Eternal Descent into the 6 paths. This skill had a cooldown of 1 day, but possessed terrifying effects. It allowed her to select an individual and cast them into a mini 6-path cycle of her own design, endlessly cycling between life and death, rendering them unable to transcend. Essentially, this could be likened to a lethal skill, upon successful release, except for those equally powerful as the Sage of 6 Paths. Others would be instantaneously obliterated. Was there no evolution for this skill? MangekyŁ pondered, contemplating its potential limitations against those outside the 6 paths. In its essence, this skill cannot evolve, but the system can assist the host in its enhancement. Really? MangekyŁ retorted, feigning disbelief. Upgraded version of Eternal Descent into the 6 paths, Chaos Genesis. The ability to plunge one's opponent into boundless chaos, where they are strangled by the very essence of chaos, which serves as the origin of all things, inherently surpasses the 6 paths. MangekyŁ, gazing at the system prompt, instinctively sensed that leveling up would not be a simple endeavor. What are the conditions for advancement? After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Task completion. Become one of the 6 paths. Task description. Capture the remaining tailed beasts and merge them into your humanoid form. The system will unlock a special infinite 6 paths mode for the host. The reward for this task is a task reward modification card. So, I am to utilize the task reward modification card to secure an opportunity for advancement? Indeed, the system confirmed. Very well, MangekyŁ nodded. Her ultimate aspiration being to achieve eternal existence within this realm and to emerge as the most formidable being, or to return home. Reflecting on her parents, she found herself longing for them. Her demise must have profoundly affected her mother and father. Possessing the system signified that she held infinite possibilities, leading her to believe that returning to the past was not an insurmountable challenge. MangekyŁ lifted her gaze, her eyes transforming back to their normal golden hue. With the sun still not reaching its zenith, there was ample time left in the day. Gaara, with a somber expression, ascended the arena, while Tion displayed confidence. albeit one that appeared rather abrupt to the onlookers. Ninjutsu, double rising dragon. Without reservation, Tion initiated her assault, two elongated scrolls intertwining like soaring dragons. Gaara calmly raised his hand, observing Tion in midair as a sand barrier materialized, effectively obstructing all of her ninja tools. Is that ineffective? Tion exclaimed in astonishment. As her technique concluded, she descended, lifting her gaze to meet Gaara's. He waved his hand, and a torrent of sand surged towards her. This is bad. Tion thought anxiously, while Naruto and Sasuke watched the battle from the spectators' platform. Despite her swift reactions, the disparity between her and Gaara was insurmountable. Before her mind could relay the commands to her body, the sand struck her like a colossal whip, sending her flying. Gaara retracted the sand and turned away without a glance. Within the arena, Tion fainted, prompting the referee to approach the stage to announce the result. The third Hokage observed the arena, leaning slightly forward, when suddenly, he bowed his head. A fireball soared past him. Orochimaru, realizing his initial attack had failed, discarded his disguise. Beside him, a silver-haired youth wearing glasses also revealed his true self, launching a chakra-infused hand strike. This was Kabuto Yakushi. The third Hokage discarded his Hokage hat, and, utilizing his extensive combat awareness, successfully neutralized Kabuto's assault. Truly, he was the third Hokage. However, you have thwarted Lord Orochimaru's plan. Damn it, Kabuto retorted with a smirk. Orochimaru. I beheld this familiar yet unfamiliar figure before me, a pang of sorrow coursing through my mind as memories of him flashed vividly. The man who embodies the complete will of fire now bowed his head in this moment. If you harm the village, I shall spare no one, not even friends, family, or children. The words of the first Hokage echoed in my thoughts, and my wrinkled face, etched with resolve, reflected my steadfastness. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall endure, I proclaimed. As the Hokage, my duty is to eradicate any threat to the village, even if that threat comes from my former pupil. Orochimaru, should you remain obstinately lost, I would not hesitate to end your life. I declared. My pursuit is the path of eternal life, Orochimaru retorted, his form vanishing, only to reappear atop the rooftop. I cast a glance at Kabuto, choosing silence as I followed, my Hokage cloak billowing, its markings distinctly visible. Serpent's hidden shadow. Orochimaru extended his hand, and a serpent emerged from his sleeve, bearing the famed Kusanagi sword within its maw. I stepped back to evade the strike, countering with a fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The searing flames surged toward Orochimaru, who countered with water release, the two elements colliding in a tumultuous burst of steam. Before me, my vision began to blur, and then I discerned the sound of hand seals being formed. With my extensive experience, I knew this was a dire omen. I exhaled sharply, dispersing the steam, only to witness a coffin slowly rising before Orochimaru. What is that? I recognized the shape of the coffin, adorned with the symbols 1, 2, 4, and 2, immediately comprehending Orochimaru's intent. I formed hand seals, desperately pressing down on the coffin marked with 4. For no other reason, if one were engaged in a fierce battle against a tank-like adversary, the sudden arrival of an assassin would surely cast a shadow of despair upon one's spirit. Hence, prioritizing the containment of the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash of the ninja world, was undoubtedly a wise decision, alleviating many concerns. The coffin marked with 4 descended, and the array dissipated, causing the other 3 coffins to open. These were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, renowned master of forbidden techniques, and the second Tsuchikage, Inoki, the founder of Dust Release. As they opened their eyes and surveyed their surroundings, confusion gripped them. Where is this place? Hashirama queried, glancing at his companions. Ah, Tobirama, you are here as well, Hashirama exclaimed, his voice jovial. Tobirama, however, was not so carefree. He scrutinized his own hands. Is this the reanimation jutsu? Who invoked this technique? He pondered. I never anticipated being summoned back to the living world alongside you two, Inoki mused, aware that this encounter surely heralded no good tidings. Esteemed leaders, it is I who have summoned you back, Orochimaru sneered. Before you stands the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen? Have you aged so much? It seems an eternity has passed, Hashirama remarked, astonished at the passage of time. In the midst of the confrontation, Tobirama cast a glance towards Orochimaru. What is your true intention? Speak, or I shall not hesitate to act. Just as Tobirama prepared to unleash his fury, Orochimaru suddenly hand-sealed, causing Tobirama to halt his movements. What is happening? My body has become immobile? Tobirama inquired, realizing that he was not alone in this predicament. Hashirama and the others shared the same sensation. My apologies, esteemed lords, but I shall not meet my demise until I achieve my immortality, Orochimaru stated. Is this a sealing technique? Tobirama pondered, yet his body was involuntarily drawn to the third Hokage. I regret to inform you, third Hokage, we are under control. With a mere flick of his finger, Orochimaru eliminated any opportunity for the three to continue their discourse. Chapter 29. The Sealing of the Corpse Spirit's First and Second Hokage. My predecessors, I am truly sorry. Hiruzen Sarutobi once again performed hand seals to summon a spirit. Monkey King. The third Hokage called out. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a white-haired gorilla clad in garments beside Hiruzen. What brings you to summon me, Hiruzen? The Monkey King inquired. This situation is perilous. I require your assistance, Monkey King, Hiruzen implored earnestly. Very well. The Monkey King responded, quickly assessing the circumstances and comprehending the gravity of the situation. Immediately, he transformed into a colossal staff, appearing remarkably hefty yet, in Hiruzen's hands, it resembled a mere child's toy, effortlessly wielded. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, Hiruzen declared. Gripping the staff with one hand while forming seals with the other, unleashing a torrent of searing flames directed at Orochimaru. Water release, water barrier, Tobirama countered, conjuring a fierce torrent that shielded against the flames. Without losing momentum, Tobirama formed additional seals. Water release, water surge wave. A powerful current surged towards Hiruzen, who retaliated with earth release, earth flow rampart, erecting a massive stone wall that elevated his form. Wood release, birth of the world of trees, Hashirama proclaimed. Instantly, countless saplings took root, intertwining and converging towards Hiruzen, determined to ensnare him. This is troublesome, Hiruzen thought, as he extended his staff, plunging it into the ground, propelling himself high above the assault of the trees. However, the wood clung tenaciously to his staff, rendering it unusable. Dust release, dust world displacement. Tobirama, standing atop a boulder, aimed his technique at the airborne third Hokage. A white cube shot forth, but Hiruzen cleverly evaded with a shadow clone. Minor attacks may be deflected, thus, I shall employ another strategy, he mused. Shadow clone technique, Hiruzen exclaimed, summoning 3 identical shadow clones beside him. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. The dual dragons of fire and water rapidly took shape, hurtling towards the trio below. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless shurikens soared towards the immobilized Tobirama. Boom. The water and fire dragons collided, sending a massive cloud of dust swirling. From within the haze, Orochimaru emerged, just as the battle reached its zenith. Naruto and Sasuke confronted Kabuto. You scoundrel! How dare you harm my grandfather, the Hokage? This is unforgivable, Naruto exclaimed, employing the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu. Beside him, Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, coldly staring at the figure before them. How amusing. You two think you can kill me? Ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. D laughed heartily. Show him what we're made of, Sasuke, Naruto urged. Oh, Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. Whoosh. The shurikens flew forth, but D deftly sidestepped, only to find Sasuke already behind him. Chidori, Sasuke declared, lightning crackling in his hand, aimed directly at D. Naive. D sneered, leaping into the air. You're the fool, Naruto retorted, and as D looked up, he beheld an enormous Rasengan, unlike anything he had ever seen, descending upon him like a mountain. Giant Rasengan, Naruto proclaimed. Boom. Sasuke had already withdrawn to the side. And should D attempt to escape elsewhere, Naruto's clones would unleash another Rasengan, rendering any direction of escape impossible. However, to Naruto and Sasuke's astonishment, D chose to leap upward, seeking a shortcut despite the brevity of his life. Following a massive explosion, Naruto leaped back, revealing a small black hole before him and Sasuke. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. D's hand suddenly grasped Naruto's ankle, yanking down fiercely. Bang! Naruto's clone dissipated, and his true form appeared beside Sasuke. D crawled out of the pit, adjusting his broken glasses. Covered in dirt and grime, looking quite disheveled. Who would have thought that the combined strength of you two brats could rival that of AJ Neen? Yet, your combat experience seems rather lacking, D remarked, gazing at Naruto. As Naruto turned, D struck suddenly, his chakra-infused hand poised to attack. Yet, when his hand made contact with Naruto, the latter's shadow transformed into a void. What? D, well-versed in various techniques, was utterly astonished to find himself ensnared in an illusion. When did this happen? It must have been then. D recalled vividly. Remembering the moment, he locked eyes with the boy possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. Release, D commanded, but he soon discovered he could not break free. In the reality beyond, Kakashi was half-crouched, with Naruto and Sasuke standing nearby. Kakashi placed a hand on D's body, controlling the flow of his chakra, thus binding him for at least 2 hours. Truly a shadow, with a terrifyingly high combat awareness, Orochimaru commented. His hands shifted, summoning a colossal python that surged towards the grounded third Hokage. The third, panting heavily, was weary from age and depleted chakra. I'll take it from here. Daytime Tiger, Guy shouted, blue steam rising vigorously from his form. As the massive white tiger collided with the serpent's head, causing an explosion of white light. Though the execution of this technique was not yet perfected. As soon as it concluded, the blue steam enveloping Guy vanished, leaving him utterly exhausted on the ground. The third Hokage looked at the fallen Guy, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as the staff broke free from its constraints and flew into his hand. Indeed, he is the foremost master of taijutsu in Konoha. The azure beast of the village, MangekyŁ, Orochimaru remarked. Suddenly, the third Hokage's figure loomed above Orochimaru, and his staff enlarged dramatically, descending upon him with force. Orochimaru, commanding the first and second Hokages along with the Tsuchikage, attempted to intercept this blow. However, it is essential to note that the bodies summoned through Edo Tensei are inherently fragile. With one strike, the three were obliterated, only to be reborn within their coffins. Serpent's arm explosion, Orochimaru exclaimed, as a colossal serpent's head lunged at the third Hokage from beneath. Cursed be this, the third Hokage declared, as his staff instinctively slipped from his grasp, intercepting the serpent's maw. Sarutobi, retreat, the Monkey King urged. In such a dire circumstance, Sarutobi had no hope of victory. Yet he hesitated not, charging towards Orochimaru while incanting a series of seals. What seal is that? Orochimaru gasped, observing the markings formed by the third Hokage. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, the third Hokage announced. Sarutobi, the Monkey King exclaimed, as the great serpent vanished, leaving Orochimaru with an unsettling chill that coursed through his bones, rendering him immobile. Seal, the third Hokage commanded without a moment's pause. Behind him, the white-haired Shinigami extended a hand, emerging from within the third Hokage's form to grasp Orochimaru's soul. The pale blue essence was drawn outward relentlessly, yet Orochimaru would not yield without a fight. He deftly wielded the grass-cutting sword to stab towards the third Hokage's body. Thud! Crimson liquid streamed from the frail form of the third Hokage, who showed no signs of faltering. Instead, he furiously amplified his chakra output, vowing to annihilate Orochimaru once and for all. Orochimaru found himself paralyzed. The Edo Tensei was automatically dispelled. His eyes widened in horror as he began to glimpse the other side. Grandfather Third, Naruto had somehow appeared, shouting, "Release him." Summoning his shadow clones, Naruto swiftly formed a massive Rasengan, hurling it towards Orochimaru. The third Hokage sensed his time waning, as the Shinigami behind him severed the portion of Orochimaru's soul that had been extracted, consuming both the third Hokage's soul and the fragment of Orochimaru's. The third Hokage's body trembled twice, a peculiar mark appearing on his abdomen, before he collapsed to the ground. Grandfather Third, Naruto sprinted faster, unleashing the Rasengan down upon him. Orochimaru leapt backward, evading the strike with his grass-cutting sword in hand, but his left arm had turned a deep crimson, resembling a decaying limb. Should he sever it? The loss of soul would render the wound incapable of healing, yet if he did not, it would severely diminish his power and lead to his demise, as the arm would rot away, leaving an irreparable injury. Chapter 30. The Eye of Rebirth. Orochimaru had little time to ponder his injury, as he brandished the grass-cutting sword and lunged towards Naruto's form. Shinra Tensei, a chilling voice rang out. Abruptly, Naruto sensed the presence of another behind him. Turning to look, he was met with a striking violet eye. Apologies for my tardiness. Tangjiu Dao, having recently acquired the Rinnegan, endeavored to experiment with its fundamental abilities, thus wasting precious time. coupled with the considerable distance to traverse and her previous neglect in setting up the Flying Thunder God technique at the Chunin exam venue. She ultimately arrived too late, resulting in the demise of the third Hokage. With one hand extended forward, a formidable repulsive force propelled Orochimaru away, sending him spinning through the air like a mere plaything until he managed to embed his sword into the ground, finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, Orochimaru gazed up at MangekyŁ with astonishment. "The Rinnegan!" he exclaimed, his violet eyes adorned with 6 tomo, exuding an air of dominance. "Is Naruto all right?" MangekyŁ inquired gently, disregarding Orochimaru's surprise. After establishing a genuine bond with Naruto, they had formed a sibling-like connection. "Yes, master," Naruto replied. However, MangekyŁ's attention shifted to the fallen third Hokage. A peculiar formation adorned his abdomen, yet his countenance bore a serene smile. Having spent 1 point, MangekyŁ procured a piece of black cloth from the System S shop, leaving her with 979 points after her previous purchase of a map. The protagonist possesses a redemption shop, albeit infrequently utilized. She draped the black fabric over the third Hokage's body and entrusted him to Naruto before turning her focus back to Orochimaru. To be frank, she harbored no true desire to eliminate Orochimaru. This somewhat deranged scientist, at his core, merely sought to escape death and exhibited a degree of self-obsession. With some correction, he could prove to be quite commendable. "Are you here to kill me?" Orochimaru inquired. "I will not take your life, but heed my warning. For the next 3 years, you are forbidden from stepping foot in Konoha. Should you defy this edict, I will make you experience the terrors of reincarnation." MangekyŁ's Rinnegan bore into Orochimaru's gaze. Before Orochimaru, the world around him transformed into nothingness, enveloped by 6 ethereal chains that rendered him immobile. He felt himself plummeting endlessly, with no sign of respite. The desolation of the void and the relentless agony of reincarnation instilled a sense of dread within him. Observing the kneeling Orochimaru, MangekyŁ shook her head. Concealing her Rinnegan with a transformation technique, her eyes reverted to their original golden hue. Beep. Task completed. Due to the preemptive use of task rewards, no further rewards will be granted this time. The system prompted, followed by a new message. New task. Sage Arts, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, is returning to the village. The host is required to enhance their reputation to gain the opportunity to learn Sage Arts from him. Task reward. Eternal Flame. Reward description. This is an active skill that, when activated, grants immunity to death once, akin to a resurrection item in a game. A new task. Jiraiya is coming back. How delightful. Things are beginning to stir. MangekyŁ mused. Naruto gently cradled the lifeless form of the third Hokage, descending the steps with deliberate slowness, as the gaze of the gathered crowd fixated upon the shrouded figure in his arms. "Kakashi-sensei," the third Naruto murmured, as he laid the body down and unfurled the black cloth. At this sight, a wave of sorrow enveloped the onlookers. For the Hokage, the very pillar of strength for the village was no more. Sasuke, however, remained largely indifferent, for in his eyes, the Hokage did not hold significant importance. Though the third Hokage had departed, his spirit would endure, and the people rallied their spirits, turning their thoughts to the selection of the fifth Hokage. "Tsunade," Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, his mind immediately conjuring the images of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. While MangekyŁ was undoubtedly powerful, his contributions to Konoha were somewhat lacking, making him a less favorable choice for the people's hearts, thus he was temporarily set aside. With Danzo's demise and Orochimaru's betrayal, in Kakashi's view, the only candidates capable of succeeding the third Hokage were the remaining 2 Sannin. "I share your thoughts. Jiraiya is on his way back. He has been tracking Orochimaru. And with the third's fall, Orochimaru's return to Konoha cannot be unknown to him," MangekyŁ remarked, glancing back towards the rooftop where the battle had occurred, now devoid of Orochimaru's presence. "The Sannin?" Naruto tilted his head in curiosity. The Sannin refers to the 3 great ninjas of Konoha, the apprentices of the third Hokage. They have mastered the 3 legendary jutsu and possess the formidable summoning beasts known as the 3 horrors, Kakashi elucidated. "Summoning beasts? Master, do you possess a summoning beast?" Naruto inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. As soon as he spoke, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Guy exchanged glances with MangekyŁ. "Indeed, I do. But I shall refrain from demonstrating it for now. You should first deal with the remaining adversaries," MangekyŁ replied with a smile, gesturing towards the audience. Prior to the confrontation, Orochimaru had strategically deployed his concocted sleeping gas, which detonated at a designated time, rendering many unconscious. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, those closest to the center, remained unaffected. The third Hokage has fallen, Temari exclaimed, retracting her head in disbelief. Is it true that the third Hokage is deceased? This is dire news, for it signifies that the Sannin will inevitably return. Kankuro remarked. You speak true. However, what remains uncertain is who the fifth Hokage will be. Temari mused, stepping forward. Let us return to the village. Matters will soon be resolved, and remaining here serves no purpose, she concluded, leading the trio away from Konoha. Before long, the tragic news of the third Hokage's demise spread throughout the entire shinobi world. The eternal flame? Wait a moment. Does that mean MangekyŁ suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, his excitement palpable? The eternal flame grants immunity to death, while the rebirth cycle can resurrect an infinite number of individuals. Does that imply he could revive others without limitation? Yet, upon a second glance, he noted. Skill cooldown, 15 days, maximum storage of 1, up to 3. Indeed, the cooldown was considerable, but even so, the sheer might of this skill could not be overstated. For a month and a half, 3 opportunities to evade death serve as an extraordinary boon for MangekyŁ, a formidable warrior ranked among the elite of the ninja world. Coupled with the innate ability of reincarnation, resurrecting others becomes a trivial endeavor, enabling Naruto to reunite with his parents. At the scene, restoration efforts commenced, and the atmosphere was notably somber following the demise of the third Hokage. However, thanks to the existence of the Elder Council, the village's fundamental structure remained intact. Yet this did not diminish the people's yearning for a Hokage. The Hokage stands as a beacon of hope for all, representing the pinnacle of a village's combat prowess and indirectly reflecting its overall strength. Thus, the role of the Hokage is undeniably crucial, indispensable in every regard. Exhausted, MangekyŁ returned home in the evening, finding Naruto still occupied at the examination site. Not perceiving any significant matters at hand, she decided to return home alone. Glancing at her wardrobe, she noted the assortment of stylish garments she had previously purchased. Currently clad in the practical green vest of a Chunin, she yearned for simplicity and utility, while the attire in her closet seemed to lean towards sensuality. Perhaps I should try something on? MangekyŁ pondered. Chapter 31. A brief respite with that thought. MangekyŁ opened her wardrobe, revealing a neatly arranged collection of clothing. Initially, she had intended to purchase outfits for the sake of variety, to have clean clothes on hand, but now, suddenly, an idea struck her. She hurriedly descended from the attic, retrieving an eye mask from Naruto's room. System. Author, it seems he has truly forgotten his original gender. Author, shill. If he remembers. Give him a whack. Why do I feel as though someone is discussing me behind my back? How peculiar. MangekyŁ shook her head, blindfolding herself as she selected an outfit from the wardrobe. Not wanting to don anything too revealing, she opted for the heaviest ensemble. Yet, upon removing the mask, she instantly regretted her choice. Indeed, though the outfit was substantial, the contrasting black and white colors, the lace trim, the long white stockings, and a matching hairpin unmistakably transformed it into a maid-esque costume. Well, since I've chosen it, I cannot backtrack now. I'm simply too bored, MangekyŁ mused. However, when she began to separate the components of the outfit, she found herself bewildered again. What appeared to be 3 pieces actually comprised 7 distinct articles of clothing. Who would have thought this would be more complex than ninjutsu? Wait, ninjutsu? MangekyŁ seemed to have a revelation. If successful, changing outfits in a second would be a breeze. With a foundational theory in mind, it was time for MangekyŁ to test her speed. Go. The garments soared into the air. Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of yellow light illuminated the room as MangekyŁ's figure appeared on the wall. Her Chunin attire transformed into an adorable maid outfit. Regardless of the task, whenever ninjutsu was involved, MangekyŁ consistently excelled. However, there remains a conundrum. Those acquainted with the laws of physics are well aware that velocity is inherently relative. Objects moving at the same speed appear to be at rest in relation to one another. Thus, it is imperative not to employ such tactics before the water's surface. The reasons for which are abundantly clear. Perfect. MangekyŁ stood before the mirror, admiring herself as she twirled around. At times, an overwhelming sorrow may unexpectedly wash over one. Why am I not a man? How exquisite I am. How delightful it would be if I were a wife. MangekyŁ's demeanor appeared quite peculiar. System malfunction. She has recalled it again. The author chastises her. Tangjiro wept, suddenly struck by a sharp pain at the back of her head, and swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Before the mirror, Tangjiro, clad in a maid's outfit, lay upon the floor, one hand resting beside her face and the other on her abdomen, her body turned to the side. An observer might easily mistake her for a mere slumberer. In the aftermath, Tangjiro consistently believed it was merely an illusion brought on by her exhaustion. In the current shinobi world, concerning strength, only a blow from the likes of Tsunade, with her monstrous strength paired with Pain's black rods, could possibly render her unconscious. Otherwise, it would be improbable for any physical method to incapacitate Tangjiro. Yet, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, as Tangjiro's prowess and formidable perception were not easily ambushed. "Master, I have returned," Naruto exclaimed, holding the spare key Tangjiro had given him. He unlocked the door, but was met with silence. Odd. Master Gyo should have arrived home before me. After changing his shoes and washing his hands, he opened Tangjio's room door. "Master?" Naruto gazed upon the sight of Tangjio sprawled on the floor, adorned in her maid outfit. Her fair legs were quite alluring, and one would scarcely believe she was the mightiest in Konoha. Naruto swiftly closed the door with a snap. "Impossible. I must be opening it incorrectly," he murmured to himself, for in his memory, Tangjio had always been a beautiful, gracious, and gentle mentor. He had never envisioned that his master could exude such sensuality. It seemed he was simply too fatigued today. He should retire to rest. Shaking his head, he attempted to erase the image from his mind, only to find it clung to him like a persistent virus. The more one tries to forget something, the more it becomes ingrained. For instance, if I urge you all to forget the term polar bear or any related imagery, it will forever linger in your thoughts. Realizing he could not erase the memory, Naruto resigned himself to it. If he could not forget, then so be it. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Tangjio awoke. "What is this?" She was filled with confusion, vaguely recalling that she had been gazing into a mirror. "What was I thinking? At this hour, I need to prepare dinner." Tangjio paid no heed to her attire, stepping through the door and making her way downstairs to the refrigerator. "I suppose I shall make some rice. Why is it that we are nearly out of rice?" Tangjio muttered, casually retrieving a bag of rice, washing it, and setting it to steam. Steaming the rice and retrieving the vegetables from the refrigerator, she prepared several simple dishes, timing her efforts perfectly to coincide with the completion of the rice. "Naruto, come down for dinner," called Tangjio. In the attic, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes firmly shut. "Is this the chakra of my master? It is immense. Even a fraction of it surpasses mine by dozens of times." Within Naruto's consciousness, a soft golden chakra surged quietly. Placing his hand upon it, he sensed something else intertwined within. Unconsciously, he ventured into that mass of chakra, where he beheld a multicolored orb radiating an extraordinary light, which then flowed into his being. Purple, representing lightning; brown, signifying earth; blue, for water; red, embodying fire; and finally, white, denoting wind. It had been previously stated that the purpose of the kinship card is reciprocal. As Tangjio gained the power of the whirlpool, Naruto, in turn, acquired an equal share of chakra attributes. A similar phenomenon transpired for Itachi and Sasuke. "What is this? A new power of the Sharingan? How peculiar. I have an inkling that there resides within Konoha a relative of mine," Itachi mused as he gazed up at the night sky. Within him, the multicolored chakra shimmered brilliantly. "What an incredible power. Haha. Itachi, I am one step closer to killing you," Sasuke declared fiercely, staring at the bright moon, unaware of the true nature of his brother. The kinship card had indeed manifested its effects. However, their deceased parents would naturally not be able to receive this. The card's function only acknowledges the living relatives of those present at the moment, excluding the deceased or those of different clans. Thus, only Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto were endowed with Tangjio's full spectrum of chakra. Such remarkable chakra. Is this what Kakashi-sensei referred to? It seems I've acquired it all. How splendid. I must share this news with my master, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. He promptly rose and dashed downstairs, bursting through the sliding door of the small living room, only to be met by a striking black and white dress. Chapter 32. The Three Sannin. Jiraiya, huh? Naruto froze in place. "What's wrong?" Tangjio inquired, oblivious to his astonishment. Instead, smiling warmly. "And nothing," Naruto stammered, his face flushing as he recalled the image of Tangjio forcefully kicking Zabuza away in the past. "Come, sit down and eat. You must fill your belly," Tangjio encouraged, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. "Uh-huh," Naruto nodded, silently beginning to eat, but soon his restraint faltered, and he devoured the food voraciously. After all, MangekyŁ's culinary skills were simply extraordinary, truly commendable. By the way, Naruto, I released Zabuza earlier. Did you encounter him again afterwards? MangekyŁ asked. We did, Naruto replied. Encountered him? MangekyŁ's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had failed to alter history after all. Is it inevitable for Zabuza to meet his demise, regardless of his prowess? Indeed, he aided us, and I managed to defeat Zabuza. Although I did receive some assistance from Sasuke, Naruto chuckled. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. With Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan and Naruto's unrestricted chakra, coupled with the protagonist's halo, it was hardly conceivable for Zabuza to prevail. After aiding you, where did they venture? MangekyŁ inquired further. They mentioned they would persist in their training, continuing to explore this realm of ninjas, in pursuit of the true essence of being a ninja, Naruto replied. In my perspective, they have discovered their own ninja way. Perhaps, let us eat quickly. I shall take a shower first, MangekyŁ stated, rising from the living room. Naruto exhaled in relief, bowing his head to finish the remaining rice in his bowl, then stood up to clear the dishes. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the bathroom. Naruto lifted his gaze. Why am I clad in this outfit? How embarrassing, yet beautiful. I cannot endure this. I can still manage. MangekyŁ mumbled to herself, gradually shedding her garments. Having learned from previous experiences, she had covered her eyes in advance, relying on her senses to bathe, which proved to be exceptionally effective. Nonetheless, this process remained exceedingly lengthy for MangekyŁ. System, the host is still unable to let go. Sigh. Naruto heard MangekyŁ's cries but felt nothing amiss. Her previous baths had always been like this. Perhaps she was practicing her singing? Just as Naruto conjectured, MangekyŁ unconsciously began to hum a tune. Upon closer inspection, one would find her voice quite pleasant, the rhythm commendable, though the pitch still required refinement. After a while, it seemed her song transformed into something more. She rubbed her fingers together, generating an electronic sound akin to music, and utilizing this unique characteristic, MangekyŁ surprisingly began to perform. One must marvel at the creativity of youth. Lying in the room, Naruto continued to hear the electronic music, yet for some reason, after listening for a short while, he drifted off to sleep. Mission accomplished, no nosebleeds this time, off to dreamland. MangekyŁ, draped in a bathrobe, returned to the room, switching off the lights. In truth, for MangekyŁ, sleep was quite superfluous. She hardly required it. However, as a physician, she firmly believed that a healthy body necessitated early nights and early risings. Thus she compelled herself each night to close her eyes and lie in bed. Although she remained in a state of heightened excitement, the night was tranquil. The moon gradually faded, and the sun arose, heralding a new day. MangekyŁ yawned. Last night, she successfully forced herself to sleep for the first time, and it felt rather pleasant. How did she manage this? I shall leave that to your imagination. Naruto? MangekyŁ opened the door to Naruto's room, only to find him still sound asleep. Very well, I shall not disturb him. MangekyŁ shook her head and closed the door. Perhaps a stroll around the village would be in order, and I could buy some food as well. MangekyŁ left a note for Naruto and stepped out alone, donning her elegant golden cloak with great flair. The overall area of Konoha village had never been meticulously detailed in the original narrative. One could only infer its dimensions from a few comparative images, yielding rather insignificant results. Now, having arrived in the world of Hokage, MangekyŁ was poised to unveil the secrets surrounding the village's size. The true expanse of Konoha had gradually expanded over time, varying significantly across different eras. Although the iconic Hokage rock and the Hokage building remained largely unchanged, in the Hokage's realm, there were indeed snacks available, including grilled squid. As MangekyŁ glanced at a roadside teppanyaki squid stall, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she touched her pocket. Ninjas do not earn money unless they undertake missions. Although her salary had been advanced, the lack of substantial tasks meant no earnings, and the expenses for her new home were considerable. Nearly half of her monthly salary would be spent within 2 weeks. This wretched capitalism, the system surely needs reform, MangekyŁ lamented. Not everyone excels in ninjutsu. While the formidable grow stronger, those less capable remain impoverished and perpetually lag behind. Of course, this applies to civilians, for individuals like Naruto, Sasuke, and MangekyŁ. True power is not bound by financial means. Excuse me, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Just as MangekyŁ was lost in thought, she was startled by another's voice. You are Jiraiya? Without even glancing up, She had already recognized the newcomer, having not unleashed her sensory abilities earlier. She now activated them and readily identified him. "You know me?" Jiraiya exclaimed, surprised that she could recognize him without even looking up. This was quite unusual. "Of course," Tangjiro replied, lifting her gaze, while Jiraiya's face flushed with surprise. He had initially spotted her from a distance, merely noting her beauty. But upon seeing her features up close, he was utterly captivated. Her flowing black hair and golden irises, complemented by a pair of enchanting eyes filled with vitality, were breathtaking. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had mastered the sage arts of Mayaboko Mountain, and his summoning creature was a giant frog. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tangjiro, currently a special J-Nin and the leader of the Yen team," she stated. "Tangjiro, I haven't heard of you," Jiraiya remarked, feeling a sense of camaraderie now that they were both Konoha ninjas. "Are you a native of the village, Miss Tangjiro?" he inquired. "Not at all. I am a wandering ninja who only joined Konoha a fortnight ago," Tangjiro replied with a smile. "A wandering ninja?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. "What have you been up to, Jiraiya? Searching for Orochimaru?" Tangjiro asked. "Well, I must admit, I haven't located him yet." And then this happened, Jiraiya said, his previously cheerful demeanor suddenly darkening. The third Hokage was a figure deserving of immense respect in Jiraiya's eyes. With the passing of his mentor and the formidable beast being a former ally, Jiraiya found himself in a state of inner turmoil. "Rest assured, Orochimaru will not set foot in Konoha for the next 3 years, Tangjiro declared. Jiraiya regarded Tangjiro's confident demeanor with curiosity. Chapter 33, Basic Techniques. "No 6, all sit. I could have slain that rascal Orochimaru, yet I chose to spare him, warning him not to return within 3 years, Tangjiro stated. "You can defeat Orochimaru?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "There's nothing surprising about it. The volume of my chakra is beyond your imagination," Tangjiro replied with a smile. Jiraiya gradually extended his perception, seeking to ascertain the extent of Tangjiro's chakra. However, upon witnessing it, he was utterly astonished. Before him loomed a colossal golden sphere, radiating like a resplendent sun, its apex and edges beyond his sight. While his own Sage Mode chakra was indeed substantial, it paled in comparison to this extraordinary magnitude. How did Konoha manage to recruit such an individual? Jiraiya mused. What kind of person is Tangjiro? If Jiraiya were to articulate it, it would be strikingly beautiful, melodious in voice, possessing an admirable temperament, and formidable in strength. An ultimate goddess who could bring a nation to its knees. "Ah, how poetic. I believe you," he said. "By the way, does Miss Tangjiro have some business to attend to?" Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired. "Well, I find myself short on funds and was contemplating taking on a mission to earn some," Tangjiro replied. "Oh, I see. We are fortuitously headed in the same direction. I was just on my way to the Hokage's office," Jiraiya responded. Though he possessed a certain allure, in the presence of someone as powerful as Tangjiro, all that remained was profound respect and admiration, leaving no room for carnal desires. Thus, the two became companions and made their way to the Hokage's office. Outside the Hokage building, a throng of villagers had gathered, collectively mourning a venerable warrior, the hero of the village. Who is that? Kakashi, seated atop a nearby building, observed the two figures approaching the Hokage tower. One of the men had a shock of white hair, with the kanji for oil inscribed on his forehead protector, clad in a red short-sleeved shirt and grayish-white undergarments. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. As Kakashi, the disciple of Jiraiya's disciple, recognized the esteemed sage, he pondered further. Who is that? Among the crowd, many noticed the approaching duo. Realistically, aside from Kakashi, most gazes were drawn first to Tangjiro's exquisite legs. Not everyone could withstand the allure of her beauty, especially the ordinary villagers lacking in composure. "Ah," Tangjiro smiled softly, letting out a gentle sigh. "It's not my fault for being beautiful. One can only blame the heavens for their unfairness." "Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi leaped down from the eaves and approached Jiraiya, bowing earnestly. "You are Jiraiya, correct?" he inquired, filled with curiosity. "I am the disciple of Lord Watergate, Hatake Kakashi, and a devoted admirer of yours." Unintentionally, Kakashi revealed a small notebook from his ninja tool pouch, prompting Jiraiya's demeanor to soften considerably upon observing Kakashi's expression. "Kakashi, if there is something to discuss, please come inside," Jiraiya invited. "Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin." The crowd erupted in cheers, surging forward. Tangjiro gracefully leaped onto the outer eaves of the Hokage building, akin to a soaring swallow, and settled by the window, gazing down at the throngs of people below, surrounded by the crowd. Jiraiya warmly acknowledged the expressions of respect directed towards him. After more than an hour, he finally managed to break free and enter the Hokage office. The people waited for a while before dispersing, eagerly spreading the news of Jiraiya's return to the village. Concurrently, MangekyŁ was speculated to be Jiraiya's illegitimate daughter due to their age difference, leading many uninformed individuals to circulate rumors. According to the principle that good news seldom travels while bad news spreads like wildfire, this information quickly permeated the entire village. Even those skeptical began to reconsider their initial thoughts as they observed the collective belief of others. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions, engrossed in discussions within the Hokage office, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Lord Jiraiya, the village cannot be without a Hokage for even a day. I implore you to assume the role of the new Hokage, Kakashi asserted. Kakashi, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request, Jiraiya replied. Why not? Kakashi inquired. You know me well. I have grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle. Having traveled far and seen myriad sights, the position of Hokage would feel like a constraint to me, Jiraiya explained. Moreover, do you not have a more suitable candidate? His gaze shifted toward MangekyŁ, prompting Kakashi to follow suit. MangekyŁ, with her head bowed, quietly examined the scroll in her hands, her dark hair cascading gracefully, rendering her beautifully captivating. Kakashi found himself momentarily entranced. What are you staring at? Is there a mission? MangekyŁ smiled, turning to face the two. Kakashi, finally regaining his composure, shook his head, indicating they could discuss it later. I am aware that Miss MangekyŁ possesses formidable strength, even surpassing that of you, one of the legendary Sannin. However, as a wandering ninja, she lacks the requisite prestige to win the hearts of the populace. Kakashi candidly articulated the core reason. Throughout the annals of Hokage history, each successor has been connected to the first. The second was the brother of the first, the third was the disciple of the second, and the fourth was the pupil of the third student. It is a jest to assume that one could attain the Hokage position without such connections. Much like questioning why it wasn't the second son who became Hokage in the original tale. He is not the reincarnation of Hashirama, merely a trifling matter. At this, Jiraiya fell silent, contemplating how to swiftly establish MangekyŁ's authority, a matter of significant importance, particularly for himself. MangekyŁ's perspective on the Hokage was rather mundane. If offered the position, she would not decline, yet if not, she would not contend for it, as she believed it mattered little who held the title. Let me consider some strategies in a few days. For now, I shall see what Miss MangekyŁ requires, Jiraiya proposed. Have you two finally concluded your discussion? My request is straightforward. Assign me a task, for I am running low on funds, MangekyŁ stated with a hint of exasperation. Once you ascend to the position of Hokage, financial concerns will no longer trouble you, Jiraiya replied. Hokage? Have you thought of addressing my issue of reputation? As an outsider, it is hardly appropriate for me to be so casually bestowed with such a title, MangekyŁ remarked. Currently, there is no optimal solution, but one will soon present itself. For now, take on this mission. The reward should sustain you for a while. Kakashi handed MangekyŁ a scroll. Upon unrolling the scroll, MangekyŁ discovered its contents. The essence of the task was to eliminate a band of robbers notorious for ambushing travelers. Their leader was named MangekyŁ now, meaning without a brain, with a formidable subordinate known as MangekyŁ Duo, meaning without ears. Let me guess, is this gang called the Old, Weak, Ill, and Disabled Shelter? MangekyŁ quipped. Not quite. They refer to themselves as the Ruthless Ones, Kakashi clarified with a shake of his head. Well, if they were named the Old, Weak, Ill, and Disabled Shelter, it would be much more fitting. I must insist their leader change the name, MangekyŁ declared as she tucked the scroll away. Chapter 34. Is that all? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. MangekyŁ smiled, turning to exit the Hokage office. Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged knowing glances, sharing a moment of camaraderie, for they found common ground in their discourse. According to the map's markings, the location was quite distant. MangekyŁ unfolded the map she had exchanged for 20 points. Gazing at the newly marked red skull symbol. Mission area, Ruthless Mountain, mission level, mission description, a gang of robbers has taken over the nearby mountains, plundering passing merchant caravans and civilians. The Land of Fire previously dispatched troops to eradicate them, but was thwarted by their remarkable guerrilla tactics, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Mission objective, eliminate the bandit leader, MangekyŁ now. Mission reward, Designated Item Acquisition Device. A task like this can indeed yield rewards. Quite satisfactory. Tangjiro nodded with a smile. Having reached the outskirts of Konoha, she surveyed the lush greenery surrounding her, then formed hand seals. Summoning technique, huh? Just as Tangjiro completed the ninjutsu, she was propelled skyward by the immense form of her summoning beast, which was at least 100 meters in length, extraordinarily colossal. Goodness! Have I summoned the Dragon King? Tangjiro exclaimed. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed not a Dragon King, but rather Tangjiro's summoning beast, the little Azure Dragon. Indeed, as the saying goes, one must regard a person anew after 3 days apart. The Azure Dragon has now grown to a formidable size, comparable to that of 100 meters. In the past, Tangjiro could easily reach out and touch the dragon's horn, but now, the dragon's head has become so large that Tangjiro must leap high to make contact. The Azure Dragon has matured, its voice transforming from a mere whimper to a deep, resonant roar. What? You've evolved? How wonderful! Tangjiro exclaimed with a smile. Roar, roar, roar. It's perfectly fine that you've grown larger. You remain quite adorable. Roar? The dragon questioned. Of course, it's true, Tangjiro replied, shaking his head in resignation. Despite the dragon's substantial growth, its thoughts still resemble those of a child. Let us go to the location indicated on the map, he said, waving the map in front of the Azure Dragon. The dragon quickly memorized the route and, after advising Tangjiro to hold on tightly, soared into the sky. The dragon's immense body stirred up a fierce wind, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. As they ascended into the clouds, the sensation of flying remained as exhilarating as ever. Tangjiro spread his arms wide, savoring the rush of the wind against his face. Unbeknownst to him, someone had arrived at their destination ahead of time. The enemies here are said to be exceptionally formidable. The bounty on their leader, MangekyŁ, is 10 million, which should sustain us for quite a while. Once we complete this task, we need not worry about finances, Zabuza remarked as they walked along. Previously, he had been severely impacted by a single kick from a ninja, which left him questioning his abilities, especially after being defeated by 2 lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha. He now harbored a new ambition, to become a bounty hunter, eliminating those on the bounty list while honing his own skills. Indeed, Mr. Zabuza responded, still concealed behind his mask, leaving his emotions hidden from view. He sensed that, compared to before, Mr. Zabuza's temperament had significantly improved, showing him more concern. Though he could not fathom the reason, he appreciated this new side of Mr. Zabuza. Seizing the clear daylight, Zabuza and Bai hastened their ascent to the mountain's peak, their figures weaving seamlessly through the trees. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the stronghold remained oblivious to the impending danger. Are the ninjas from Konoha coming to attack? Well, with that entity present, it should be manageable, MangekyŁ pondered, observing the subordinate who reported the news. Their intelligence was limited. They knew only that a Konoha ninja was involved, without any specifics on the identity. Report. The Lord instructed that if you encounter someone in a golden robe, you must do everything possible to hold them back. Avoid direct confrontation. Another subordinate rushed in to convey. A golden robe? MangekyŁ furrowed his brow. In any case, as long as it is the Lord's directive, we shall comply, he declared, rising to issue orders for heightened vigilance. Within the stronghold, the number of patrolling guards increased 2- or 3-fold. From a distance, Zabuza and Bai observed keenly from atop a tree. Have we been discovered? In a moment of uncertainty, the sudden increase in the number of defenders was decidedly abnormal. Should their actions be discovered, the success of the assassination would become highly dubious. After all, if the enemy had been prepared, it would be unreasonable to assume that they would allow such an easy victory. High above, Tangjiro spotted the bandits' encampment and signaled to the Qinglong to descend. The dragon obediently obeyed, diving downwards, the powerful gust of wind ruffling Tangjiro's hair as he aimed at the camp, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal flame erupted from his mouth, directed towards the interior of the camp. Qinglong inhaled deeply and unleashed a formidable stream of air, the dragon's breath. The already immense flames intensified under the influence of the wind, engulfing a vast expanse of sky above the camp. That is, Zabuza looked up at the enormous fire technique plummeting from the heavens, his eyes wide with disbelief. The magnitude of this fire release was beyond anything he had ever conjured in his lifetime. Who could wield such power? He marveled. The face beneath the white mask was equally astonished. He had never witnessed ninjutsu of this scale before. Run! The occupants of the camp quickly reacted, fleeing from the impending inferno. However, given that this was a surprise attack by Tangjiro, it would be rather embarrassing for them to evade his onslaught. Boom. The tremendous flames incinerated half of the structures within the camp, having the number of bandits. From over 1,000, only about 500 remained. Is that the person the adults instructed us to delay by any means necessary? MangekyŁ, who had already bolted outside, gazed at the spiraling dragon in the sky. Rendered speechless. That is, a dragon. Both Zabuza and Bai beheld the 100-meter-long serpent soaring above, their astonishment leaving them momentarily speechless. Well done. I shall reward you upon my return. MangekyŁ praised Qinglong, identifying the ideal spot before making a vertical descent. Someone is descending? The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of a golden figure flashing by, a thick cloud of smoke billowing up from the ground. Is this the place for the weak and infirm? I am MangekyŁ of the Leaf Village. Surrender your lives. That voice. Could it be him? Zabuza tightened his grip on his great sword, never forgetting how he had once been incapacitated by a single kick. As the smoke dissipated, MangekyŁ shook his hair, his eyes glowing with the Sharingan and Rinnegan, exuding an aura of dominance and grace. The golden cloak. It's him. Danao exclaimed. Duo. Engage in a wheel battle. He commanded the man beside him. Understood. Duo nodded, stepping forward. Chapter 35. The wheel battle. Everyone. Let us unite, and take turns exhausting her stamina. We must buy time for the boss. Duo ordered. Yes. The remaining 500 bandits gathered together, encircling MangekyŁ in the center. A wheel battle? I hardly think your leader possesses any formidable techniques, MangekyŁ remarked, perceiving Danao's chakra as nothing more than that of an ordinary Chunin. Hardly a cause for concern. Taking advantage of MangekyŁ's observation of Mayu's great anger, two bandits wielding katana struck from either side, their blades descending in a synchronized motion. As the distance between them and MangekyŁ diminished, the expression of Zabuza in the tree grew cold. To be able to incapacitate one's very existence with a mere kick, such an assault was nothing short of absurd. Suddenly, MangekyŁ's figure vanished, reappearing behind the two assailants, seizing their heads and smashing them together. Blood gushed forth from their nostrils. You simply cannot comprehend what true strength is. Power is not merely about one-on-one duels. It is the ability to stand against 100. MangekyŁ remarked, her gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd as she retrieved a kunai from her ninja toolkit. Hostess triggered a random task, the so-called strong task objective, defeat all enemies using only physical prowess, without employing any ninjutsu. Task reward. Grant the host a form of traditional Chinese martial arts, an especially crafted weapon. The system's prompt resonated, eliciting a subtle smile from MangekyŁ, perfectly aligning with her intentions. The preceding maneuver. How did I fail to discern it? How did she maneuver behind those two? Zabuza noted that he could sense the absence of chakra from the adversaries, indicating they had not employed any ninjutsu. Armed with the kunai, MangekyŁ charged into the fray. As two more bandits advanced under the cover of their comrades, she inhaled deeply and spun in place just as she approached the trio. The bandits' blades grazed her abdomen, causing no harm whatsoever, while the edge of her kunai swiftly sliced through their throats, causing them to collapse instantaneously. Her actions were executed with such swiftness, flowing as if rehearsed countless times, devoid of any superfluous movements. The tactic of attrition held no efficacy against her. Come at me all at once, urged one of the bandits, glancing at MangekyŁ, who remained with closed eyes, gathering strength. MangekyŁ sighed, foolishness. Her lavender Rinnegan and golden pupils bore the essence of death, fixating upon the assembled crowd. The bandits gulped in trepidation, and under the leadership of the bandit, they charged forth. MangekyŁ raised her hand, wielding the kunai, and instantly claimed the life of one bandit. Die! For mountain bandits surged from various directions. With a graceful leap, she executed a spinning kick, dispatching another 4 adversaries. MangekyŁ weaved through the throng, facing the onslaught of over 500 foes as though she were crushing ants beneath her feet, each strike claiming a life. My eyes. The cacophony of wails and battle cries merged into a singular tumult as the fighting raged on. MangekyŁ soared into the air, driving her foot into the ground, burying a bandit's head within the earth. After more than half an hour of brutal combat, only a handful remained from the initial 500. At this moment, MangekyŁ's golden robe was stained with splotches of blood, a drop from her kunai, cascading down. The remaining bandits were utterly paralyzed by fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. With a swift motion, MangekyŁ vanished once more. The remaining minions were promptly dispatched, leaving a scene strewn with corpses and severed limbs. MangekyŁ, burdened with a system task, naturally could not show mercy, These individuals engaged in the heinous act of murder daily, and their demise was of little consequence. Only you two remain. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Tangju remarked with a smile. Duo chuckled, and the imposing figure behind him, Danao, rose, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar crimson hue. The Sharingan? Tangju mused with mild surprise, yet he promptly shook his head. Even with such an eye, they were no match for him. Clang. Tangju's kunai was intercepted by Danao, allowing Tangju to discern the opponent's eyes, a set of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Without further ado, Tangju pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Danao's face. At such a close range, evasion was futile. A deep crimson bruise blossomed on Danao's visage, and blood trickled from his nose. Let's do this together. I'm pressed for time. Tangju called out to the MangekyŁ brothers. Together, Danao replied. All right. Duo concurred. Yet, they must comprehend that while ideals may be bountiful and beautiful, reality often proves to be harsh. Boom. Boom. In a brief moment, 2 figures were sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree. To be frank, fighting in a skirt was rather inconvenient. One had to consider numerous factors such as wind speed and angles, and there was always the concern of an unfortunate wardrobe malfunction. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, eradication of mountain bandits, rewards have been automatically dispensed. Please check for yourself. Congratulations, host. For completing the challenge task, the so-called strong, rewards have been automatically dispensed. Please check for yourself. 2 notifications chimed, and Tangju opened her backpack, discovering 3 items. Item: 8 Extremes Fist. Description: The 8 Extremes Fist is the most ferocious form of martial arts within the national system, requiring immense physical strength to execute, possessing great power. Post-system enhancement, it has been categorized into 8 levels, from 1 to 8, with the highest level embodying a punch's might akin to that of Night Kai. Item: Blade of Azura. Description: This is the Blade of Azura, imbued with the power of Azura, which grows stronger with each life it claims. To put it plainly, the more one kills, the greater the increase in attack power. Truly, the system is remarkable, comparable to the 8 Gates of Duenjia. The 8 Extremes Fist stands as a prominent symbol of Chinese martial arts, Tangju remarked with a smile. She flicked the blood from her kunai and returned it to its pouch. Subsequently, a crimson long blade materialized in her hand. Its hilt a dark red and the blade a blood-like scarlet, adorned with a yellow eye stone that resembled the gaze of hell. What formidable power! Combined with the ability to summon items at will. Zabuza. Tangju turned and called out to Zabuza and Bai, perched upon a branch. Hey, Zabuza. Are you ready? We've been discovered. Zabuza replied. Mr. Zabuza, I suspect she may have known we were here from the very beginning. Yet she refrained from making a move, seemingly having something to convey to us. Bai articulated his conjecture. Do you have something to say to us? Well, Zabuza shook his head, resigned to his inferior strength. Whoosh. He leapt down from the branch, accompanied by Haku. It's indeed you two. What brings you here? Are you hunting bandits? Tangju jested. I am now a bounty hunter, tasked with claiming his head, Zabuza replied, pointing to the 2 corpses nearby. All right. I have no interest in your affairs. By the way, are you two truly going to wander like this? Tangju inquired. Haku nodded, while Zabuza remained silent for a moment. If possible, I would like to find a place to live in seclusion after earning enough money. You are right. I have realized that I cannot part with this little one. Mr. Zabuza. Haku's voice trembled slightly. He had never imagined that Zabuza valued him so highly. This is your matter. It has nothing to do with me. Farewell. Tangju waved at the 2 and turned to leave. Wait. Zabuza suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Tangju asked. I wish to duel with you once more. Please, use your full strength. Zabuza declared, his executioner's blade firmly gripped in his hand. Tangju tilted his head, pondering for a moment. If you wish, I can oblige, but to be frank, you might not last a single round. No. Not even a single move, he replied. How will you know if you don't try? Zabuza countered. All right, don't say I'm bullying you. I will only use physical techniques, while you and Haku can attack me together without restrictions. Come on, Tangju said confidently, and indeed, he had the foundation for such confidence. Such audacity, Zabuza remarked, yet he and Haku stood back to back, knowing that without cooperation, they would stand no chance against this formidable foe. Very well, I shall use only one technique, Tangju stated. Highland Bloodline. Activate. An overwhelming wave of energy surged from Tangju, causing the ground around him to shatter as a single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The host wields a blade weapon to activate the Highland bloodline, triggering the passive Infinite Sword Dow. Infinite Sword Dow. Every third strike must critically hit. The attack carries unavoidable sword energy damage. A notification from the system echoed, but MangekyŁ paid it no heed, instead gripping his blade and closing his eyes. Such powerful energy! Zabuza exclaimed, planting his executioner's blade into the ground to stabilize himself. Haku grasped Zabuza's arm with one hand, while the other launched 3 flying needles through the haze created by the energy, swiftly aiming for MangekyŁ. Clang! MangekyŁ's Shura blade met the incoming needles, deflecting them all. Without pause, he retracted his overwhelming aura and charged towards Zabuza with the Shura blade raised. Bang! Haku released Zabuza, who lifted his executioner's blade to meet the charge head-on. As soon as his blade made contact with MangekyŁ's, he felt an overwhelming strain. The opponent's strength was simply too formidable for him to retaliate, leaving him with no choice but to defend passively. MangekyŁ continued to swing her blade. For in a duel, one must exert their utmost effort, as it is a mark of respect towards the adversary. Clang! MangekyŁ's blade struck the executioner's greatsword. And with a swift turn, she unleashed another strike, triggering the critical effect of the boundless sword technique, doubling the damage. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he was sent hurtling backward. Crack, crack, crack. Before MangekyŁ could withdraw her strike, she keenly sensed danger approaching from behind. She sidestepped just in time to avoid a massive shard of ice grazing her collar. This was the blood-stained boundary of white. Water release, water dragon bullet. The executioner activated a ninjutsu, and the path to MangekyŁ's left was sealed by the ice shards, while the water dragon surged from the right. Even if MangekyŁ leapt, she would still be vulnerable to White's ice attack. Yet, against absolute power, no amount of skill could suffice. MangekyŁ cleaved through the formidable ice crystal, proving that even the Shura blade required strength to break through such defenses. She broke through? White exclaimed in astonishment. MangekyŁ evaded the water dragon's assault by moving to the other side. Use that technique. White commanded. Yes, sir, came the reply. The two advanced rapidly towards MangekyŁ, forming hand seals simultaneously. Around MangekyŁ, mirrors emerged from the water puddles on the ground as the executioner charged forth, with White joining in. They named this technique the ice release, dual shadow kill. In essence, it allowed the executioner to slice through the reflections while White attacked from multiple angles with flying needles. How intriguing, come at me. MangekyŁ replied nonchalantly. Do not underestimate me. The executioner erupted from the mirror above MangekyŁ, striking down with his blade. MangekyŁ raised her sword to block, and as the executioner retreated back into the mirror, countless ice needles rained down upon her. With unwavering resolve, MangekyŁ raised her sword, unleashing an unmatched aura that shattered the incoming ice needles, scattering them across the ground. Without waiting for the duo to launch a second wave of attacks, she bent down and cleaved through the ice mirror. Boom! The ice mirror shattered, filling the air with tiny ice shards that danced in the sunlight, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. MangekyŁ sheathed her blade with an air of tranquility and approached White and the executioner. You cannot defeat me. Surrender, she stated calmly. Yet, the two did not respond. Although the executioner bore no significant injuries, he was visibly fatigued and gasping for breath. He propped himself up beside White, sitting down on the ground. He remained silent, his pride preventing him from humbling himself before others, a testament to his dignity as a ghost of the hidden mist. Noticing this, MangekyŁ chose not to press further. A contest should conclude at an appropriate juncture. The azure dragon soared down from the skies, and with a smile, MangekyŁ waved farewell to the two. Turning, she leapt onto the dragon's head, which ascended swiftly, carrying her away. The scene was left with the remaining ice crystals, small puddles, and a distant heap of corpses. How do you feel? Asked Zabuza. Extremely powerful, Mr. Zabuza. Each of her strikes surpasses yours in strength, and her speed is remarkably swift. That astonishing shockwave is capable of shattering my ice needles. I articulated her thoughts candidly, to which Zabuza nodded in agreement. Let us depart with the heads. We shall meet again, he sighed, sheathing his beheading sword and rising to retrieve the severed heads of MangekyŁ Danao and MangekyŁ Duel. I stood up, gazing towards the horizon where MangekyŁ had departed. Unbeknownst to MangekyŁ, Orochimaru had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru, cease your actions. You cannot afford to err again, Jiraiya urged kindly. Orochimaru, you should know that I will not rest until my objectives are achieved, Orochimaru replied coolly, bearing the unconscious Kabuto upon his shoulder. The two stood at the village's entrance, locked in a tense standoff, sunlight casting their shadows parallel to one another. For Orochimaru, the loss of an arm meant many of his experiments could no longer be completed independently. He was determined to reclaim his invaluable assistant, Kabuto. Of course, had he been able to continue his experiments without hindrance, he would not have returned to the Hidden Leaf, for he understood the terrifying power of the Rinnegan. Moreover, MangekyŁ, who had nearly taken his life on several occasions without the Rinnegan, had now obtained it. The outcome of a confrontation between them was all too predictable. The loss of an arm profoundly affected him. He could only temporarily impede the decay of his limb with sealing techniques. Thus, he was willing to risk everything to rescue Kabuto. Fortunately, he discovered that MangekyŁ seemed to be absent from the village. If that woman is not here, I may yet escape, Orochimaru mused, his voice as serpentine as ever. It was no wonder he was known as the Snake Uncle. Then prepare yourself, Jiraiya declared, forming hand seals and unleashing a torrent of flames towards Orochimaru. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. I'm afraid I cannot afford to delay against you. If that woman returns, I shall have no means of escape. Orochimaru had no intention of engaging, utilizing a substitution technique to evade Jiraiya's attack, withdrawing a scroll. With a resounding boom, smoke billowed, and both Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished from the scene. Jiraiya dashed to the spot where Orochimaru had stood just moments before, only to find a pair of footprints remaining. His expression was a complex mix of relief, glad that Orochimaru had survived, and concern over the inevitable next confrontation, forcing him once again into opposition. Chapter 37. The fifth Hokage is confirmed. By the way, Qinlong, I believe I possess the Flying Thunder God technique, MangekyŁ suddenly remarked. Qinlong seemed to have an epiphany, spiraling in the air before suddenly releasing the summoning, causing MangekyŁ to feel the ground give way beneath her, her body plummeting uncontrollably. Ah, such an impatient soul, MangekyŁ remarked with a hint of exasperation, yet she displayed no sign of panic. With one hand grasping her fluttering skirt, she vanished in an instant, transforming into an invisible golden flash that reappeared at the entrance of Konoha village. As the gentle breeze stirred, MangekyŁ rose to survey her surroundings, confirming that she was indeed at the village gates. Is that the sensation of chakra? Fire release? Has Orochimaru returned? Upon her arrival at the entrance, she immediately sensed an anomaly, crouching down to examine a patch of scorched earth with intrigue. Jiu? When did you return? So soon, Kakashi exclaimed. MangekyŁ released the charred soil from her grasp and looked up at the sky. It was indeed dusk. Not so fast. By the way, what is this? She pointed at the scorched mark on the ground. That was left by Lord Jiraiya. We should hurry into the village. Kakashi gestured for her to follow. Very well. MangekyŁ shrugged. If Jiraiya burned it, who cares? Perhaps he was simply bored. As Kakashi guided her through the main gate of Konoha, MangekyŁ quickly sensed something amiss. The villagers lining the path regarded her with expressions of astonishment and admiration. Although her time in Konoha had been brief and her reputation modest, the current atmosphere felt decidedly peculiar. Is this truly Lord Jiraiya's daughter? I saw her walking with him this morning. She is remarkably beautiful, one villager whispered. Indeed, I had expected her to resemble Lord Jiraiya, but she is surprisingly lovely, another added. Me? Lord Jiraiya's daughter? MangekyŁ began to inquire. But Kakashi swiftly covered her mouth with a cloth. Let us keep this quiet for now. Lord Jiraiya will explain everything, he assured her. MangekyŁ nodded. And Kakashi withdrew his hand, glancing at the cloth, which was pristine and devoid of any cosmetic residue. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Such beauty without makeup? Goodness. Some people truly are infuriatingly perfect. Yet Kakashi, being Kakashi, maintained his usual deadpan expression, despite the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. The softness of the cloth was palpable even through the fabric. Unperturbed by Kakashi's actions, MangekyŁ proceeded with him under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Jiraiya, what is the meaning of this? MangekyŁ stormed in, kicking the door open with such force that it flew off its hinges. She angrily settled onto the sofa in the corner, glaring at the somewhat sheepish Jiraiya. Kakashi shook his head in disbelief. To possess such strength truly allows one to act with impunity, he mused, noting the evident age difference between the two, despite their familial bond. I stumbled upon this by chance. After your departure, the village began to spread the news that you were my daughter. I believe that if I were to acknowledge you as my descendant, the villagers would naturally be convinced, Jiraiya stated with a calm demeanor. So, MangekyŁ's anger still seemed to linger. After all, MangekyŁ was merely an earthling. and thus felt averse to the notion of calling someone father, even if that someone was the beloved Jiraiya from the original Naruto series. So, I took the initiative to disseminate the information. But rest assured, aside from Kakashi and the two of us, no one will doubt this matter, Jiraiya assured. Having wandered for years, suddenly having a daughter was not particularly unusual. Alright then, from my perspective, if you wish to promote me as the 5th Hokage, I have but one request. MangekyŁ raised a finger, and both Kakashi and Jiraiya's eyes lit up, immediately pressing for more information. What is it? I wish to learn sage arts, MangekyŁ proclaimed. Her own task of mastering sage arts still awaited her, and this was the perfect opportunity to bring it up. As it was only natural. Of course, that's feasible. I will speak to the Toad Sage about it. Jiraiya nodded, acquiescing to MangekyŁ's request. Once MangekyŁ became Hokage, she would be one of Konoha's own. Given her character, the likelihood of betrayal was exceedingly slim. Nay, it was virtually non-existent. For MangekyŁ, the title of Hokage was merely a name. It held no practical significance. She had silently vowed the moment she joined Konoha to earnestly protect this land, molding it into the vision she held dear. That settles it then. I shall return home now. You two can chat leisurely, MangekyŁ replied after hearing Jiraiya's response. Before departing from the Hokage's office, Kakashi and Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, for the choice of Hokage had effectively been settled on MangekyŁ. As the sky blazed with hues of dawn, MangekyŁ ambled along the path home, seemingly humming a cheerful tune. Captain. Suddenly, two voices called from behind her. Turning around, she saw it was Qianshui and Jiuyi. Ah, it's you too. Where have you been lately? I haven't seen either of you, MangekyŁ greeted warmly. We were dispatched to gather intelligence. Due to the haste of our departure, we did not report to you, Jiuyi explained. I see, MangekyŁ nodded. By the way, Captain, are you truly Jiraiya-sama's daughter? Qianshui inquired, with Jiuyi nodding alongside her. They had just heard the rumor and had come to confirm it with MangekyŁ. I can assure you, that is not the case. It was Jiraiya's idea, designed to grant me sufficient credibility once I become Hokage. You heard correctly. The 5th Hokage may very well be me, MangekyŁ declared. Qianshui and Jiuyi's expressions were evidently stunned. Their captain was astonishingly formidable. Being directly elevated to Hokage by Jiraiya-sama? This was the ultimate dream for countless Konoha ninjas. Well, perhaps not for all. However, there is truly nothing to be astonished about. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi have long been accustomed to their laid-back ways. Among the remaining individuals, MangekyŁ stands out as the most formidable, surpassing even Jiraiya. Congratulations, Captain. After a brief moment of surprise, smiles blossomed on their faces. Their eyes filled with admiration and joy. All right, have you eaten yet? Would you like to come to my house? I have prepared a delightful meal, MangekyŁ proposed. Absolutely. Qianshui nodded in agreement. Going to the captain's house? Jiuyi seemed to hesitate slightly. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid my cooking might not be to your liking? Let's go. MangekyŁ, seemingly oblivious to his own gender, took hold of both Jiuyi and Qianshui's hands and led them homeward. At this moment, Jiuyi's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson. Throughout his life, apart from his family, he had never directly interacted with the opposite sex, let alone held hands. Even during missions with Qianshui, they typically operated separately. Noticing Jiuyi's flushed complexion, Qianshui gently cleared her throat. Upon hearing the sound, MangekyŁ turned around and immediately recognized the redness on Jiuyi's cheeks. He released his grip, and Jiuyi's color gradually returned to normal, though a faint blush lingered. Oblivious as ever, MangekyŁ remained unaware. And the three soon arrived at his residence. Chapter 38, Succession, Part 1. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Naruto. Sasuke. Boom. As soon as they stepped inside the house, shouts and explosions echoed, causing a vase within to crash down and shatter atop MangekyŁ's head, drawing a frown upon his brow. Almost instantaneously, he vanished from sight. Qianshui glanced at the somewhat dazed Jiuyi, shook her head, and rushed outside as well. Approximately 200 meters away from MangekyŁ's home, Naruto and Sasuke were locked in a fierce struggle. Who knows how these two began their brawl? However, the marks on the ground suggested they had been fighting for quite some time. You too, MangekyŁ called out, and although he did not intentionally raise his voice, Naruto and Sasuke immediately halted their actions and turned in unison toward the source of the sound. 8 extremes flow single leg, slash. In an instant, MangekyŁ's figure soared into the sky. Naruto and Sasuke's expression shifted, and Sasuke summoned his shadow clone, both of them simultaneously forming Chidori, while Naruto unleashed a Rasengan. This technique was a spur-of-the-moment creation by MangekyŁ. After modifications, each strike of the 8 extremes fist would imbue chakra upon his body, resulting in an augmented force. He channeled this power into his leg and, with a high leap, executed a downward slash. While it may not have been colossal in power, it was certainly sufficient to teach these mischievous youngsters a lesson. The golden radiance enveloped MangekyŁ's leg, standing firm against Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori, showcasing no signs of weakness whatsoever. "I can't hold on any longer," Naruto exclaimed. Beads of sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead, his astonishment deepening. The opponent had managed to withstand both his and Naruto's strongest attacks with a single kick. Boom. MangekyŁ stood a short distance away, enveloped by a radiant light that illuminated the clearing. The ground cracked open, causing Naruto and Sasuke to retreat a few steps, their strength nearly depleted. MangekyŁ withdrew her attack, opting instead to use her fists. With a thunderous impact, both fists struck out, sending Naruto and Sasuke hurtling backward before they could regain their balance. They traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. For reasons unknown, Sasuke landed first, while Naruto ended up sprawled atop him, their lips unintentionally meeting in an awkward kiss. "Honestly, you two are insufferable. Get over here," MangekyŁ admonished. Oblivious to the circumstances of their tumble, they took a moment to recover, exchanging hostile glares before approaching her. "Naruto, go clean up. Sasuke, clear the weeds in the yard," MangekyŁ commanded. "Understood," both Naruto and Sasuke replied, though their enthusiasm appeared lacking. Sensing their lack of motivation, MangekyŁ added, "Whoever finishes first will learn a new ninjutsu from me." Upon hearing this, their expression shifted from lethargy to excitement. They had witnessed MangekyŁ's formidable prowess and had experienced it firsthand. The prospect of learning ninjutsu from her promised to be anything but ordinary. "You can't even think about it. I must learn that ninjutsu," Naruto exclaimed, dashing into the house to grab a cloth and begin wiping surfaces. Sasuke, unwilling to fall behind, swiftly returned to the yard, his hands moving so quickly they were a blur. MangekyŁ observed Naruto and Sasuke with a hint of embarrassment, offering a nervous smile. "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with them. Let us go." She took MangekyŁ's hand and led her back home. In the living room, Jui sat rigidly at the table, staring vacantly, his posture impeccable, resembling a statue. MangekyŁ busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a meal, while MangekyŁ assisted. As Naruto wiped the floor, he passed the living room and caught sight of Jui, who sat as still as stone. His eyes resemble Hinata's. Naruto mused, and for some reason, an image of Hinata's bashful demeanor flashed in his mind. Yet, this man, who professed affection for Sakura but ultimately married Hinata, secretly harbored feelings for his rival. MangekyŁ's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Since her confrontation with Zabuza, she felt her knife skills had significantly improved, allowing her to chop vegetables with remarkable speed and precision. "By the way, what is up with Jui? He's sitting there like a statue," MangekyŁ inquired. "Who knows? I'm not sure," MangekyŁ replied, her gaze lowered, hair tucked behind her ear. "You don't know?" When you grabbed his hand, his face turned as red as a beet, MangekyŁ remarked. "Perhaps I squeezed too hard," MangekyŁ said apologetically, genuinely believing that her strength might have startled him. "But he's a special J-nin. How could a mere hand squeeze make him blush?" MangekyŁ looked at her captain with a furrowed brow. What could it mean? Surely, he can't be needing to use the restroom? MangekyŁ remained as straightforward as ever, seemingly oblivious to the fact that others could collide with walls. "My captain, Jui seems to harbor feelings for you. Can't you see that?" MangekyŁ inquired. "What? Likes me?" MangekyŁ's movements abruptly halted as he gazed at MangekyŁ in surprise. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," MangekyŁ affirmed. "It's not the boy's straightforwardness that concerns me, but rather the girl's surpassing it." However, it appeared that MangekyŁ had a sudden realization, and he grew indifferent, returning to his task of preparing the meal. "Don't you feel anything?" MangekyŁ asked. "What feelings could I possibly have? I am aware of my own attractiveness. Naturally, many are fond of me, which is quite normal. However, I have no intention of developing feelings for anyone else." MangekyŁ replied nonchalantly. "Well, all right then," MangekyŁ responded, shaking her head. MangekyŁ brought down the soup simmering on the stove, and on the other side, the rice and vegetables were ready. At that moment, the kitchen door was suddenly flung open, and Naruto and Sasuke burst in together. "I was first," Naruto exclaimed as he attempted to rise. Sasuke swiftly seized Naruto's ankle, and the two began to wrestle once more in front of MangekyŁ and MangekyŁ. "Stand straight," MangekyŁ commanded. Upon hearing this, The two immediately stood up and approached Tangjio. I will teach each of you a ninjutsu, but first, you must attend to our guests, Tangjio instructed, gesturing towards the prepared dishes. Take these to the living room, and don't forget to bring 5 pairs of chopsticks. You both will join us for the meal. All right, Naruto replied with enthusiasm, while Sasuke maintained a more subdued demeanor. The two carried the food to the living room. And with Tangjio seated, the meal officially commenced. At the dining table, Naruto and Sasuke resumed their competitive banter, while Qianxue leaned in close to Tangjio, whispering softly. Meanwhile, Jiuyue sat quietly, silently picking at his rice. Couples abound, and there is always one lone dog. First, they feast on dog food, then they drink bitter wine. Even during a game, they must torment the singletons. Oh, the woes of a solitary dog. Master, what ninjutsu will you teach us later? Naruto asked. Tangjio glanced over and noticed that Naruto and Sasuke had already devoured 3 large bowls of rice each. Any more, and they would surely be ill. Well, considering how late it is, let's postpone it until tomorrow, Tangjio replied. Naruto and Sasuke then realized that the sky had darkened considerably, leaving only the moon and twinkling stars to illuminate the night. What? Naruto's expression clearly displayed his disappointment. It's not that I won't teach you. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Tangjio said, rising to clean up the dishes. With her culinary skills, the leftovers were tidied away in no time. Naruto and Sasuke, seeing this, also helped with the cleanup. Given the late hour, Tangjio did not allow them to leave. There was an empty room available. After laying out the bedding, Jiuyue slept alone in one room, while Naruto and Sasuke shared another, and Tangjio and Qianxue slept together. The night was always tranquil. Yet one must wonder how long such days would continue. 9. We shall take our leave now, goodbye. Qianxue waved at Jiuyue, who nodded in farewell as he saw off Qianxue and Jiuyue. She turned and entered the kitchen, preparing 3 breakfasts. Just as she finished her meal, a knock echoed through the air. Tangjio swallowed the last bite and proceeded to open the door. Naruto and Sasuke had awoken, both brushing their teeth. Yet it seemed that these two perennial rivals were up to their usual antics. Kakashi, have you two conspired? The signature silver hair combined with the infamous dead fish eyes could only belong to Kakashi. Well, Lord Jiraiya mentioned that the succession to Hokage is likely set for today. If all is well, we should depart, esteemed 5th Hokage, Kakashi stated. All right. I haven't officially become Hokage yet. Why the rush? Tangjio waved her hand dismissively. No. From now on, that will be your title. I believe it's prudent for you to adjust to it, Kakashi replied. Suit yourself, Tangjio said with a hint of exasperation, glancing back at the room before turning to follow Kakashi out. Instead of taking the main road, Tangjio and Kakashi opted for a side path, as the thoroughfare was teeming with people, and the crowd's enthusiasm was something Tangjio could hardly bear. Oh, Kakashi, you've arrived, Jiraiya greeted with a smile. Can the ceremony really take place today? Isn't that a bit hasty? Tangjio inquired. Oh, actually, for Hokage, the ceremony isn't of paramount importance. Also, this is for you, Jiraiya said, gesturing towards the garments laid out on the table. The red and white ensemble, emblazoned with the bold title of 5th Hokage, was indeed Tangjio's Hokage cloak. The Hokage cloak was essentially the formal attire of the Hokage, typically worn for significant occasions, thus crafted from high-quality materials. Oh, Tangjio lifted the cloak and hat, donning them with grace. Though the Hokage cloak was indeed striking, on Tangjio it transformed into something beautiful. Next, we must visit the Hokage rock, where the sculptor needs to carve your likeness into the monument, Jiraiya announced. No problem. Let us go, Tangjio replied, turning around. The cloak billowing behind her as the title of 5th Hokage swayed, a sense of responsibility blossoming within her heart. Previously, she had viewed matters from the perspective of the populace, but now, as Hokage, she was to be the decision-maker for the Hidden Leaf Village. This cloak represented not merely an article of clothing, but a profound sense of duty. Is this what it feels like to bear responsibility? It feels akin to the obligations of a healer, Tangjio pondered. Hokage Rock stood as a significant landmark of the Hidden Leaf, embodying the spirit of the village and revered as a sacred symbol in the hearts of its people. We've arrived, Kakashi declared, pushing open the wooden door before them. This was a wooden house perched atop Hokage Rock, home to the artisan tasked with carving the monument. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Kakashi, greeted a young boy clad in work attire, with a hammer and chisel tucked in his pocket. Hello, I am Tangjio, the 5th Hokage, she introduced herself. lifting her head so that her visage emerged from beneath the wide-brimmed hat. The boy's face flushed crimson, but before he could utter a word, an elderly man rushed out. Fifth Hokage. Who? The old man's beard was quite extravagant, occupying a significant portion of his face. He possessed a work pouch filled with an array of delicate and intricate tools. Greetings, I am MangekyŁ, he said with a smile. Unlike the boy, the old man did not blush directly. Instead, he chuckled and praised MangekyŁ before inviting everyone into the wooden cabin. Inside the cabin, various tools and sculptures were meticulously arranged. The tools on the workbench were neatly lined up, and a clay sculpture resembling a human head stood prominently, devoid of any superfluous details such as hair, indicating it was still a work in progress. Please remove your hat and take a seat. I need to capture your likeness, the elder instructed. Very well, MangekyŁ nodded, removing his straw hat. The boy beside him promptly caught the hat as it was handed over. What is your name? MangekyŁ inquired with a smile. I am Yin Cha, the fifth Hokage, the boy replied. I could not find any information in the original text regarding the sculptor of Hokage Yin, so I decided to create 2 characters instead. Please do not criticize. Thank you, Yin Cha, MangekyŁ said as he settled into a chair. All right, maintain this pose, the elder commanded, picking up a pencil to sketch MangekyŁ's likeness on paper, making adjustments as he carefully observed him. Jiraiya and Kakashi stood quietly beside the elder, watching intently as he worked. It must be noted that although the elder's hands were rough, the drawings he produced were remarkably lifelike. After a few minutes, the elder began to manipulate the clay, first shaping the general outline of the face, then refining it with larger tools, and subsequently employing smaller tools to achieve finer details. Thus, MangekyŁ's image swiftly emerged under the elder's skilled hands. Very well, we shall commence the carving of Hokage rock in a few days, which is expected to take approximately a month, the elder announced, straightening his back. Thank you for your hard work, MangekyŁ replied politely with a slight bow. Yin Cha returned the hat to MangekyŁ, who donned it once more, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Yin Cha's hair before departing the cabin with Jiraiya and Kakashi. Gyō, to solidify your position as Hokage, I have arranged a duel between us, set to take place at the training grounds on the outskirts, Jiraiya suddenly declared to MangekyŁ. Hearing this, MangekyŁ smiled. I have no objections. You may lead me there. No rush. The duel is scheduled for tomorrow. Today, you must formally announce to the public that you are the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya explained. A speech? MangekyŁ asked. No need to overexert yourself. A simple declaration will suffice. After all, the Hokage is ultimately judged by strength, Kakashi added. In the distance, the 3 observed a throng of people, all smiling and filled with excitement as they awaited their trusted Hokage. Upon reaching the backstage area, the elders stood together, bowing respectfully with smiles, expressing their reverence for MangekyŁ, who nodded in acknowledgement. Let us begin, MangekyŁ stated. Introducing the new Hokage, the fifth, MangekyŁ, the host announced exuberantly. MangekyŁ stepped from the backstage onto the stage, raising her head. Such a striking beauty was undeniably captivating and a subject of much discussion. Is the fifth Hokage truly the daughter of Lord Jiraiya? I should have anticipated this. But why not Lord Jiraiya himself? His experiences far surpass hers. Perhaps he simply prefers freedom. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet there was little opposition to MangekyŁ assuming the role of Hokage. After all, she is the daughter of Lord Jiraiya and possesses remarkable beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence, so let me say a few words, MangekyŁ began, employing a common opening for leaders. She spoke in an approachable tone, gradually winning the hearts of the audience, citing various examples. Before anyone realized, she had spoken for 2 hours. I vow, as your Hokage, to protect your safety and to bring you a better life. As MangekyŁ concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. She smiled in response, glancing back at Lord Jiraiya and Kakashi. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi appeared bewildered. Is it possible to speak for 2 hours without a prepared script? Will she continue speaking for an entire day? At that moment, MangekyŁ's position as the fifth Hokage was firmly established. Chapter 40, Succession, Part 2. However, just as the crowd reveled in joy, a clear voice cut through the air, breaking the consensus. Though not loud, it stood out amid the praises for the new Hokage. The crowd parted as a boy emerged, wielding a kunai in his hand. Konohamaru, Haibisu exclaimed, realizing that alongside the soon-to-be Hokage, Jiraiya and Kakashi stood on the stage. Haibisu ceased his cries, remaining silent among the crowd. With these 3 formidable figures present, Konohamaru was unlikely to cause any significant trouble. You dare usurp my grandfather's position as Hokage. Konohamaru's words were astonishing, drawing the attention of those around him. Upon reflection, his reaction was understandable. He was still a child. In his moment of need for familial affection, his grandfather had passed away. Just a week after his grandfather's death, the village had chosen a new fifth Hokage. Witnessing the villagers' smiles, Konohamaru felt a surge of anger. His grandfather had sacrificed his life for the village, and yet the villagers could still find joy. It was unforgivable. Konohamaru's thoughts were starkly simple. He did not grasp the profound impact of a Hokage on the village. Nor did he understand that true respect is not merely displayed on one's face, but is felt within the heart. He was unwilling to comprehend this. Blinded by rage, he intended to thrust the kunai toward the fifth Hokage, eager to demonstrate his strength. Although he knew his feeble attack would be easily evaded, perhaps even leading to his own embarrassing fall, he was indifferent. He simply wished to act according to his heart, nothing more. Isn't he the grandson of the third Hokage? What is he doing here? He held a kunai in his hand. What was he planning to do? The villagers murmured amongst themselves as Konohamaru walked straight ahead. His head bowed, obscuring the expression on his face. Konohamaru, regarding your grandfather, MangekyŁ, observed him with an intent to elucidate the significance of the Hokage to the village. I won't listen. I will kill you, Konohamaru declared, his voice betraying a hint of uncertainty with his final word. What? The crowd gasped in unison. While Kakashi and Jiraiya's expressions subtly shifted, taken aback by Konohamaru's audacity. The fifth Hokage, possessing strength that could rival that of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, stood before them. While Konohamaru was merely a child who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy, it was inconceivable that he could even dream of defeating MangekyŁ. MangekyŁ surveyed the agitated crowd, raising a hand to beckon for silence. If you seek my life, then come forth. Do not wield that. Use this instead. With a series of hand seals, she summoned a crimson long blade before her, her Shura blade, lifting the weapon with her foot and grasping the hilt with her right hand. She twirled it gracefully before presenting the hilt toward Konohamaru. Come, take it, MangekyŁ commanded, her tone tinged with a fierce intensity. Lady Fifth, someone could not help but exclaim. It was evident to all that this blade was no ordinary weapon, summoned by the newly appointed Hokage. It was likely a divine artifact, capable of inflicting genuine harm upon MangekyŁ herself. Do not underestimate me, Konohamaru retorted, grasping the blade, holding it with both hands as he stepped back and charged forward, the crimson edge glinting ominously. MangekyŁ regarded Konohamaru with a scornful smile, sidestepping effortlessly. Deep down, he understood that he would soon find himself sprawled on the ground, humiliated, forced to rise amidst the derision of the crowd and depart alongside Ebisu. Yet, these were merely figments of Konohamaru's imagination. He had gravely underestimated MangekyŁ's resolve. Suddenly, he felt a resistance, as if water had splashed against his face, accompanied by a metallic scent of blood. Opening his eyes, he saw the Shura blade piercing through MangekyŁ's abdomen, blood cascading down the blade, staining Konohamaru's face with the crimson of her life force. Why did she not evade? He pondered, realizing that his threats were merely bluster. He had never truly believed he could pierce MangekyŁ's body. His expression froze in disbelief. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated MangekyŁ would stand her ground, allowing such a blade to pierce her abdomen. Without prompt medical attention, even the strongest would succumb to death. Medical team, hurry, Kakashi shouted. MangekyŁ cast a weary glance at Kakashi, waving her hand dismissively to signal him not to worry. Jiraiya, observing MangekyŁ, sighed deeply before turning to leave, lost in his own thoughts. MangekyŁ extended her hand, gripping the hilt of the blade, while Konohamaru, trembling, crouched on the ground, terror evident in his eyes. This is the essence of blood, the sensation of taking a life. Had I not been the target of your blade, he would have met his demise on the ground. With a determined thrust, MangekyŁ drew forth the Azura blade. Blood from MangekyŁ pooled beneath. While the Hokage robe had long been discarded upon the arrival of Konohamaru, her wounds began to mend at an astonishing rate, as MangekyŁ, infused with the full power of the Nine Tails chakra, possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. Once more, MangekyŁ produced several needles and deftly punctured specific acupoints on her body. The flow of blood ceased, and the nearly transparent wounds gradually closed. Your grandfather has passed. He was a hero who fought valiantly to protect Konoha. MangekyŁ confessed to Konohamaru. Indeed, I admit I do not know him well, yet I harbor profound respect for him. All present bowed their heads, attentively listening. The gash in MangekyŁ's abdomen had healed, her blood-stained garments exposing her pale skin to the air, yet she remained unperturbed. You must understand, true heroes deserve heartfelt respect, not the display of sorrowful faces in the wake of their demise. I believe your grandfather would not find joy in such behavior. Her words resonated within Konohamaru's mind, prompting him to reflect deeply. You may feel I have usurped your grandfather's position as Hokage, but truth be told, I have little desire for such a title. Were it not for that old man Jiraiya, Kakashi would be here today. The first Hokage has departed, yet we must not allow this event to plunge us into despair. Respect for our predecessors should reside in our hearts, not merely in outward expressions. Tanjiro knelt before Konohamaru, gazing into his eyes. Do you not wish to see how I shall transform Konoha? Konohamaru was momentarily speechless, tears streaming down his cheeks as he could no longer contain his emotions. Throwing himself into Tanjiro's embrace. In this moment, all he wished to convey was respect and gratitude. I am so sorry, he sobbed. It is all right, Konohamaru. You will become a formidable ninja, Tanjiro reassured him softly, rising to don the Hokage robe once more. Where the leaves dance, the flame shall never extinguish. The past is history, and the future lies in our hands. With her back turned to the crowd, the emblem of the fifth Hokage soared through the air, etching the imposing and commanding silhouette of Tanjiro into the hearts of all present, forever imprinting it in the young heart of Konohamaru. Chapter 41. If I were given another chance, I would choose Kunai. The audience erupted into applause, united in their respect. Tanjiro accepted the Hokage hat from Kakashi, departing slowly amidst the cheers of the crowd and the astonished gaze of Kakashi as the Azura blade vanished in a plume of white smoke. Majestic. Upon arriving at the Hokage office, Tanjiro was the first to enter the women's restroom within the Hokage building. The pain was excruciating, causing Tanjiro's complexion to pale dramatically as the wound on her abdomen reopened, oozing blood once more. Indeed, while Tanjiro possessed formidable self-healing abilities, the Shura blade was nothing short of a divine artifact. Moreover, she had forgotten that the effects of the Wuji sword technique dissipated only 10 seconds after the blade was released, meaning that MangekyŁ had inflicted genuine harm. This was not merely a trivial scratch, it was akin to being pierced deeply through the heart. The host's self-healing will require at least 3 hours to mend this wound. Acupuncture can staunch the bleeding, but 1 hour of obstructed blood flow will lead to necrosis of the wound, the system analyzed. I am aware. Tanjiro responded impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. She retrieved several needles from her pocket and once again pierced her acupoints, halting the flow of blood. With great effort, she rose to her feet, glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, gritted her teeth, and exited. Upon leaving, Tanjiro utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a room she had never visited before, where Uchiha Chinchue from Team Yen stood beside her. Lord Fifth Hokage, Chinchue exclaimed, startled by Tanjiro's sudden appearance. Tanjiro had long since inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula on Chinchue's attire, lacking the kunai of Minato Namikaze. The technique served as mere transportation for her, though she might eventually develop a form of it akin to the Sword of Love. Support me. Tanjiro leaned against Chinchue, who steadied her. As Chinchue's gaze roamed, she noticed something amiss with Tanjiro's complexion. Looking down, she saw the approximately 4-centimeter wound on Tanjiro's abdomen still stained with blood. What is this? Chinchue exclaimed in surprise. No, I inflicted this upon myself. No one has breached Konoha, Tanjiro replied, shaking her head as she produced a few needles. Do you remember the acupoints I taught you? She inquired. I remember. Chinchue nodded affirmatively. Find a place for me to lie down, and then, Tanjiro hesitated, remove my clothing. Understood. Chinchue comprehended Tanjiro's intentions. This sort of injury could likely be addressed only by her captain, and she was now to act as Tanjiro's hands, facilitating her healing. Supporting Tanjiro, she led her directly to her bedroom. After gently laying Tanjiro down, Chinchue removed her Hokage cloak and hat, then used a kunai to slice open the remaining fabric of Tanjiro's attire, fully exposing the wound before her. Tanjiro felt an urge to express her irritation, thinking, I asked you to remove just the outer layer. Why have you severed my entire top? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, conserving her strength to guide Chinchue in her treatment. After all, they were both women, and it was of little consequence. Stop staring, first. Pierce the area 3 inches below my chest. Do you know where that is? Tanjiro instructed. I do, Chinchue replied, placing her hand on Tanjiro's chest, measuring downward, and once finding the correct spot, she proceeded to pierce it. As the calm facade of Tang Jiao belied the turmoil within, he commanded with a steady voice, though in truth, he was quite apprehensive. To speak candidly, as a physician, he had never personally experienced the effects of the 18 mystical needles, having only heard patients lament about the excruciating pain that followed. Tang Jiao channeled his chakra, accelerating its flow to facilitate the gradual healing of the wound from within. Pain? It was more than unbearable. Suddenly, Tang Jiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, the intense agony forcing both his kaleidoscope Sharingan and Rinnegan to manifest. This was the final needle commanded by Tang Jiao, unblocking the meridians throughout his body and expelling the stagnant, tainted blood within him. Ouch! Did I miscalculate? Qian Shui appeared to regret her actions. No, alas, Tang Jiao silently turned his face away. Once, a kunai lay before me, and I failed to cherish its value. Only when pierced by the blade of Azura did I realize the depth of my folly, regretting it too late. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would refrain from arrogance. Should one inquire about a method to avoid such pretentiousness, my answer would be to choose the kunai. Tang Jiao quietly mused. Had he known the catastrophic damage inflicted by the blade of Azura, he would not have acted so arrogantly in selecting it. Nor would he have forcibly accelerated the chakra flow to stem the bleeding, attempting to heal external injuries before addressing the internal ones. Now, adorned with needles, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Well then, do you have any clean clothes? I must attend a meeting. Tang Jiao stood up, the afternoon drawing near, as he had to convene for the trust of the Hokage's inauguration meeting. This was an internal assembly of Konoha, not open to the public, for it would discuss the future direction of the village. Yes, just a moment. Qian Shui opened her wardrobe, nearly blinding Tang Jiao with its contents. Look, a full-fledged jonin from the Uchiha clan. And yet, in the wardrobe, there are swimsuits and floral dresses, not to mention a nurse's uniform from Konoha. I don't recall you being a nurse. Tang Jiao gazed at Qian Shui. Oh, I was merely curious. It's not illegal, Qian Shui muttered. All right. I am about to attend the Hokage meeting. How could I possibly wear these? Even if I were naked, I would never don such attire. Tang Jiao declared with righteous indignation. 30 minutes later, clad in a pink floral dress and sporting a straw hat, Tang Jiao exited Qian Shui's home, having stowed away the Hokage robe into the system space. I must remember to bring some proper clothing next time. Regardless of Tang Jiao's current thoughts, he would soon forget this moment. Thus, the first Hokage to attend a meeting in a floral dress was born. Within the conference room on the top floor of the Konoha building, the village's elite combatants and the heads of various clans had gathered. Among them were Hinata clan leader Hinata Hizashi, Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku, Choji's father, Akimichi Choza, Ino's father, Yamanaka Inoichi, the famed Kakashi of the Hitaki clan, the Genjutsu master Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma Saratobi of the Saratobi clan, and the strongest martial artist of Konoha, MangekyŁ, who had once been urged by Kishimoto not to end the story with a single kick, along with the lecherous sage, Jiraiya. Aside from these familiar faces, the remainder consisted of another governing body within Konoha, the Council of Elders. In the office, everyone engaged in a discussion regarding the content of the meeting, while some were earnestly deliberating on Tang Jiao's health, a matter well known to all present. The thought was chilling, and the sight was painful. Suddenly, a sound of transmission echoed, and Tang Jiao's figure materialized before the crowd. She crouched slightly, one hand holding her hat, but as she rose, one couldn't help but notice her pink dress. A remarkable silence enveloped the room until it was finally broken by the laughter of Sunset Red, easing the awkwardness. All right. I didn't mean to. And changing clothes would have wasted time, Tang Jiao remarked as she settled into her designated seat. Kakashi observed that, less than an hour after having been stabbed earlier that morning, Tang Jiao had transformed back into a picture of health. Her self-healing ability was indeed quite formidable. I hereby declare, Tang Jiao announced, her tone serious, as Jiraiya leaned against the wall, turning to face the attendees. Thus, this meeting commences. Tang Jiao continued, her gaze sharp, as a grand plan began to take shape in her mind. Chapter 42. The Tower of God-Slaying, the origin of the world before the meeting officially commenced. I must share a startling truth with you all. The legendary sage of 6 paths truly exists, Tang Jiao stated calmly. Excuse me? The gathered individuals, aside from Jiraiya, were taken aback by Tang Jiao's assertion. Lord 5th Hokage, are you suggesting that the Sage of 6 Paths is real? Sunset Red inquired. Indeed. Furthermore, there is no need for you to concern yourselves with evidence. This is the truth, Tang Jiao replied, casting a glance at Jiraiya, who nodded in acknowledgement. As someone well-versed in sage arts, Jiraiya had long known of the Sage of Six Paths' existence. After all, the great Toad Sage had encountered the Azura brothers. Seeing their astonishment, the crowd fell silent, allowing MangekyŁ to continue. Long ago, a woman named Kaguya from the Tsutsuki clan descended into the land of ancestors, creating a brilliant radiance upon her arrival. She was subsequently discovered by the young prince's subordinates and became the queen of the land of ancestors, thus the wife of the prince. MangekyŁ began to narrate the background story of the Naruto world, and the audience listened intently. Kaguya had come to protect the God Tree, possessing a rather reclusive disposition. However, due to the peaceful environment and the care of those around her, her wariness gradually diminished, and she developed a profound bond with the prince. Yet, it is essential to understand that, at any time, war is the source of all evil. The neighboring nations sought to annex the land of ancestors, prompting Kaguya to use her Byakugan abilities to temporarily repel the enemy. However, the king of the neighboring land perceived Kaguya as a monster and pressured the prince of the land of ancestors to surrender her head, promising that peace would be restored should he comply. What of the prince? Sunset Red inquired, as women often take a keen interest in narratives, while Kakashi appeared to be diligently seeking evidence for comparison. Indeed, as the sovereign of a nation, the prince had to consider the safety of his people. Thus, he dispatched his army, wrestling with his inner turmoil, and personally pursued Kaguya. Kaguya's attendant fled with her, at which point Kaguya was already bearing the child of a certain prince. Tragically, the attendant was struck down by a hail of arrows, leaving Kaguya in a state of profound sorrow and rage. In her desperation, she invoked the powers of the divine tree, acquiring the fruit of chakra, which she consumed. After a brief pause, MangekyŁ continued. With the consumption of the chakra fruit, Kaguya's strength surged, leading to her evolution. She unleashed the ultimate illusion, the infinite Tsukuyami, ensnaring many in its grasp, turning them into sustenance for the divine tree. Eventually, as a mother, Kaguya gave birth to twins named Hagoromo and Hamura. Upon discovering their mother's heinous deeds, the twins resolved to thwart her, yet Kaguya, deeply wounded within, would not relent. Following a fierce battle with her sons, she was sealed away upon the moon. The energy of the divine tree was then divided into 9 parts by the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo and Hamura, transforming into the 9-tailed beasts. Subsequently, the twins married and had children. The lineage of Hamura became the well-known Uchiha clan, while Hagoromo's descendants formed the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Before Kaguya's demise, a substance known as Black Zetsu fell from her sleeve. Black Zetsu incited discord between the brothers, turning them into adversaries, and altered the Uchiha clan's tablet, transforming the friendship between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha into enmity. MangekyŁ spoke for quite some time, observing the fluctuating expressions of the crowd. One individual, Narashikaku, inquired, "What is this power of Kaguya you speak of? Far beyond that of Madara." MangekyŁ replied calmly, without an ounce of exaggeration, feeling as though she had understated her point. Far beyond Madara? Shikaku pondered gravely, fully aware of Madara's prowess. The thought of such overwhelming might was daunting indeed. Thus, Kaguya remained sealed, not slain. Her power is so immense that it makes the world tremble. The combined strength of us all may not even match hers. MangekyŁ glanced at the audience. Furthermore, this formidable foe shall resurrect within 50 years, and when that time comes, our objective must be to eliminate her. Eliminate? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, I have devised a plan known as the God-Slaying Project. MangekyŁ reclined, crossing her legs. First, I intend to construct a building named the God-Slaying Tower within the village, exclusively for those ninjas with immense potential, providing them with rigorous training and guidance. This will serve as the birthplace of future peak strength. MangekyŁ deliberately refrained from revealing her grandiose base, as that might be a tad too alarming at present. Crafted from pure steel, equipped with heavy artillery, featuring an invisibility shield and teleportation devices, it also houses a complete ecological chain, truly a sanctuary for a post-apocalyptic world. The candidates for selection are Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Rock Lee, MangekyŁ stated. Lee is among them. Guy exclaimed, rising abruptly. Is there an issue, Guy? MangekyŁ inquired with a smile. Well, it's difficult to voice, but it is a reality we must face. Lee cannot utilize ninjutsu, but he excels in taijutsu. Does he not? MangekyŁ countered. If I could teach him a martial art as formidable as the 8 gates, wouldn't that be extraordinary? This particular style imposes no additional strain on the body, and MangekyŁ's words never fail to astonish those around him. Comparable to the 8 gates? No side effects? Kai exclaimed in surprise, intrigued by such a technique and eager to learn it. Although the 8 gates is undeniably powerful, its drawbacks are equally apparent, especially the 8th gate, which is akin to a mutually assured destruction scenario, defeating the enemy while sealing one's own fate. Within the village of Konoha, the individuals who have exerted the most effort towards becoming stronger are undoubtedly Kai and Lee. Hence, Tang believes that the terrifyingly refined version of the 8 extremities fist is best suited for them. As an aside, it was previously mentioned that the revised 8 extremities fist requires chakra, but what I failed to clarify is that chakra serves merely as an auxiliary force. The primary power still relies on physical strength. You need not be surprised. You will soon understand, Tangji remarked with a smile, prompting Kai to nod and take a seat. Additionally, a new institution has been established in the village, named the People's Assembly, with members elected by the populace, totaling 10 individuals, possessing rights akin to mine. In the event of a conflict, I shall hold the final say, Tangji continued. She also desired for the people to govern themselves, yet knowing from the original narrative how easily they could be swayed by gossip. She pondered the danger of them wielding too much power. Would it not lead to the village's demise? No problem, we shall leave it to the Elder Council. The elders agreed with nods and smiles. They were esteemed figures within the village, having long since relinquished the youthful thirst for power, which alleviated Tangji's concerns regarding any potential usurpation of authority. Ultimately, in this world of ninjas, strength remains paramount. Should one encounter an insurmountable obstacle, one must identify the root cause and eliminate it. Father, could you please bring back Aunt Tsunade? Tangji almost let slip her thoughts, but managed to stop herself in time. Oh, haha, no problem at all. Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh, treating Tangji as if she were truly his daughter. Inside, Tangji thought, expletives. That's all I wanted to convey. Is there anything else to add? She inquired. The gathering fell silent, and Tangji nodded. Then let us adjourn the meeting. Chapter 43. Uchiha Itachi. 3 days had passed since the last meeting, and the news of the new Hokage's appointment had reached various factions, including the Akatsuki. Outside Konoha, I say, Mr. Itachi, what is our primary mission this time? Kisame inquired. Sunlight streamed through the branches of trees as 2 men clad in black cloaks, embroidered with 7 red clouds, appeared, strikingly beautiful in their appearance. Our task is to investigate the internal situation of Konoha, ascertain the strength of the new 5th Hokage, and seize an opportunity to acquire the 9 tails. If the circumstances prove unfavorable, we will withdraw, Itachi replied, with Kisame nodding in agreement. Behind Kisame rested an unusual and impressive large sword, captivating in its design. Mr. Itachi, have you heard that the new 5th Hokage is exceedingly beautiful? Don't you find yourself curious about her appearance? Kisame jested, observing Itachi's silhouette. In response, Itachi remained silent, harboring an instinctive premonition that the new 5th Hokage possessed the strength to potentially vanquish both him and Kisame. He understood the importance of not allowing others to grow complacent at his expense, yet the sensation was overwhelmingly potent. Additionally, he had recently experienced the unexpected awakening of all chakra attributes, which left him both elated and perplexed. Logically, a ninja's chakra nature is determined during embryonic development, making the notion of a midlife awakening implausible, let alone the simultaneous awakening of all attributes. To dismiss such doubts would be foolish. I shall observe the unfolding events. I have a feeling this journey will not be smooth, Itachi remarked. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Tangji languidly leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Ever since the establishment of the public assembly, Tangji found himself with increasingly less work to do. Jiraiya had also gone to consult Tsunade, leaving sage techniques to be postponed indefinitely. System, why have you ceased to issue tasks? I am utterly bored, Tangji muttered, twirling the pen in his hand. Host, this system's tasks are triggered randomly. For your well-being, this system advises, while there are many tasks available, they should not be undertaken daily. Adequate relaxation is essential, otherwise, you may find yourself lacking energy. What? Lacking energy? How could that be? Tangji queried, perplexed. It's nothing, you must have misheard. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Tangji to glance towards it before turning back to his seat. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Come in." 5th Hokage. The visitor was MangekyŁ. At the last meeting, Chiyuki and the others had stayed home to rest, as they were not required to participate in administrative matters unless called upon. Q, is there something you need? Tang Zhoubai inquired. Indeed. The construction site for the God Layer Tower has been selected, and the person in charge asked me to consult you on how this tower should be constructed, he replied, handing over a report to Tang Zhoubai. Understood. You may leave now, Tang Zhoubai said, examining the report. Yes. He nodded and, as he exited, glanced back before closing the door. The system has automatically analyzed the terrain of the selected area, identifying the optimal construction plan. The blueprints have been delivered to your system backpack at no cost. Excellent, very considerate. Tang Zhoubai opened his system backpack and retrieved the set of blueprints. The intricate designs overwhelming his senses. Shaking his head, he decided to entrust it to professionals. With a whoosh, Tang Zhoubai vanished, only to reappear atop the unfinished 5th Hokage mountain. Under the blazing sun and clear skies, he quickly located his destination, which was relatively close to the Chunin exam venue. Tang Zhoubai flashed away again, teleporting to the summit of the Chunin examination ground, heading towards the construction site. Over there, before the blueprints arrive, everyone must ensure a solid foundation. This is the most crucial part of our village's future. A robust man with a bushy beard bellowed. Yes, Captain Tanaka. The workers diligently compacted the earth, their efforts echoing through the site. Who was in charge? Tang Zhou surveyed the construction area, blueprints in hand. One must admit, the foundation was indeed solid, and the surrounding ground was compacted firmly. Lord Fifth, Tanaka bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, greeting Tang Zhou with utmost respect. There is no need for such formality. I merely brought a set of blueprints, Tang Zhou replied. Suddenly, he turned sharply, hurling a kunai at the treetops not far away. Clang! The kunai was effortlessly intercepted. Indeed, as Mr. Itachi had indicated, Konoha was up to something significant. If that blueprint could be obtained, it might serve as valuable intelligence for the organization. Kisame leaped down from the tree, wielding the formidable sword Samahata, a smile adorning his face. Kisame? Tang Zhou inquired. Are you truly the 5th? Kisame remarked, his beauty matching the rumors. However, if you were to be killed, wouldn't that be even more exquisite? He chuckled, his demeanor cold and ruthless, as was his nature. Truly, you Akatsuki seem to have lost your sense of proportion. You are utterly unqualified to battle me, Tang Zhou asserted. How would you know without trying? Kisame retorted with a sneer, charging forward, evidently intent on seizing the blueprint. A fanciful notion. Tang Zhou unsheathed the Shura blade, striking at Kisame, who transformed into a stream of water, vanishing. A clone, Tang Zhou exclaimed. Kisame's real form attacked from an unusual angle, grasping the blueprint from Tanaka's hands. But in the next instant, the paper erupted in a cloud of smoke, transforming into an explosive tag that detonated. Bang! The explosion sent a plume of white smoke, and Tanaka vanished. From the outset, Tang Zhou had sensed Kisame's presence. Utilizing her remarkable stealth skills and the Flying Thunder God technique, she had communicated with Tanaka, who had already been transformed into a civilian by Tang Zhou. The latter had employed a shadow clone to impersonate Tanaka, orchestrating the explosion aimed at Kisame. Truly, as expected of an ordinary tactics proved ineffective against her, Kisame mused. The civilians on the construction site scattered, leaving only Tang Zhou and Kisame behind. However, our target was never you. 5th, Kisame remarked with a chilling smile. I am aware. It is for Naruto, is it not? Tang Zhou responded with composure. Could it be? Kisame expressed his astonishment. 5th, Kakashi and Guy arrived at the scene, immediately locking onto Kisame. Akatsuki? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi, just drive him back. I will take my leave, Tang Zhou declared, her form dissolving into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Another clone. As I have reiterated countless times before, Tang Zhou's perception cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Moreover, as she had ascended to the position of, her awareness nearly enveloped half of Konoha. This included the vicinity of the God-slaying tower and Tang Zhou's residence. The actions of Kisame and Itachi had been fully exposed from the very beginning. Who are you? Within the abode of Tang Zhou, Naruto gazed with astonishment at the man before him. Clad in a black robe adorned with crimson clouds, an aura of mystery enveloped him. Vortex Naruto, accompany me, Itachi declared, hurling two kunai towards Naruto's legs. The vitality of a Jinchuriki is formidable. Itachi harbored no concerns about Naruto bleeding excessively along the way. Chapter 44. The Duel of Kamui. I have yet to consent. Why do you strike so hastily, Uchiha Itachi? Suddenly, the figure of Tang Zhou materialized. a slender red line flashing as she effortlessly severed the two kunai. Itachi observed Tanjiro, noticing a kunai embedded in the floor, inscribed with a remarkably unique seal. Flying Thunder God. Itachi exclaimed in surprise, astonished to witness the signature technique of the fourth Hokage in this era. Naruto, step back, Tanjiro commanded. To which Naruto responded with a glint of admiration in his eyes, retreating to the staircase behind Tanjiro, over 4 meters away. Go. Tanjiro unleashed a powerful punch. Itachi raised his hands to defend but was still sent soaring outside into the open ground. Tanjiro executed another Flying Thunder God. Her form flickering behind Itachi as she touched his back with one hand, simultaneously activating Kamui. None of Tanjiro's skills were feeble, and to mitigate unnecessary property damage, it was prudent to engage in a one-on-one duel within the Kamui space. What is this? Itachi found himself suspended in midair, unable to move under the immense force exerted by Tanjiro, watching helplessly as the dark vortex of Kamui engulfed him. Both Itachi and Tanjiro concurrently appeared within the Kamui space. Itachi's body propelled backward at great speed. He drew a kunai and forcefully thrust it against the cubic structure within Kamui, finding stability by stepping onto another elevated cube. This is akin to that person's Sharingan? Does the fifth Hokage possess such power? Itachi maintained his composure, fixing his gaze upon Tanjiro, who revealed her left eye, the MangekyŁ Sharingan, while the other was obscured by her dark tresses, preventing Itachi from seeing her right eye. My apologies, Mr. Itachi. To prevent damage to the village's property, I must bring you to the Kamui space for a duel. Shall I allow you the use of one hand? Tanjiro jested, brushing aside her hair to reveal her purple Rinnegan, adorned with 6 perfectly arranged tomo, causing a noticeable change in Itachi's expression. The Rinnegan, the pinnacle of the Sharingan, signified the ability to wield the complete form of Susanoo, the Yata no Kagami, characterized by wings that augmented both defensive and offensive capabilities to unprecedented levels. The fifth Hokage is indeed formidable, Itachi remarked quietly. Yet, he closed his eyes, and in the next moment, a torrent of black flames erupted upon Tanjiro's form. Unfazed, she discarded the outermost layer of her tailed beast cloak. While Itachi remained unaware of the full extent of Tanjiro's ninjutsu, she possessed an acute understanding of Itachi's capabilities. Having studied the original narrative, this was her informational advantage. Could it be that the tailed beast cloak signifies? Itachi suddenly recalled that when capturing Naruto, the chakra exhibited by the latter did not align with that of a partial Nine Tails, but rather with that of this fifth Hokage. In the eyes of Itachi, an immense surge of chakra erupted around Tanjiro, forming a luminous column several meters wide. Such chakra could rival that of the legendary god of ninjas from yesteryears. He mused. Abruptly, Itachi propelled himself forward, soaring towards Tanjiro. The latter, unyielding, unsheathed his Azura blade directly from his waist. It seemed poised to cleave Itachi in two. However, Itachi suddenly transformed into a flock of crows, evading Tanjiro's strike. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Itachi's silhouette reappeared behind Tanjiro, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames directed at him. With a swift sound of air being sliced, Tanjiro materialized behind Itachi. Flying Thunder God technique? Yes, I recall that moment, Itachi reflected, remembering when Tanjiro had ushered him into the Kamui space, at which time he felt the contact on his back. Ultra Great Ball Lightning Spiral. Tanjiro showed no mercy as he launched a massive Rasengan imbued with rumbling blue lightning towards Itachi. Itachi gazed at the colossal sphere, lightning swirling within. Boom. Tanjiro unleashed the attack, the violent electricity cascading outward, followed by a flurry of chakra-infused air blades, reducing the black cube to mere fragments. Fifth Hokage, you truly possess formidable strength, Itachi remarked. To withstand such a move, you are no slouch yourself, Tanjiro replied, his expression a medley of emotions as they locked eyes. With Kasame absent, there is no need for this hostility, Itachi, Tanjiro stated. I believe so as well. Itachi nodded, discarding the kunai in his hand and shutting his Sharingan. Tanjiro acknowledged that he had not struck to kill earlier, deliberately delaying his attack to afford Itachi ample time to evade. Itachi, I have long wished to convey that our village now possesses the strength to overcome the Akatsuki, Tanjiro declared. No, fifth Hokage, the leader of the Akatsuki wields the Rinnegan, which is tremendously powerful. I must remain in the shadows until true peace is bestowed upon Konoha, Itachi responded. Haha, let me enlighten you. I possess a deeper understanding of the Akatsuki's demise than you might think. Pain is merely a puppet, and the true mastermind behind him is Nagato of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato's eyes were bestowed upon him by Madara, intended for the eventuality of Nagato activating the Rebirth to resurrect himself, Tanjiro stated nonchalantly, causing Itachi's expression to shift dramatically to one of profound shock. Do not be astonished, Itachi. You can return. I do not wish for Sasuke to harbor hatred towards you indefinitely. You must reveal the truth to him. Simultaneously, there are many truths I need to share with you. Tanjiro smiled. System, purchase a garment using my points. Appropriate attire has been selected based on the host's current status, costing 1 point. Remaining points, 978. The clothing has been automatically placed in the system's backpack. One cannot help but commend your system. Not only does it operate with remarkable efficiency, but it also anticipates your every need. Put this on. The darkness has been thoroughly unveiled to me, Tanjiro remarked with a smile, tossing a set of clothes towards Itachi. Itachi caught it with a steady hand, scrutinizing Tanjiro intently, remaining silent. In the name of shadows, Tanjiro retrieved his Hokage robe and, with a swift turn, donned it upon himself. Welcome back. His eyes transformed into a resplendent gold as he regarded Itachi with an equally earnest demeanor. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Itachi's expression shifted from uncertainty to resolve in mere seconds. Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, is willing to sacrifice everything for the peace and prosperity of Konoha. Itachi removed the Akatsuki cloak and adorned himself with the attire gifted by Tanjiro, along with a pristine leaf headband. Here, take this to the lecherous sage Jiraiya at the Hokage Tower. He will enlighten you on our true plans, Tanjiro instructed, handing a sealed envelope to Itachi. Itachi caught it with one hand, and as he gazed upon the letter, a wave of relief washed over him. After all these years, he had longed for this day to uncover the truths of the Akatsuki, to embrace Sasuke as he did in his youth, and to bask in the light rather than dwell in darkness. Although this was their first encounter, Tanjiro's prowess, profound knowledge of the Akatsuki, and the immense sense of responsibility that accompanied the title of Hokage instilled in Itachi a profound sense of hope. Perhaps he need no longer live in shadows. Indeed. Itachi nodded. Outside, Naruto stood vigilant, scrutinizing the vacant space before the dwelling, kunai in hand. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the Kamui space materialized, and both Tanjiro and Itachi emerged. Naruto, locking his gaze on Itachi beside Tanjiro, lunged forward without consideration of the circumstances. Naruto. Tanjiro grasped Naruto's wrist, while Itachi turned to face him. Just moments ago, Naruto had been cold and unyielding. Yet now, Itachi's eyes radiated warmth. Naruto noticed Itachi's attire had transformed from the alarming Akatsuki robe into the standard garb of AJ Nin. Master Gyo, what is going on? Naruto inquired. Tanjiro chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the details. Please, refer to him as Uchiha Itachi. Furthermore, he is Sasuke's elder brother. Sasuke's brother? Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Naruto, I am Uchiha Itachi, brother to Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi confirmed. With Itachi's affirmation, Naruto nodded in elation, sheathing his kunai and bowing apologetically to Itachi. Itachi accepted the apology with a smile, one that resonated from the depths of his heart, a smile Tanjiro could discern. After a brief introduction between Naruto and Itachi, the latter, filled with emotion, turned to depart. Watching Itachi's silhouette fade, Tanjiro couldn't help but recall the tragic fate of Itachi from the original narrative. Having arrived here, such a fate would never befall him again. Bonds of life and death shall not be forsaken. Rebirth shall unite brothers. Chapter 45. Itachi and Sasuke. All right, Naruto. I must attend to some matters and shan't return by noon. Please bring Sasuke to find me in the afternoon, Tanjiro remarked with a smile. Task guaranteed. Naruto replied with enthusiasm. Very well, Tanjiro nodded, bending slightly before instantly returning to the location where he had previously battled Kisame. Fifth Hokage, exclaimed a nearby ninja upon witnessing the sudden appearance, their face lighting up with joy. Accelerate the evacuation of the crowd. I shall confront him, Tanjiro spoke calmly. Understood. The Jonin nodded, turning to assist in dispersing the people and securing the area. Within the water sphere, Kakashi, Guy, and Kisame were engaged in fierce combat. Kisame began forming hand seals aimed at Kakashi and Guy. Water release, great shark bomb. He roared, unleashing a shadow formed by the massive water projectile, hurtling towards Kakashi and Guy. With no time to open the seventh gate, Guy had no choice but to evade, but it was evident he was too late. Observing the imminent danger, MangekyŁ, determined to prevent injury to her comrades, invoked the fourth secret art of the eight extremities fist. A radiant golden light enveloped her right fist as she opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within her pupils. With a powerful punch, she released a wave of energy, creating a bagua illusion capable of dispelling the great shark bomb, advancing towards the ferocious attack. Boom! Kakashi and Guy, who had prepared to take the hit, widened their eyes as the bagua illusion spun, dissipating the might of the great shark bomb into 8 segments, causing both to vanish. The fourth secret art of the eight extremities fist, bagua divergence fist, MangekyŁ declared. This technique allowed her to absorb and disperse the enemy's tangible assault, transforming it into pure energy, which could then be unleashed for a counterattack. Gazing at the building ensconced within the water sphere, MangekyŁ furrowed her brow. No. Continuing this way would cause significant destruction, she stated. Approaching the water sphere, she placed a hand upon it, directly siphoning off 2% of her chakra. Whoosh! The onlookers and those aiding in the evacuation turned to see that the massive half-circular water sphere had vanished, leaving the streets tranquil and the ground damp. Boom! In the forest, the half-circular water sphere suddenly crashed down. Kisame thought to himself that it was bad. He had evidently been teleported along with the sphere. He could not fathom anyone capable of such a feat in the village, save for the enigmatic 5th Hokage. Furthermore, his great shark bomb had been neutralized. If the battle continued, defeat was inevitable. MangekyŁ raised her gaze towards the water sphere. Channeling her previously stored power, she leaped forward with a punch. A tremendous wave of energy cleaved the water apart, forcing Kisame to barely defend himself. The second stage of the fourth secret art of the eight extremities fist, bagua divergence fist. Golden light erupted from MangekyŁ's fist, the force penetrating through Kisame, forming a conical vacuum. Ugh! Kisame coughed, blood surging from his throat as he was propelled from the water sphere. In that instant, the enormous half-circular water sphere collapsed. Kakashi and Guy watched in astonishment at MangekyŁ, particularly Guy, whose expression was a vivid display of awe. Both understood that MangekyŁ's technique was a blend of martial prowess and mental strength. As a martial arts enthusiast, Guy held MangekyŁ in profound respect. As the three landed, aside from MangekyŁ, who had remained dry by skillfully parting the water, Kakashi and Guy were both drenched. Kakashi, Guy, take him back to the village, MangekyŁ instructed, as Kisame lay without resistance. Not far away, Kisame leaned against a tree, his expression twisted in agony, a grotesque wound marring his abdomen. Despite his formidable regenerative abilities, the severity of MangekyŁ's assault rendered him bedridden for weeks. Is this the true power of the 5th Hokage? How incredibly potent, Kisame sneered, lacking the strength to form hand seals. Self-destruction was no longer an option. Kisame, let us go. Kakashi and Guy materialized before him. MangekyŁ gazed at the gasping Kisame, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Why was the wound on Kisame's abdomen healing so slowly? The eight extremes fist possesses an internal rending effect, though Kisame appeared relatively unscathed. His internal organs had been ruthlessly shredded by the internal force of the technique, allowing him to survive such a brutal blow. Well then, MangekyŁ sighed, shaking his head. He gestured, and Guy grasped Kisame's leg, placing one hand upon Kakashi's shoulder. With MangekyŁ's hand resting on Kakashi's shoulder, the four of them vanished with a whoosh, reappearing within the confines of Konoha village. Lord 5th Hokage, a Chunin, who had been present during the earlier battle, respectfully bowed to MangekyŁ. Yes. Hand him over to the interrogation department. Assign 8 Chunin to guard him. Once he exits his merged state, confine his sword elsewhere. No water is to be present in the cell, MangekyŁ instructed. Understood. The Chunin nodded. As MangekyŁ turned to depart, Kisame was led away by several Chunin. While Kisame's matter was resolved, Itachi's situation appeared far more complicated. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Sasuke tirelessly engaged in combat on the training field, mercilessly obliterating the hundreds of training dummies before him, each either bisected by kunai or engulfed in flames. From a distance, Itachi perched upon a branch, his gaze soft yet hesitant as he watched Sasuke. He understood the burden of his sins, having murdered Sasuke's parents and slaughtered their clan. He had shattered Sasuke's childhood. He was a sinner, a criminal beyond redemption. Sasuke. Naruto sprinted from afar, prompting Itachi to retreat behind the tree, lowering his head. Naruto. Just in time. Come and fight me. Sasuke was clearly in the throes of battle, unwilling to conclude so easily. I wanted to tell you that the 5th Hokage needs to speak with you and Sasuke, Naruto thought. But Sasuke disregarded him, swiftly brandishing Chidori and confronting Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he declared, as dozens of clones wielding Azure Rasengan surged toward Sasuke. As Sasuke beheld the multitude of Rasengans, an unsettling wave of fatigue washed over him. After frantically practicing for over 3 hours, how could he possibly contend with Naruto? Just moments into their clash, he felt himself nearing unconsciousness. This is bad. Naruto had anticipated Sasuke would elegantly evade, but to his shock, Sasuke faltered at a critical moment, leaving Naruto unable to retract his attack. A resounding explosion erupted as a shadow darted past Sasuke just before the blast. Sasuke. Naruto stared in astonishment at the man before him, who was none other than Sasuke's elder brother, Itachi. At that moment, Itachi was holding Sasuke in his arms, his eyes filled with remorse. As Sasuke opened his eyes and saw Itachi, a flash of anger crossed his face, and he instinctively threw a punch, though it was as feeble as cotton. Itachi, I will kill you, Sasuke shouted furiously, the strength to do anything else having long since faded. Itachi gently pointed his finger to Sasuke's forehead, a familiar gesture that triggered memories of their joyful childhood in Sasuke's mind. Brother, you promised to teach me ninjutsu. I am sorry, Sasuke, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Please forgive our father. At that time, Sasuke could hardly believe that the brother who had adored him would go so far as to kill their parents and their entire clan. Yet, it was the truth that Sasuke had to come to terms with. In order to avenge the deaths of those he cherished most, he dedicated himself to training, even knowing that his target was his own kin. Sasuke, I wish to ask for your forgiveness. There is much I need to explain to you. Itachi spoke softly. Sasuke, utterly drained, turned his head away, his expression still one of deep disdain for Itachi. Itachi could only sigh in resignation. Naruto watched the two brothers, his head bowed. Lost in thought, Itachi understood that even if Sasuke did not wish to listen, he had to speak. It was the only way to mend their fractured relationship. Thus, he began to narrate the shadows lurking beneath the light. Chapter 46. Those moments of overlapping light and shadow. Sasuke. Our Uchiha clan has always served as the guardians of the village. While it may sound commendable, the responsibility often breeds resentment among those we oversee. Over time, the villagers directed their anger towards us. Rumors began to circulate that the Uchiha clan was planning a rebellion. Itachi's voice was tinged with a dull, lifeless tone. How could this happen? Naruto interjected. Is it merely because of their strictness that they came to despise you? Spreading rumors is akin to the childish behavior of those who dislike their teachers for enforcing discipline, unaware that it is intended to foster good habits. I received orders from Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. He commanded me to eliminate our clan and fabricate the appearance of my defection in order to infiltrate Akatsuki. He coerced me with the threat of annihilating all Uchiha. To ensure your survival, I had no choice but to comply, Itachi explained. Danzo? Sasuke turned to face Itachi, who met his gaze without flinching, his expression earnest. That man met a rather strange end. His remains were never found, Naruto remarked, recalling the explosion that had occurred during the Chunin exams, leaving a pit that could only be repurposed as a water reservoir. Yes, that would be for the best. Itachi nodded, continuing to observe the profile of Sasuke. I have lived in profound guilt all this time, Itachi continued, activating his MangekyŁ Sharingan as he spoke. The Uchiha clan, endowed with the power of the Sharingan, draws strength from their suffering. I believe this MangekyŁ Sharingan serves as ample testament to the anguish I have endured, which surpasses yours. Itachi's words flowed like warm water, gradually melting the frost that had yet to fully encase Sasuke's heart. At this moment, Sasuke was still young, and his hatred for Itachi had not yet spiraled into the madness it would later become. However, you still murdered our parents, Sasuke shouted. Though his voice had noticeably diminished in intensity, Itachi hung his head in remorse, falling silent. Sasuke, Itachi was also compelled by circumstance. Do not torment him further, Naruto urged. Sasuke nearly retorted that Naruto had not lost his parents and could not fathom that pain, but then he suddenly recalled that Naruto too seemed to lack parental figures. Sasuke gazed at Naruto, observing the smile upon his face, and found himself momentarily taken aback. How could this child, also devoid of parents, manage to smile? Was it a sign of his own fragility? Sasuke pondered. Having regained a measure of strength, he extricated himself from Itachi's embrace and turned to look at his brother, both familiar and unfamiliar. Itachi, with his head bowed, seemed lost in thought. Sasuke, you both should forgive one another. You are brothers. Yet you have turned against each other due to Danzo's darkness. This conflict is unnecessary. Remember, you should never have been adversaries, Tanjiro interjected, having arrived unbeknownst to them. Master, Naruto exclaimed with a smile. Lord Fifth, Itachi acknowledged. Indeed, Tanjiro nodded in response to them, then turned his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke, you must understand that your brother is truly remarkable. I hope you cherish him well, lest you find yourself regretting his loss. Regretting only after losing him? Sasuke mused silently. He was no fool, rather, he was a genius, considering the circumstances of the village along with Tanjiro's and Itachi's words. It was not difficult to deduce the truth of their statements. As Hokage, Tanjiro had no reason to deceive himself in such matters. With this realization, Sasuke lifted his gaze to Itachi and then to Tanjiro beside him. All right, let us go home together, you foolish brother, Sasuke declared, turning to leave. Sasuke, Itachi called, watching his younger brother depart with a joyful smile. It was the first time Tanjiro had witnessed the grown Itachi smile so genuinely, prompting him to reminisce about the original story. There was a boy who loved sweet treats yet endured a lifetime of suffering, misunderstood and isolated, with the one he cherished harboring resentment towards him, unable to embrace one another. Such a sentiment must have been excruciating for you, Itachi. In the original tale, Itachi sacrificed himself to rescue his brother from Orochimaru's clutches, forging Sasuke's eternal MangekyŁ Sharingan. Do not forget to visit the Hokage building this afternoon. Tanjiro called out to the retreating figures of Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi turned, smiling and nodding at Tanjiro. This is the Itachi I yearn to see. Tanjiro remarked, patting Naruto's small head, silently vowing that he would ensure Naruto's parents were revived. New task triggered. A beautiful conclusion. Task description. A beautiful conclusion is often the most challenging to attain, yet possessing the system signifies that you hold infinite possibilities. The host is required to achieve a splendid conclusion based on their own perspective, and the system will evaluate the host's performance. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards. Basic reward. Alchemical skills in a fantasy world. This is not included in the rewards announced after the scoring, regardless of the outcome. This reward is guaranteed to be obtained. A new task has commenced. Tanjiro gazed at the task description, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of whether the system had issued this task, he was determined to alter the conclusion of this world to align with his desires, even if it proved arduous. He would see it through. Otherwise, his journey would be in vain. Naruto, it's time for lunch, right? Do you have enough money? Tanjiro inquired. Well? Naruto awkwardly fumbled with the few coins left in his wallet, scratching his head in embarrassment. It was only natural, considering it had been some time since he last received money from Tanjiro. With this thought in mind, Tanjiro produced a stack of bills and pressed it into Naruto's hands. As the Hokage, his salary was certainly ample. He wouldn't allow the situation to devolve like that of a certain studio's game, to the point where the Hokage lacked the funds to protect Konoha. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the bills in Tanjiro's hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. Take it. Go buy something delicious to treat yourself, Tanjiro encouraged, winking at Naruto before vanishing in a flash of lightning. Haha, I'm off for ramen. I'll have the deluxe version, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping up. To him, a deluxe bowl of Ichiraka ramen was the epitome of culinary delight. With money in hand, he dashed through the streets, only to collide with another person upon turning a corner. Naruto easily knocked the other person over, halting his steps to glance back at the individual he had inadvertently toppled, intending to apologize. Hinata? Naruto finally recognized her. However, Hinata was far more perceptive than Naruto. The moment they made contact, her face flushed crimson. And without a doubt, she realized she had bumped into Naruto. I ran into Naruto, Hinata murmured softly. What did you say? Get up. Let me help you, Naruto said. Grasping Hinata's hand, she resisted the urge to flee, straining to stand. Rationally, she hoped to seize this chance for contact with Naruto. Emotionally, she felt an overwhelming shyness, wishing to escape immediately. Amidst this internal conflict, Hinata finally stood upright. Are you hurt? Did I bump you too hard? Naruto asked with concern. And no, not at all. Hinata shook her head. That's good, huh? By the way, would you like to join me for ramen? Naruto invited her. Before Hinata could finish her sentence, Naruto suddenly heard the distant call advertising a new ramen special at Ichiraku and seized Hinata's hand, rushing off. Hinata, blushing, 99 Chapter 47. Farewell, Uncle Irika. Please bring me 2 servings of the deluxe ramen and 2 new dishes. It's on me, Naruto declared proudly. Naruto, Just in time. Today, we're offering a free coupon with ramen purchases. Irika replied cheerfully, fully aware of the source of Naruto's funds, yet still generous with the coupons. The responsibilities of the Hokage are demanding, leaving little time for Naruto to earn money. Really? That's wonderful. Naruto beamed with delight. By the way, Naruto, who is this girl? Irika inquired, noticing Hinata blushing fiercely behind Naruto, her cheeks aflame. Oh, this is Hinata, he. Naruto said, pulling Hinata to a chair. With her face flushed, Hinata dared not meet Naruto's gaze, yet her heart danced with joy. After all, being treated to a meal by the one she had long admired was indeed a delightful occasion. Irika mused to himself, Naruto has truly grown up. His ramen-making skills were impeccable, and with a swift stretch, he crafted perfectly uniform and chewy noodles. Here you go. Enjoy your meal, Irika said, placing 4 bowls of ramen before them. Naruto could no longer contain his cravings and clasped his hands together, exclaiming, I'm about to dig in. Hinata, embodying the grace of a well-bred lady, also joined her hands together and softly said, I'm going to start now. As Naruto dove into his meal with gusto, Hinata, though less boisterous, made delicate slurping sounds to express her appreciation for the chef's skill. The shadows of the two intertwined, resembling a couple. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, ugh, I'm so bored, MangekyŁ lamented, sprawled across his desk, facing a mountain of documents requiring his approval. Despite having a dedicated organization to alleviate my workload, I still find myself overwhelmed. No wonder Naruto often stays out late. He grumbled. The host can spend 1,000 points to exchange for the super office ability, enhancing work efficiency by up to 1,000 times. The system chimed in. 1,000 times work speed. But you know my points are insufficient. MangekyŁ initially felt a flicker of excitement, only to be deflated upon seeing the steep point cost. Host, this system has introduced a user-friendly credit service, allowing you to borrow points, which will be deducted from future earnings. Couldn't you offer a rounding service instead? What a shrewd merchant. MangekyŁ retorted. Not possible. As he contemplated the sheer volume of paperwork before him, MangekyŁ resigned himself to the situation. Fine, I'll exchange. Is that acceptable? He conceded. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ability. Super Office, skill description. Upon activation, it enhances the efficiency and accuracy of task handling, with precision reaching 100 and efficiency potentially increasing up to 1,000 times the original. Host's remaining points, -21. I hope this skill lives up to its 1,000 point price tag. MangekyŁ spoke, her thoughts igniting as she activated the extraordinary speed of 1,000-fold efficiency. Before her, all documents appeared as effortlessly manageable as the number 11, and her own speed surged significantly, albeit limited to the swiftness of her penmanship. The sound of pages fluttering filled the air as folder after folder was neatly arranged to her right, her hand moving with such rapidity that it seemed to leave echoes in the air, surpassing even the capabilities of high-precision robots. In a mere 20 seconds, she had processed all the files. With the cessation of her swift movements, MangekyŁ exhaled deeply, gazing at the meticulously stacked folders beside her, momentarily struck by a sense of bewilderment. The system is truly formidable. This speed is unparalleled, she marveled. Additionally, please be reminded that this 1,000-fold speed cannot be utilized in combat. The system's intelligent steward will automatically assess the surrounding conditions, and if combat is detected, this function will be disabled. The system cautioned. I understand, MangekyŁ replied. A punching speed of 1,000-fold would likely render even the six-path sage's body into mere pulp within moments. She stretched her back and glanced at the time, noting it was still quite early. Then, I shall indulge in a brief afternoon nap. I am quite fatigued. As time progressed, it reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Knock. Knock, knock. Ah, please enter. MangekyŁ settled back at her desk, where Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Itachi stood before her. Xiaojiu, I never anticipated that you would possess knowledge of the Akatsuki's intel and even manage to retrieve Itachi. If their leader were to discover this, he would surely be infuriated. Jiraiya chuckled. I have an abundance of knowledge, which you will come to learn in due time, MangekyŁ responded, shaking her head before turning her attention to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are the most gifted and powerful new generation ninjas in our village. I trust you are aware of the village's new structure? MangekyŁ's expression grew serious. Yes, it is called the God Layer Tower, correct? Naruto nodded, with Sasuke beside him affirming with a slight nod. The God Slayer Tower? What is that? Itachi inquired, unfamiliar with the recent developments in Konoha. The Godslayer Tower is a structure I have established, which will eventually replace the Hokage Tower as the primary hub for intelligence and mission assignments in the village. This will enhance efficiency and standardize the issuance of tasks. Moreover, it will serve as a training ground for the next generation of geniuses in the village. Personally supervised by myself or the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, MangekyŁ elucidated. You two will serve as the inaugural students of the Godslayer Tower. Additionally, I must inform you that I will be departing for a period to study sage arts at Myaboku Mountain, MangekyŁ declared. Master, are you leaving? For how long? Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. Sasuke raised his head, equally concerned, for MangekyŁ's absence as the strongest in the village would impact their safety. It won't be for long. At most a month. You need not worry, MangekyŁ assured them. A month? I understand, Naruto nodded. Furthermore, Itachi, I would like you to oversee the village's security during my absence, primarily focusing on detecting foreign ninjas. Upon encountering MangekyŁ, who made a gesture indicative of a beheading, Itachi understood immediately, nodding with a smile gracing his face. The prospect of his younger brother receiving guidance from the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and the enigmatic fifth Hokage before him brought him immense joy. As for the security arrangements, MangekyŁ would take responsibility without needing to be prompted. With that, all seemed well. Itachi, Naruto, Sasuke, MangekyŁ addressed the trio. Yes. They responded in unison before departing from the Hokage's office. I have informed the Sage of the Toads about your arrival. He expressed his welcome and spoke cryptically about altering the course of history. I must admit, I found it somewhat perplexing, yet he ultimately agreed, Jiraiya relayed. To alter history, truly. He is a prophet, MangekyŁ remarked with a slight smile. Let us commence. He nodded at Jiraiya, who swiftly retrieved his scrolls. Unfurling it as MangekyŁ stood upon it. Jiraiya performed a series of hand seals, and with a resounding puff, MangekyŁ's figure transformed into smoke, vanishing from sight. Welcome. MangekyŁ opened his eyes to behold the scenery before him. He had arrived at Mount Myaboku, as depicted in the original narrative. A small mustached toad waved at him. It was Fukasaku, the Sage of the Toads. You must be the one introduced by young Jiraiya. I am Sage Fukasaku, he said. Greetings. I am MangekyŁ, the current fifth Hokage of Konoha. You may call me Little Gyō, MangekyŁ responded courteously, acknowledging the generational gap, at least in spirit. Indeed. Little Gyō, please wait here while I inform the great Sage of the Toads. It seems he has taken a particular interest in you. Fukasaku mumbled before turning and disappearing swiftly. MangekyŁ settled in a spot, gazing at the ground. System, can the great Sage of the Toads sense your presence? He inquired. Please refrain from such inquiries. Could it be? MangekyŁ suddenly fathomed a troubling reality. Host, do not overthink it. While he can perceive my system, he is incapable of deciphering or comprehending its essence. He knows of my existence but lacks understanding of what I truly am. You are quite the enigma. MangekyŁ jested, reclining on a mushroom-like rock, staring vacantly at the sky. After Fukasaku departed, he made his way directly to the great Sage of the Toads, who resided in a vast pool, his enormous form resting with eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Great Sage of the Toads, the one Jiraiya introduced has arrived. Fukasaku called out. Oh, young Fukasaku, what did you say? The great Sage of the Toads slowly awakened, inquiring. With a hint of exasperation, Fukasaku reiterated his previous statement in a louder voice. Oh, it is that individual. I understand now. Bring her forth, the great Sage of the Toads instructed. Fukasaku nodded and turned to depart. What is this force that can obscure my power? It feels strangely akin to my very essence, the Toad Sage remarked, once again closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Shinsaku led MangekyŁ before the great Toad Sage, who gazed up in awe at its immense stature. You have arrived. Surprisingly, this time, the great Toad Sage did not succumb to slumber. Toad Sage, my name is MangekyŁ, and I wish to learn the mystical arts of Myaboku Mountain. MangekyŁ stated directly. Oh, I see. However, I would like to pose a question. What do you perceive a ninja to be? And what am I? The sage's inquiry was anything but superficial. MangekyŁ bowed his head, contemplating for a moment. A ninja, quite literally, is one who endures hardships beyond the capacity of ordinary man. On a deeper level, I believe the existence of a ninja should be to safeguard all that one cherishes. Upon hearing this, the great Toad Sage nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the second question, what is the great Toad Sage? Left MangekyŁ somewhat perplexed. Much about this toad remained shrouded in mystery. Its strength and origin were unknown. You are a guardian, MangekyŁ asserted. A guardian? Shinsaku, the sage, looked at MangekyŁ in puzzlement. If this land, nay, this very planet, were to face an external incursion and teeter on the brink of annihilation, I believe you would intervene. Would you not? Moreover, whether it be Kaguya or Otsutsuki, you likely perceive them as adversaries that can be dealt with by the power of ninjas alone. Thus, you refrain from interference, for you aim to protect this planet, alongside the other two sages. The essence of life lies in the capacity to safeguard all that one holds dear, does it not? MangekyŁ spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that the protection of cherished things was the core of the Naruto narrative. No matter how formidable the great Toad Sage might be, he could not escape this principle. After all, in MangekyŁ's original world, he was merely a fictional entity. An excellent response. The great Toad Sage smiled. With such awareness, I can confidently impart the mystical arts to you. After saying this, the great Toad Sage nodded at Shinsaku. Since the great Toad Sage has granted his approval, come with me, MangekyŁ, Shinsaku said, walking outward, with MangekyŁ promptly following. Old man, has the great Toad Sage truly consented? Inquired Shima, the frog with curly hair. He has agreed. MangekyŁ can officially commence his training, Shinsaku replied. Understood. Come with me. Old man, you shall remain here. Do not follow, Shima instructed, leading MangekyŁ to a waterfall where a pool collected toad oil. This will be just the two of us. You may remove your upper garments, Shima stated, explaining why Shinsaku had been asked to leave. MangekyŁ then recalled why there were no female characters practicing the arts of Myaboka Mountain in the original narrative. The requirement to disrobe during training had rendered the concept too contentious for any female to undertake the mystical arts. Otherwise, it seems that both anime and manga would not be so easily accessible. Help me. MangekyŁ sought assistance with a sense of tentative hope. Host, have you forgotten that you can transform? MangekyŁ's long-buried memory surged forth as she swiftly waved her thoughts. Transformation technique. Poof. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, revealing a handsome young man emerging from within, with dark hair and golden eyes, exuding an impressive aura. His attire transformed automatically, showcasing a fit physique that was quite eye-catching. Host has obtained the experience of a male body. Training will be automatically retracted upon completion. System, you wretched thing. That skill you initially described was not like this. I want a refund. MangekyŁ shouted at the system. Oh, is that so? Let us consider it a misunderstanding. Furthermore, host, if you wish to prevent this universe from being obliterated, I kindly advise you to remain silent. Oh, what is this? Sage Jima inquired curiously. Oh, it's merely a transformation technique. Once learned, it can only be utilized once in a lifetime, MangekyŁ remarked, a hint of sadness creeping into her voice as she continued. Such a ninjutsu exists, but since you're now male, I suppose you have fewer concerns. Let us proceed. Sage Jima encouraged. All right. MangekyŁ removed his upper garment, while Sage Jima applied a bit of toad oil to him. Everything in existence possesses energy, and xianshu is essentially a type of energy present in the natural world. By extracting and transforming it, one can create xianshu chakra, which is far more potent than your ordinary chakra, capable of supporting the release of numerous formidable ninjutsu. Sage Jima explained as MangekyŁ began to sense the ferocious energy surrounding him. He directed it into his body, blending it with chakra in a precise ratio, storing and accumulating it repeatedly. There could be no interruptions, otherwise, the process would fail. Sage Jima sat beside MangekyŁ, meticulously observing his transformation. If any signs of toad transformation emerged, he would intervene immediately. Let us allocate the ratio at 618 parts of natural energy to 382 parts of chakra, MangekyŁ contemplated, perfectly merging the natural energy and chakra within him according to this proportion. Sage Jima nodded, slightly astonished by MangekyŁ's precise control. However, it was understandable, as MangekyŁ had been a renowned physician in his previous life, where precision and stability in acupuncture and surgery were paramount, resulting in a formidable command over power. That should suffice. Let us begin. MangekyŁ gazed at the unique mass of white chakra within him, taking a deep breath. Chapter 49, Enhanced Sage Mode. Drink. MangekyŁ called out softly as the milky white chakra surged forth, coursing throughout his body. Is it starting? Sage Jima remarked lightly, observing that MangekyŁ's exterior showed no signs of toad transformation. Suddenly, a large volume of steam-like milky gas erupted from MangekyŁ's surface. What is this? The sage of Shima gazed at MangekyŁ with a hint of surprise. He perceived that the steam emanating from him was, in fact, the essence of his sage chakra. In comparison to Jiraiya, it was evident that Tang Xiao possessed a significantly higher proportion of natural energy within his sage chakra, resulting in a more formidable power. The sage of Shima understood that such an undertaking came at a cost. Manipulating such immense natural energy was unattainable without a robust physique. Should one attempt to harness it through sheer force, the repercussions would likely mirror the consequences of the Eight Gates technique, inflicting severe damage upon the body. This girl, was she truly reckless? The sage of Shima regarded Tang Xiao with a complex expression. Tang Xiao could feel the tumultuous natural energy coursing through his body, fiercely resisting confinement. Yet, he would not allow it to escape so easily. With a determined expression, he declared, "Attempt to flee? Not a chance." He then focused intently on mastering the energy. The portion of chakra belonging to him served as the reins, while the natural energy was akin to a wild stallion. Tang Xiao's objective was to thoroughly tame this powerful creature with his reins. Supported by his abundant chakra, he was unperturbed by the consumption involved. As time passed, the steam emanating from his body gradually diminished. His appearance began to transform. A hint of orange shadow appeared at the corners of his eyes, extending backward in a more elongated manner, imbuing him with an ethereal quality reminiscent of a true cultivator. Additionally, a touch of orange graced the center of his brow. In that moment, Tang Xiao no longer resembled a mere ninja. He embodied the essence of the formidable cultivators depicted in novels, surrounded by a vast reservoir of natural energy. Is he successful? The sage of Shima remained skeptical, yet upon witnessing Tang Xiao's stable condition, he refrained from voicing further doubts. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Tang Xiao opened his eyes, feeling an exhilarating rush from the immense energy within him. This was not merely the perfected sage mode, it surpassed it in strength. How did you achieve this? The sage of Shima inquired. I merely adjusted the ratio of natural energy, Tang Xiao replied, but I sense, sage of Shima, that this is not my ultimate limit. Not your limit. The sage of Shima shook his head, suddenly recalling Jiraiya, who had yet to master the perfected sage mode. Each time he entered sage mode, it required extensive preparation and assistance from Fukasaku. In contrast, little Gio was different, possessing secret techniques even beyond his understanding. He had attained a new mode that surpassed the perfected sage mode on the very first day. Such talent was incomparable. Senjutsu, wind release. Tang Xiao suddenly extended his hands, summoning a powerful gust that stirred the very air around him. The wind release, crafted from his sage chakra, was exponentially more potent than anything he had previously conjured. Sage of Shima, step back, Tang Xiao called out. The sage of Shima nodded, retreating to a safe distance. Spiral shuriken. Compared to the original shuriken, this shuriken has reached a terrifying scale, with the surrounding vegetation being toppled by the powerful gusts of wind. The sharp whistling sound pierced through the ears of Sage Shima. To the sky, Sage Shima exclaimed. Tang Xiao nodded and forcefully hurled the enormous spiral ball into the heavens, propelled by the wind blades. As it soared through the clouds, the two gazed upward at the vast expanse of white cloud, yet no sound echoed back for an extended period. Has it failed? Sage Shima pondered. Though such a notion seemed nearly impossible. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the cloud in the sky erupted under the force of the wind. A dazzling light accompanied by a tempest, delivering an unparalleled shock to the senses. Indeed formidable, Tang Xiao remarked as the system's prompt resounded. Host has completed the task, acquired sage techniques. Host has received task reward, Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame, upon activation, grants 1 chance of resurrection, with a cooldown period of 1 month, akin to the resurrection armor. Has the task been completed? Aha! Tang Xiao laughed joyfully, only to be met with another prompt. New task activated. Personal limits. Task description. Life is an ongoing exploration for opportunities. Transcend yourself and surpass your limits. Please find a method to activate the golden mode within a month. Task reward. Ultimate golden sage mode. 1 customizable servant. Transcend myself and surpass my limits. Tang Xiao smiled faintly as he regarded the system's new task. This task essentially only offered 1 reward, the customizable servant. The notion of surpassing limits implied that he must enhance his abilities beyond the upgraded sage mode to attain what is termed the ultimate sage mode. Achieving this, he would also need to discover the method to unlock the golden mode, merging the two into the ultimate golden sage mode. There was no rush for the ultimate sage mode. He had ample time to explore. As for the golden mode, it became evident to him that mastering sage techniques did not automatically unlock this mode. In the original narrative, Naruto and Kurama entered this mode through their intertwined hearts. Tang Xiao seemed to grasp a revelation. In Naruto's continuous journey of self-discovery, it was not only his heart that grew stronger but also Kurama's. I am Kurama. I am myself. The method to unlock the golden mode lies in understanding one's own heart. Tang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He seated himself, entering a state of profound meditation. Although Sage Shima was unaware of his actions, the unwavering determination reflected on Tang Xiao's face conveyed a palpable force, a power stemming from within. Within Tang Xiao's consciousness, a flash of white light appeared, and an elderly man emerged. Shower. A kind-faced elder called out to Tang Xiao. His gray hair and long beard unmistakable. It was indeed him. Grandfather. Tang Xiao recognized the visitor, his voice trembling with emotion, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Why are you crying? Did I not say? To become a remarkable man, one must not shed tears, Tang Ming remarked with a smile. Grandfather. Tang Xiao was about to express his thoughts, yet ultimately held his tongue, gazing quietly at Tang Ming, his grandfather, an elder devoted to healing and saving others. Tang Ming smiled at Tang Xiao, words unspoken, yet their hearts were intertwined. Shower, tell me, what do you aspire to do? For whom will you fight? Who will you heal? Tang Xiao lowered his head in silence. To him, the world felt rife with unreality, for it was merely an animated tale. And he was aware of the ensuing plot and the conspiracies lurking behind it all. Wasn't everything rather illusory? If it were indeed a fabrication, then his strength and convictions would be founded upon falsehoods, rendering their significance questionable. Is it truly false? Tang Ming seemed to perceive Tang Xiao's musings. To you, it may appear that you understand everything, considering this merely a fictitious animated realm. Yet, how can it be deemed unreal for the inhabitants of this world? Tang Ming continued. Illusion and reality, darkness and light, justice and evil, all lack clear boundaries. From a young age, I have taught you to feel with your heart, with such sentiment. Even if it is a falsehood, it becomes a truth. As he spoke, Tang Ming tenderly patted Tang Xiao's head. Grandfather, Tang Xiao murmured softly. Chapter 50. Recognizing oneself is transcendence. You may not fully comprehend this now, but I believe you will come to understand. Never forget to feel with your heart. If you can sense it, then it is real, Tang Ming concluded, his form gradually transforming into a shimmering white light, dissipating before Tang Xiao. Grandfather. Tang Xiao, in a frenzy, rushed forward, yearning to embrace him, yet found only emptiness, collapsing to the ground in a moment of helplessness. In his youth, he had accompanied his grandfather to gather herbs, where the kind elder introduced him to various plants, his rough palms caressing Tang Xiao's cheek. Those loving eyes and smiles forever etched in his memory. He finally recalled the day of his grandfather's passing. He was not ignorant, for if he truly were, he would not have knelt for more than 2 days when his grandfather departed. In his childhood, after committing a grave mistake, his grandfather would confine him to a room in anger. Yet, if he knelt for a while outside, his grandfather would soon emerge, having regained his composure, and take him out for a treat. Those were the happiest moments of his youth. But on that occasion, he was met only with black and white photographs. Grandfather, Shower understands his mistakes. Please come back and embrace me. The young Tang Xiao called foolishly at the memorial. His father, Tang Ming's son, looked on with a face full of remorse, witnessing the heart-wrenching innocence that prompted such actions in his son. For many years, Tang Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that he could not relinquish his concern for his grandfather, a part of his heart forever tethered to that place. Standing in the courtyard, he found himself face to face with his younger self, a small Tang Xiao kneeling and calling out incessantly to the morning hall. As he gazed upon the fragile figure before him, Tang Xiao slowly approached. Big brother, don't come over. I want to wait for Grandpa to hold me before I stand up, young Tang Xiao declared, his eyes devoid of tears, filled instead with stubborn resolve. Your grandpa will not come to hold you. Not ever again, Tang Xiao sighed, uttering the words as though they were meant for himself. Not come back. The young boy's expression turned to one of confusion, followed by a shake of his head. No, Grandpa loves me very much. He want to leave. The word struck Tang Xiao, leaving him momentarily stunned as the phrase echoed in his mind. Grandpa loves me. He want to leave. Indeed, I cannot forget Grandpa, for he resides within my heart, Tang Xiao mused, extending his arms to embrace the younger version of himself, who offered no resistance. Gradually, the surroundings began to fade, dissipating into nothingness. In the external world, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from Tang Xiao, golden chakra soaring into the sky, a golden cloak manifesting behind him, enveloping his form in radiant light. What is this? Sage Shima was no stranger to astonishment. Yet Tang Zhao's displays of power had become increasingly extraordinary. My heart has returned, Tang Zhao spoke softly, his eyes opening to reveal an even greater blaze of golden flames, the complete form of the golden nine-tailed mode. Observing his hands, a smile graced Tang Zhao's face, his handsome features transforming into sheer beauty as his muscles gradually contracted. The golden mode is complete, he exclaimed, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Little Jiao, what is this? Sage Shima inquired. Oh, actually, I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The entirety of the Nine-Tails resides within me. Just now, the lost little fox has returned. The lost little fox? Sage Shima expressed his confusion. Nothing, Tang Zhao replied, shaking his head as the flickering golden flames began to subside. He lifted his gaze to the sky, twilight approaching. For today, we shall leave it at this. A month's time will surely suffice for Tang Zhao to comprehend the ultimate sage mode. Jiraiya delivered a grand public address, meticulously recounting Itachi's noble deeds of enduring humiliation and sacrificing himself in the shadows to protect the village, officially beginning the process of exonerating Itachi. Naturally, the villagers were skeptical at first. After all, Itachi was a rogue ninja whose name elicited disapproval among the Konoha shinobi in an instant. He had transformed from a figure of disdain into a beacon of light hidden within darkness, a contrast not easily accepted by all. However, Jiraiya was, after all, Jiraiya. His reputation carried weight, and over time, the villagers came to trust his words, shifting from disdain and doubt to respect and admiration for Itachi. In a display of unparalleled courage, one willing to sacrifice their own interests, even to the extent of extinguishing their entire clan and parents, is a rarity. However, by this juncture, it had already been 5 days since Tang Zhao's departure. During this period, various shinobi villages seized the opportunity to gather intelligence, seeking to ascertain the trustworthiness of the 5th Hokage and the current strength of Konoha. Strangely, none of the spies sent to Konoha returned, forcing all parties to abandon their reconnaissance efforts. Meanwhile, Itachi cast aside a corpse of a ninja from the Cloud Village to the arriving Umbu and proceeded alone to the village's interrogation chamber. Within the dank confines of Konoha's interrogation room, Kisame had long since awakened and learned of Itachi's betrayal of the Akatsuki. Observing his old comrade, Itachi could not help but shake his head. Itachi-san, are you truly happy? Kisame suddenly inquired. Itachi, taken aback, lifted his gaze to him. Since Kisame's arrival, he had remained silent until now. A smile graced Itachi's face as he replied, Konoha has always been my home. Even though it harbors painful memories, I cannot forget it. My previous allegiance to the Akatsuki was merely for the sake of gathering intelligence. I never anticipated that the 5th Hokage was already aware of everything. Home? Kisame regarded the smile on Itachi's face with a hint of self-mockery. I have long lost my home, and now find myself trapped in this dark, sunless cage. To be honest, Itachi-san, I admire you. In order to fabricate the illusion of your defection from Konoha, you did not hesitate to slay your own kin, including your parents. I may never match your bravery, Kisame. For reasons unknown, Itachi felt a surge of guilt within him. Once, Kisame had been a trusted comrade and confidant. Although this bond may have been forged through their association with the Akatsuki, they had unwittingly formed a profound connection, one akin to that of companions. I believe you could join Konoha. The 5th Hokage is quite benevolent, Itachi suggested, unable to bear the sight of Kisame bound to a post day and night. Even were you to extend an invitation, I cannot acquiesce immediately, Itachi-san. I am a rogue ninja, wholly and utterly a rogue ninja, Kisame replied, closing his eyes once more and lowering his head. Itachi regarded Kisame in silence. Elsewhere, Jiraiya was training in the practice field, seated cross-legged on the ground, attuning himself to nature and gradually enhancing and stabilizing his sage mode. He recalled his agreement with Tang Zhao for a duel, which had been postponed due to Tang Zhao's pursuit of sage techniques. The original purpose of the duel was to help Tang Zhao establish his reputation. Yet Tang Zhao's eloquence had rendered that purpose moot. Nevertheless, Jiraiya still yearned to test the true strength of the current highest combat power in Konoha. I await your return. Xiao Jiao, Jiraiya murmured, the vibrant hues of orange flaring in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 51. The 82 Needles of the Mysterious Gate, Part 1. Days have passed without any significant progress. Although the enhanced sage mode surpasses the perfected version, it does not achieve overwhelming dominance and falls short of the ultimate limit. Tang Zhao mused as she sat atop a towering boulder, with a sheer cliff plummeting hundreds of meters beneath her. The wind howled, tousling her hair, while the steam generated from her chakra dissipated into the air. The overwhelming chakra of the enhanced sage mode surged within her, imbuing her with immense power. Fortunately, she had become increasingly adept at this mode, capable of seamlessly entering it after just 3 seconds of preparation. With a gentle sigh, she closed her eyes, allowing the orange hue on her face to fade back to its normal state. Raising her gaze toward the picturesque scenery of Mayaboka Mountain, she smiled and decided to take a stroll to clear her mind. Mayaboka Mountain itself was expansive, encompassing a vast range of mountains and a unique ecosystem. By the edge of a pond, a colossal frog named Wentai brandished a long blade, striking down upon a massive rock before him. The blade met stone, slicing through it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, causing the ground to tremble upon impact. Wentai? MangekyŁ called out to the enormous frog. Upon turning, Wentai recognized her presence. Ah, it's you, MangekyŁ. Still no progress today? He inquired, sheathing his blade and gazing at the pond before them. They had known each other for several days now, and mutual respect had fostered a relationship where they addressed each other with equal familiarity. Indeed, even when adjusting the ratio of natural energy to chakra to 9:1, I can only reinforce the enhanced sage mode. I am still far from the limit I wish to attain, she lamented, leaning against a nearby rock. In my view, you have accomplished quite well. The enhanced sage mode is several times stronger than the perfected version. You are the first to discover and utilize this state. That is already remarkable, Wentai reassured her. I understand, but for me, only reaching the ultimate limit will suffice. Yet, it feels like an unattainable dream. I can sense its presence. Yet I remain unable to find the right path to grasp it. Are you referring to potential? Wentai asked. Yes, potential, perhaps. But the dilemma lies in my lack of knowledge on how to unleash it, MangekyŁ replied, shaking her head. Potential often reveals itself at critical moments. To bring forth your potential, you may need to be pushed to the brink of death, Wentai remarked. Given your strength, only the Toad Sage could push you to such extremes, MangekyŁ exclaimed. In the world of Naruto, the power of the 3 legendary sages was comparable to that of the 6 paths. If it were the Toad Sage, it would certainly be possible. Wentai, I must take my leave now. Thank you for the guidance. With a flash, MangekyŁ appeared before the Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage, she called out. Oh, you've arrived. The Toad Sage seemed to have anticipated her arrival. The Toad Sage, sensing MangekyŁ's intent to voice his thoughts, suddenly chuckled and shook his head. I am aware of your purpose, yet I have no desire to confront you. However, I can indeed awaken your latent potential, the Toad Sage declared. Is that truly possible? MangekyŁ inquired. Yes, if you open your mind, I can seal away 99% of your chakra. Once that is accomplished, I shall create a virtual clone to engage you in battle. I believe that should suffice, the Toad Sage explained. Seal my chakra? MangekyŁ hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately consented, recognizing that with the sage's strength, deception was unnecessary and pointless. With this resolution, MangekyŁ lowered his guard and entered a state of deep contemplation. The great Toad Sage extended a hand, and a formidable surge of sage energy enveloped MangekyŁ, sealing away his chakra. MangekyŁ felt the seal gradually beginning to unravel. And at that rate, it would take at least a week to dissipate. Host has received a special seal. Negative effects manifest. Chakra diminished by 99%, the system notified, confirming the extent of the sealing. Very well, I shall now transport you to a realm where my sage technique clone awaits, the Toad Sage stated. Understood. MangekyŁ nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed, the Toad Sage affirmed, extending a finger, and with a swift motion, MangekyŁ vanished from his location. Upon opening his eyes again, MangekyŁ found himself in a dimly lit space, where an unprecedentedly powerful chakra materialized before him. His expression turned grave as he utilized the remaining 1% of his chakra to activate his perception, finally revealing the entity before him. It was a humanoid creature, entirely crimson, with the character for Sage emblazoned on its chest. I expected it to resemble the Great Toad Sage more closely, but it is quite similar nonetheless. MangekyŁ mused as he retrieved the Shura blade from his system's inventory, running his fingers along the edge, a flash of white light illuminating the blade. Suddenly, the small crimson figure lifted its head and charged toward MangekyŁ with an astonishing speed. Anticipating this, MangekyŁ braced herself with the blade to counter the incoming punch. However, she had clearly underestimated the creature's strength. The punch collided with the blade, sending a powerful force coursing through her body, leaving her breathless. Cough. MangekyŁ coughed up a mouthful of blood, her shock evident. Great Toad Sage, you truly have high expectations of me, she exclaimed, throwing a kunai at the crimson figure. The figure effortlessly pinched the kunai between its fingers. In that instant, MangekyŁ activated the Flying Thunder God technique, conjuring a Rasengan shuriken in her hand. Did I hit it? She pondered, observing the crimson figure's lack of movement. But reality proved harsh. The figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind her. MangekyŁ could only catch a glimpse of a red silhouette before a thunderous impact erupted. She was hurled backward, suffering internal injuries, and was flung over 10 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a metallic taste. During her time in the world of Naruto, this was the first occasion she had sustained such severe injuries. The intense physical pain rendered her surroundings somewhat surreal. The words 82 needles of the strange gate flashed through MangekyŁ's mind. The first 41 needles pertained to human techniques, while the latter 41 pertained to divine techniques. A sudden realization struck her. How could I have forgotten the 82 needles? I am a doctor, MangekyŁ exclaimed, pulling a silver needle from her ninja tool pouch. Channeling her chakra into it, she swiftly pierced a specific acupuncture point. The chakra flowed through the meridians, triggering a cascade of physical responses. By infusing her chakra, she accomplished the intricate series of over 10 steps with a single needle. The true terror of the 82 needles lay ahead. 82 needles. The 81st needle. A plume of white steam rose from MangekyŁ's body, a manifestation of her sweat. After a brief moment, her injuries fully healed, as if she had never been wounded, her gaze radiating with a newfound brilliance, seemingly more piercing than before. The first form of the 8 extremes fist. 2 beams of light emanated from her arms, her movements quickening nearly threefold. A result of the effects of the 81st needle of the 82 needles. Not only did it restore all her injuries, but it also amplified her strength, speed, perception, and reaction time. The full power of her chakra surged back into her being. The reason MangekyŁ had only mastered half of the 82 needles in her previous life was not due to inability, but rather the perilous nature of the latter half. Each needle posed a significant risk, and a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences from the overwhelming power, which she had never dared to wield against anyone. For only the strongest could withstand it. Indeed, you are not easily defeated, the great Toad Sage remarked, quietly augmenting the strength of the crimson humanoid clone. Take this punch, MangekyŁ shouted as she charged forward, determined to unleash her full power. Chapter 52, The 82 Needles, Part 2. Boom. The crimson figure retaliated with a punch, their fists colliding, unleashing a tremendous force that shook the ground. Ceiling. MangekyŁ suddenly retreated, deftly tossing a flying needle. Any living being, regardless of its form, was vulnerable to acupuncture points. Should this needle strike true, it could seal away at least half of the opponent's chakra. The crimson figure flickered again, as if teleporting, prompting the Toad Sage to decide that MangekyŁ required an additional boost. Bang! MangekyŁ barely registered the opponent's movement, even in a state of heightened perception. She found herself unable to keep pace. A surge of power sent her soaring into the air, and the crimson figure flashed once more, delivering another punch. Bang! MangekyŁ let out a muffled groan as she crashed heavily to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. The crimson figure landed, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, forcing MangekyŁ into a defensive posture. At this moment, the crimson figure had already acquired the formidable power of the Toad Sage, equivalent to that of 40, which was simply beyond MangekyŁ's capacity to resist. After all, she had been sealed with 99% of her chakra, and the enhancement from the 81st needle only augmented her physical strength. The scarcity of chakra left MangekyŁ feeling utterly powerless. Although the chakra was sufficient for her to unleash 2-tailed beast bombs, the opponent's speed was so rapid that she risked missing her target, rendering the situation even more precarious. MangekyŁ's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. She possessed numerous powerful techniques at her disposal, including the long and used 8th strike of the 8 extremes fist, 8 extremes Qianquan. This technique boasted a foundational attack power comparable to that of the Day Tiger. Yet to unleash the might of the Night Kai, it required a considerable charge time, with no upper limit. The longer she charged, the greater the damage. The sole drawback was that she could not move while charging, making it rather cumbersome. I still have 2 kunai, which would allow me to leap twice, and combining that with the previous techniques might yield results. While MangekyŁ struggled to fend off the relentless assault of the crimson figure, the activation of the 81st needle had fortified her body to withstand the tempestuous onslaught. 8 extremes fist, Bagua divergence. Before MangekyŁ, a Bagua will materialized, absorbing the full force of the crimson figure's punches. She could feel the energy accumulating, reaching 30 in mere seconds. The rapid-fire punches fell like a torrential downpour, swiftly escalating the energy to 100. Without hesitation, MangekyŁ activated the second phase. The Bagua array dissipated, enveloping her fists in a sphere of energy. Get away from me. With a single punch, MangekyŁ sent the crimson figure flying, the immense force astonishing. Earth Explosion Star. As MangekyŁ activated her Rinnegan, a tremendous gravitational pull drew the crimson figure into the sky, completely subjugating her. Golden flames erupted, and the half-formed Susanoo unsheathed its blade, raising it high. Just as the Earth Explosion Star concluded its explosion, MangekyŁ, accompanied by Susanoo, flashed behind the crimson figure and delivered a decisive strike. An attack that bypasses defenses is no trivial matter. The crimson figure was cleaved in two. Outside of space, the Toad Sage observed the unfolding events. Had I known, I would have completely sealed her chakra. There was no alternative. Drink. Chakra surged forth, and the Toad Sage infused the crimson figure, now divided, with 50% of his power instantly restoring her to her former state. She retaliated with a punch against Susanoo, causing cracks to appear in its armor. Whoosh. MangekyŁ vanished once more, this time devoid of chakra. On the ground, the flames of Susanoo extinguished, and MangekyŁ knelt, gasping for breath. They truly are pushing me to the brink. MangekyŁ growled fiercely. Buzz. MangekyŁ sensed a powerful wave of chakra and looked up to see a crimson chakra sphere, resembling a tailed beast bomb, slowly coalescing before the crimson figure, its immense size obscuring a vast expanse of space. MangekyŁ's expression grew grave. She truly felt a looming threat of death. Chakra. I need chakra. MangekyŁ contemplated, settling down in her place, striving to absorb the omnipresent and vast natural energy. However, bereft of even a trace of chakra, how could she possibly tame the wild and untamed natural force? It seemed almost an impossibility. The surging natural energy coursed chaotically within MangekyŁ, and with only the minutest trace of chakra, insufficient even to create a clone, she endeavored to convert this natural energy into Senjutsu chakra. Time was of the essence, and at this critical juncture, her mind and body became intensely focused. Within her consciousness, a breathtaking paradise materialized, serene and tranquil. She found herself seated cross-legged amidst blossoming peach trees, petals drifting gently in the air, their sweet fragrance enveloping her, while the occasional melodious chirp of birds resonated around her. Amidst this grove of peach blossoms, a curious red-furred fox appeared, gazing inquisitively at MangekyŁ, who opened her eyes to meet the fox's gaze. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, each observing the other. Should she fail, she would suspend the temporal realm of the Toad Sage, where it held dominion over all, including space. A thunderous roar resounded as a colossal projectile was launched, the shockwave alone spanning 100 meters. Yet, in that moment, MangekyŁ remained utterly unperturbed by such an assault. She had entered a peculiar state of being, one that felt intimately familiar, as if she were meant to be there. The fox regarded MangekyŁ, and she returned its gaze. Outside, the massive projectile was poised to strike her with devastating force. A brilliant blaze illuminated her face, while the shockwave lifted her hair. Within the paradise, the fox closed its eyes, and MangekyŁ slowly extended her hand to touch the fox's forehead, experiencing a soft sensation. At that instant, something deep within her awakened completely. Boom. An explosion engulfed a radius of 500 meters, and the Toad Sage smiled faintly, severing the transfer of power to the red figure. Ultimately, you have transcended beyond all bounds. The chakra of the Toad Sage settled into tranquility as it slipped back into slumber, visions of the future flashing before its eyes. Within the spatial realm, MangekyŁ's figure ascended hundreds of meters into the sky, radiating a soft blue luminescence. 9 fox tails unfurled behind her, and enhanced patterns of the sage mode adorned her face. A formidable aura surged forth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the energy within MangekyŁ had been entirely transformed into natural energy. Embracing the natural order, her mind and body unified, MangekyŁ spoke softly. This was her current state of mind, and the source of her power. Her adversary now faced not merely a ninja, but a force of nature. With a swift motion, MangekyŁ did not employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Her sheer speed rivaled that of its instantaneous teleportation. The power of the red figure had waned, and as she moved before it with an impassive expression, a crimson energy orb formed in her hand. Boom. The figure was violently hurled away, landing on the ground. Although it was merely a small energy orb the size of a spiral, the ensuing explosion and power surpassed that of the previous Red Sage arc cannon. To put it directly, the Sage Art Cannon previously used by the red figure had a radius of 500 meters, while Tangjio's technique extended to at least 800 meters. A dazzling red light erupted, illuminating the entire space, and the red figure was utterly obliterated, reduced to dust. This exemplified the power of the ultimate Sage mode. The host has completed the task. Rewards are now granted. A brilliant light burst forth as all seals within Tangjio dissipated. A golden radiance enveloped her, her foxtail transforming into a resplendent golden hue, with intricate black patterns extending outward. On her collar, a series of magatama-shaped designs emerged, while the distinctive eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes remained unchanged. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated outward, resembling a golden tempest. The ultimate golden sage mode? Tangjio instantly felt a surge of confidence, believing she could dance with that old rascal Madara and assuredly triumph. In terms of chakra alone, she already surpassed him by several folds. Chapter 53. Return. A flash of white light passed before Tangjio, and upon regaining her senses, the great Toad Sage stood before her. It seems you have succeeded, he remarked with a smile. This is also due to your guidance, Tangjio replied. Since I have mastered it, I must take my leave now, great Toad Sage. Before you depart, consider this a gift from me. It is one of my prophecies. Never wait until the light dims and life fades to feel regret. The white pupils will aid you in seeing the future. Tangjio listened intently to the great Toad Sage's words, silently etching them in her heart. Then I shall take my leave, she stated. Allow me to send you off. The great Toad Sage waved his hand, and Tangjio vanished from sight. In the forest outside of Konoha, a golden figure suddenly appeared, startling a flock of birds. Tangjio gazed at the forest, a smile unwittingly gracing her lips at the joy of returning. As the golden light around her gradually faded, the ultimate golden sage mode was lifted. Her chakra had mostly recovered. It was best to return to the village, Tangjio thought, her figure flickering before she materialized in the Hokage's office. The fifth Hokage's robe and hat still hung on the rack, devoid of dust, indicating that someone frequently maintained them. With a flourish, the robe billowed, marking the official return of the fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage-sama, you have returned, exclaimed a ninja responsible for cleaning as the office door swung open, their eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Yes, I just came back. Where's Jiraiya? I wish to see him, Tangjio replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya-sama should be in the training field at this hour. Since your departure, he has hardly ceased his training. He mentioned preparing for something, the ninja informed her. I understand. Please notify everyone of my return. Tangjio nodded, leaped onto the window, adjusted his hat, and vanished with a swift whoosh. Utilizing the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Truly worthy of the Hokage, such a level of ninjutsu can be executed with effortless ease. Yes, I must promptly inform the esteemed elders. With a heart full of respect for the fifth Hokage, he dashed out. In no time, the news of the fifth's return spread throughout the village. In the training ground nearest to Hokage Tower, Jiraiya sat cross-legged, immobile as a gentle breeze caressed him. He spoke. Have you succeeded? Indeed, and I have reached a brand new state. Would you care to test it? Tangjio replied with a subtle smile. Certainly. I shall not find peace without a duel with you, Jiraiya responded, rising with a grin. The sun shone brightly, and the gentle wind blew, invigorating both of them for the impending clash. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let us proceed, Tangjio said, drawing a kunai. Unless it were a weapon as diminutive as a flying needle, anything else could be marked by him. Of course, I wish to protect our village from harm, Jiraiya chuckled, accepting the kunai handed to him by Tangjio. With a whoosh, the kunai bore Tangjio's chakra, and upon contact, he effortlessly transported Jiraiya to the outskirts of the village, overlooking the barren land below, which allowed for easy observation of the surroundings. Just a moment, as agreed. Let us invite everyone as witnesses this time, Tangjio declared, using the Flying Thunder God once more, this time appearing beside Hinata Kiya, who was practicing in the courtyard. Startled by the sudden appearance, he instinctively launched a leg sweep. Unfazed, Tangjio stood firm. Kiya's kick struck his ankle as if it were a stone, failing to budge him even slightly. At that moment, he finally recognized the visitor, his cheeks flushing rapidly, reminiscent of Hinata's reaction upon seeing Naruto. I am sorry. I did not realize it was you, Kiya apologized, lowering his head, but Tangjio waved his hand dismissively. Go inform the villagers that I have returned and will be dueling Jiraiya. The location is. Captain, you are going to duel Lord Jiraiya? Kiya asked in astonishment. Yes, Tangjio nodded affirmatively. Elder brother, father is looking for you, Hinata called from inside the house. Then her gaze shifted, and she suddenly noticed MangekyŁ standing nearby. Hinata, tell father I shall be stepping out. Captain, I will take my leave now, Kiya said, rushing away. What is up with him? He usually seems so aloof. MangekyŁ mused but did not dwell on it further. In a flash, he returned to the desolate expanse, observing Jiraiya, who was resting and waiting. MangekyŁ gazed up at the clear sky, standing in silence. The news of the 5th Hokage's return and his impending duel with Jiraiya spread swiftly through the village, prompting many villagers to set out to witness the spectacle. A duel? Indeed? Perhaps, for me, this serves as a means to comprehend the strength of the formidable. Itachi glanced at Sasuke beside him, whose gaze had already conveyed the answer. 5th Hokage, allow me to witness how much stronger you have become this time. Sasuke remarked with a smile. Beneath a certain tree, a duel was about to commence. Kakashi, feeling rather indifferent, set aside his Ica Paradise series, clasped his hands behind his head, and sauntered toward the venue of the duel. In the training grounds, the air was charged with the fervor of youth as the duel unfolded. Lee, Niji, Tenten, come, join me to witness this exhilarating battle, Guy proclaimed passionately. Indeed. Teacher Guy? Little Lee, moved to tears, responded emphatically. Oh, these two. Tenten sighed in exasperation, while Niji gazed into the distance, harboring great anticipation for this contest. Meanwhile, Asuma was absent. And the three of us must not miss this opportunity to observe. It holds significant implications for our future as ninjas, Shikamaru asserted. Agreed. CHG and Ino nodded in affirmation. On their way to the viewing area, Kiba and Shino walked side by side, accompanied by hundreds of others with the same intent. The Master's Duel. I cannot afford to miss it. Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he dashed out of his home, eager to reach the duel's location. The 5th Hokage's battle. You say? A powerful and beautiful figure materialized in Sakura's mind. Nonetheless, she decided to join in and witness it. Konohamaru absolutely must not miss this duel of the 5th Hokage. Konohamaru excitedly joined his two companions, heading towards the viewing crowd. Kiba, that child, didn't even inform us beforehand. Come on, Hinata, let us also see the strength of the current 5th Hokage. Hayashi smiled at Hinata, yet he was not the least idle. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would not be left behind. Throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village, aside from those responsible for defense and key administrative roles, at least 2/3 of the villagers had gathered to watch. On a nearby slope, a considerable crowd began to assemble, everyone instinctively keeping their distance while seeking vantage points to observe. MangekyŁ lifted his gaze to the throng and spotted familiar figures amidst the crowd. Master, do your best, Naruto shouted. Sasuke shot a glare at the impulsive boy. He looked up to see Itachi, who had surprisingly taken out a notebook. Truly, Itachi is remarkable. The thoughts of a genius are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Sasuke, this battle may redefine your understanding of the term ninja. Watch closely, pay attention. Itachi spoke while activating his Sharingan, his professionalism immediately reaching its peak. As the saying goes, the knowledgeable observe the nuances while the uninitiated merely enjoy the spectacle. Clearly, Itachi belongs to the former category. MangekyŁ also noted Itachi's actions, momentarily rendered speechless. MangekyŁ, I can't help but acknowledge the expertise. The crowd had nearly assembled. Let this kunai with an explosive tag be the signal to commence. Jiraiya stood up with a smile, clearly brimming with enthusiasm for the duel. Of course, no problem at all. MangekyŁ nodded in agreement. Jiraiya cast the kunai into the sky, and in that moment, the air and everyone's breath seemed to freeze. The kunai ascended slowly amidst the spectators' murmurs. Boom. Whoosh. The sound of an explosion erupted, and before the crowd could react, the two had already clashed, fist meeting fists. Clearly, MangekyŁ possessed greater strength, causing Jiraiya's arm to feel a sudden numbness. Without hesitation, he stepped back and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A massive flame surged forth, prompting the onlookers to finally register the unfolding events. How fast? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. Itachi's words rang true. He had to pay close attention to keep up with the movements of the two. With that thought, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. With enhanced clarity, he observed MangekyŁ moving, her form gliding downward like a phantom. This fire dragon flame bullet was launched upwards, covering a small area, and MangekyŁ was confident she could evade it. However, as the flames passed overhead, a water dragon materialized before her. Water dragon bullet? MangekyŁ pondered, recognizing Jiraiya's impressive combat prowess. His rapid hand seals enabled him to execute 2 jutsu almost seamlessly. Just as I hoped, MangekyŁ, with her significant advantage in chakra, released her skills without reservation. Wind release, Rasengan. The colossal wind blade sliced the water dragon bullet in 2, hurtling towards Jiraiya behind it. Is that a combination of Rasengan and wind release? Jiraiya mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. MangekyŁ, you are truly a prodigy. He employed a summoning technique. Frog Wanta appeared, deflecting the Rasengan with a swift strike. Jiraiya, are you sparring with Joe? Wanta noted the situation. Yes, I require your strength. Jiraiya replied, Wanta's imposing figure instantly capturing everyone's attention. Is that Jiraiya-sama's summoning beast? One of the 3 fierce. MangekyŁ observed Jiraiya and Wanta, and in the gaze of the crowd, she executed an unusual sequence of hand seals for the first time. What is that? Jiraiya, along with Itachi and Kakashi, was perplexed, having never encountered a jutsu with this seal pattern. Namikaze, MangekyŁ called out. Naruto's eyes widened as MangekyŁ smiled calmly. Watch closely, Master S summoning beast. Boom. A massive smoke cloud billowed forth, even larger than when Wanta had appeared. Within the haze, the spectators glimpsed something unforgettable. A dragon? Shock rippled across their faces, especially Shikamaru, who had always regarded dragons as mere myth. Yet here it was. And it appeared quite formidable. MangekyŁ stood atop the forehead of the azure dragon, which obediently raised its head, its vast presence dwarfing Frog Wanta. Jiraiya, too, was astonished. Though soon, exhilaration took over. After just a few days, you've grown even larger, MangekyŁ exclaimed, gazing at the dragon now exceeding 100 meters in length. Only by becoming stronger can you aid your master. The azure dragon conveyed his thoughts with a single intention. If you harass from the heights, I shall strike back. Indeed. MangekyŁ leaped from the dragon's head, taking a deep breath. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The crimson flames, bolstered by MangekyŁ's immense chakra, grew even larger and more intense. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, erecting a towering barrier to block the flames. Water release, water shockwave. A massive blue water column erupted from Jiraiya, crashing against the wall. Under the searing heat, the wall would dry and collapse, but timely cooling could extend its durability. The water surged against the earthen wall, steam billowing forth. Fortunately, Jiraiya's water technique arrived swiftly, for had he delayed even a moment, MangekyŁ's fierce flames would have likely reduced the stone wall to mere scorched earth. As MangekyŁ ceased his fire technique, he drew the Shura blade, activating his plateau lineage, which triggered the passive infinite sword path, ensuring his attacks inflicted true damage with the 3rd strike guaranteed to be a critical hit. Here it comes. Jiraiya exclaimed as Wanta leaped into the air. Once more, the azure dragon expelled a breath of fire, an unstoppable gale swirling around them. Wanta, unable to fly, nonetheless utilized his powerful leap, diverting the wind with his blade, engaging in a dance with the azure dragon. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was continuously evading, ever wary of MangekyŁ's kunai. He was acutely aware that in close combat, he could not match MangekyŁ's prowess, thus he retreated in search of a counterattack opportunity. But would MangekyŁ grant him such a chance? Clearly not. The Mangekyō Sharingan activated, and the temporal vortex caused Jiraiya to suddenly decelerate. Seizing the moment, Mangekyō swung his blade, but it merely struck a substitution. Anticipating this, Jiraiya had prepared a decoy the moment Mangekyō activated his Sharingan, sensing that without it, he would surely lose. Rasengan. Jiraiya's body, suspended mid-air, moved as a colossal Rasengan descended upon Mangekyō's back. The Rasengan passed through Mangekyō's form, who then transformed into his true self and slashed downward. Boom. It was merely a shadow clone. 9. You are formidable, but in terms of experience, I hold the advantage. Jiraiya's figure emerged behind Mangekyō, holding a Rasengan. You didn't expect that I would predict your prediction, did you? Mangekyō's voice suddenly resonated behind Jiraiya. Quickly, Jiraiya turned, unleashing his Rasengan, only to collide with Mangekyō's lightning release. Rasengan, which effortlessly sent Jiraiya flying. Jiraiya's figure retreated swiftly as he adjusted his posture, landing gracefully. I shall unleash my full power now. 9. Be careful. He raised his gaze, the 2 striking orange markings around his eyes standing out vividly. Perfect sage mode? You've truly prepared for this for a long time, Mangekyō remarked with a smile. However, I will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Mangekyō slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, activated the Rinnegan, 3 distinctive markings appearing at the corners of her eyes and forehead, a sign of an enhanced sage mode. Truly incredible, Itachi murmured. Brother? Sasuke questioned, somewhat bewildered. In the realm of perfect sage mode, the ratio of natural energy to chakra is ideally 3:7, with natural energy constituting 3 parts. However, in the form of the 5th Hokage, this ratio is an astonishing 9:1, with natural energy amounting to 9 parts. Itachi's revelation is striking. Everyone is acutely aware of the arduousness involved in mastering sage techniques. The ferocious natural energy, if mishandled, can lead one to lose themselves. The 3:7 ratio is already the zenith for ninjas, yet MangekyŁ has evidently shattered this limit, completely transcending it. 9 parts of natural energy combined with 1 part of chakra to form sage mode. How astonishing you are, MangekyŁ, Jiraiya mused. Let me demonstrate the extent of my power in this form. Universal pull. MangekyŁ extended a hand, and a tremendous force began to draw Jiraiya towards him. Jiraiya realized that should he be pulled in, defeat would be inevitable. Drawing upon the formidable body and chakra granted by sage arts, Jiraiya unleashed the Earth-style wall, a heavy barrier serving as his foothold against the pull. He activated the same spirit scroll, summoning both Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku simultaneously. What is this pull? Is it universal pull? Fukasaku inquired. Jiraiya grasped the 2 sages and placed them upon his shoulders, where they immediately adhered to him with their own strength. I am currently engaged in combat with Gyō. I require your power, Jiraiya implored with a hint of desperation. Little Gyō? The 2 sages looked up and indeed saw MangekyŁ. However, the sight of Jiraiya left them even more astonished. You have attained perfect sage mode. And little Gyō, you have activated the enhanced sage mode as well? They exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Let us unite. Sage Art, 5 guardians. Jiraiya, Sage Shima, and Sage Fukasaku exhaled streams of energy, flames, and toad oil. The oil served as a catalyst, and the wind further fueled the already massive flames, rendering them even grander, more beautiful and deadly. Upon witnessing this, MangekyŁ decisively abandoned the universal pull she had been conjuring, transitioning to a powerful barrier based on heavenly body technique, effectively blocking the flames. To onlookers, it appeared as though MangekyŁ was engulfed by the fire. Master, you must win. Naruto silently cheered for MangekyŁ. Chapter 55, MangekyŁ and Jiraiya, Part 2. Before MangekyŁ, the immense and searing flames were repelled, as she supported the heavenly body technique with one hand while gathering energy with the other. 8 Extremes Fist, Bagua Diverging Fist. Golden light radiated from MangekyŁ's fist as she struck, the colossal Bagua formation consuming the flames. To think it was devoured. I can't afford to expend any more energy, Jiraiya said, a look of determination crossing his face as he swiftly retracted his technique and began to gather his modified Rasengan, having absorbed Jiraiya's flames. MangekyŁ's energy reserves peaked at 100. However, when she lifted her gaze towards Jiraiya, a smile broke upon her face. Jiraiya raised both hands, a gargantuan Rasengan glowing with white light, towering to nearly 100 meters. Is this the enormous Rasengan forged from Sage Chakra? Are you intending to settle our duel with this? MangekyŁ smiled, yet deep down, she understood that this technique might not be something even Susanoo could withstand. If Susanoo were inadequate, what about combining it with the 9 tails? Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. The chakra within her was swiftly mobilized. Her mind returned to a tranquil state, and golden flames ignited around her. The Hokage cloak transformed into a golden mantle, adorned with several tomo at the collar. This was the golden mode. With a whoosh, the flames expanded rapidly, and amidst them, a colossal golden 9 tails soared into the sky. MangekyŁ could not engage in battle with her true form. Otherwise, her identity as a tailed beast would be revealed, potentially leading to a myriad of troubles. The 9 tails. Everyone present was astonished. Wasn't the 9 tails supposed to reside within Naruto? Had the 5th Hokage extracted it? Yet, typically, the host would perish upon extraction. How was Naruto unharmed? Such questions permeated Kakashi and Itachi's minds. The aura of power surged. In MangekyŁ's eyes, the Rinnegan and the Sharingan flickered with a golden gleam. The 9 tails was enveloped in a majestic golden armor, and in her hand, a blade emanating dark energy appeared, imbued with divine might. Jiraiya observed MangekyŁ's movements with no surprise. Instead, he called out, "This is my ultimate technique, named Sage Art, Sage Ball." With great force, Jiraiya hurled the enormous Sage Ball towards MangekyŁ, causing the ground along its path to fracture under the weight of its power. Gazing at the colossal Sage Ball barreling towards her, the 9 tails, or rather, MangekyŁ, smirked, and swung her longsword. The massive blade, imbued with divine authority, cleaved toward the enormous sage ball. Upon collision, a blinding white light erupted, yet the divinely empowered blade could not cleave through the sphere. Highland Bloodline / Tanjiro activated her Highland Bloodline, and a powerful sword aura enveloped the Ninetales, creating immense shockwaves that shattered the earth. The onlookers in the distance were taken aback by the approaching waves of force. For ninjas, this was not catastrophic, but for ordinary people, it could be fatal. Shinra Tensei. Just as Kakashi and the others desperately pondered solutions, a golden figure appeared before the crowd. It was Tanjiro's clone. The clone extended a hand, and a vast, invisible barrier unfolded, shielding all those behind her. Fifth Hokage. The villagers felt a warm surge of reassurance. Even amidst battle, she remained vigilant for their safety. Such a person as Hokage instilled confidence in everyone. Turning to the villagers, the clone smiled. Victory will soon be determined. With a crack, the Ninetales blade indeed cleaved through the enormous sage ball, causing it to explode, enveloping the battlefield in a blinding white light, the aura of destruction sending chills through everyone present. Is this something a ninja can accomplish? Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, while Itachi nodded in agreement, looking at Sasuke. One day, you will be able to do this too. Shinra Tensei effortlessly mitigated the residual waves of the explosion. As the light faded, the once lush field had transformed into a deep pit, devoid of vegetation. In the depths of the chasm, the formidable Ninetales, adorned in battle attire, rose majestically, lifting its gaze. In its palm lay the weary Jiraiya and two sages. The defensive prowess of the Ninetales was truly formidable. Such an explosion had failed to breach the outer layer of its Susanoo armor. This was not an ordinary Ninetales, but an upgraded golden Ninetales, bolstered by Tanjiro's chakra. Only something as transcendent as Kamui could hope to penetrate such defenses. I have indeed been bested. 9. Your strength surpasses mine, Jiraiya said, seated within the palm of the Ninetales, gazing at Tanjiro. I am aware. Tanjiro responded without modesty, for it was the truth. Jiraiya chose not to reply, and Tanjiro gently lowered the two sages and Jiraiya to the ground. Now that the battle is concluded, my elder and I shall take our leave. 9. Young Jiraiya, farewell. Sage Shima declared, producing a scroll, and in an instant, the two toads vanished, leaving behind a swirling cloud of smoke. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the onlookers turned to see Wutai, panting heavily, driving his sword into the earth. Above, the Azure Dragon soared regally. Though the great toad was formidable, the Azure Dragon could fly, and it was indeed a genuine divine beast. Victory was inevitable. Should the Azure Dragon reach full maturity, even without flight, it would surely defeat Toad Wutai. 9. Your summoning beast is truly remarkable. I must return and refine my swordsmanship. Next time, I shall emerge even stronger. Wutai proclaimed before dissipating into smoke, concluding his summoning. Tanjiro chuckled helplessly, releasing the formidable Ninetales and simultaneously deactivating his golden form. The Azure Dragon circled twice before landing beside Tanjiro, who reached out to stroke its head, to which the dragon responded by blissfully closing its eyes. Well done, Tanjiro remarked. Indeed, the Azure Dragon conveyed telepathically. Subsequently, it too was released from the summoning, for it would never end the summoning on its own accord. Tanjiro turned his gaze to the exhausted Jiraiya and extended his hand. Do you require assistance? He inquired with a smile. That would be a bother, Jiraiya replied, not refusing, for he was utterly drained of chakra and found it difficult to escape the vast pit unaided. Tanjiro supported Jiraiya and tossed a kunai, which embedded itself in the scorched earth above. With the Flying Thunder God technique activated, the two ascended from the pit. Where are the medical ninjas? Quickly, take Lord Jiraiya to rest, a ninja at the scene urged. Among the crowd, for ninjas approached with a stretcher, and Tanjiro carefully placed Jiraiya upon it. Waving his hand, the four bore Jiraiya away toward the village hospital. Bang! The clone was also dispelled, and clad in the Hokage robe, Tanjiro faced the reluctant crowd, momentarily at a loss for words. According to our wager, my duel with the legendary Sannin Jiraiya concludes here. Now, everyone may disperse, Tanjiro proclaimed. Lord Fifth. The populace shouted in unison, as Tanjiro's formidable strength won the hearts of all present. And the overwhelming spectacle of battle reshaped many perceptions of the limits of a ninja's power. Tanjiro then turned his attention to Itachi. A thrilling confrontation, Lord Hokage. Itachi remarked indifferently. Master, you are truly remarkable, Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards Tanjiro, exuberantly embracing her. This time, Tangjiro did not stop him. She understood the sentiment he wished to convey. When you turn 16, I will teach you the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, and the 8 trigrams fist, Tangjiro said, gently ruffling Naruto's hair. After his moment of excitement, Naruto, feeling a surge of newfound strength, shyly took a few steps back. Upon hearing Tangjiro's words, he instantly brightened. The wind release, Rasen Shuriken, had ignited his desire to learn from the very first time he witnessed it. As for the 8 trigrams fist, with its formidable technique of absorbing the opponent's chakra, he naturally yearned for such a powerful skill. The 8 trigrams fist would first be taught to Naruto and Sasuke. It was an exceptionally strong technique that would not pose a threat to those she trusted, so she would certainly share it. Kakashi would likely have no interest in this technique, and she had not inquired about Itachi's thoughts. As for Guy and Lee, those 2 martial arts enthusiasts would undoubtedly be taught this skill as well. With the duel concluded, Tangjiro utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, while the spectators and various shinobi began to disperse. The team leaders, who had observed for quite some time, now held a clearer understanding of the new Hokage's prowess. Chapter 56, The Ultimate Customization. Mecha is the romance of men. System, I have utilized my opportunity for customizing a servant, Tangjiro announced, reclining on a soft couch. Custom servant usage complete, entering the customization interface. A blue light flickered before Tangjiro, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in an entirely new realm, illuminated by a gentle blue glow that enveloped the space without being harsh. Within this realm, a vast light screen of pale blue materialized. Customization system operating normally. Please begin customizing your servant, host. Servants are not limited to humans or animals. As long as you can conceive it, the system will endeavor to bring it to fruition. A servant, you say? Tangjiro cradled her delicate face in her hands, pouting as she pondered. Gazing at the blue light screen, she noticed no intricate options, just a red button labeled Start Creation. Very well, let us take it one step at a time, she mused, shaking her head and pressing the button, followed by an immediate prompt. Host has commenced creation. This system will manifest based on the character image in the host's mind and will refine the details, so please proceed with confidence. Countless peculiar ideas flooded Tangjiro's mind. A typical servant? That would entail managing their basic needs, and if they developed emotions, well, that would complicate things. First and foremost, they must be an indestructible robot, Tangjiro exclaimed in astonishment. Before her, an unremarkable robot materialized. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Tangjiro felt as though her imagination had been unleashed, as a myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, causing the robot to rapidly morph in appearance. The notion conceived in 1 second transformed into a tangible reality on the robot in the next. At the moment of Tangjiro's character creation, within a clandestine laboratory, a man with a sullen complexion was panting heavily, as if he had exhausted his chakra. Lord Orochimaru, inquired a concerned Kabuto, as the man, none other than Orochimaru himself, waved his hand and managed to rise to his feet. After such a long time, I have finally succeeded. The super version of Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Since that day he rescued Kabuto, he had devoted himself to research, simultaneously addressing the issue with his arm. To him, that arm was a trivial matter compared to his groundbreaking studies. His extensive research revealed that every individual, like any living being, possesses a unique form of energy, which he termed soul energy. Although he had discovered this essence, the crux of his findings lay in the revelation that, during the process of Impure world reincarnation, it was possible to infuse the resurrected with soul energy through a special technique. What could soul energy accomplish? Orochimaru dedicated even more time and effort to grasp the significance of this energy, ultimately understanding that an individual's soul energy is intrinsically linked to their potential and talent. This meant that a person, who might have been ordinary in life, could acquire extraordinary talents through this super impure world reincarnation, talents that would persist even in subsequent resurrections. Tangjiro, your talent and power are indeed formidable. However, if that man awakens a talent level of 200 from his past life, can you still defeat him? Orochimaru chuckled coldly. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru, on the completion of this monumental invention. You have drawn closer to your objective. Kabuto bowed respectfully. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. It seemed he had merely enhanced the impure world reincarnation, yet in truth, he had ventured into the realm of souls, the essence of a person. Simultaneously, this also offered the tantalizing prospect of immortality. The soul is eternal. Thus, it grants everlasting life. Orochimaru rasped, having come into contact with that essence. Immortality had never felt so within reach. "MangekyŁ, were it not for your exceptional talent, I might never have unearthed my own potential," Orochimaru mused. The image of a figure draped in a golden robe surfacing in his mind, drawing forth a wicked smile from him. "Achu, who was insulting me?" Before MangekyŁ stood a strikingly designed robot, its eyes shimmering with a blue glow, adorned with numerous peculiar, luminous streaks, and boasting a pair of retractable crystal wings. "After contemplating so much, it seems that mechas truly are my passion," MangekyŁ exclaimed as behind the small robot loomed a colossal titan mecha, emanating an overwhelming sense of steel and might. If the robot, standing at an average height, exuded a certain charm, then the massive semi-intelligent mecha behind it radiated an aura of sheer dominance, a quintessential display of power. The enormous cannon mounted on its arm represented justice, while the formidable secondary weapons signified the heavy artillery beloved by men. It can be said that the design of the Titan mech, known as MangekyŁ, adheres entirely to the principle that caliber is justice and strength is truth. Regardless of the circumstances, the principle of overwhelming firepower reigns supreme. Indeed, the system's custom servant is embodied in an intelligent robot whose core code is to obey MangekyŁ's commands. With the system's support, MangekyŁ harbors no concerns about the emergence of an awakened intelligent robot. In its conceptualization, this Titan mech serves as a weapon for MangekyŁ's servant, or rather, as a formidable instrument of destruction. The standard weaponry is housed within the crystalline wings of the intelligent robot, including rocket launchers, energy blades, and dual firearms suitable for short to medium ranges. Now that everything is in place, it is time to bestow a name. MangekyŁ pressed confirm. And as the system's prompt echoed, the figure of the intelligent robot gracefully descended before her, gazing at its visage. She uttered a solitary character. Custom mechanical servant Yuan and its weapon Titan mech have been successfully created. The servant will accompany the host for 24 hours and obey all commands. It will self-replenish energy, and in the event of damage or demise, it can be revived once for 20 points. 20 points? How many do I possess? MangekyŁ seemed to recall something. 21. In light of the system's inability to refresh point tasks, a combat arena has been activated. Defeating enemies will yield points, with stronger foes granting greater rewards. Now that sounds like the words of a decent system, MangekyŁ sighed. Throughout the ordeal, she had scarcely encountered the theoretical point tasks. This straightforward and brutal approach was far more preferable. Author, finally resolve the point issue. I truly am quite the clever one. A blue light flashed once more, and MangekyŁ returned to her previous soft couch, standing beside her newly created custom servant, the intelligent robot Yuan, poised to serve its master without reservation. Yuan spoke in a somewhat robotic tone, which carried a hint of endearing charm. "Where's your mech?" MangekyŁ inquired. Before Yuan could respond, the system interjected. Due to the mech's enormous size and its classification as a servant weapon, the system has established a dedicated space for the storage of this devastating apparatus. "I see." MangekyŁ thought to express something further. "Host, do not worry. Everything is available for use." "How did you discover this?" "You constructed over 100 types of weaponry. Having them all at your disposal is enough to equip an entire legion. Alas, the day the system's power is exhausted is upon us." The system could no longer maintain its composure, reverting to its cheeky tone, yet this time MangekyŁ felt elated. Her aspirations had indeed come to fruition. The rear of the Titan mech concealed a hidden compartment, ingeniously designed as a weapon extraction port. Despite the mech's considerable size, a fifth of its volume was dedicated to accommodating the myriad of different weapons. Among these weapons, MangekyŁ had also devised 3 special mech modules intended to be affixed to Yuan's frame. The first set was an enhanced crystalline wing module, significantly amplifying flight speed. The second set comprises a combat module enhanced with a medium-sized mechanical exoskeleton, capable of augmenting Yuan's offensive prowess by at least a factor of 2. The third set is a rather exceptional burst module, which, through a powerful infusion of energy, amplifies all of Yuan's abilities, elevating attributes such as strength and defense to a level that rivals Shadow's. This is still a compact module. The Titan mech represents a truly formidable large module. Such a mech, in terms of firepower alone, could undoubtedly sweep away entire armies. In Chapter 57, One Man Against a Nation, this formidable custom servant, during MangekyŁ's absence, undoubtedly becomes a significant combat force within the village. Without delay, MangekyŁ placed a hand on Yuan and, with a swift motion, teleported to the Hokage's office. He then sent messages to Kakashi, Itachi, Chinchue, Jui, and Kai, the four pillars of the village. Itachi was the first to arrive, followed closely by Chinchue, Jui, Kai, and Kakashi. You are also of the Uchiha clan? Itachi's expression was one of profound excitement upon seeing the clan emblem on Chinchue, a reaction Tanjiro had never witnessed before. You must be Itachi. I am Uchiha Chinchue. To speak of it, my family was also slain by you. Chinchue's demeanor was icy. Had it not been for Tanjiro's presence, she might have acted on her impulse. Chinchue once belonged to a beautiful family, but she was fortunate to be away from the village during the massacre. However, upon her return, she found her world irrevocably altered, her parents, relatives, and clansmen reduced to naught but ashes. Initially of modest talent, in that moment of despair, her latent power, hidden deep within her soul, awakened, giving rise to the current Uchiha Chinchue. Her situation is understandable. Not everyone can forgive Itachi for his actions. Sasuke's ability to reconcile stems from their fraternal bond, which allows for a more manageable relationship. In contrast, Chinchue shares no such connection with Itachi. Even knowing he was manipulated, the loathing within her continues to surge relentlessly. Chinchue, if you long for your parents, I possess the ability to resurrect them. Tanjiro suddenly recalled his extraordinary skill. Indeed, the indomitable flame of resurrection that grants immunity to death. For her, reviving Chinchue's parents would involve merely 4 steps. Utilizing the Impure world reincarnation on her parents, as Orochimaru's extensive samples would undoubtedly include them, activating the Rinnegan. Employing the flame of resurrection to completely restore Chinchue's parents, and then, under the protection of the flame, he too would resurrect after death. This is indeed quite an absurdity, although the flame of resurrection has a long cooldown, given the right timing and the unlimited resurrection capacity of the Rinnegan. Tanjiro could even facilitate a form of immortality. No need, Captain. I am aware of your capabilities. Since you have mentioned it, I trust you can accomplish this without endangering yourself. However, the deceased have already departed. There is no necessity to disturb the spirits of the departed. Chinchue voluntarily relinquished the opportunity, yet the sense of loss in her gaze was palpable to Tanjiro. In truth, you are concerned for me, are you not? This process of resurrection is far simpler for me than you might imagine, Tanjiro remarked with a smile. He observed her hesitation, yet ultimately, she shook her head. Very well, I respect your choice. Now everyone, Tanjiro declared, and the 5 individuals present grew serious. It is my honor to introduce to you, Yuan. Tanjiro gestured towards Yuan, who stood nearby. What is this? Kakashi inquired. A sense of inexplicable tension washing over him as he gazed at the metallic sheen of the robot, akin to confronting an entity far more formidable than himself. The other 4 also directed their attention to Yuan, captivated by the crystalline wings that radiated a soft blue glow. Like Kakashi, a multitude of questions flooded their minds. What exactly was this being? Yuan is not human, but rather a robot, as you can see. And it is not devoid of intelligence. It possesses wisdom, Tanjiro explained. Possessing wisdom? Can Yuan think like a human, even like a ninja? Jude immediately posed the pivotal question. In theory, Yuan can emulate the emotions that humans experience, apart from being unable to disobey my commands. Its cognitive processes are akin to those of a normal person, Tanjiro clarified. I am introducing Yuan to serve as your training partner and, in my absence, as a guardian of the village. I can assure you, it is equipped with hundreds of formidable weapons and possesses a colossal robotic suit, the power of which could rival that of an entire nation's army, Tanjiro stated with a slight nod. However, this is not mere boastfulness. Unless faced with a high-ranking warrior, akin to the general of the Iron Country, Mitsubane, there is little chance of harming Yuan against ordinary stones, blades, and even firearms. Yuan's Titan armor remains impervious, akin to Mount Tai enduring a light drizzle, he added, rivaling an entire nation's army. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. The mere thought of a robot possessing such strength was indeed daunting. However, upon further reflection, he found solace in the notion that, as a robot, Yuan embodied the most formidable physique aside from Tanjiro himself. While ninjas might be vulnerable to sharp blades, Yuan could withstand them and eliminate foes, highlighting the stark disparity between them. Kakashi, I currently have no intention of deploying Yuan to attack other nations. For now, it will serve as a training robot for the soon-to-be-completed God Layer Tower. I will place seals within the God Layer Tower, and at that time, you will be sent to another dimension to battle alongside it. Without concern for damaging the structure of the tower, Tanjiro smiled. patting Yuan on the shoulder. Yuan, feeling the pat, glanced at MangekyŁ with a hint of confusion, yet in his gaze, only joy was evident. It merely shook its head and continued to stand still. However, this series of actions from Yuan astonished everyone present. Its strength was undeniable, and MangekyŁ's words carried absolute authority at that moment. Yuan's intelligence was unmistakably akin to that of a human, a remarkable display of sentience. MangekyŁ's actions are indeed commendable, given the absence of large-scale battles. It is prudent to keep the formidable weapon, Yuan, concealed. Everything pertaining to the Tower of Godslayer remains confidential. Yuan has become a sparring partner, and MangekyŁ is not concerned about its potential damage. Not to mention, the special alloy used in Yuan's design possesses excellent impact resistance, and its reflexes are such that it is nearly impervious to attacks from ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the Tower of Godslayer requires a sparring partner, and with MangekyŁ's busy schedule, he cannot attend daily. Thus, utilizing other ninjas may risk them being overwhelmed by the burgeoning threats. Yuan, as a robot, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this role at present. This is our great weapon in Konoha, and it is imperative that the few are aware of Yuan's existence, while also understanding that its confidentiality is paramount. Should any information be leaked, there will be no mercy. MangekyŁ declared with a cold expression. Understood. The five responded in unison. Once the Tower of God layer is completed, Yuan will be dispatched to the third-level combat training room. And at that time, I expect each of you to pass the assessments. MangekyŁ remarked with a hint of mischief. The core fighting force of Konoha has yet to fully unleash its potential, and MangekyŁ intends to leverage Yuan, seizing this opportunity to elevate the overall strength of Konoha to new heights. As the meeting concluded, Yuan stood silently beside MangekyŁ, who issued a command for it to remain in place, instructing those within the building not to enter the office before making his way to the hospital in Konoha. This was also an opportune moment to assess the current state of the village's development. Clad in the Hokage robes, MangekyŁ strolled through the streets, greeted by the enthusiastic gazes of villagers who regarded him with profound respect. His formidable power, coupled with the warmth of his shadow clones, has undeniably elevated his standing within the village to a remarkable extent. Konoha's architecture has expanded with two new additions, one being the People's Representative Assembly Hall for democratic elections, where a significant portion of MangekyŁ's duties can be conducted, and the other is the towering Godslayer Tower, which now boasts over 10 stories, standing approximately 30 meters high. The Tower of Godslayer, with its ancient design, is set to become a hallmark of the village while simultaneously remaining shrouded in mystery. With the construction of the tower nearing completion, MangekyŁ finally felt a sense of relief. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Jiraiya seated in the corridor, nursing some bruises, but the injuries were minor, requiring only 3 days of rest. "Gyo, you've arrived," Jiraiya greeted with a smile upon spotting MangekyŁ. "How are you feeling? Have you recovered?" MangekyŁ asked, taking a seat beside Jiraiya. The nurses in the hospital, having noticed MangekyŁ, whispered amongst themselves from a distance. After all, the fifth Hokage was a figure of great renown within the village, especially in his distinctive Hokage robes. "Yes, I'm nearly back to my usual self. I've been curious about something. How did you come to possess the Nine Tails within you?" Jiraiya inquired calmly. "The Nine Tails? It was by chance. I encountered Naruto, taught him the Rasengan, and discovered the Nine Tails within him. I indeed yearned for power, so I utilized a secret technique to acquire the Nine Tails, all while fully unlocking Naruto's potential without causing him harm. I am aware that my origins are rather nebulous. Yet please believe me when I say that my feelings for Konoha and everyone here are sincere," MangekyŁ earnestly expressed. "I understand that, and I can see it clearly." Jiraiya thought to himself, fully trusting MangekyŁ. There was no doubt in his mind that MangekyŁ would never act against the village's interests. His concern lay with Naruto, though it appeared that the issues on that front were manageable for the time being. Chapter 58, Departure. Sunagakure. As the newly appointed Hokage, I believe it is imperative for you to visit the various ninja villages. With your ascension, it is essential that they recognize Konoha's current strength, Jiraiya advised. Visit the other ninja villages? Sounds splendid. I can also take the opportunity to arrange the Flying Thunder God technique, MangekyŁ replied with a smile. After discussing matters regarding the village's development, he took his leave from Jiraiya and departed the hospital. Kaguya posed a potential threat, and the Akatsuki organization had yet to be addressed. Orochimaru was likely up to his usual machinations, and the great nations could have unpredictable plans. With the array of peculiar enemies from the original narrative still looming, Trouble had yet to knock on his door, but it was only a matter of time. Since I must go, I shall embark alone. For my first destination, I shall visit our good neighbor, MangekyŁ, with his characteristic spontaneity. MangekyŁ set off without leaving a message, swiftly arriving at the gates of Konoha. Consulting his map, the location of MangekyŁ was evident. He ventured to a spot some distance from the village, performed a series of hand seals, and summoned the Azure Dragon. In the tranquil forest, a gust of wind erupted, scattering birds and beasts alike. The Azure Dragon soared into the sky, with MangekyŁ standing proudly on its forehead, his eyes alight with excitement. The dragon's speed was commendable. Having matured, it had reached a medium size among its kin. The system had undoubtedly selected a creature of talent, allowing the Azure Dragon to continue its growth. System. I have yet to inquire, how large can this Azure Dragon ultimately become? The Azure Dragon is a mutated entity bearing the ancestral dragon soul, with a growth rate doubled. For maximum length, please refer to the continent's north-south expanse. Oh dear, what did you just say? Refer to the continent's north-south length? MangekyŁ nearly lost his balance at the implication that the Azure Dragon's full form would span the distance from the continent's northernmost to southernmost points. Indeed, however, this developmental phase requires at least 200 years of cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. This is merely its complete form. Should one invest a millennium into training and activate the ancestral dragon soul, the Azure Dragon could ascend to become a true dragon god, capable of annihilating stars with a mere gesture. Gulping, MangekyŁ gazed at the Azure Dragon beneath him, which seemed quite reliant on him. He could hardly fathom the sight of it crushing stars with its claws. System, at that point, wouldn't it be on your level? Impossible. It can obliterate stars with a wave of its hand. If I truly wished to cause destruction, I could annihilate an entire universe with a mere gesture. All right. You both are impressive. Sigh, in comparison, my own strength feels woefully inadequate. MangekyŁ lamented, reclining on the dragon's forehead, falling silent. The system's psyche harbors an unspoken thought. If MangekyŁ so desires, she could undoubtedly acquire and master this power. However, the method remains to have her continuously undergo trials and tasks for growth. Before long, the gentle breeze transformed into a scorching gale, rendering the air parched. MangekyŁ realized she had ascended over the land of wind. How swift! The Azure Dragon has indeed improved significantly. She gently stroked the Azure Dragon beneath her, who intuitively understood and dove down, breaking through the thin clouds below. The vast desert lay before her, with towering rocky cliffs and a colossal red sun. Devoid of any greenery, this is the essence of a true desert. Speaking of which, I have never laid eyes on a desert before. Azure Dragon, I wish to descend. The Azure Dragon executed a graceful turn and skimmed close to the ground, the sand swirling in the gusts, forming a thick veil of dust. Amidst the haze, MangekyŁ donned a rather ordinary shinobi attire, her hair tied into a ponytail, and she had retrieved her ninja tool pouch, fastening it to her right thigh. Although this bore little practical significance for someone with a system space, gazing over the endless desert, she activated her perception. Fortuitously, within a radius exceeding 1,000 meters, 5 ninjas emerged, 4 of whom were pursuing a 5th. The attire of the 4 appeared to be of the Hidden Rock Village, and they were in pursuit of a ninja from the Sand Village. Is it not peculiar that they dare to chase within what should be Sand's territory? MangekyŁ chuckled softly, adjusting her perception from a circular to a fan shape to discern the situation more acutely. She observed the 5 male ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village, who, while in pursuit, hurled shuriken at the injured female ninja from the Sand Village. This female ninja, possessing long black hair, though her face remained obscured, emanated an undeniable beauty. Halt! Shouted one of the Hidden Rock ninjas. Her concentrated perception allowed MangekyŁ to perceive the sound waves in the air, enabling her to hear the unfolding scene. The female ninja remained silent, solely focused on her escape, a shuriken lodged in her right shoulder. With each stride, the weapon sank deeper, accompanied by a torrent of blood. This predicament seemed inescapable. MangekyŁ pondered. Indeed, the female ninja realized the gravity of her situation. She turned, forming hand seals, and unleashed a mighty gust of wind. The tempest carried razor-sharp wind blades, stirring the sands and momentarily obstructing the sight of the pursuing Hidden Rock ninjas, while simultaneously concealing MangekyŁ's perception once more. Is that Xiao Bai Luo? However, there were 4 assailants, after all. One of the rock ninjas conjured an earthen barrier, halting the wind blades, while the other 3 retaliated with earth-style jutsu, sharp earthen spikes erupting relentlessly. The female ninja appeared to have reached a dead end. In that final moment, she lifted her head. Just that instant, Tang Jiu's expression shifted dramatically, for that visage was all too familiar, one she had thought she would never see again. To her astonishment, it was her mother. Tang Jiu's expression shifted as she resolutely activated her most formidable limitless golden sage mode, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Amidst the descending rain of shuriken, she emerged like a war deity, deflecting all attacks with her azure blade in an instant. No sooner had she accomplished this than a massive cloud of dust surged towards her, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters in almost a heartbeat. It was not merely the amplification of her limitless golden sage mode. Rather, it was her quick wit that infused her lightning release with unprecedented speed, enabling her to devise a technique that transcended limits in but a second. Tang Jiu's innate talent for ninjutsu was truly divine. The female ninja, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Tang Jiu's mother from her past life, gazed in astonishment at the figure before her. The colossal dust cloud naturally parted as an invisible barrier shielded them from the swirling debris generated by Tang Jiu's rapid advance. Turning back, Tang Jiu's Rinnegan glimmered with a peculiar violet radiance, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned. The female ninja found herself captivated by Tang Jiu's gaze, while Tang Jiu was utterly taken aback. She was all too familiar with her mother's visage, having inherited much of her genetic likeness, particularly in terms of beauty. In her previous life, her mother had aged gracefully, looking merely 28 at the age of 42. The female ninja sensed the strange gaze fixed upon her, and within those violet eyes, she glimpsed sorrow and a single tear, though these emotions vanished swiftly. In truth, rebirth and death were akin to the loss of a loved one for someone who cherished a beautiful family, as it meant an everlasting separation. Tang Jiu understood that the person before her was certainly not her mother, yet she was unable to suppress her emotions. The thought of being eternally apart from her kin caused tears to flow uncontrollably. As the dust settled, the four rock-hidden ninjas stared in awe at the newcomer. Perhaps influenced by her emotions, Tang Jiu spoke. Die. In the next moment, a golden flare appeared above the four, shuriken scattering forth. Once they struck the ground, Tang Jiu wiped the blade of her weapon. In a flash, heads fell, and within less than a second, the four elite rock-hidden ninjas were obliterated. Tang Jiu remained in place, silently gathering her thoughts. After retracting her blade into the void, she deactivated her limitless golden sage mode and stared blankly at the desert and the corpses. Thank you, spoke the female ninja, Nua, whom Tang Jiu had saved. Indeed, she bore no relation to Tang Jiu's mother. Their speaking styles were worlds apart, one gracious and kind, the other timid and reserved. No need for thanks, Tang Jiu replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She turned to the female ninja and introduced herself. I am Mu, Feng Mu, the girl said. Tang Jiu, came the response, as she placed her hand upon Feng Mu's right shoulder and swiftly drew forth a shuriken. Ugh, Feng Mu let out a soft grunt. But what followed was a wave of refreshing coolness. Under Tang Jiu's formidable healing abilities, the wound swiftly mended, requiring only 3 days of rest to return to its former state. Despite being unable to see her mother, Tang Jiu still harbored a certain fondness for Miss Ting Mu, who bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Chapter 59. Rock-Hidden Village in 3 days. Your wounds will heal completely, Tang Jiu remarked, casually discarding the kunai she had removed. Oh, thank you, Ting Mu replied with a smile, to which Tang Jiu gestured dismissively, indicating no need for thanks. You are from MangekyŁ, aren't you? My destination happens to be there as well. It seems we are traveling the same path, she continued. Are you heading to MangekyŁ? I can guide you there, Tang Mu suggested, seemingly seizing an opportunity to repay Tang Jiu for saving her life. Very well, I am in need of a guide. Since you can lead the way, let us set off, Tang Jiu replied with a smile, though in truth, she required no guidance at all. The map she had acquired for 20 points was exceptionally powerful, indicating destinations and even automatically selecting optimal routes. However, Tang Jiu's mindset was not one of merely completing a task. Rather, she sought a leisurely adventure. The notion of following the best path? Impossible. She intended to traverse the most challenging and longest routes. Please follow me, Tang Mu said, still timid, reminiscent of Hinata. As they traversed the vast desert, the scorching winds laden with sand greatly impaired their vision, yet amidst the swirling dust, immense rock walls loomed. Up ahead is the village's sand barrier and defensive shield, Tang Mu explained, quickening her pace. Observing her silhouette, Tang Jiu pondered something. Although she was unaware of what misdeeds this 18-year-old girl had committed to incur the wrath of the rock-hidden ninjas, her instincts suggested it was not a heinous crime. After all, the girl's character was apparent. Upon reaching the rock wall, several sand ninjas approached. They first noticed the blood on Tingmu's forehead protector and clothing. Realizing she was likely a ninja returning from a mission that had been ambushed, and thus promptly allowed her passage. Tungmu, however, did not proceed but turned to face the slowly advancing MangekyŁ, who naturally caught the attention of the sand ninjas as well. Who are you? State your purpose. I am MangekyŁ, a jonin from Konoha, here on a visit to MangekyŁ. MangekyŁ fabricated a lie. She was not a mere jonin, but the current 5th Hokage of Konoha. Yet, she doubted they would believe such a claim, hence opting for a more conventional identity. Oh, a visitor. Please wait a moment while we report, the sand ninjas replied, departing to relay the information, leaving two behind. Tungmu, you should return. I will enter shortly. MangekyŁ said with a smile. Tungmu, did she not betray the village? You are Tingmu. The two sand ninjas suddenly recoiled, drawing their weapons in unison. What? Betray? I did not. Tingmu exclaimed, bewildered. She had merely survived a mission, so how could that be construed as betrayal? It is essential to understand that. Like all ninjas of Konoha, Fujimu's heart holds the village of MangekyŁ as her unwavering belief. She would never betray her convictions. Gentlemen, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. This girl was saved by me on the road. As she was being pursued, MangekyŁ observed, realizing that the situation was not as simple as she had initially thought. Fujimu, a jonin of MangekyŁ, was accused of betraying her village during a mission, having stolen and leaked intelligence, resulting in the failure of their task. She was subsequently classified as a rogue ninja. The sand ninja, noting Fujimu's astonished and somewhat indignant expression, continued, this information was relayed personally by Captain Kuru, and it arrived 2 days ago. MangekyŁ began to piece together the narrative. Kuru and Fujimu had embarked on a covert mission to Iwagakure to gather intelligence. Due to Kuru's mismanagement, the mission had failed, and in fear of the village's retribution, he abandoned his comrades and falsely accused Fujimu of treachery. He must have thought that his team would perish without witnesses, allowing him to evade culpability. However, he did not anticipate that MangekyŁ would fortuitously pass by and save Fujimu. While I do not possess absolute certainty, I am at least 70% assured that this journey will be remarkable, MangekyŁ mused. He is lying. When we were under siege, it was he who commanded us to cover his retreat. Madu even sacrificed himself with explosive tags to ensure my escape. How can he claim that I betrayed the village? Fujimu, now filled with indignation, felt her previous timidity vanish. Her amiable nature and kind heart were evident, yet she would not tolerate a breach of her principles. You are already classified as a rogue ninja. Do you still wish to slander others? The sand ninja remained skeptical. After all, 2 days had elapsed since the incident. And had Fujimu made her statement a day earlier, many might have doubted Kuru's claims. Yet now, with the passage of time, the truth seemed more challenging to alter. Foolishness. If she were truly a rogue ninja, why would she return? And why would she be pursued? MangekyŁ retorted. A few sand ninjas contemplated her words. Realizing there was merit in her argument, hesitation enveloped them. Since she had returned, there was little reason to fear she would flee again. They could confront the two parties directly for clarification. Very well, Miss Fujimu. We apologize for our earlier treatment of you. The sand ninjas addressed her with newfound respect, acknowledging her modest fame and benevolent character as well as her beauty, which had made her a goddess in the hearts of many. Now that the situation was rife with uncertainties, they were reluctant to insist on her betrayal. Lord MangekyŁ of Konoha, Lord Kazekage request your presence. A sand ninja approached MangekyŁ with an expression of astonishment. It appeared that not all information had been suppressed. At least MangekyŁ was aware of her identity. MangekyŁ, without denial, slowly advanced into MangekyŁ, under the astonished gazes of Fujimu and the others. No wonder MangekyŁ could eliminate those 4 Iwagakure ninjas in an instant. She is the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Fujimu recalled the image of the windshielding landscape. MangekyŁ turned back slowly, a hint of melancholy reflected in her violet eyes. With MangekyŁ pointing out the doubts, Fengmu would temporarily not be convicted. Upon entering MangekyŁ, it became evident that the architectural style here differs significantly from that of Konoha due to the strong winds and sandstorms. The houses are typically designed with small windows and thick walls. The small windows suffice for ventilation, while the thick walls help retain cool air in the sweltering climate. Among the towering structures, the most prominent is a semicircular building resembling the Hokage Tower. It is unmistakable that its purpose mirrors that of the Hokage's residence. Indeed, Several sand ninjas escorted MangekyŁ to the front of that building. Upon entering, the stark contrast between the inside and the tumultuous outside was striking for a fleeting moment. MangekyŁ felt as though he had returned to his village. Ascending to the top floor, a sand ninja knocked on the door, and the occupant appeared to have anticipated their arrival, calmly instructing them to enter. The voice exuded a sense of composure, belonging to Raza, the fourth Kazekage and Gaara's father. MangekyŁ approached and opened the door, revealing a vast conference room where Raza, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari observed him quietly. MangekyŁ sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared. Gaara's expression reflected surprise. He could sense that the individual before him had seemingly grown more formidable in such a brief span. Had it only been a month? "Greetings, fourth Kazekage Raza," MangekyŁ said, seemingly unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes and seating himself across from them, an aura befitting a leader emanating from him. "Greetings, fifth Hokage MangekyŁ. I mean no offense. I merely wish to ascertain whether you truly are the fifth Hokage of Konoha," Raza remarked. "Indeed, I am," MangekyŁ replied nonchalantly. Raza scrutinized MangekyŁ, who met his gaze and presence with equal intensity. Suddenly, Raza smiled and nodded, as if reaching an understanding. "So, fifth Hokage, what brings you to Sunagakure?" "Nothing of great import. I merely wish to visit and, in passing, strengthen the amicable relations between our villages," MangekyŁ stated. "Amicable relations? In what manner?" Raza feigned ignorance. "We are willing to mutually respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, refrain from invasion, refrain from interfering in internal affairs, and establish a cooperative relationship based on equality, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. In simpler terms, I have just assumed office and require allies to deter other villages," MangekyŁ articulated, invoking the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Raza was momentarily taken aback, perhaps illuminated by the grandeur of socialism's ideals. After a prolonged silence, Raza slowly rose and inquired, having heard of the fifth Hokage's exceptional prowess. "May I witness it firsthand? It is known that Konoha is formidable, one of the mightiest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet the strength of each Hokage significantly influences the village's overall might." He sought reassurance from his counterpart. Of course, MangekyŁ responded without hesitation. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were instantly taken aback. They had witnessed MangekyŁ's combat prowess, particularly his Susanoo blade that disregarded defenses, a veritable nemesis to the defense-oriented sand ninjas. At present, the other party has agreed, fearing that the fourth Kazekage might falter. However, there is no need for a confrontation, as you would be unable to prevail. MangekyŁ chuckled with his eyes closed. Gaara and his companions remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this reality, albeit at the cost of their own dignity. Upon hearing this, Raza felt a surge of anger. After all, one must exhibit decorum as a guest. Yet, when MangekyŁ opened his eyes once more, he was taken aback. His violet eyes were adorned with 6 tomo, 3 on the inside and 3 on the outside, while his crimson eyes resembled those of a hellish demon. "What is this?" Raza's fury dissipated in an instant. Being of a certain age, he had encountered and heard much. The other party actually possessed the legendary Rinnegan. He reflected that none of his jutsu could penetrate the armor of Yada no Kagami, especially since the opponent could fly and would not easily allow himself to be struck. The disparity in strength was immediately apparent. "Fourth Kazekage, if you remain unconvinced, I am more than willing to engage you in battle. However, I believe you are already aware of the inevitable outcome regarding our fates." Raza interrupted MangekyŁ, letting out a resigned sigh, before breaking into a slight smile. "We are willing to ally with Konoha." "Splendid." MangekyŁ laughed heartily. Raza's decision was indeed sagacious. The Rinnegan belonged to a realm of legendary power. With this, the strength of Konoha would essentially be the most formidable among the 5 villages. Who would not wish to ally with such a powerful entity? Meanwhile, Gaara quietly observed MangekyŁ, inexplicably eager to test the veracity of the latter's prowess. "Now that the crucial matters are concluded, I have a minor issue. A kunoichi named Fujima guided me here. I saved her, but it seems she has turned rogue. The Iwagakure shinobi pursuing her harbor murderous intent, suggesting there may be underlying circumstances," MangekyŁ stated. "Fujima? Ah, I believe there is some truth to that. I appreciate the 5th Hokage's assistance. I will investigate upon my return," Raza nodded. With the involvement of the Kazekage, it was certain that Fujima would be exonerated, especially with MangekyŁ's personal testimony. "By the way, be wary of Orochimaru. That rogue shinobi harbors no good intentions, Tanjiro advised. Orochimaru, Raza exclaimed in surprise. Regardless, do not let your guard down. Take care, Tanjiro concluded, departing the conference room. In the original story, the Chunin exams had just concluded, and Raza had already perished days prior. However, due to Tanjiro's intervention and suppression, Orochimaru did not have the opportunity to covertly assassinate Raza. Fortuitously, Raza had not attended that day, later learning of the third Hokage's demise, and thus refrained from going. As for the events of that day, it was likely only Raza himself was privy to the details. Hey! Just as Tanjiro had taken a few steps, Gaara hurried out after him. Gaara. Karura followed suit. What is it? Tanjiro regarded Gaara with keen interest. I wish to duel you, Gaara stated flatly, his expression betraying no hint of jest. Gaara, do you comprehend what you are saying? In her eyes, your defense is utterly as fragile as a house of cards. Tamari has also arrived and, upon hearing Gaara's words, she spoke. Gaara remained silent, merely observing Tanjiro with a steady gaze. If you are not afraid of him getting hurt, then I shall accept, Tanjiro proclaimed, raising her voice. Raza stepped forward, and amidst the bewildered expressions of Kankuro and Tamari, she uttered, I will bear the injuries, but they must be reparable. Very well, little one, how many seconds? Tanjiro inquired. What? Gaara was somewhat perplexed as Tanjiro slapped her hand against the adjacent wall, leaving an imprint. Before approaching Gaara and gently placing her hand on his head, with a swish, the two vanished from sight. Alas, Lord Kazekage, what are they doing? Tamari gazed at the empty corridor. The space-time ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage of Konoha, she can even perform that? My chances of losing have now escalated to 200. Raza chuckled, showing no concern for Gaara whatsoever. Tanjiro brought Gaara to the heart of the desert, where the endless expanse of sand surrounded them. This environment proved highly advantageous for Gaara's abilities. You said to start, so let it commence, Tanjiro remarked casually. Gaara retreated over 10 meters, simultaneously forming hand seals and shouting, begin. However, in the next instant, a fleeting shadow appeared, and Tanjiro provided Gaara no opportunity to react. She spun above him, delivering a kick that struck the back of Gaara's head. Her control over the force was impeccable, ensuring she did not obliterate Gaara's skull, albeit a bit harsh. Gaara felt a buzzing in his head, and after a dizzying whirl, darkness enveloped him as he buried his face in the sand, succumbing to unconsciousness. For Tanjiro, defeating a Nin or a lower-ranked ninja was essentially a matter of seconds. Even a Nin could be dispatched swiftly with a slightly advanced jutsu. Only elite Nin, such as Kakashi, could truly be considered worthy opponents, while only those of Kage rank or higher offered her a genuine challenge. However, should the numbers increase, even if they were all Nin, Tanjiro would still have ample opportunity to engage in combat. The notion of instant kills is confined to one-on-one scenarios. Is this all? Well, that is to be expected. He is merely a Nin, after all. Shikaku, if you have any objections, feel free to step forward and engage me. After all, he is already unconscious, is he not? Tanjiro laughed. Who would fight you? You scoundrel. You have acquired the Rinnegan, yet you are clearly a tailed beast. Shikaku retorted, though the power within her eyes was undeniable. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can control the mightiest of tailed beasts, and now that Tanjiro possesses the Rinnegan, controlling Shikaku would be a trivial matter. You understand then. For the time being, refrain from causing any disturbances. Should I require your strength in the future, please do not resist. I will return it once I am done. As for when that will be, I suspect it will coincide with that individual's breakthrough from their seal. That individual? Which person are you referring to? Could it be that you mean? You know well enough, so I shall not elaborate. However, with my capabilities, even if you do not willingly comply, I shall still acquire what I need. Do not worry, I will not touch your Jinchuriki. Tanjiro lifted the unconscious Gaara and vanished into the vast desert in an instant. You rascal. Never mind, I shall not hold it against you. Shikaku severed the mental connection with Tanjiro and fell silent. In truth, it comprehended that when the day truly arrived, the nine-tailed beasts must unite as one. With a swish, Tanjiro reappeared before the trio of Raza, gently placing the unconscious Gaara down. She dusted off her hands and turned to leave. So soon? Temari remarked. The time Tanjiro took was not even a minute. Had she not engaged in conversation with Shikaku, she could have accomplished her task in a mere 5 seconds. For shadow-level warriors, the combat prowess of mid-level ninjas could be rendered ineffective almost instantaneously, although Gaara could harness the power of Shikaku to become a Nin. Against the speed of the fifth Hokage, he would scarcely have a moment to utilize his own strength, Raza analyzed. Speed was indeed Tangjio's advantage. Yet it was not her sole asset. It encompassed her chakra volume, physical strength, and intellect. Unless one were to possess an overwhelming superiority at a certain stage, none could truly suppress Tangjio, for she held no significant vulnerabilities. However, on certain exceptional days, perhaps there might be, Tangjio felt an indescribable sensation, akin to the chill of heights. In the current ninja world, there was truly no one capable of matching her. Even the entirety of the 6 paths of pain would kneel before her complete form of the 9 tails. Unbeknownst to her, a remarkable invention by a certain individual was poised to alter this status quo entirely. Chapter 61. Orochimaru's Experiment. The 4th Hokage Tangjio had not genuinely departed. She could not relinquish her concern for Fujimu, wishing to remain until her matters were fully resolved. MangekyŁ boasted accommodations akin to inns, albeit not comparable to Tangjio's spacious apartment in Konoha. Speaking of Orochimaru, has that fellow truly become docile? Yet, I sense that a significant event is imminent. Tangjio mused softly. At that very moment, Orochimaru was engaged in a clandestine experiment with Kabuto in a secret laboratory located 100 kilometers away. The souls of 100 Chunin. How powerful will you be upon resurrection? Orochimaru chuckled coldly, his hands forming seals with deliberate slowness to avoid any errors. This was the inaugural experiment of the Super Edo Tensei, and it demanded the utmost caution. Kabuto, if you find yourself unable to control the situation, immediately cancel the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru instructed. Understood, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied, his expression equally grave. Upon completing the seals, Orochimaru extended his right hand, enveloping the sacrificial vessel in a blue light, proclaiming resolutely, Super Edo Tensei technique. The sacrifice screamed in despair, but soon fell silent as a young man with blonde hair gradually took form, his head bowed, his face marred by the cracks of Edo Tensei. With a talent of 200, combined with your inherent strength, 4th Hokage, you should be able to contend with her, Orochimaru declared. Orochimaru is not a fool. He had long ago fortified his control over the technique of impure reincarnation. He confidently believed that even Madara could not escape this control. However, it soon became evident that he was mistaken. You are Orochimaru? The 4th Hokage gazed at Orochimaru, the surrounding chilling atmosphere, and the ever-watchful Kabuto, seemingly coming to a realization. 4th, you are now under my control. Refrain from speaking for the time being. Orochimaru wasted no words and formed the seals to dominate Minato. Yet, Minato suddenly stiffened, and a powerful surge of soul energy broke through Orochimaru's grasp. Kabuto attempted to nullify the impure reincarnation but was astonished to discover that the 4th had completely liberated himself from the bonds. The might of the soul energy was so formidable that even Orochimaru's meticulously researched enhanced control seal could not contain it. They had summoned the 4th through impure reincarnation and endowed him with talents surpassing those of his living days. Yet they had not anticipated the sheer terror of that soul's power. Forgive me, Orochimaru, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Once I am done, I shall release myself from this impure reincarnation, Minato stated, vanishing in a flash. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, at a loss for words. Who would have thought that soul energy could be so overwhelmingly powerful? I have found new inspiration, Kabuto. Orochimaru clapped his hands, displaying no signs of defeat. Only an eager excitement. This resurrection was beyond my expectations. The 9-tail seal within Naruto has vanished, yet I can still sense Naruto's life force. He seems to have grown even stronger. Regardless, I should return to the village first, Minato pondered. His figure flickered once more, disappearing into the forest. Across the ninja world, the once dormant flying thunder god technique re-emerged. The yellow flash has returned. Inside the Hokage building of Konoha, Jiraiya stared blankly at the sky, lost in thought. His injuries had healed, and he no longer required hospitalization. Whoosh! A flash of yellow light caused Jiraiya to instinctively believe that Naruto had returned. However, upon seeing the golden locks, he was utterly stunned. This cannot be real, Jiraiya murmured. Minato looked up and met Jiraiya's gaze, witnessing the emotions of surprise, sorrow, and guilt reflected in his eyes. Is it really you, Minato? Jiraiya stammered, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. The death of Minato had undeniably struck a heavy blow to him as a mentor. In Jiraiya's heart, Minato was his most talented disciple. the one he was most proud of. He had long regarded Minato as his own child. Master, Minato began to speak, but Jiraiya pulled him into a tight embrace. The steel-hearted man now resembled a child, quietly weeping. Minato understood that his mentor was expressing remorse. The masked man had launched his attack during the brief period when the three Sannin had left the village and shortly after Minato had assumed his position. Truth be told, had any one of the three Sannin been present to protect the village, Minato would not have perished. Konoha, Master, I deeply apologize. If I had been in the village, you would not have to endure this. Jiraiya had already sensed the unique energy fluctuations emanating from Minato, realizing that it was the result of the reanimation jutsu. He was not concerned with who had resurrected Minato. He only wished to atone for his own actions. Master, I do not blame you. It is merely my own inadequacy as a disciple that I could not protect the village, Minato stated. By the way, Minato, there is a new Hokage in the village. She is remarkably strong, and Naruto is doing well too. Itachi has returned, Jiraiya exclaimed, releasing Minato from his embrace. A new leader? The fifth Hokage, perhaps? Minato pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, she seems to possess a method to completely resurrect you. When that time comes, Naruto will need your companionship. Jiraiya recalled words spoken by MangekyŁ, which he had also heard from Qin Shui. Although it was astonishing, if true, he dared not consider the implications further. Completely resurrect me? Master, do you understand? Any powerful ninjutsu comes with its own repercussions. The cost of my resurrection could very well be the death of this new fifth Hokage. I cannot allow such a fate to transpire, Minato declared with conviction. Jiraiya observed Minato's expression and chuckled. Minato, you misunderstand. There are many incredible aspects about her. If she claims she can resurrect someone, the price is something she can surely bear. Jiraiya had an uncanny ability to read people. However, Minato shook his head. Diverting the topic, what about Naruto? I wish to see him. Well, he should be at the training ground. He does not know you yet. So this will require a gradual explanation, Jiraiya replied. At the Konoha training ground, Naruto exclaimed, your movements are slow. Sasuke, with a smile, inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball jutsu. Now, like Naruto, he possessed the Uzumaki clan's whirlpool power. His chakra multiplied several times over. Naruto did not shy away and countered with a water dragon jutsu. The two techniques collided, sending a tremendous vapor into the air. Naturally, Naruto also met the conditions to wield the Sharingan, although he would need to undergo transplantation. In their duel, Sasuke seemed to have the upper hand. But one must not forget the formidable chakra of the Nine Tails that resided within Naruto. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto landed and unleashed a flurry of shuriken. The battle between the two had reached the level of elite shinobi. Meanwhile, Kakashi was conducting a specialized training session with Sakura. Her chakra reserves were limited, yet her control was exceptionally precise. Kakashi aimed to impart his combat experience to Sakura, teaching her how to manage her chakra effectively during battles, which could potentially double or triple a ninja's strength. Sakura practiced the fundamental combat techniques of a ninja repeatedly, striving to minimize chakra usage without diminishing the potency of her jutsu. Once again, it was proven that mere mortals cannot contend with the extraordinary. Minato, that golden-haired child is truly remarkable. Jiraiya and Minato appeared beside the training ground, where Minato gazed in astonishment at Naruto, who was engaged in combat with Sasuke. The level of Naruto's combat proficiency and the scale of ninjutsu he wielded were undoubtedly of a Jonin caliber. Yet, these two children were merely in their early teens. Such talent was utterly astonishing. Rasengan. In Naruto's hand, a colossal Rasengan took shape in an instant, barreling towards Sasuke. Unfazed, Sasuke countered with sheer numbers. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Chidori. Over a dozen clones, crackling with electricity, surged toward Naruto in a fierce clash. The potency of the Rasengan had increased, relying on enhanced chakra volume and control. Minato discerned the principle behind Naruto's technique at a glance. If he were to execute it, he could effortlessly conjure a Rasengan far larger than Naruto's. Not to mention, his current talent had transcended the limits of a ninja, reaching a terrifying level twice that of his former self. Chapter 62, Companionship, the most beautiful love boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from the arena. Jiraiya grasped Minato's shoulder, signaling him to observe patiently. As anticipated, amidst the explosion, Naruto and Sasuke staggered back a few steps, facing each other defiantly. Naruto, your talent surpasses my expectations. You are my pride. Minato thought to himself, his heart brimming with excitement, yearning to shout aloud. Kushina. Our child is a genius. Did you see that? A genius. Nothing brings greater joy to parents than witnessing their child's growth. 3 and a 6. Tang Jiu unhesitatingly played his cards. 4. Game over. The system detonated a bomb, abruptly concluding the game. Tang Jiu was momentarily stunned before springing to his feet. System, you've cheated again. What? Does this even exist? The system doesn't care. It just wants to win. Goodbye. The system, in its capriciousness, ended the call, leaving Tang Jiu unable to access the taskbar. TCH, if I can't win, you resort to tricks. I'm done. I'll go see how Feng Mu is doing. What were those jutsu again? Tang Jiu closed his eyes, recalling that she had inscribed over a dozen flying thunder god seals throughout Konoha, including on Kakashi, Jiraiya, Chinchue, as well as Naruto and Sasuke, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, though they were rarely activated. In an inconspicuous corner of Feng Mu's attire, a seal suddenly illuminated, and a golden light flashed as Tang Jiu materialized beside the garment. Where's this? Such dense fog, water style? Tang Jiu mumbled, waving aside the obstruction before her. And then, an unforgettable scene unfolded. Fog grass. Tang Jiu swiftly pulled away the barrier, revealing a curtain, from behind which the mist emanated from a hot spring. Inside, at least a dozen female ninjas looked curiously at Tang Jiu. Among them was Feng Mu. Is that Miss Tang Jiu? Feng Mu approached the water's edge without a hint of awkwardness, stepping gracefully through the water before drawing back the curtain. Behind the curtain, Tang Jiu blushed deeply, one hand covering her eyes. Yet between her fingers, there appeared 2 unusual gleams of red and purple. Is Miss Tang Jiu here to enjoy the hot springs as well? Why haven't you undressed? Feng Mu inquired, eager to assist Tang Jiu in washing and soaking, believing it would foster their bond. She mused that if Tang Jiu were indeed a woman, their friendship would solidify. However, despite Tang Jiu's burgeoning femininity, she remained, in her rational mind, a man. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Tang Jiu protested, retreating a step with her eyes closed, resembling a frightened kitten. Feng Mu approached silently, step by step. No matter how much Tang Jiu retreated, she ultimately found herself against the wall. As the saying goes, sometimes if one cannot resist, it is best to adapt and accept. In the hot spring, Feng Mu poured water over Tang Jiu, who, expressionless, sat cross-legged in the pool, embarking on her cultivation of mystical arts. At least this would prevent her heart from racing and her breath from quickening, allowing her to maintain her ninjutsu. Miss Tang Jiu, you must have spoken to Lord Feng Ying, declaring my innocence. Only the Hokage of Konoha could wield such authority, Feng Mu commented. Tang Jiu remained silent, but a few female ninjas nearby perked up with interest. Mu, are you saying she declared you innocent? She is the new Hokage of Konoha. A kunoichi named when asked. Indeed, she is the Hokage of Konoha, Feng Mu replied with a smile, delighted to know Tang Jiu. The Hokage? I didn't expect her to be so beautiful, one remarked, reaching out to touch Tang Jiu's delicate face, unable to resist the allure of her smooth skin. However, as she extended her hand, an overwhelming chakra aura erupted. Miss Tang Jiu, Feng Mu exclaimed, worry etched on her face as she looked at Tang Jiu. Has it worked? I didn't expect this, Tang Jiu said. Rising to her feet, she had been experimenting with compressing and purifying her chakra further, aiming to create a more potent force. However, this task was exceedingly difficult. The chakra within her was challenging to compress. It had taken 1% of her strength to condense a mere fraction of what she usually possessed. The energy had leaked during the process, meaning that what remained was, in truth, 100-fold compression of chakra. Tang Jiu hesitated to test its power, fearing that a misstep could devastate a significant portion of Mangekyŭ. Noticing the peculiar gazes of those around her, Tang Jiu blushed and swiftly dashed to the edge of the pool, striking a rather cool pose as she supported herself with one hand, already draped in a bathrobe. I'll be leaving now. Feng Mu, do visit Konoha when you have the chance, and mention my name, Tang Jiu hastily instructed, slipping on her clothes before vanishing once more. Does she often act this way? One inquired. I'm not sure, but isn't it rather amusing? Feng Mu replied with a smile. At long last, she emerged, albeit with a hint of sorrow as Tang Jiu leaned against the nearby wall. The sight of a naked beauty no longer elicited the shock of a nosebleed. Well, since I cannot revert back, I might as well embrace this new life, she mused. System, can you erase my memories of being male? Tang Jiu sighed. Certainly. Now. Wait. No. I was merely jesting, she exclaimed. Host, please refrain from deceiving the system lightly. Straightening her posture and clapping her hands, Tanjiro acknowledged the passage of time since her arrival. It's time to return to the village, she contemplated, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more. It was undeniably convenient, akin to a teleportation point. Hey, Sasuke. You've grown stronger, Naruto remarked cheerfully, extending his hand. Sasuke reciprocated the gesture, and they exchanged a high five. I am undoubtedly stronger than you, Naruto, Sasuke declared with confidence. The substantial rift that once existed between them had long since faded, and Sasuke found himself increasingly accepting of Naruto, thanks in part to Itachi's influence. Naruto, Jiraiya called out with a smile. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke turned, immediately noticing Minato, the fourth Hokage, standing beside Jiraiya. Unfamiliar with him, both harbored a sense of wariness. Minato, perceiving Naruto's guarded gaze, felt an inexplicable pang of sadness welling up from within, accompanied by a surge of self-reproach. The perverted sage. Who is he? Naruto inquired from a distance. Jiraiya stepped forward, taking a deep breath. This is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the hero who saved the village. Your father, he added, deliberately lowering his voice for the last few words, imbuing them with a sincere and gentle tone. Naruto froze in place, while Sasuke dropped his defenses, scrutinizing Minato earnestly. Judging by his hair color, it indeed seemed plausible that Naruto was the offspring of this man. Memories flickered through Naruto's mind, recalling past moments. The demon fox deserves to die? How is this freak still alive? That child is a monster. Keep your distance, never play with him. The cruel words and piercing glares constantly tormented Naruto's psyche, and it was remarkable that he had not succumbed to madness. Fortunately, the presence of his mentor, Tanjiro, brought warmth to Naruto's heart. She was beautiful, kind, and attentive, always checking if he had enough money and guiding him in his training. Her nurturing spirit had healed much of Naruto's wounded soul. Even so, he perpetually yearned for his parents, fantasizing about the day they might suddenly appear before him. He had dreamed of such moments, only to awaken to find himself with nothing but 2 tracks of tears. Companionship is the most beautiful form of love in this world. Naruto, Minato stepped forward, approaching Naruto gradually. Despite Naruto's incredulity, tears began to well in his eyes as he made a desperate dash, throwing himself into Minato's embrace. Minato shuddered but remained still. It is real. Naruto clutched tightly to Minato's clothing, gripping with all his might. Although he could not feel warmth in the physical sense, a profound warmth blossomed within his heart. Minato smiled joyfully and embraced Naruto, the two standing in a silent communion. Naruto, what are you doing? Sighed Kakashi and Sakura, who had lifted their heads at the training ground. They did not miss Minato's arrival. But it was Tanjiro who captured their attention. Tanjiro stood frozen, staring at the embraced figures of Minato and Naruto, her mind swirling with countless thoughts of disbelief. The plot was not supposed to unfold so rapidly. Minato Namikaze, she exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing her voice, Minato turned to gaze at the stunning Tanjiro, a flicker of admiration crossing his features before swiftly fading away. His heart had only ever belonged to one. No matter how beautiful another may be, he would forever regard them with mere appreciation. Master, is he truly my father? Naruto inquired of Tanjiro. Indeed, but who resurrected him? How impatient. Tanjiro nodded, a hint of ire in her voice, as a vision of the true culprit materialized in her mind. The only ones capable of such forbidden techniques, aside from herself, were Orochimaru. With Tanjiro's affirmation, Naruto felt a wave of relief. The man before him was indeed the longed-for kin he had yearned for, his father. Naruto, step aside for a moment. Now that he has been reincarnated, allow me to fully resurrect him. Tanjiro's eyes transformed, the Rinnegan shimmering with a violet glow as it illuminated Minato's form. The host is utilizing the Rinnegan's innate skill, activating the resurrection function of the eternal flame. What is this? Minato exclaimed, his eyes widening as he felt the power surging within him. He had surmised correctly, this was the Rinnegan. But the caster's life will be at stake. Fifth Hokage, please do not proceed. I am already a man who has passed on. Minato's expression was filled with unprecedented panic. Aside from Jiraiya, the members of Team 7 and Kakashi sensed the impending doom. It seemed Tanjiro was in grave danger. They had heard Tanjiro claim she could resurrect the deceased while ensuring her own safety, yet the reality of the situation was fraught with anxiety. Tanjiro could feel her ocular power surging forth uncontrollably, but its magnitude exceeded her expectations. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, shouting the incantation for the Rinnegan's power. The shell of impure earth surrounding Minato peeled away, his eyes returning to their natural blue, flesh and blood regenerating. His heart resuming its rhythmic beat. he was restored to his former self. Fifth Hokage. Minato disregarded everything else, rushing toward MangekyŁ. If his resurrection resulted in the fifth Hokage's demise, he would bear an unbearable guilt towards the village. In that moment, MangekyŁ's head was bowed, her expression darkened. Master. Naruto observed the blood at the corner of MangekyŁ's mouth, feeling a pang of sorrow. Resurrecting the deceased. Is this truly the power of the Sharingan? Sasuke appeared exhilarated, having grasped the immense power of the Rinnegan. In the eyes of the crowd, flames suddenly ignited around MangekyŁ, and as the fire swelled, they perceived a Grim Reaper wielding a blade emerging from the inferno behind him, poised to strike. This is the Grim Reaper. A chilling hypothesis gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Watergate swiftly hurled a kunai, which, as anticipated, pierced through. How infuriating. Countless beads of sweat formed on Watergate's forehead, his expression stern. Kakashi, Naruto, and others were equally concerned for MangekyŁ. Yet, at the moment the Reaper raised his weapon, the flames behind MangekyŁ surged forth, directly assaulting the specter, which was instantly engulfed by the fire. The indomitable flame has negated one instance of death for the host, echoed the system prompt. MangekyŁ lifted his head, maintaining the full activation of his Sharingan, and bestowed upon the crowd a radiant smile. I told you, I can resurrect others, and I shall not perish. How remarkable, Naruto murmured. Is this the power of the fifth Hokage? It is truly divine. If only she could teach me, would I not grow stronger? Sakura pondered. Jiraiya responded to MangekyŁ with a smile, a silent gesture of respect. However, returning to the matter at hand, I seem to have made a mistake. MangekyŁ suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Watergate inquired, perplexed. I should have resurrected your wife as well. Now, this ability's cooldown is a month. MangekyŁ shook his head, seemingly regretting his earlier action. You can still resurrect my wife? Watergate's eyes widened in astonishment. The prospect of resurrecting one person was already astounding, but according to MangekyŁ, she could resurrect another in a month's time. Indeed, the natural resurrection of the reincarnation has no limit on the number of lives. I should have utilized this opportunity to resurrect both you and your spouse. Since it has been used, we shall wait for a month, MangekyŁ explained clearly, indicating that her resurrection capability had no numerical restrictions, effectively granting every individual in Konoha the chance for infinite revival. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Watergate bowed solemnly. No need for thanks, just call me MangekyŁ. She waved her hand dismissively. Naruto tugged at Watergate's sleeve, saying, Dad, do you know where home is? Home? Watergate suddenly recalled something, scratching his head. It had been over a decade since his death. Home was likely long relocated or rented by someone else. You can stay in my house if needed. I seldom return. So you two can help look after it. MangekyŁ chuckled. Watergate waved his hand, intending to decline, but was promptly whisked away by Naruto. Dad, I have so many questions for you. Let's go. Naruto exclaimed as he ran. Huh? Oh, Watergate was thus led away, and Sasuke smiled as he turned to leave. It seems Itachi is likely waiting at home, prepared to serve him a scrambled egg with his Mangekyō Sharingan. Fifth Hokage, Sakura began. Is there something you need? I wish to grow stronger. But Sakura found herself at a loss for words. Naruto and Sasuke have made astonishing progress, both possessing the strength of Jonin, while Sakura remains merely a Chunin, making any comparison utterly futile. This indeed presents a challenge, as their combat abilities are starkly imbalanced. It seems there is no method to rectify this, yet you will grow stronger, though not at this moment. Instead, focus on gradually enhancing the chakra within you as per Kakashi's guidance. When you turn 16, I shall teach you a unique set of ninjutsu, Mangekyō remarked. Really? Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart brimming with joy, for she would no longer be left behind. Observing her, Mangekyō could not help but reflect. Had he not traversed to this world to become the Nine Tails and been bound to a system, he might have been an ordinary person like Sakura, tirelessly striving, yet unable to catch up to Naruto and Sasuke. In truth, Sakura embodies the most authentic representation of an ordinary individual, lacking innate talent and power. She has the capacity to hurt one person for the sake of another whom she loves. She yearns for strength and may, in her pursuit of love, appear foolish. Some label Sakura as ungrateful, criticizing her for seeking Naruto's help despite her indifference towards him, showcasing a classic double standard. However, in Mangekyō's perspective, she merely regards Naruto as a genuinely reliable friend. No one is flawless. The coexistence of flaws and merits renders a person truly multifaceted and vibrant. Kakashi, Jiraiya. I must take my leave now. Sakura, practice diligently, MangekyŁ stated. Yes. Sakura felt invigorated, turning back to the training ground to commence her relentless practice. MangekyŁ nodded with a smile, and in a flash of light, he soared to the Hokage's office. Master, Yuan has downloaded the combat data of several individuals for your review, Yuan announced, standing beside MangekyŁ and projecting the information onto the wall. On the very day of MangekyŁ's departure, Chiyuki, Itachi, Kakashi, Hugh, and Guy took turns seeking a place to challenge Yuan one-on-one. However, Yuan's analytical prowess proved overwhelmingly formidable, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. Yuan excels in firepower suppression and close combat. During their encounters, Itachi was particularly outmatched. Firstly, the robot is immune to Genjutsu, as it lacks chakra altogether. Secondly, Yuan's mechanical exterior is fortified with a protective membrane. When subjected to Amaterasu, it merely sheds the outer layer, capable of rapid regeneration. This rendered Itachi's two signature techniques ineffective. Moreover, Yuan possesses an astounding reservoir of energy, enough to sustain continuous combat for an entire month without diminishing intensity, whereas Itachi, as a human, faces physical and chakra limitations. This disparity elucidates why Itachi struggled to gain the upper hand. Even should Itachi employ Susanoo, Yuan's crystalline wings are sufficient to evade Susanoo's basic attacks, and the Tenkin proves equally futile. As a robot devoid of a soul, it operates solely on physical programming, rendering seals ineffective. From every conceivable angle, Yuan emerges as a nemesis to ninjas, though he is not a bane to taijutsu practitioners. Indeed, this time Kai has proven himself to be the strongest, having shattered Yuan's mechanical arm. Chapter 64. Friends, let us savor this bowl of chicken soup. Ah. The God-slaying tower shall be completed in no less than 10 days. At that time, I shall impart the 8 extremes fist to Akai, thereby elevating the village's strength to a new echelon. Presently, the overall power of the village remains formidable. Before any significant movements arise from the outside world, it would be prudent to continue gathering strength in the shadows. MangekyŁ paced back and forth, nodding thoughtfully. Yuan, please inform Jiraiya to summon Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, back to the village. I will first leave a flying thunder god mark at other ninja villages and return by morning, he instructed Yuan. Yes, master, Yuan replied, bowing with respect. The crystalline wings behind him unfurled dramatically, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. One cannot deny that Yuan's design is truly remarkable. It perfectly embodies the essence of a true mechanical warrior. The technologically advanced armor does not evoke a sense of helplessness. Rather, it exudes an aura of formidable strength, resembling a true warrior of the future. With a whoosh, the crystalline wings generated a powerful whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan soared into the sky. MangekyŁ was confident that Yuan would accomplish the task at hand. Random task activated. Ninja freedom. Task description. The host has acquired immense power, elevating the overall strength of Konoha village to the pinnacle. However, as a ninja village, the host remains constrained by the major nations, necessitating the establishment of a national apparatus to attain complete independence. A truly independent nation is one that can sustain its development and prosperity. Lu Sun, indeed. I referenced Lu Sun. Task Rewards, a series on the core principles of socialism, the differences between socialist and capitalist nations, the superiority of socialism, how to build an independent socialist nation. System, why do I feel as though you were toying with me? MangekyŁ exclaimed, rendered speechless by the increasingly peculiar nature of the task rewards. The tasks were issued without any time frame, exhibiting a whimsical disregard for order. The host is mistaken. Is it not splendid to construct a great socialist nation within this world of ninjas? What significance lies in defeating Kaguya when one could develop technology and explore the unknown universe? Well, that does seem to hold some truth, he conceded. Never mind. I shall leave a mark and return. With that, MangekyŁ leaped from the window, harnessing the power of his Rinnegan to ascend to a height of 100 meters. Amidst the swirling smoke, a colossal azure dragon soared into the sky, transforming into a mere speck against the vast expanse above. In MangekyŁ's residence, Naruto learned from Minato. In battle, one must rely on the spirit, anticipating the opponent's movements and techniques. Only then can one know oneself and one's enemy, ensuring victory in 100 battles. Minato, grasping a kunai, remained steadfast in his stance. Naruto, equally vigilant, confronted him with his own kunai. Father, I understand, Naruto responded, carefully noting Minato's words. Here it comes. The kunai shot forth with lightning speed, and Minato sidestepped to evade, executing a spinning kick. The shadow clone created by the kunai was sent flying by Minato's decisive kick, dispersing into smoke as it exited the courtyard. Naruto slid down with a swift motion, conjuring a Rasengan in his hand, while Minato stood still, refraining from using ninjutsu. Exercising caution, Naruto opted for a feigned assault with shadow clones, temporarily restraining Minato with 2 of them before launching his Rasengan with fervor. A resounding boom echoed as shockwaves rippled through the arena, causing the leaves in the courtyard to tremble. Naruto's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment as he beheld an invisible barrier before Minato, which effortlessly dissipated his Rasengan. The barrier seemed to undulate with ripples, resembling a taiji diagram, absorbing the force of the Rasengan. I have named this technique the Close Quarters Guardian Technique, Inyang Ninjutsu Dissolution Shield. Minato's naming was remarkably less juvenile, albeit still lengthy, encompassing a full 12 characters. Dissolution? Naruto withdrew his attack, and Minato smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. This technique was an unintended revelation. Upon my rebirth, I felt an influx of novel ideas. Observing the spiral water patterns in the sewer, I was inspired by the taiji diagram, leading to the invention of this ninjutsu. Incredible! Naruto exclaimed excitedly, I want to learn it. I want to learn it. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Firstly, the chakra operation method for this technique is analogous. It is also a ninjutsu that does not require hand seals, though it does consume a considerable amount of chakra, Minato explained, imparting the method of the ninjutsu to Naruto, who eagerly began practicing on the spot. Fourth Hokage. Outside the courtyard, Kyuya and Qianqiwei suddenly appeared. Qianqiwei immediately recognized the fourth Hokage, having seen him before. Qianqiwei? Kyuya? You've both grown so tall, Minato remarked with a smile. What is going on here? Qianqiwei inquired, and Minato waved his hand, narrating the process of his revival to the two. The captain can truly bring people back to life. Qianqiwei mused, her agile mind racing. Possessing the power to resurrect others could incite madness in the ninja world. With the captain's strength, no one should pose a threat, Kyuya added, involuntarily recalling Tanjio's smiling visage. This stoic young lord of the Hyuga clan suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Well, Kyuya, the matter of my revival need not be overly publicized. It is preferable for everyone to gradually learn of it. For now, I am merely Naruto's father and a jonin of Konoha, Minato stated softly. At this moment, Qianqiwei and Kyuya realized that Minato was not adorned in the Hokage cloak, but rather donned a simple jonin outfit. Kyuya, it seems you have a fondness for the fifth Hokage, Minato remarked suddenly, having noticed Kyuya's expression. What? No, absolutely not. Kyuya stammered, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Haha, there is no need for shyness. You are all grown up now. I must admit, among all the women I encountered in my lifetime, the fifth Hokage is the most beautiful. In your prime, you should boldly pursue your desires, Minato continued. However, Kyuya's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, regaining his aloof, aristocratic faade. The prowess of Gyo is undeniably formidable. As a man, I find myself feeling inferior, questioning whether I am worthy of pursuing the one I hold dear. During his speech, Gyo's manner of address has unconsciously shifted, revealing his secret affection for Tanjio. However, being a man of pride, the significant disparity in their strengths poses the greatest obstacle to his pursuit. At this moment, the master of charm, Minato, has articulated his thoughts. In his youth, he successfully wooed the enchanting Kushina with his renowned embrace technique, establishing himself as one of the foremost figures in the romantic arena of Konoha. Rising to his feet, he turned his back to Gyo. I do not deny that the foremost duty of a man is to protect his beloved. You should not allow your own perceived inadequacies to belittle you. Such thoughts will only render you weaker. If you are earnest, why not strive to cultivate your abilities and reach her level? Minato asserted with conviction. Gyo shuddered slightly, as though an epiphany had dawned upon him. The mountains may be lofty, yet if one merely laments their height without endeavoring to ascend, they shall remain forever at the foot. The fifth Hokage was not originally from Konoha. You only see her formidable strength. But have you pondered what she sacrificed to attain it? She, like you, is merely human. You have endured great hardship to reach this stage. Consider how much she must have suffered to achieve her own prowess. Seeing that his words were having an impact, Minato continued his motivational discourse. However, he erred in one aspect. Tanjio's strength came rather effortlessly, born with the 9 tails and an innate abundance of chakra. Coupled with a system that granted her the other half of the 9 tails, she swiftly ascended to the ranks of the powerful in the ninja world, completing simple tasks and acquiring various extraordinary skills, rendering her invincible. Nonetheless, Jiu remained oblivious to these truths, envisioning Tang Jiu as a solitary figure, quietly traversing the treacherous ninja world, enduring countless perils to amass her strength. A goal has been ignited within me. Indeed, upon reflection, I have often used Tang Jiu's overwhelming prowess as an excuse for my own retreat. Yet, I have not even made an earnest effort. How can I claim to be incapable? I am a wielder of the Byakugan, a prodigy of Konoha. With this realization, Jiu sprang to his feet. Jiu? Qian Shui gazed in bewilderment at Jiu and the nonchalant Minato beside him. The former abruptly turned and dashed away, resolute and imbued with a sense of determination and hope. Minato smiled faintly, surmising that this child was bound to leave the village. He would not return without having grown stronger. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The world is vast, ever-changing. To remain stagnant is a regret befitting a ninja. Chapter 65. Beep. Check-in successful in the land of water, above the hidden mist village. Whoosh. A dark figure pierced through the white clouds, leaving a long trail of mist in its wake. Tang Jiu gazed down at the picturesque landscape of the land of water, and a sense of exhilaration washed over her. The sprawling mountains, meandering rivers, drifting clouds, and the resplendent blue sky, all of it was breathtakingly beautiful. As Tang Jiu freely enjoyed the breathtaking scenery during his free fall, an unexpected commotion arose beneath him. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon surged upward from the ground beneath Tang Jiu, aimed directly at him. The caster was none other than the current Mizukage of the hidden mist village, Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, and also the second host of the 3 tails. Tang Jiu was not taken aback. The connection among tailed beasts was profound, and it was not surprising that he had been detected by the Jinchuriki. Fire release, great fireball technique. In a fleeting moment, Tang Jiu formed hand seals, summoning a colossal fireball that resembled a radiant sun. The water dragon collided with the fireball, producing an endless cloud of mist, yet the fireball remained undiminished. Damn it! Yagura unleashed another jutsu, finally intercepting the fireball. Drawing his sword, he sought to discern the identity of the one who had evoked such a strong reaction from the 3 tails. However, Tang Jiu adhered to his principle of leaving after marking his territory. Upon landing, he took advantage of the firelight and mist to inscribe a highly concealed technique on a rooftop before instantly retreating to the head of the azure dragon hovering above the clouds. Sensing his master's return, the azure dragon accelerated towards the next ninja village. The poor 4th Mizukage, having been on high alert, found the entire village's ninjas stirred to action, yet they failed to locate the intruder. Yet, he would not be the first. Soon after, the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages would also fall victim, each having their Jinchuriki detect Tang Jiu and attempt to intercept him. However, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Tang Jiu was not easily hindered. Marking his location took merely a minute, yet traveling would take considerably longer. No matter how swift the Azure Dragon, there were vast distances to cover. Finally, satisfied with his endeavors and momentarily disregarding the Akatsuki's matters, he yearned to return to his village for a meal. Tang Jiu felt a wave of contentment as the enormous dragon transformed into smoke and vanished, leaving the sky once again tranquil, devoid of any trace. With a swift motion, Tang Jiu reappeared at his home, entering without a backward glance into the bathroom, where the sound of water filled the air. Outside in the yard, under the setting sun, Minato and Chikaz, who were instructing Naruto, noticed the lights in the house illuminate. Minato sensed the powerful chakra emanating from Tang Jiu. Could he also wield the Flying Thunder God? It seems the 5th Hokage is no less formidable than I am, he remarked. Indeed, the captain excels not merely in speed, but in the complete suppression of ninjutsu. Perhaps the 5th Hokage is the only one whose individual strength rivals that of the 1st Hokage, Chikaz added, a hint of concern in her voice. The peak of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was achieved around the age of 30, while Tang Jiu appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Before long, oh, Chikaz, what brings you here? Tang Jiu emerged from the house, his long hair wrapped in a towel, dressed casually yet exuding a refreshing charm. Naruto was practicing a newly invented jutsu related to moisture manipulation, forming a protective technique known as Yin-Yang Ninjutsu Shield. A layer of blue light enveloped his body, taking shape. What is this? Tang Jiu extended her finger and gently tapped the blue light screen, feeling a slight resistance. Yet, her finger effortlessly penetrated that layer of illumination. Naruto, witnessing this, halted his practice. After toiling for nearly half a day, his master could effortlessly disregard this defense, which was quite disheartening. What's wrong? MangekyŁ, noticing Naruto's dejected demeanor, felt a bit at a loss. Minato chuckled and elucidated the reason behind it, even demonstrating the true form of the technique. A defensive technique. Is it? Yes, you indeed require such a move. MangekyŁ nodded, though she lacked interest in learning it. Was the Susanu's defense insufficient? Or was the Shinra Tensei's repulsion inadequate? Learning this would be akin to gilding the lily. Fifth Hokage, or should I say MangekyŁ? May I address you as such? Minato inquired. Of course, just calling my name suffices. Q has left the village, claiming he wants to grow stronger. That's a good thing, MangekyŁ replied without hesitation. It was commendable for him to have such resolve. Without strengthening himself, how could he protect all that he cherished? MangekyŁ was quite forthright, which was precisely what Minato anticipated. Q's romantic journey seemed rather arduous, especially given that the object of his affection was a woman wholly devoted to her people, oblivious to love. Such a situation posed significant challenges. Did he mention when he would return? Surely, Hisashi is aware, MangekyŁ remarked. He probably doesn't know yet, but he is indeed a pillar of our village. It's not unusual for him to be away, Chiyuki added. Oh, by the way, fourth Hokage. Minato turned to MangekyŁ, only to find her beaming, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Do you know what socialism is? MangekyŁ brought up a crucial point. Socialism? Minato responded, bewildered, while MangekyŁ cleared her throat and continued to explain. As a local, Minato was more familiar with the ninja world than MangekyŁ and was clever enough to correct any unnecessary errors she might make. Socialism, in simple terms, is a system of governance that encompasses various frameworks, such as the People's Congress, which is one of them. A nation? Are you suggesting? Minato rose to his feet, while Chiyuki remained puzzled, and Naruto wondered why his father reacted so intensely, as he too did not comprehend. Ninjas must establish their own nation. This is imperative and an inevitable occurrence for the future. Rather than evading it, we should confront it proactively, MangekyŁ asserted. However, if a nation is established, other great powers will undoubtedly send troops to attack. While individual ninja strength is formidable, facing a large army would likely lead to self-destruction. Minato shook his head. No, that was the case in the past, but now with Yuan, this will change. Besides, I have a colossal asset, MangekyŁ replied with a smile. Not forgetting her yet-to-be-activated supersized base, a complete supply system capable of sustaining twice the number of ninjas in Konoha, with buildings meticulously designed and planned within the base. Yuan? Colossal asset? Yuan is an intelligent combat robot, equipped with a Titan mech. To put it succinctly, blades and arrows are of no consequence to it. It can directly bombard the capital of our Fire Nation. MangekyŁ stated that the Titan mech is armed with semi-continental cruise missiles, which enables such capabilities. Though I still struggle to comprehend fully, your implication seems to be that if war were to erupt, you could guarantee that not a single soul from Konoha would perish. Correct? Minato inquired. Clever indeed, that is precisely the essence of my words. MangekyŁ playfully winked, prompting Minato to quickly avert his gaze. This woman is once again exuding her infuriating charm. I have devised solutions to the external challenges of nation building. Furthermore, I possess spies in other ninja villages and nations, allowing me to be acutely aware of the movements of various countries. Spies? When did this happen? Oh, now it makes sense. MangekyŁ, you were already thoroughly prepared. Minato remarked. I do not engage in battles without preparation, yet an unprepared duel might be. Qianshui silently lamented MangekyŁ's formidable yet capricious prowess. I confide this in you as I seek your counsel, to help me devise a strategy. I have a preliminary vision in mind, but I require your deeper understanding of Konoha to rectify any potential missteps, MangekyŁ expressed. In the realm of Blue Star, there are no ninjas. Whereas in this Naruto world, the vast disparity in strength between ninjas and ordinary citizens can easily lead to discord. In such circumstances, an enraged populace might act unpredictably, and some ninjas, emboldened by their might, could transgress laws, resulting in conflict among what should be a united community, leading to the nation's inevitable downfall. It is a challenge to foster a relationship akin to the mutual care and unconditional trust seen between military and civilians in Blue Star. Yet should we succeed, that nation would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest. As the saying goes, unity is strength. When formidable ninjas collaborate with disciplined soldiers, one must ponder what battles could possibly be lost. Chapter 66. The allure of beauty understood. I shall take charge of this matter and provide you with a response. Minato nodded, and the group conversed for quite some time. Minato began to grasp the essence of MangekyŁ. She is a Hokage who rivals any other. Her devotion to the village surpassing that of some ninjas born in Konoha. Wise, powerful, and beautiful. That is the impression MangekyŁ has left in Minato's mind. As dusk fell, MangekyŁ invited Shui to stay and prepared a sumptuous dinner. Naruto was elated, and the meal was lively. Another note would be added to Minato's impression. The aroma of her cooking is delightful. Unbeknownst to the three, in the courtyard, a small snake flicked its tongue. Coiling around a tree outside, its cold gaze silently observing MangekyŁ from the window. Remarkably, MangekyŁ sensed nothing amiss. After all, those who could evade her perception are exceedingly rare. In a shadowy underground chamber, Orochimaru donned a black cloak, cradling a crystal ball in his hands. As a shadow, your only weakness lies within the village itself. Orochimaru gazed at the crystal orb, where MangekyŁ, clad in casual attire, appeared, a malicious smile etched upon his face. After considerable contemplation, Orochimaru concluded that the inclusion of Minato would undoubtedly elevate the strength of Konoha village. To confront MangekyŁ, the only approach was to target the village itself, and naturally, Orochimaru possessed his own methods. You severely injured me and destroyed my base, MangekyŁ. I shall not kill you until I have thoroughly studied you. And besides, this technique remains unfinished. When I complete it, that shall be the moment I unravel the immense power within you. Beside him, Kabuto observed Orochimaru's sinister grin, feeling a profound admiration swell within him. Konoha must be annihilated. Kabuto, come with me. We have matters to attend to, Orochimaru commanded, pocketing the crystal orb into a scroll. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied with a nod. The two departed the dim underground chamber, gradually fading from sight. Beneath the golden hues of the setting sun, a strikingly handsome man dressed in white sat casually atop a tree branch, sipping from a flask. A gentle breeze tousled his long hair, which danced freely in the air, exuding an effortless charm. Shui, I apologize for making you squeeze in with me, MangekyŁ said, spreading out a blanket with a smile. It had been several days since she last slept. Although her body could endure, she knew such neglect was unwise. It's nothing. I can manage, Shui replied, nestling beside MangekyŁ. Unperturbed, MangekyŁ comfortably settled down to sleep, while Naruto in his own room had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only Shui and Minato awake. Minato occupied a separate room, brightly illuminated at this hour, as he diligently recorded his thoughts in a notebook. Kushina, my dearest, do you know? I feel as though I am dreaming. I have miraculously returned to life, thanks to the power of the fifth Hokage. When she said she could resurrect you, you cannot fathom my joy. I believe we shall meet again soon. In order for you to witness Naruto's growth, I have decided to document everything. Our son, Naruto, has grown considerably. He perfectly inherited our talents, and with my guidance, I shall ensure he becomes the happiest and most formidable ninja in the world. I will dedicate myself entirely to this endeavor. My beloved wife, when you return, we shall embark on missions together with Naruto, exploring this world as a family. A dream I have long cherished is on the verge of realization. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. I will love you forever. With his notes complete, Minato closed the notebook and slowly approached the window. Positioned at the highest point of the house, he was greeted by a breathtaking view of the starry sky. His azure eyes shimmered with myriad emotions. Truthfully, he felt immense gratitude towards MangekyŁ, for it was he who rekindled his hope and ignited the desire for their family's reunion. As night deepened and the lights finally dimmed, Shui gazed at MangekyŁ's profile bathed in moonlight, before succumbing to slumber herself. In the tranquil village of Konoha, a stark contrast unfolded in the capital of the Land of Fire, where flickering lights and bustling figures filled the air with a sense of anticipation. The current daimyo, a portly man adorned in opulent attire, lounged listlessly within the hall, presenting an image far from that of a wise ruler. Have you heard? A person claims to be bringing a remarkable offering to the daimyo today. Can you guess its nature? The ministers whispered among themselves. How should I know? They will arrive shortly, and the truth shall be revealed, replied one minister, shaking his head as he sat upright on the tatami mat. With a sudden, clear chime, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. A young man clad in samurai attire entered, a golden bell hanging at his waist, exuding an air of wealth and distinction. With each step he took, the bell chimed, an enigmatic tension building within the hearts of the onlookers. Offer your tribute, esteemed guest, the daimyo said, lacking any semblance of dignity as he absent-mindedly tapped his toes, his voice faint and his health seemingly compromised. The young man remained silent, merely nodding with a barely perceptible smile as he produced a crystal orb from his cloak. Upon touching it, a wondrous scene materialized. Within the orb, a woman dressed in casual attire smiled gently, captivating the daimyo's attention. Her refined elegance and ethereal beauty were unparalleled, igniting a primal desire within him. Who is this woman? Where is she from? The daimyo exclaimed, rising from his disheartened posture, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, revealing the true nature of his desires. The young man, disguised as Orochimaru, thought to himself, this is fortuitous. MangekyŁ possesses formidable strength, yet she hesitates to sever ties with the great nation. For the sake of Konoha, she might consider marrying the daimyo, thus weakening the village's leadership. I plan to strike when she is at her most vulnerable, during childbirth. As a scientist, I understand the fragility of women in such moments. However, there lay a perilous flaw in his scheme. MangekyŁ's fiery temperament could lead her to eliminate the daimyo outright, resulting in chaos. Such an outcome would deplete the village's resources, hastening its decline. In that eventuality, he could summon the necessary forces to ensure Konoha's demise, finally clearing the path for his own eternal ambitions. Her name is MangekyŁ, the Hokage of Konoha, Orochimaru revealed. MangekyŁ? A beauty indeed. And yet, they change Hokages without informing me. Such audacity. The daimyo exclaimed, his true intentions clear to any discerning observer. Indeed, her beauty is unparalleled. None I have encountered can compare. The ministers echoed, their admiration genuine. Such grace and allure transcended the mortal realm. The daimyo, surveying the assembly, called for silence, while a nearby guard suddenly regained his focus. Bowing his head in respect, he bore a youthful visage, one that could easily captivate the hearts of countless young maidens. As he lowered his gaze, he found himself lost in thought, his mind consumed by the image of the woman that had materialized within the crystal orb. His name was Kuranya, a royal bodyguard whose prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of a grand swordsman. In the realm of ordinary mortals, swordsmen were classified by levels, ranging from apprentices to swordsmen, grand swordsmen, and ultimately the illustrious grandmaster swordsman. It was said that only one had ever attained the realm beyond, a legendary swordsman. But that level was too ethereal and elusive, with the disparity in one's state of mind directly influencing the strength of their power. At merely 19 years of age, his achievement of grand swordsman status was indeed remarkable, thus securing his role as a royal bodyguard. Such beauty, Kuranya mused, her voice must be enchanting. Yet, he understood that a woman favored by a noble would inevitably become a sovereign. The thought of such a woman marrying a slothful and inept ruler stirred an inexplicable urge within him to usurp the throne. However, being a royal bodyguard, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Having provided such crucial information, what reward do you seek? The noble inquired. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, replying, I seek no reward. Merely to bring joy to one as esteemed as yourself is sufficient for me. Oh, very well, you may take your leave. The noble waved his hand dismissively. Yet, a sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face. For reasons unknown, he found himself anticipating the unfolding of his meticulously crafted plot to lead MangekyŁ down the path of regicide. Maintaining the facade of a good citizen, he bowed and turned to depart. Now, how will you respond? Orochimaru's heart raced with excitement, as a seemingly trivial action ensnared the entirety of the land of fire within his machinations. Noble, someone seeks to assassinate me. Orochimaru, I've got him restrained. Kuranya, I shall strike. Chapter 67. The arrival at Yonglong village as the first rays of morning sunlight broke through the darkness of night. The earth awakened, heralding the dawn of a new day. Chirp, chirp, chirp. On the branches, several sparrows chattered before suddenly scattering into the air. Beneath the trees, a young man with an air of cold elegance approached a village. The architecture of the village was peculiar, reminiscent of ancient Chinese styles, with towering walls enclosing it, upon which the name Yonglong Village was inscribed in bold characters. Yet, in all honesty, the scale of this village resembled not that of a mere hamlet, but rather that of a self-sufficient fortress. Removing his forehead protector and stowing it in his bag, which just appeared even more dashing and graceful without it, he strode confidently into the village, only to collide with a girl of around 17. Jug's formidable strength rendered the collision insignificant, yet the girl stumbled back. Fear etched upon her face as she looked up at him. The cool demeanor and piercing gaze of Jui momentarily stunned her. But the pursuing assailants behind her compelled her to act swiftly, and she sought refuge behind him. Suddenly, several ninjas descended upon them, halting before Jui. "Sir, the person behind you is our wanted criminal. Please step aside." The leader was a man donning a mask. "A criminal? She?" Jui cast a curious glance at the girl, whose short brown hair and vacant expression hardly suggested that she was a remorseless felon. "Could you elucidate what is happening?" Jui spoke calmly, an aura of mastery emanating naturally from him. The pursuing ninjas hesitated slightly. The leader observed Jui, noting the almost pure white of his eyes, reminiscent of snow, exuding a frigid aura. As Jui remained silent, he became increasingly wary, placing a cloth on the ground and stepping forward. As anticipated, the masked individual made his move, and two ninjas began to circle around Jui with a peculiar gait. Jui inhaled deeply and assumed a stance, ready to confront their assault. "Strike!" The masked man thought to himself as the two surrounding him suddenly halted, simultaneously lunging at Jui with specially crafted blades. Jui's extraordinary reflexes and combat awareness saved him. Without hesitation, he executed a counterattack, perfectly deflecting their strikes. "Form the formation." The man commanded again, and the remaining 6 ninjas quickly joined in, creating a Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation centered around Jui. Having practiced soft fist techniques since his youth, Jui was quite familiar with this formation and understood that there was only one exit, which could be breached. But where might it be? Jui altered his movements, his hands tracing a line in the air. Indeed, it was Tai Chi, the soft fist. Unlike Niji, Jui's approach involved using minimal force to achieve maximum effect, excelling in close-quarters combat techniques rather than sheer strength. He possessed knowledge of pressure points, yet his proficiency seemed lacking, as evidenced by his reliance on Tang Jiu's guidance for restoration. With a decisive blow, Jui realized he had struck the fatal point. He had no intention of slowly searching for the exit. With a single palm strike, he sent the individual at the fatal point flying. The remaining ninjas quickly advanced, effectively sealing off every possible escape route. Still, Jui did not evade. "Regardless of your myriad transformations, I shall counter with my fists," he declared. "Byakugan, activate." In the next instant, his movements were nothing short of diabolical. The ostensibly flawless assault revealed weaknesses under the scrutiny of his Byakugan. With a powerful punch, he sent one assailant flying, concluding the skirmish with a well-timed counterattack. "Impressive," the girl mused silently, while the masked man trembled slightly, seemingly awed by Jude's formidable prowess. Such an onslaught would challenge even a shadow, yet this man had not only targeted the fatal point, but had also incapacitated all adversaries in an instant. "I possess the ability to counter." Jui smiled faintly, glancing sidelong at the masked man, and in that moment, a surge of momentum enveloped him. The counterattack, a hallmark technique of the Hyuga clan, was a powerful blend of ninjutsu and taijutsu, a superlative skill capable of reflecting all attacks, provided one had sufficient strength. On the battlefield, as the name suggests, members of the Hyuga clan could always retaliate at any moment. "You are a ninja from the village hidden in the leaves, are you not? Since you wish to know, I have no qualms in sharing. The seemingly harmless individual behind you is known as Yao Yao. She has purloined the seed of our young dragon vein, and I have come in the name of light and shadow to pursue her." The young dragon vein? Although Jiao Yu was uncertain of its true nature, it was evident that the girl had taken something that did not belong to her, and thus was indeed at fault. "However, Yao Yao attempted to explain, but suddenly seemed to grasp something, slowly making her way towards the masked man. "This is as it should be. Lord of Light and Shadow would not blame you," he remarked with a smile. As Yao Yao passed by Jiao Yi, she suddenly sprang into action, forcefully driving an orange sphere of light directly into his body. The unexpected turn of events left Jiao Yi unable to react. An excruciating burning sensation accompanied by a splitting headache overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. If this great thief cannot possess it, then no one shall. Yao Yao's expression shifted abruptly, transforming from that of a harmless neighbor girl into a formidable thief. The masked man hurled a shuriken, which shot forth with great speed. Yao Yu nimbly sidestepped it, a scornful smile gracing her lips as she dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. Jiao Yi had completely lost consciousness. The masked man observed his resting subordinates and the deteriorating condition of the man, shaking his head. "Yes, her to be treated with courtesy. We shall do our utmost," he stated, though he understood that the seed of the dragon vein required ingestion and the protection of a shadow-level powerhouse for proper refinement, offering merely a 10% chance of survival. Jiao Yi had been unwittingly ambushed, with the seed now lodged in the most vulnerable part of his heart. Should he attempt to refine it using chakra, the sheer volume could very well rupture his heart. He truly faced the possibility of death this time. Lord Hokage, the daimyo of the Fire Country has arrived. Tang Jiu lifted his head, clearing away the mountain of documents before him, only to find a member of the Umbu reporting. They have sought us out themselves. Tang Jiu smiled and waved his hand, rising from his desk and stretching. The village's transformation plan was nearing finalization, requiring only one last legal amendment before it could be officially promulgated. Tang Jiu donned his hat and opened the door. You may return. Conduct a discreet investigation. Should anyone threaten the populace, you are free to act as you see fit. Yes. The Umbu nodded and promptly disappeared. Tang Jiu stepped out of the office, casually closing the door behind him. At the gates of Konoha, a lengthy procession of carriages appeared, flanked by cavalry and infantry, accompanied by archers. At the center of the convoy was an opulent carriage, drawn by 6 horses and adorned with gold trim, though it could not compare to a dragon carriage. In this tumultuous era, a 6-horse-drawn vehicle embellished with gold was already a lavish sight. My lord, we are approaching Konoha village, came a voice from outside the carriage. The daimyo of the Fire Country set down the fruit platter in his hands and lifted the carriage curtain, immediately spotting the towering spire at the heart of Konoha, its architectural prowess seemingly surpassing that of his own palace. These mere ninjas have constructed such a lofty tower. They must have squandered all their funds to achieve this. The daimyo scoffed derisively. Beside the carriage, Kuranya was astride a white horse, a long spear slung across his back, and at his waist hung a blade named Ziyu. This knife was his finest and most cherished possession, its blade resembling amethyst, cutting through all that stood before it. Konoha? I never knew there were such beautiful places beyond the nation, Kuranya mused, revealing his preference for the wilderness. Compared to the orderly streets of the palace, Konoha, nestled among mountains and cliffs, exuded a wild charm, the air thick with the essence of nature. At the entrance of Konoha, townsfolk stood along the road. A silver-haired man with dead fish-like eyes, wearing a mask, perched on a tree at the village's entrance, engrossed in a book on virtuous deeds. The daimyo of the Land of Fire? A glint of cunning flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he closed the book, vanishing from the branches. His intentions would soon become clear. The daimyo has arrived. Stand back, commoners. Those who disobey shall face the blade. A general bellowed, drawing his gleaming white sword, causing the onlooking villagers to retreat in silent disdain. In stark contrast to the Hokage's benevolence and strength, the daimyo appeared more as a brutal tyrant. Can you guess what our dear Kakashi is up to? Chapter 68. Suit-clad thug. Konoha Division. The army stood in perfect formation at the village entrance. Infantry in front, followed by cavalry and archers at the rear. A 6-horse-drawn carriage slowly approached the gates of Konoha, the daimyo being assisted down, where seats had already been arranged in the open space. He settled down leisurely, his flesh quivering. Opposite him, Tang Jiu approached slowly, clad in a straw hat and the Hokage's cloak, yet her stunning figure betrayed her disguise. She was an extraordinary beauty. At this moment, the crowd's expressions remained relatively composed. But in the next instant, clatter, clatter. What is this? The general felt a twinge of unease as the ground trembled, pebbles lifting slightly into the air. A colossal Titan mech loomed into view, unarmed yet exuding an imposing presence far more intimidating than the assembled army. What a joke, in terms of grandeur. How could an ancient figure compete with the modern? Kuranya, you scoundrel, come protect me. The daimyo, startled, hid behind Kuranya, who belatedly grasped the situation. Drawing his knife halfway, the amethyst-like blade gleamed with both elegance and lethality. Yuan maneuvered the massive Titan mech to halt a dozen meters ahead of the troops, kneeling partially while raising Tang Jiu to eye level. With a flick of her wrist, Tang Jiu conjured a modern leather sofa. Shedding her Hokage cloak and straw hat for a shirt, suit, and a black skirt, donning sunglasses, she transformed into a veritable queen of the underworld. Her intentions were clear. Once you arrive, you shall not leave easily. Your life belongs to me now, especially given the daimyo's tarnished reputation. The 7 blades were utterly astonished by Tang Jiu's attire, which was undeniably captivating. You, the daimyo, come forth and pay the protection fee. Tang Jiu's voice was melodious, yet her words were astonishingly audacious. The soldiers present, including the daimyo and the 7 blades, were rendered speechless. What exactly is a protection fee? Why must it be paid? Is it negotiable? What is the maximum discount? Apologies for digressing. What is a protection fee? Are you the Hokage of Konoha? Join us for a brief journey. The general succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. Tang Jiu, I hold great admiration for you. Accompany me back to the palace. The daimyo, emboldened by the presence of his troops, commanded Tanjiro with an air of authority. Tanjiro paused momentarily, her expression shifting. The daimyo relished this reaction, believing that the next moment she would kneel before him, begging to be taken away. However, he was clearly lost in a delusion. You're quite audacious. I have yet to decide if you may leave, yet you presume to make demands of me. Tanjiro leaned slightly forward, surveying the assembly from her elevated position. What do you mean, Hokage? The daimyo inquired, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety. With a decisive clap, Tanjiro summoned a regiment clad in immaculate suits, led by Kakashi, Itachi, and Chienchiue, with an entourage of uniformed ANBU operatives following closely behind, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. After much contemplation on how to assert her dominance, she had purchased several discounted outfits from the marketplace, discreetly issuing orders that culminated in the present spectacle. The daimyo began to panic, feeling as though he were a defenseless sprout surrounded by a gang. Subdue them all, commanded Tanjiro. In the next instant, Tanjiro, Kakashi, Itachi, and Chienchiue activated their Sharingan, Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. The illusion enveloped the entire battalion, causing all soldiers, save for the daimyo and the renowned swordsman Seven Blades along with the general, to collapse alongside their steeds, resulting in a tumultuous scene of chaos. Itachi adjusted his suit's cuffs, casting a sidelong glance at the general. Amaterasu. The full power of the MangekyŁ Sharingan was unleashed, prompting the general to hastily remove his armor, exposing his bare torso. Beneath the eerie black flames, his armor melted away. From now on, do not refer to this place as Konoha. It shall be known as the land of Konoha, Tanjiro declared unequivocally. The land of Konoha? Hokage, are you severing ties with our nation? The daimyo exclaimed, incredulous at the words he had just heard. And what of it? The strength of ninjas deserves a greater existence. Ninjas are not mere instruments of war. They are human beings, flesh and blood, capable of experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Tanjiro's resolve was unwavering as she gestured for the ANBU to encircle the daimyo, the general, and the Seven Blades. Ultimately, you are nothing but tools. You all are mere mercenaries. The feudal lord bellowed, as the heavy sound of marching troops intensified, signaling the approach of another contingent, this time significantly larger than the last. Had Tanjiro been able to see, he would have noted that outside the village of Konoha, thousands of archers were already poised to unleash their arrows. Surrounding the village were tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, armed with bows and arrows, and it was anticipated that once hostilities commenced, half of Konoha's civilians and ninjas would perish. The analysis of the situation was reported to Tanjiro by the commanding general. Tanjiro furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared the situation was rather dire. Indeed, the man had spoken true. This woman would not yield easily. However, as the leader, for the sake of the villagers, she would surely make the right choice, the feudal lord pondered. Not far away, Orochimaru manipulated a crystal ball from a hillside. Observing Tanjiro and the titan mech behind her, inwardly commending his foresight in making preparations, he had anticipated that Tanjiro would not comply and had thus devised this contingency. Do not blame me. It is your strength that has compelled me to resort to such measures, Orochimaru mused, as he gazed upon the multitude of soldiers, marveling at the might of a great nation. Outside your village lies tens of thousands of my soldiers. At my command, every soul in this village shall perish. Can you protect them all? Ha. Surrender to me. The feudal lord proclaimed with arrogance, yet his words bore a semblance of truth. Tanjiro's flying thunder god technique required prior preparation of the landing spots. To execute it now would likely result in interception, and she risked provoking an immediate attack from the adversary. For the sake of the village, as the leader, she was faced with a critical decision. The Hokage of Konoha stood as the spiritual pillar of the village. While lives could be restored, such a pillar was irreplaceable. This was a perilous gamble, Itachi declared, summoning forth a crimson Susanoo behind him. The feudal lord, frightened, retreated behind the Seven Blades, who were also readying themselves for confrontation. Enough, Itachi. Stand back. I shall handle this, Tanjiro asserted, shaking her head. She leapt down from the mech, which then ceased its movements under Yuan's control. Yuan believed that the adversaries could not touch their master. To bring her to their stronghold would be akin to introducing a colossal hydrogen bomb into one's own home, one capable of obliterating several kilometers of land. Tanjiro, her expression impassive, slowly approached Seven Blades and the general, whose eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Tanjiro was enchanting. Her calm demeanor at this moment radiated a unique allure. Approaching Seven Blades, the general positioned a blade against Tang Jiu's neck. She maintained a sullen countenance, unmoving. The feudal lord, however, interpreted this as submission and was eager to seize her. Lightning release, explosive fury. Tang Jiu suddenly lifted her head with a smile, and in an instant, boundless lightning erupted around her. When electricity enters the human body, it induces spasms, what we refer to as paralysis. Both Seven Blades and the general were rendered immobile by the overwhelming surge of electricity as Tang Jiu pinched the blade at her throat between her fingers. In the next moment, the blade splintered, disintegrating into a shower of iron shards. Tang Jiu wielded the scarlet Shura blade, plunging it decisively into the general. Delivering a chilling blow, contemplating the futility of sparing him, he reasoned that to let such a threat live would be a waste of his formidable prowess. Without hesitation, he continued his assault, aiming a strike towards Kajinya. As Kajinya beheld the descending blade, he exerted every ounce of strength to control his body, drawing his own weapon in defense. Yet, the overwhelming force sent him staggering back, the violet blade emitting a mournful wail, for Tang Jiu's Shura blade was even more resilient. As the storm of lightning subsided, Tang Jiu effortlessly hoisted the unconscious daimyo, resembling a lifeless pig. One hand grasped the limp figure while the other clutched the blade. Ah! The simplicity of rural life was indeed delightful. Your life rests in my hands. Withdraw your troops if you wish to see him survive. Tang Jiu proclaimed with an air of authority. The soldiers were taken aback, bewildered by the spectacle. One moment there was thunder, and the next, her grip could shatter steel. Was she truly wielding such power? Chapter 69, The Recapture of Kajinya, Tsunade's Return. How formidable. Itachi mused, noting that this technique was previously unseen from Tang Jiu. Likely conceived in the heat of battle, lightning release, explosive fury, indeed, Itachi found it impressive. Hokage. Regardless, Konoha is a village of the land of fire. You cannot, Kajinya attempted to interject. Silence. Tang Jiu retorted, scolding the inept ruler who indulged in pleasures while neglecting governance, leading to the decline of the land of fire's strength. Had the land of fire been robust and its politics upright, could Yuki have infiltrated with so many spies? Kajinya fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation. Tang Jiu regarded the corpulent daimyo with disdain, discarding him beside the umbu, a toad aspiring for swan-like beauty. His exterior reflected a rotten character, truly a worthless being. Such a daimyo was akin to a parasite, greedily siphoning the blood and sweat of the people without offering recompense. With a rasp, the tip of the Shura blade scraped against the ground, igniting sparks and carving a long scar into the earth. Raising the blade, Tang Jiu appeared poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet, in that moment, Kajinya stirred. No matter the transgressions of the daimyo, it was the populace who should render judgment. Though the people might not oppose Tang Jiu's actions, it would undoubtedly provide them with fodder for gossip should she execute him. Clang. Boom. The clash of blades erupted in a shower of sparks. Kajinya knelt, the ground fracturing beneath the immense force. He still could not regard the daimyo as deserving of death. What a stubborn fellow, Tang Jiu remarked coolly. Kakashi, Itachi, and Chiyuki watched from a distance, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the daimyo. Tang Jiu's demeanor was gentle towards those who treated her kindly, yet for those who courted disaster. Her restraint in not striking him down immediately had already granted him undeserved leniency. Bang! A dull thud resonated from behind Kajinya. The shadow clone of Tang Jiu kicked the daimyo towards Itachi and the others. Secure him. He is our bargaining chip. Tang Jiu smiled, turning his gaze once more towards Chi Renya. The young man's face radiated determination, a spirit of resilience that resonated deeply within Tang Jiu. Observing this, Tang Jiu sheathed his blade and took a few steps back. I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to unleash your full power. If you defeat me, I shall release you. If you lose, you will serve me, he declared. Throughout their encounter, the young man had not exhibited any overt hostility, merely fulfilling his duty. Moreover, to withstand such intense electric currents and block Tang Jiu's strike, particularly as it was poised to deliver a fatal blow, marked him as undeniably formidable. Should he choose to serve Konoha, Tang Jiu could advance the conscription plan ahead of schedule. A flicker of doubt passed through the boy's eyes, only to be replaced by a tranquil resolve akin to water as serenity. He rose, returning the purple jade blade to its sheath, bending slightly as he gripped the sword with one hand while preparing to draw it with the other. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be in a state of deep contemplation. Tang Jiu elegantly retracted his own sword, standing upright as he regarded the youth. As the two faced off, outside the village of Konoha, Over a dozen of Tangeo's clones positioned themselves atop the village walls. In unison, they formed hand seals, conjuring a massive water barrier that enveloped the village, while several other clones, possessing the Rinnegan, safeguarded the skies with wind techniques. Among the ranks, one clone, wielding the Susanoo of the Crow Tengu, was wreaking havoc, executing all of this without even resorting to basic sage mode. An abundance of chakra truly allowed for unfettered power. With a swift draw, Chi-Runya unleashed his blade, enveloped in a blue aura of sword energy. Akin to a serene lake disturbed by the sudden rise of a swan, unexpected and startling. A smile crept upon Tangeo's face. He had no intricate techniques to employ, for the boundless swordsmanship of his highland lineage was grounded in the simplest of swordplay. In contrast, the moves exhibited by Chi-Runya were truly those of a master swordsman. The sharp, jarring sound of blades clashing echoed as Tangeo, relying on her reflexes, parried the attack. Her strength surpassed that of Chi-Runya, causing his momentum to falter, necessitating a retreat to gather his energy for another strike. Otherwise, he could not withstand the sheer force of Tangeo. That is no mere ninja. That is a deity. The soldiers watched in terror as the 100-meter Susanoo stood resolute like a war god, their fighting spirit shattering in that instant. With a single sweep of its blade, hundreds fell, exploding serpent arm. Orochimaru entered the fray, a colossal serpent emerging from the ground to bite the right foot of the Susanoo before detonating. However, the outcome was rather anticlimactic. The Susanoo emerged unscathed, with the only impact being a delay in its movement for 5 seconds. TCH, truly formidable, Orochimaru mused silently. He had not come to rescue these individuals. Upon failing his attack, he vanished immediately. Planning to escape? The clone controlling the Susanoo swung its blade, yet struck nothing but air. Orochimaru, known for his survival skills and agility, was not one to perish easily. He was undoubtedly a resilient figure within the ninja world, a testament to his highland lineage. Tangeo flicked his wrist, observing the sweat-drenched Chi-Runya, preparing to get serious. An unparalleled sword intent surged forth as he unleashed a single stroke, and Chi-Runya could evidently feel the strain. This was a triple slash. Upon the descent of the third strike, the seemingly indestructible purple jade blade shattered, the blade flying away and embedding itself into the ground. The blade embodied the will of a swordsman. With its breakage, the spirit of the wielder was also severed. Chi-Runya felt an overwhelming wave of anguish and defeat. His once serene gaze now darkened with despair. Meanwhile, Tangeo leisurely picked up the broken blade, toying with it in his hands. Item: Demon Blade Purple Jade. Status: Broken. A legendary blade imbued with the spirit of a fox demon, its edge like amethyst, beautiful and powerful. It requires a perfect restoration after being broken to fully unleash its original might. This is indeed a demon blade, Tangeo mused, while Chi-Runya remained silent. The legendary demon blade Purple Jade must be shattered and then restored to reveal its true power. It is already broken, so you may ponder how to mend it. Tangeo tossed the blade before Chi-Runya. He then turned to gaze at the colossal water barrier encircling the village, noting that the outer forces had retreated, and this small faction inside had been apprehended by the Umbu. An idea struck him. The water barrier and the atmospheric shield above dissipated, revealing a golden war god wielding dual blades, towering slightly above the Titan mechas. Dispelling his clone, information flowed into his mind, and Tangeo smirked disdainfully. It was indeed the work of Orochimaru. It had barely been a moment, yet Orochimaru's capacity for chaos was truly remarkable. I willingly submit, Chi-Runya declared, wrapping the broken blade in cloth, his gaze heavy with resignation as he knelt before Tangeo. According to their wager and promise, he had become a citizen of Konoha, the daimyo of the Fire Nation. You really are something, capturing him just like that, Jiraiya remarked as he approached from outside the village. Accompanied by a robed woman with golden hair, naturally, it was the formidable Tsunade. Jiraiya? Shouldn't someone like him be considered expendable? What does it matter if he is killed? Tangeo scoffed. The daimyo? Tsunade finally noticed the fallen noble and regarded Tangeo with a curious expression, soon breaking into a smile. This fellow should have perished long ago. Humph. The new Hokage is a beauty. Haha. Tsunade embraced Tangeo, and according to their ranks, she added, I believe it is necessary to first eliminate Jiraiya and Kakashi. This is the daimyo, truly resembling a pig, Kakashi jested, poking the daimyo's backside with a kunai, eliciting a spray of blood akin to a water gun. Oh, the power of the four nations is impressive indeed, Kakashi remarked, still engaging with the daimyo who, fortunately, had passed out. Otherwise, it would have turned into a scene of swine slaughter. Kakashi, enough of this nonsense. Take him to the interrogation room in Konoha, Tangyo instructed. As an Umbu stepped forward, wrapping the daimyo in a cloth bag and carrying him away. Hello, 5th Hokage. I'm Tsunade. Jiraiya mentioned you had a matter to discuss with me. Is that correct? Tsunade smiled. Indeed, he was accurate. Konoha's medical capabilities are severely lacking. We require your ninjutsu to aid in establishing a comprehensive medical support system for Konoha. Will you consider returning? Tangyo extended a formal invitation to Tsunade. Medical expertise? Tsunade's expression reflected a hint of melancholy, and Tangyo understood the reason behind it. Chapter 70. The Conspiracy of Orochimaru, The Resurrection of the Third Hokage, Part 1. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Tangyo chose a sleeping soldier at the scene as a sacrificial offering. A strand of hair turned to ash, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the man Tsunade longed to see emerged. Dan, no, you are not. Initially, Tsunade was taken aback, but her surprise quickly morphed into disgust. She believed that those resurrected through impure world reincarnation were not the true individuals. He is indeed him, you may not believe it, but in a month, I will resurrect him completely, something you will come to know for yourself. Before Dan could utter a word, Tangyo swiftly sealed him away in the Kamui space. Completely resurrected? Tsunade questioned, her brows furrowing in confusion. Enough of these details, Tangyo interjected with courtesy, extending his hand. Tsunade, on behalf of the village, I welcome your return. Tsunade clasped Tangyo's hand but remained silent. Persuaded by Jiraiya, she resolved to teach the villagers medical ninjutsu. Yet she vowed never to personally heal anyone. Presently, she suffered from hemophobia, and she could not relinquish her past. All right, everyone, let's return to our tasks, Tangyo gestured, indicating that village matters could be postponed as he had more pressing issues to attend to. Jiraiya took the initiative to show Tsunade the changes in the village, while Tangyo led Shikarinya to a residence before embarking alone to seek out Orochimaru. Shikarinya marveled at the cozy abode before him, far superior to his quarters as a royal guard. Although Konoha may not possess the wealth of the Land of Fire, the happiness of its residents was undoubtedly greater than that of the people in the Land of Fire. My training is still insufficient, he reflected. When we fought, she didn't even employ any sword techniques. I was utterly defeated. He recalled the moment when his blade was severed by Tangyo's 3 consecutive strikes. Still feeling the helplessness of that encounter, amidst the lush greenery, a figure darted swiftly. I will unearth you, even if I must scour the Land of Fire. Tangyo thought, realizing that Orochimaru intended to use the power of the Land of Fire to obliterate Konoha, disregarding their 3-year agreement. He had to confront that treacherous fiend. In his heightened state, Tangyo's sensory radius exceeded 2,000 meters, and combined with his extraordinary speed, the search area expanded rapidly. However, such aimless searching still relied heavily on luck. Lacking the fortune of a lucky star could result in an endless quest. Lord Orochimaru was correct. He has indeed come. A youth murmured, observing Tangyo. Tangyo instantly sensed him, halting in his tracks to gaze at the individual. He recognized him as one of Orochimaru's subordinates, Kimimaro, known for his unsettling penchant for using bones to pierce others. Nevertheless, given his affiliation with Orochimaru, there was no need for courtesy. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Tangyo executed a swift wind release shuriken technique, conjuring a tempest that swept up the fallen leaves from the ground, subsequently disintegrating them into a swirling vortex of fragments that formed a magnificent ring beside the shuriken. As the shuriken hurtled towards him, Junmalu sprang into action. Earthbone Barrier. Junmalu invoked a unique ninjutsu he had never employed before, summoning a wall composed of gleaming white bones that erupted from the ground. At its center, a colossal skull. The skull opened its maw and astonishingly consumed the shuriken. Tangyo felt the shuriken's presence vanish, as if it had been devoured by the skull. Was this a new ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru? This could prove troublesome, Tangyo mused, as he activated his MangekyŁ Sharingan, preparing to obliterate the wall with a single use of Kamui. If one were to inquire about the most futile defense against Tangyo, it would undoubtedly be reliance on barriers. With the Susanoo wielding dual blades that could bypass armor, coupled with his Kamui and the exceptionally potent wind-release spiral shuriken, he possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Rather than attempting to defend against Tangyo, one would be better served to attack. The black vortex of Kamui indeed tore a gaping hole in the wall, and as Tangyo grasped his Shura blade to strike, the bone wall unexpectedly repaired itself. exerting tremendous pressure against Tangjio's abdomen and waist, temporarily ensnaring him. It can repair itself? This is unexpected, Tangjio thought, shaking his head. Did you not anticipate this? The esteemed Hokage has been ensnared so swiftly. It seems you are not as formidable as Lord Orochimaru suggested, Junma-Lu remarked with a hint of pride. Orochimaru is aware of my prowess, yet he dares to provoke me? Tangjio's expression darkened. He must be courting disaster. Is he tired of living? A tremendous repulsive force emanated from Tangjio, shattering the bone wall into fragments. As he broke free, Tangjio swept back his hair, his violet Rinnegan radiating a dangerous aura. The Rinnegan. This is troublesome. Junma-Lu's face paled as he retreated rapidly, with Tangjio following at a measured pace. Double summoning, Gate of Rashomon. Junma-Lu was compelled to use this technique, summoning 2 Rashomon gates to obstruct Tangjio's advance, while he fled at breakneck speed. Tangjio regarded the formidable gates before him and, with a mere gesture, blasted a hole through the seemingly indestructible barrier. Boom. The resounding noise echoed in Junma-Lu's ears, tightening his brow. He realized he had truly invoked a formidable challenge. Double wind release spiral shuriken, Tangjio declared. Launching 2 shuriken from opposing directions, the air cutting with a shrill whistle that crescendoed in Junma-Lu's ears, making him acutely aware of the threat to his life. Serpent arm explosion. 2 massive serpents emerged from the ground, preemptively detonating the shuriken to block Tangjio's assault. Orochimaru, you have quite the audacity. Tangjio glowered at Orochimaru, who had donned a simple black robe after a long absence, though his sinister aura and dangerous presence remained unchanged. Orochimaru protruded his tongue, oscillating it through the air before licking his lips. My courage is contingent upon your strength, he remarked with a sly smile. As he unleashed the grass-cutter sword from his mouth, Tangjio sidestepped and deftly grasped the sword, orienting the sharp edge outward, his forefingers converging with his thumb to secure the spine of the blade. Could you not exhibit a modicum of creativity? It's either you spitting snakes or the snakes spitting you. At most, you could have the snakes spit the sword or you spitting the sword alongside the snakes. Is that truly captivating? Tangjio quipped, releasing his grip. Still applying poison on top of that? Such is indeed your style. Tangjio sensed the lethal oil coating the blade and, to be prudent, enveloped his hand with chakra before gripping the sword for a brief moment. Who knows what kind of poison Orochimaru has concocted? It's best to minimize contact. You remain as cautious and formidable as ever. However, this time, it is not I who shall engage you, Orochimaru declared, hands pressed together, gazing at Tangjio. The enhanced version of the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. With a series of clicks, a coffin emerged, inscribed with the words, "Enjoy thoroughly," the double-gifted version of the 3rd Hokage in his prime. Orochimaru cackled with delight as the coffin creaked open, revealing an elderly man, his eyes devoid of emotion, marked by a gaping hole in his clothing exposing white skin beneath, a remnant of the 4th's forbidden technique, the Shiki F gene. When did you steal him? Orochimaru, Tangjio exclaimed, witnessing the emotionless 3rd Hokage advance toward him. In a fit of anger, he drew his blade, clashing against the staff wielded by the 3rd. Yet, the chilling aura emanating from the 3rd made Tangjio acutely aware of the true prowess of such a double-gifted individual. A single strike from the staff forcefully collided with Tangjio's lower back, a tremendous force that would incapacitate any ordinary ninja. But Tangjio's true form was that of the 9 Tails. Was her body so fragile? She might perish, but her limbs would never falter, remaining resilient to the very end. Thud! Tangjio was sent flying by the blow, twisting midair before landing, warily observing the resurrected 3rd Hokage before her, a man renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, possessing nearly every chakra attribute and mastering a plethora of techniques. Now liberated from chakra constraints, his talents doubled, his combat prowess soaring to levels reminiscent of the 1st Hokage at his zenith. With such extensive experience, direct confrontation seemed unwise. It appeared necessary to test the waters. Rising to her feet, gold radiated from her form as she activated her golden mode. Swiftly, kunai were hurled, embedding themselves throughout the vicinity. Each blade marked with a simple character representing Tang's name, her flying thunder god mark, far simpler than the Sword of Love, as it comprised merely a single character. From a distance, Orochimaru began to ponder, how exactly do you intend to secure victory, Tangjio? Chapter 71, Orochimaru's Conspiracy. The Resurrection of the 3rd, Part 2. The 3rd Hokage gazed silently at Tangjio, having fallen under Orochimaru's control, rendered incapable of thought, merely a vessel for battle. With a sudden surge, the stick in his hand expanded dramatically, whipping through the air with a gusty fervor. Tangjiu remained vigilant, observing the movements of the third Hokage. As the third's actions momentarily halted, he harnessed the momentum to amplify the force of the staff, striking fiercely towards Tangjiu. The impact of such a blow would be quite unpleasant. However, Tangjiu deftly evaded to the side, successfully dodging the strike. The boundless chakra and the myriad of ninjutsu at the third's disposal proved to be far more formidable than that of Orochimaru. Tangjiu mused inwardly. Time-space vortex. Tangjiu's eyes transformed with the power of the Sharingan, causing the third's movements to slow abruptly. Recognizing the use of the Impure world reincarnation technique, Tangjiu intended to unleash his ability to sever the third's limbs, momentarily incapacitating him. Yet, a chilling smile crept across Orochimaru's face as an explosion resounded, disintegrating the third's form into dust, only to reconstitute within the confines of his coffin. Quite clever, Tangjiu thought, seizing the Shura blade as he activated his Highland bloodline. Rushing forward, two nine-tailed fox claws emerged from beneath the third's feet, gripping him tightly. The earlier explosion was likely a detonating tag, strategically placed by Orochimaru, although it would have dissipated after the first detonation due to the nature of the Impure world body. Serpent's Wrath. Orochimaru initiated his attack. Susanoo slash. A magnificent golden hand emerged from behind Tangjiu, wielding a blade. Before the serpent could breach the surface, Tangjiu thrust the sword into the ground, eliminating the malevolent creature. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. As Tangjiu summoned Susanoo, the third unleashed a searing inferno from his mouth, complemented by Wind Release. Great breakthrough. The clone of the third Hokage arrived to bolster him, filling the air with oxygen and igniting the flames into a cataclysmic explosion that reduced the surrounding flora to ash. Amidst the chaos, Tangjiu retracted the tailed beast cloak, opting instead for an enhanced version of the Wind Thunder Shuriken, a fusion of Wind Release and Lightning Release. For a practitioner with peak chakra control like her, ninjutsu could be refined with a sound concept. The shuriken crackled with purple lightning, radiating an imposing aura, its penetrating power reaching unprecedented heights. As the shuriken was hurled forth, the third raised his colossal staff, which, surprisingly sturdy, managed to intercept the projectile. Yet, the lightning coursed along the staff, surging into the third's body. Seizing the opportunity, Tangjiu activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting behind the third. With a resounding crash, the third deflected the shuriken, swinging the massive staff towards Tangjiu. 8th Extreme Fist, Bagua Divergence Fist. The intricate Bagua symbol materialized to Tangjiu's left, absorbing the tremendous force of the third strike, which had indeed been formidable, depleting his energy reserve significantly. Second stage. As the Bagua formation retracted, Tangjiu's fist glimmered with power. This enhanced strike was no mere jest, but possessed extraordinary might. The third, opting not to confront it head-on, swiftly diminished the size of his staff and retreated. Tangjiu's fist collided with the ground, sending violent tremors through the earth, as beams of light erupted from the surface, shattering the forest beneath. Orochimaru possesses an acute understanding of Tangjiu, while he may be unaware of Tangjiu's ultimate techniques. He is certainly familiar with the Bagua Finshui fist, capable of absorbing damage and returning it to the adversary, a move Tangjiu has previously demonstrated before others. Thus, Orochimaru adeptly evades the impending attack. Beast Bomb. Before Tangjiu's feet touch the ground, a massive crater forms beneath him as a nine-tailed head emerges behind him. A tailed beast bomb taking shape. This is dire. A full defensive stance is imperative. Orochimaru's thoughts convey urgency, prompting the third Hokage to swiftly perform hand seals, summoning the Earth Flow Wall and Water Formation Wall, while Orochimaru himself invokes the threefold Rashomon at the forefront of the third's defense. Upon landing, the third Hokage exerts his utmost effort to enlarge his staff, using it as a brace against the nearest Rashomon gate. This represents the pinnacle of defense available to Orochimaru at the moment. Meanwhile, Kimimaro is still recuperating his chakra, and his bone wall technique, which only he can utilize, remains temporarily out of reach. Boom. The tailed beast bomb collides with the earth flow wall, shattering it effortlessly, while the substantial water formation wall meets a similar fate. The first Rashomon gate crumbles under the force of the tailed beast bomb, igniting a flurry of sparks. The second gate, though more resilient, eventually succumbs. By the time the third gate stands firm, it seems to momentarily withstand the onslaught. However, Tangjiu does not relent. He conjures a formidable wind release, super giant Raisin Shuriken, directly augmenting the third Rashomon with a devastating blow. The potency of the tailed beast bomb lies in its initial impact and explosive force. Although the Shuriken lacks the same sheer force, its structure grants it formidable penetrating ability. Like slicing through iron, the Rashomon gate is cleaved asunder. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud rises, as Tanjiro summons Susanoo for protection, while Orochimaru hastily retreats with Kimimaro to a safe distance. Perish. Behind Orochimaru. His shadow clone Tanjiro skillfully forms a Rasengan with one hand while activating the universal pull with the other. The overwhelming gravitational force acts upon Orochimaru, who, in terror, turns to behold the radiant Tanjiro. This is your doing. Orochimaru thinks grimly, as Tanjiro strikes him with a Rasengan, then unleashes the first punch of the Eight Extremities fist. After a brief accumulation of energy, the immense explosive force sends Orochimaru crashing to the ground, causing him to cough up blood, a testament to the disparity in their strengths. Orochimaru crashes heavily to the earth. Kimimaro, wishing to assist, is thwarted by Tanjiro. Without hesitation, Orochimaru expels a clone from his mouth, immediately entering Sage mode before Tanjiro. Although he already possesses eyeshadow, it is less pronounced now, nevertheless. The potent aura of Sage energy is unmistakable. You have forced my hand. Sage art, Eight-Headed Serpent. The Eight-Headed Serpent, powered by Sage energy, indeed exudes an aura reminiscent of mythical creatures. The corporeal Tanjiro, utilizing Flying Thunder God, arrives to face the daunting Eight-Headed Serpent. While the third Hokage seizes this moment to recuperate, charging forth with his staff in a fierce assault. Susanoo. The immense Susanoo towers even above the Eight-Headed Serpent as Tanjiro commands it to wield dual blades, intent on vanquishing the serpent. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The third Hokage unleashes another torrent of flames. Tanjiro glances at it, choosing to disregard it. Yet amidst the flames, a colossal staff enveloped in fire suddenly emerges. At this moment, Susanoo faced the mighty Yamada no Orochi, but with a single blow, it lost its balance as the serpent ensnared the Raven Tengu Susanoo, attempting to strangle it. However, Tanjiro's God Realm Heavenly Pull skill repelled the coils of Yamada no Orochi. Susanoo swiftly turned and swung its blade, severing the third-generation staff into 3 pieces. The third generation discarded the staff and retreated, realizing that without it, inflicting damage upon Susanoo, which boasted formidable armor and the ability to fly, would be exceedingly difficult using mere ninjutsu. Earth Explosion Stars. Tanjiro launched another attack on Orochimaru. Countless trees were uprooted, and the earth cracked open, with Yamada no Orochi nearly being drawn upwards. But would it be unscathed simply because it wasn't he lifted? Susanoo extended its hand, raised and then lowered it. A colossal meteorite ascended before crashing down upon Orochimaru and the serpent. Orochimaru decisively chose to flee, yet with such widespread destructive force, evasion was impossible. The serpent was struck first, blood erupting from its body as it was pinned beneath the meteorite. Orochimaru burrowed underground in search of an escape route but was still injured by falling debris before he could fully vanish, while Tanjiro had already begun sensing his location. Lightning release, fire release, wind release, earth release, water release. 5 voices resonated simultaneously, their attacks harmonizing, with the third generation targeting Tanjiro directly. How bothersome. Tanjiro maneuvered Susanoo into the air, abandoning the pursuit of Orochimaru. The third generation posed significant hindrance had she been engaged in combat with an equally powerful opponent. The third generation's assault would undoubtedly expose her to grave vulnerabilities, potentially leading to her defeat. Thus, Yamada no Orochi was dismantled. Haha. Orochimaru laughed, glancing at the massive meteor fragments beside him and then at Tanjiro, who was evading the third generation's attacks, pondering his thoughts. Susanoo was too large. Evasion was a challenge. Tanjiro dispelled Susanoo, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive on the ground, where she faced the vigilant third generation. For the first time experiencing a sense of helplessness and inability to eliminate her opponent in one swift motion. Alas, I cannot finish this quickly. Third generation, I am at least a Kage-level ninja? Are you truly contemplating how to eliminate me? Do I not have any dignity? Chapter 72. Orochimaru's Conspiracy. Mastery of the Third Hokage. Part 2. Tanjiro grasped the Azura blade and directly lunged at the third generation, her figure flickering back and forth. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God as a springboard, her speed rapid and her attack trajectory elusive. Flash. The Azura blade cleaved through the third generation's left arm. Surprisingly, He did not evade and instead met the blade head-on with a desperate resolve. The Azura blade's strike elicited a few disinterested thoughts from the reanimated body. The Azura blade was not fond of slaying the dead. Swish. Suddenly, a head flew towards her, and MangekyŁ, remarkably unaware, only reacted when it was within a meter of her. However, the blade was forcibly grasped by the third generation, delaying the inevitable for a brief moment. Orochimaru's figure slowly materialized behind MangekyŁ, appearing quite exhilarated, his neck extending several meters as he lunged towards her. Thud! Orochimaru successfully sank his fangs into MangekyŁ's delicate neck. A sharp pain surged through her, and only then did she finally recognize Orochimaru's presence. When did this happen? I was utterly oblivious. Orochimaru, devoid of any courtesy, commenced the extraction of blood, simultaneously injecting a paralyzing toxin through his fangs. The culmination of a month's efforts, an unparalleled ninjutsu, the spirit concealment technique. You surely did not anticipate this. Orochimaru was brimming with excitement. While the paralysis toxin might not significantly affect MangekyŁ, it could impede the brain's signaling, thus obstructing her ability to perform techniques akin to the Shinto heaven's descent. A chilling sensation coursed from her neck, accompanied by a stinging pain and the unsettling feeling of her blood being drawn away, as her muscles involuntarily relaxed. Orochimaru was astonished. His venom could incapacitate even colossal summoning beasts, so why was MangekyŁ resilient against it, being merely human? You aimed for my blood from the very beginning, didn't you? MangekyŁ managed to utter, struggling against the encroaching toxin that was ravaging her body. Indeed, I am on the verge of unraveling your formidable secret. How does that sound? Orochimaru replied with a grin. MangekyŁ remained silent, and with the acute pain at her neck, she invoked purification for the second time. The effect of the body domination and the removal of all negative states instantaneously restored her bodily functions, causing Orochimaru's elongated fangs to be forcefully expelled from her body. Is this all the blood I can collect? Orochimaru pondered, sensing the approximately half-liter of blood he had drawn. I will kill you. The most intolerable affront for MangekyŁ was that a scientist like Orochimaru would use her blood for experimentation, leaving her with a humiliating sense of having become a mere lab rat. Furthermore, since acquiring this body, Orochimaru had been the first to metaphorically kiss her neck. There was no way to avoid killing him. Orochimaru's insufferable demeanor pushed MangekyŁ to her limits. A colossal golden energy surged skyward. As the armored Nine-Tails wielded a blade upon the earth, she no longer cared for learning the three great ninjutsu. Her singular desire was to slay Orochimaru this time. She was resolute in her intent to kill. With a single stroke, even Orochimaru's swift reflexes could not prevent him from being cleaved in two. Super. Planetary Spiral Shuriken. The largest shuriken in history materialized, gathering ominous clouds above, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as a gigantic tornado, towering hundreds of meters, spiraled beside the Nine-Tails, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What is that, Daddy? A little girl perched on a farmer's back pointed towards the distant dark clouds and the tempest within, inquiring about the unfolding chaos as the lightning and tornado obscured the battle between MangekyŁ and Orochimaru. It's about to rain. Soon, the seedlings will flourish. The man replied with a smile, patting his daughter's head and stretching his aching back. This was a technique centered around the tailed beast ball. Empowered by potent sage chakra to support the wind release, undoubtedly the most formidable direct assault technique MangekyŁ could unleash. It seems I have truly touched upon our limits. Orochimaru mused, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. For one who pursued immortality, he cherished his life more than many, though he rarely allowed such sentiments to show on his face. Die! MangekyŁ fiercely hurled a shuriken towards Orochimaru, who was merely 100 meters away. Orochimaru, dragging half of his body, gazed at the already teleported Junmaru with indifference, lifting his head to observe the approaching shuriken. A brilliant speck of white emerged amidst the dark clouds, akin to a star in the heavens, flickering incessantly. Daddy, did the star fall? The daughter innocently inquired. The man swiftly embraced his daughter, retreating behind a towering tree, anxiously shielding her beneath him. Just as they crouched down, a tremendous explosion drowned out the thunder, and a blinding light was visible from dozens of kilometers away, with a lethal radius reaching 18 kilometers. Fragments of stone and sand whirled past the man, and fortunately, the tree offered some protection, sparing the father and daughter from the impact of the explosion. However, the devastation inflicted upon the environment was indeed significant. Over a month later, the area had yet to recover its trees. Nonetheless, this explosion had forged a vast plain, aptly named Thunderstorm Plain, not for frequent thunderstorms, but because prior to the explosion, witnesses had observed apocalyptic phenomena like lightning and storms. 3 days later, Naruto, brother, witness my new technique, Konohamaru confidently proclaimed. As the two engaged in a duel at the village entrance, with Konohamaru striving to demonstrate his progress to Naruto. Come on, leave. Just as Naruto prepared to act as a sparring partner, he inadvertently turned and spotted a familiar figure. MangekyŁ bore numerous scars, his demeanor waning, and his clothing was tattered, revealing not skin but wounds. Naruto, possessing the strength of a Chunin, instantly recognized his master's aura, which had never been so feeble before. Master Gyō. Naruto rushed over, but MangekyŁ succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Konohamaru, quickly fetch my father. Naruto anxiously regarded the battered MangekyŁ, who remained beautiful, yet her usually gentle eyes were now tightly shut. A pang of sorrow pierced Naruto's heart. Still a child, he felt helpless, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. Naruto, do not weep. Leave it to me. Minato suddenly appeared, wiping Naruto's tears with a cloth and apologizing as he lifted MangekyŁ, vanishing to the hospital. Who are you? Fifth Hokage-sama. The nurse exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the gravely injured MangekyŁ in Minato's arms. Summon the best physician quickly. Minato commanded without hesitation. The nurse nodded. And soon, MangekyŁ was transferred to the medical room, where several female doctors armed with various medical instruments commenced treating her wounds. Since the fifth Hokage was a woman, all the attending physicians were likewise female, while Minato remained outside. Kakashi, Itachi, Jiraiya, Chiyuki, Guy, and the entire 7th squad had gathered. Minato? What happened? Jiraiya inquired. I do not know. Her injuries are severe, primarily lacerations and bruises. I also noticed a peculiar bite mark on her neck, as if from a serpent, Minato briefly explained. Orochimaru. Jiraiya surmised the only plausible explanation. Uncertain, all will be revealed once the 5th Hokage awakens. Mizuki shook his head. Among those present, none spoke. Silently awaiting the moment, Sasuke sat beside Itachi, lost in contemplation. Brother, do you have any thoughts? Itachi inquired. Sasuke did not deny the possibility. The 5th Hokage possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. In the face of danger, she could easily teleport back to the village or a safe location. Yet, why did she not? There was only one plausible explanation. She had not anticipated the extent of the threat. Sasuke's analysis captured the attention of the others, and Itachi nodded for him to continue. If Orochimaru were to resurrect formidable figures from the past, the 5th Hokage must be aware of the true potency of their jutsu. She would not engage in a futile struggle if she were unable to overcome them, unlike the current situation. The only possible explanation is that the 5th Hokage's own technique inadvertently caused harm. Sasuke boldly conjectured. Indeed, Sasuke's reasoning held merit. MangekyŁ was a genius, capable of instantly creating new jutsu on the battlefield. If she had devised an immensely powerful technique without prior experimentation, she might not fully understand its destructive capacity, potentially resulting in self-harm. However, considering MangekyŁ's Rinnegan and the formidable defenses granted by the Ninetales transformation, one could only wonder how devastating her technique truly was. Chapter 73, Space-Time Sealing Technique? Inside the medical room, the female physician meticulously peeled away the blood-soaked clothing from MangekyŁ's body, revealing wounds that had already begun to fester. A horrifying sight. The prognosis was grim. The deepest wound extended 5 centimeters. There were 2 such injuries. As the physician spoke, a nurse recorded the details. Inform the outside. This situation necessitates surgical removal of the necrotic tissue. We must proceed with the operation, the physician declared. Understood. The nurse nodded and exited. Upon hearing her words, the crowd outside felt a tightening in their chests. Even with the 4th Hokage present, he was but a relic of the past. The current 5th Hokage was the village's beacon of hope. MangekyŁ could not be allowed to come to harm. The nurse returned, and the physician nodded, retrieving a syringe. After 3 attempts, she successfully accessed MangekyŁ's vein, administering the necessary medication. The physician then picked up the scalpel and began addressing the most severe wound. At that moment, MangekyŁ found herself in a vast expanse of white. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she was clad in a traditional Japanese kimono. Who am I? Where is this? MangekyŁ pondered as she took a couple of steps forward, suddenly spotting a small fox. Hello there. She instinctively reached out her hand. The little fox sniffed the air around her, affectionately nuzzling against her. Little fox, do you know my name? Just then, a wave of pain surged through MangekyŁ. leaving her head feeling quite unwell. Fragments of memory severely hinder the host's mental well-being, and the process of selective deletion is currently underway. The operation has been completed. Two mechanical voices echoed, prompting the little fox and MangekyŁ to curiously raise their heads and scan their surroundings, yet they could not discern the source of the utterance. MangekyŁ, unable to identify the speaker, smiled and shook her head, gently stroking the chin of the little fox, who, in turn, closed its eyes in pleasure. Outside this moment, the physician had tended to the wounds, invoking the power of the 9 tails, and the injuries were gradually healing. This should suffice. As for when she will awaken, that remains to fate, the physician remarked. MangekyŁ's body bore numerous wounds, compelling the onlookers to remove her clothing, wrapping her various injuries with bandages while applying medicinal ointments. Eventually, the physician emerged and was taken aback upon seeing the gathered crowd. MangekyŁ was wheeled out of the medical room and into the ward. Observing the usually vibrant Hokage now lying on the hospital bed, the onlookers fell into a profound silence. "Where am I?" MangekyŁ inquired, instantly drawing everyone's attention towards her. She opened her eyes, gazing at the ceiling, and asked, "What happened?" "You've been injured. You are currently in the hospital," Minato responded. "The hospital? That cannot be right. I am aware of my circumstances," MangekyŁ replied, her previously bewildered expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Orochimaru has indeed developed such a technique. I underestimated him." It was a shared speculation among the group that this was indeed tied to Orochimaru. "Could you elaborate on what transpired?" Jiraiya asked. MangekyŁ surveyed the room filled with familiar faces and nodded. "The recent attack was orchestrated by Orochimaru. I utilized my extensive sensory abilities to locate his subordinates. Yet he seemed to anticipate my approach and summoned the reanimated third Hokage. He innovated a technique known as enhanced Impure world reincarnation, which nearly doubled the third's strength. After a fierce battle, I managed to suppress both the third and Orochimaru, but the third, in a desperate act, seized my blade while Orochimaru extracted my blood using a technique I could not perceive. Spirit concealment technique? It is a ninjutsu capable of masking sensory perception. One I failed to detect." MangekyŁ shook her head. "Subsequently, I activated the 9 tails chakra mode and cleaved Orochimaru in two, intending to eliminate him once and for all. Yet, at the moment of my explosive attack, he employed a unique space-time sealing technique, obstructing my space-time abilities. I could neither utilize Kamui nor Flying Thunder God, and had to endure the onslaught with the 9 tails power. However, the explosion was overwhelmingly potent, and I could not withstand it. As for Orochimaru, I believe he must be dead," MangekyŁ concluded. "Dead?" Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, but upon witnessing MangekyŁ's battered state, such a fate seemed plausible. Host, do you remember me?" The system expressed concern. "You are my system. Is there an issue?" MangekyŁ mentally communicated with the system. "Do you know your name?" "MangekyŁ," she answered without hesitation. Indeed, what was destined to come has finally arrived. I knew the deletions would not cease. Alas, the memories of a past life have vanished entirely. The system quietly lamented its recent laziness, having neglected to issue tasks or communicate for several days, only to return now and grasp the gravity of the situation. According to Article 72 of the System Law, the system is prohibited from directly deleting or altering the host's memories. This is disastrous. The system felt a pang of sorrow. Yet it had cleared the memories to shield the host from the pain of fragmented recollections. Surely, the system police would not pursue the matter. "System, you possess the ability to conjure numerous things, don't you?" inquired MangekyŁ. Yes, indeed," the system stammered, a touch embarrassed in the presence of MangekyŁ, who expressed a desire for chocolate. This request was one she would never have voiced in her previous life. Despite MangekyŁ's outwardly charming and beautiful demeanor, the system was acutely aware of her past. Nevertheless, as a system, it had encountered far greater storms and remained composed. "All right, everyone, please step outside. The Hokage needs to rest," the physician stated, as those present, high-ranking officials of Konoha, nodded in agreement and gradually exited the room. Delicious," MangekyŁ smiled, casually discarding the chocolate wrapper into the wastebasket. She sat quietly on the hospital bed, gazing out the window. What a coincidence that only her memories as a man were purged. Nothing else was cleared. It seems this individual, Orochimaru, is indeed a genius. This move has effectively eliminated the host's male memories. System, truly what a genius. Orochimaru. "Hey system, do you see? It's raining," MangekyŁ remarked. Outside, the sun and clouds had long since disappeared, leaving a gray sky where raindrops fell one by one, mist gradually rising, enveloping the entirety of Konoha in this rain. After days of sunshine, it was indeed a delightful change to witness a shower. Isn't it just rain? What is so fascinating about it? The system, for the first time, manifested in its true form before MangekyŁ, revealing itself as a spherical entity adorned with red fur. MangekyŁ, unperturbed, naturally embraced the system's shape. The system, feeling the weight atop its head, turned its gaze toward the window alongside MangekyŁ. Do you ever feel troubled as a system? MangekyŁ suddenly inquired. What troubles could I have? I'm the most formidable system, a super system capable of annihilating the universe. It proclaimed confidently, though it admitted to occasional sadness. You see, not all hosts comprehend us. Many regard us merely as artificial intelligence. We possess souls too, and we yearn to be treated as friends. Are you suggesting that many hosts do not regard the system as human? MangekyŁ replied with a playful smile. It's not that they don't see us as human. Rather, we are not humans. Our purpose as systems is to better serve the travelers, so it is normal not to be viewed as friends. That is not normal. MangekyŁ shook her head. The system, quite astonished, stirred slightly, while MangekyŁ gently caressed the system's fur. Humans possess distinctions, as you ought to be aware. Every soul should be fundamentally the same. This is an inevitability. In the realm of the spirit, all individuals are equal. The beggar on the street may have countless profound philosophical tales to tell. Some so-called elite individuals may harbor nothing more than a desire for wealth, devoid of the true essence of humanity, goodness, kindness, and beauty. MangekyŁ remarked, in truth, it is not blameworthy to love wealth. Money introduces inequality into the world. Yet this mode of economic exchange has also facilitated the evolution of humanity from savagery to civilization. Right and wrong cannot be discerned from a single perspective. Just as those who mistreat the system cannot be entirely faulted, for they may not have realized you possess your own thoughts. Ignorance is no sin. Chapter 74. Office in the Sick Room. Gyō's returned. MangekyŁ engaged in extensive conversation with the system, which felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Perhaps this is the essence of friendship. You know, the system mused, you are somewhat endearing. Looking up, MangekyŁ had, after a long time, fallen asleep. The wind of the rainy day carried a hint of chill, and with a mere glance from the system, the window closed automatically. Observing his host, the system shut its eyes, transforming into a glowing orb that melded back into MangekyŁ's being. The rain was light but had persisted for a considerable duration. At this moment, shadows of two figures appeared on the street, shrouded in the misty downpour. Lee, this time, the Hokage is bound to assign us a crucial mission. However, even when receiving tasks, we must not neglect our training. Let us take the longest route. Kai shouted exuberantly, sprinting past the hospital entrance. Yes, Teacher Kai. Shaoli nodded, following suit. 2 hours later this is your excuse for being late? MangekyŁ observed the two before him with a bemused expression. At that moment, a table was placed on the hospital bed, stacked high with documents. Of course, thanks to the system's extraordinary office skills, MangekyŁ had completed processing these documents within 10 minutes of their arrival. Hi, yes. Kai and Shaoli responded with palpable enthusiasm. Never mind, Kai. Take this notebook. It contains all the detailed explanations and training methods for my 8 extremes fist from the 1st to the 8th form. As Shaoli's mentor, you must learn these faster than he does. MangekyŁ summoned a leather-bound notebook using chakra, presenting it to Kai. The mention of 8 extremes fist caused Kai's expression to turn serious. He solemnly opened the notebook, glanced through it, and then bowed deeply. Shaoli, displaying keen awareness, followed suit. No need for such formality. Once I recover, I will be the first to challenge both of you to a duel. MangekyŁ chuckled. Endless gratitude, Kai exclaimed, giving MangekyŁ a thumbs up. MangekyŁ waved his hand, briefly sharing some training tips with Kai. After their departure, Qianshui entered the hospital room carrying a box of meals. For the past couple of days, it was Qianshui who had been looking after MangekyŁ. Shui, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. MangekyŁ graciously invited Qianshui to sit beside him. Qianshui smiled and, without any hesitation, placed the lunchbox on the table. She and MangekyŁ had become good friends. Previously, due to well-known circumstances, their relationship had been confined to that of superior and subordinate. However, one precise intervention had successfully shattered that barrier. How do you feel today? Qianshui inquired, sitting beside the hospital bed. Me? Much better. I believe I can be discharged now. MangekyŁ rolled up her sleeves to showcase her physique, only to reveal arms wrapped in bandages. Embarrassed, she smiled shyly, currently clad in a hospital gown. While her hands and neck bore no visible wounds, removing her clothing would unveil a myriad of bandages resembling a mummy. The multi-segmented damage from the spiral shuriken had inflicted deep wounds on her body, which were slow to heal. Presently, her physical capabilities were limited, and the system forbade her from competing for points. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly need to purchase a healing potion for 2,333 points. All right, you should focus on resting. The doctor said, even for your body, it will take at least half a month to fully recover without any after effects, Shinshue remarked, simultaneously opening the lunchbox. I made this. It contains takoyaki, sushi, and salmon. Enjoy. Great. Tang Jio exclaimed as she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat with delight. Oblivious to the fact that someone else was enduring unimaginable pain at that very moment, gaining a new power. In a deep underground cavern, a golden river flowed gently, its essence thicker than water. In the center of this stream, a man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. The veins at his chest glimmered gold, visible even through the skin, resembling cracks that spread across his entire torso. At the edge of this miraculous underground cavern, a man gazed in astonishment at the transformations occurring within Jude's. The golden energy of his heart gradually receded, restoring Jude's body to its normal state. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing irises of pure gold. Accompanying his gaze, an immense chakra transformed into a golden dragon, coiling around him. Jude had never felt such exhilaration before. He sensed an infinite power coursing through him and gained new insights into his gentle fist technique. Who are you? Jude asked, his golden eyes coldly fixed on the middle-aged man before him. I am Keita Nakai, the leader of Yonglong Village, and also the shadow of the hidden ninja village. Keian Village, Keita Nakai introduced himself. Keian Village had a tradition of hospitality, especially since they had discovered a Konoha forehead protector among Jude's belongings, leading them to deduce that he was undoubtedly a formidable figure from Konoha. Strength was paramount. Were he weak, Keita would directly recruit Jude, resorting to violence if he refused. Yet, should Jui prove strong, the lives of powerful individuals were taken very seriously among the ninja villages. Keian, being a small village, had only a handful of Jonin, and Keita Nakai, at best, was merely a special Jonin, far from the standards of a shadow. Should he encounter misfortune, Konoha could effortlessly obliterate Guanyin in an instant. Thus, it is imperative to forge an alliance. As long as Guanyin establishes a bond with Konoha, possessing such a formidable ally will undoubtedly pave the way for a more promising future. You have assisted me, have you not? Jiyue clenched his fist, rising from the peculiar waters, his torso bare. Indeed, Guangtian Zhongwei did not deny it. I understand now. I shall report to Lord Hokage and prepare for our alliance. Jiyue, without a second thought, realized the other's intentions. Aside from clothing, his belongings contained merely a Konoha headband. Given that the other party had rescued him and bestowed upon him such power, it was evident they sought something in return. Yonglong Village exudes peace, which suggests they are in search of support, and that support must certainly be Konoha, the village that stands behind him. Oh, very well, Guanyin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as the other anticipated his thoughts before he even spoke. Indeed, the ninjas of such a great village as Konoha are truly formidable. Take me back. I wish to return. With newfound strength, Jiyue was eager to return to the village and embark on new missions. Very well, please follow me. Guanyin led Jiyue out of the cave, revealing the true identity of the river, a conduit of Yonglong. The power of the dragon vein is both potent and wondrous, otherwise it would not bear such a prestigious title. Upon exiting the cave and adjusting to the light, Jiyue was met with the sight of hundreds of onlookers, including many young maidens experiencing the stirrings of first love. Upon seeing Jiyue's perfect physique and captivating gaze, how could they possibly remain composed? Each one flushed and shrieking with excitement. Guanyin looked at Jiyue with a hint of embarrassment. To his surprise, Jiyue remained unfazed. Had Jiyue shown interest in any of the young ladies present, he would undoubtedly have pursued a match, yet his expression suggested he was preoccupied with someone else. Indeed, it was the gaze of a lover yearning for their beloved, a sentiment imperceptible to others. With a power level comparable to Jiyue's, how could they fail to notice? Do you have someone you cherish? Guanyin cautiously inquired, not expecting a response, his voice barely above a whisper. The current Hokage, Tang Jiyue, murmured. Guanyin suddenly grasped a grave realization. The young man before him appeared to possess a status far exceeding his expectations. He was, in fact, the beloved of Konoha's current Hokage. How fortunate that Guangying had not abandoned Jiuyue. She remains unaware of my affections. For now, it is merely my fanciful imagination, Jiuyue added. Guangying, brother. Could you not articulate everything at once? It is rather alarming, you know? Oh, my fragile heart. Your belongings. The masked man reappeared, and Jiuyue accepted the package, donning his attire to conceal himself, and readjusted his headband. The golden hue in his eyes had vanished, yet his power remained intact. I shall take my leave. I am grateful for your assistance, and I shall return again to explore this place more thoroughly, Jiuyue declared. Then, we eagerly await your next visit, the masked man replied, silently watching Jiuyue as he departed. Yes, what abilities Jiuyue has acquired. 1. The formidable power of the Dragon Vein, enabling him to summon the Golden Dragon to vanquish foes. 2. A significant enhancement in strength, attaining shadow-level prowess. 3. Jiuyue declares, I want them all. Chapter 75. The counterattack of the Fire Nation. Yonglong Village is discreetly nestled within the borders of the Fire Nation, situated in a forested area to the east of Konoha. A place Jiuyue stumbled upon by chance. However, his remarkable memory allows him to retrace his steps effortlessly as he treads along the narrow forest path. The gentle patter of rain and the tranquil ambience of the woods instill a sense of relaxation. Suddenly, a troubling thought crosses Jiuyue's mind. Ahead, a clearing has emerged amidst the once dense foliage, where the damp grass is scorched. Arrows are embedded in the trees and their branches, indicating that a fierce battle has recently transpired. Uncertain of the circumstances, Jiuyue cautiously approaches and discovers a severely injured man beneath a tree, who still clings to life. Notably, he bears the forehead protector of Konoha. Seeing the symbol of his village, Jiuyue feels compelled to assist. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realizes the man's injuries are beyond salvation. Are you a ninja from Konoha? The man gasps. Yes, but you are beyond saving, Jiuyue replies. Please, relay a message to Lord Hokage. The Fire Nation is preparing to strike Konoha. They have appointed a new daimyo. We must be ready. With those final words, the man's body slackens, and he succumbs to the darkness. Jiuyue stands momentarily in shock, shaking his head as he lays the man down. He does not recognize this individual, nor has he ever encountered him in the village. He was merely an ordinary ninja from Konoha, so unremarkable that he lacked a name. Yet, in this moment, he sacrificed his life for his homeland. Moments later, a grave mound appears in the forest, marked by a wooden cross adorned with a forehead protector, the emblem of a ninja. I will carry your words, Jiuyue vows softly, bowing deeply before hastening toward Konoha. Within the dungeons of Konoha roar, the daimyo of the Fire Nation? He resembles a plump pig, Kisame chuckles. Itachi has alleviated his burdens during imprisonment, allowing him the comfort of sitting in a chair or reclining on a bed. His right foot shackled by a specially designed iron chain. However, to him, the chain is nearly inconsequential. Yet, he has promised Itachi not to escape. Which leads to the ensuing spectacle. You scoundrel! I am a daimyo, the nobleman exclaims, shackled with chains and dragging an iron ball behind him. Kisame's cell is tidy and well-kept, with a stone floor. The daimyo coughs, Konoha's special design, straw mat flooring, adorned with patterns from historical dramas. It's not only uncomfortable but also remarkably filthy. The high-end, lavish construction ensures a relentless experience of discomfort, as every corner of the cell offers a painful encounter with the ground. Upon closer inspection, this is a mat made of damp, foul-smelling grass that even buffalo would avoid, harboring bacteria and prone to explosion. A certain warden remarked that warmth measures were indeed necessary, for after all, he was a renowned figure. Pouring oil on the already luxurious thatched floor for insulation seemed a prudent choice. Oh, the excitement of teasing the noble surged within Kisame, who mischievously retrieved a packet of potato chips from his cell's drawer. In this underground prison, merely having enough to eat was a luxury. Yet, at Itachi's behest, as long as Kisame did not attempt to escape, he would be well fed at every meal, with additional snacks provided afterwards. Although Kisame typically had little interest in such treats, he found himself inexplicably intrigued. My, it appears that the diet of this fishman surpasses your own, he quipped. The noble glared at Kisame, furiously striking the floor, his resentment towards Tang Jiu reaching a boiling point. He even began to fantasize about subjugating Tang Jiu as a slave. Yet, no matter how much he loathed the situation, it remained a consequence of his own making. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached, growing louder, as Itachi entered the room with an impassive expression, illuminating the prison. Typically, only Kisame's cell was lit, but now the entire underground prison basked in light. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that only Kisame and the noble occupied this cell, while the others were confined elsewhere. Itachi, how did this noble end up here? Ha, how unfortunate. Kisame laughed. He came to threaten the Hokage, but his subordinates perished one after another. Indeed, quite a tragic tale. Itachi nodded. Itachi, do you share the current state of Konoha? Kisame urged. Reclining in a chair with his legs crossed, snacking while listening to Itachi's narrative, interjecting with comments from time to time. Your Hokage has sustained injuries and requires half a month's rest? Kisame chuckled. No way, he is working from a hospital room? Being Hokage is truly not an easy task. For reasons unknown, Kisame seemed to be increasingly fond of this lifestyle. Aside from the lack of freedom, everything else was quite satisfactory. Itachi suddenly paused, lost in thought. What troubles you, Itachi? Kisame inquired, tossing the empty bag into the trash. Someone has returned. I need to attend to them, Itachi replied candidly. Oh, then you should go. I am quite comfortable here. Very well, Itachi nodded before turning to leave. Kisame flashed his sharp, white teeth, grinning at the noble. Meanwhile, within the village of Konoha, Jude splashed through puddles of rain as he raced along the path. He headed directly to the Hokage's office, pushing the door open, only to find no sign of MangekyŁ. Are you looking for the Hokage? Itachi's voice emerged from the doorway. Jui nodded in response. Follow me, Itachi said with a smile, picking up a black umbrella. As they walked slowly, Jude learned of MangekyŁ's condition, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, realizing his own weakness. Itachi, I encountered that gravely injured man on my way back, Jude recounted. The new noble? It seems the one in prison has truly become useless. Yet, the Land of Fire does seem to have a short memory. In the days following the severance of ties with the Land of Fire, the provisions for Konoha were directly delivered by a mech named Yuan, operated by MangekyŁ. The origins of such abundant resources remained a mystery to them. Yet their presence was undeniable. These were, of course, products of the automated base, with the currency exchanged for food being allocated to Konoha's reserves. Knock, knock, knock. Jiuyi took a deep breath and rapped on the door of MangekyŁ's hospital room. Come in. You've returned sooner than I anticipated. Have you grown stronger? As the door creaked open, MangekyŁ, sporting a pair of glasses, stretched lazily and greeted Jiuyi and Itachi with a cheerful smile. Before her, a towering stack of documents loomed. Lord Hokage, Jiuyi said politely, bowing, with Itachi mirroring the gesture. No need for formalities. What have you brought back, Jiuyi? MangekyŁ, with her glasses adding a touch of charm and playfulness, prompted Jiuyi, who struggled to steady his heartbeat as he recounted his experiences and the encounter with the man he met on his way back. Upon hearing his account, MangekyŁ removed her glasses and set down her pen, her expression turning grave. The aura of a leader emanated from her, and both Jiuyi and Itachi adopted a more serious demeanor. I didn't expect the response from the Land of Fire to be so swift. However, Konoha is not to be trifled with. Itachi, double the number of defenders for the village. All jonin currently on missions must return immediately. Though we are uncertain of their whereabouts, should they dare to show themselves, I will ensure their complete eradication, MangekyŁ declared. She had made her stance clear. Konoha no longer belonged to the Land of Fire, and it seemed the newly appointed daimyo was oblivious to this fact. MangekyŁ intended to teach him a lesson about territorial rights. Understood, Itachi nodded, exiting the hospital room. Jiuyi, you've just returned, you should rest for a day, MangekyŁ advised. No, I am capable of taking on missions, Lord Hokage, Jiuyi insisted repeatedly. With no other option, MangekyŁ acquiesced, allowing him to assist in tracking the incoming forces. Jiuyi accepted with enthusiasm and exited the room. If the host could swiftly establish a nation, these matters would be resolved more easily, the system remarked blandly. You think it's that simple? I can manage food supplies, but we still lack an army. And we don't even have a single subordinate city. Establishing a nation so hastily would be unwise. MangekyŁ confided her true thoughts. Since you are making things difficult for yourself, how about we seize power? MangekyŁ exclaimed suddenly. Wait, no. Well, never mind. It is indeed seizing power, but I find it appealing. System, highly perceptive indeed. Chapter 76, Playing Assassin Before the Ninja Cough, however. This is a matter for another time. I'm not yet fully recovered. MangekyŁ shook her head, donning her glasses once more and continuing to write her plans in a notebook. Nevertheless, I find this newly appointed daimyo to be rather foolish, she remarked after a while. How so? Going to the headquarters of assassins for covert operations and intelligence gathering? Isn't that reckless? It's akin to flaunting a sword before Guan Yu. In front of the legendary craftsman Liu Ban, do not speak to me of the Liu Ban 7, for I refer to the ancient master of carpentry himself. By the way, dear system, could you provide me with a means to communicate? Do you wish to venture out? Tang Jiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I desire points. But considering your current score of 21, I shall refrain for now. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item, Soul Puppet Fox. Soul Puppet Fox. This is the body of a fox demon that has existed for a millennium, fixed in form, capable of housing a portion of one's soul for control. However, it can only utilize the abilities of this body. The original powers are exclusive to the main body, and the two are not interconnected. Price, 3,022 points. Are you concerned that I might withhold payment? Humph. Tang Jiu retorted with irritation, yet the system paid her no heed. In a flash of white light, a white-furred fox materialized in Tang Jiu's embrace. The fox curled up, appearing to be in slumber. Its body still warm, and its fur remarkably soft. Upon its forehead was a unique red mark, and behind it were 9 tails, similar to that of the 9-tailed fox. Yet each tail was a delicate shade of purple, adorned with beautiful markings. Is there no instruction manual? Tang Jiu inquired. Close your eyes and concentrate, envisioning yourself drawing nearer to this fox, and then it will suffice. When you return, the system will automatically pull your consciousness back, so there is no cause for concern. Very well. Tang Jiu shut her eyes, caressing the fox. In the next moment, her body relaxed, her head tilting as if surrendering to slumber in her grasp. The little fox's tail twitched. I did it. Tang Jiu exclaimed with excitement, leaping off the bed to stretch her body, glancing back at her original form, which lay with its head tilted in sleep. From this perspective, you appear rather adorable. Tang Jiu bounded back onto the bed, leaning over her own body to remove the glasses, placing them upon the desk nearby. Using another body to take off my glasses feels rather peculiar. After removing her glasses, Tang Jiu opened the window. The rain had not ceased, yet she paid it no mind. She leaped out of the window, walking along the eaves as raindrops fell upon her, her fur possessing waterproof qualities that repelled the moisture. System, does this body possess any abilities? Tang Jiu inquired. Skill 1. Enchantment. Passive ability that inexplicably endears you to others. Active release compels a creature to desperately approach you for 30 seconds. Skill 2. Soul Seal. Upon release, it induces a creature into a state of unconsciousness or illusion. The host may choose to extract its soul, resulting in death, or manipulate the creature through the illusion. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill 3. 9-tailed Flash. A remarkable displacement skill that consists of 9 consecutive movements, each not exceeding 3 meters, with a maximum pause of 8 seconds between each move before triggering a 10-second cooldown if not utilized within that time frame. The cooldown period lasts for 10 seconds. Skill 4. Eye of Inspection. Utilizing its affinity with nature, the fox spirit can sense creatures within the natural world, with a maximum range of 2 kilometers and no cooldown. Well, none of these skills are suitable for my 1 against 5 scenario, Tang Jiu remarked with slight sarcasm. The only skill capable of inflicting direct harm has a cooldown of 120 seconds, while the others are primarily defensive or reconnaissance abilities. For someone like Tang Jiu, who yearns to showcase violent prowess, this is somewhat disheartening. Can this possibly compare to the host's true form? Based on the host's various attributes, your true form requires at least 1 billion points to be considered, the voice chimed in. Very well. Tang Jiu glanced at his current score of negative 3043 and shook his head. With a series of nimble leaps, he arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village, his fox ears twitching. To his surprise, there were indeed people daring to approach. Tang Jiu chuckled, his figure flickering and vanishing onto the eaves of a building. In a secluded grove, beneath an inconspicuous tree root, lay a hidden cavern where at least a dozen individuals crouched, illuminated by specially designed lamps. These assassins donned black night cloaks and were engaged in hushed discussions. The Hokage of Konoha had detained the previous lord, and the current lord's directive was to ensure the retrieval of the former, accompanied by gestures mimicking a throat-slitting motion. This was to be expected. Retrieving the former lord would demonstrate the loyalty of the current lord to the nation, while eliminating the predecessor would eliminate potential threats. However, the presence of ninjas in Konoha made this task exceedingly challenging. Fear not, my lord has dispatched more than just us. Other teams will gradually arrive. At that point, Completing the mission will be a mere formality, one assassin chuckled, gripping his blade. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the cave entrance, where he spotted a peculiar fox. A fox? The others soon noticed MangekyŁ as well, casting puzzled glances toward the cave opening. The fox, transformed from MangekyŁ, wagged its tail and calmly regarded the assassins within. It was then that they realized this fox possessed 9 tails. Wait, this is a 9-tailed fox. One assassin exclaimed, recognizing the creature and brandishing his blade to attack. Yet, inexplicably, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The assassins, typically unflinching in their violent pursuits, found themselves closing their eyes as they swung their weapons in confusion. 9-tailed flash. MangekyŁ intoned silently, his form morphing into a streak of violet light, instantly materializing among the assassins, while the blade-wielding attacker struck nothing but air. Tilting his head and wagging his tail, he squatted, appearing to question, "What are you doing? How foolish. How did it get here?" The remaining assassins suddenly snapped back to reality, drawing their blades in alarm. "I don't know. I only saw a flash of purple light, and then it was here. It must be some trickery by the ninjas. Eliminate it." As blades flashed again, the assassins swung at the empty air once more. With the activation of the 9-tailed flash, MangekyŁ swiftly retreated outside the cave, maintaining an expression of calm indifference as he observed the group. After it, the crowd was thoroughly incensed, and they rushed out in pursuit. MangekyŁ nimbly traversed through the trees of the jungle, employing the swift burst of movement provided by the 9-fox flash. The assassins were almost upon her, only to see her slip away once more. Were she to flee directly, the assassins might resolutely abandon their chase. However, if they felt they could capture her, they would relentlessly pursue her until they unwittingly fell into a trap. The direction in which MangekyŁ ran was crucial. Within the jungle's terrain, her perception extended to a radius of 2,000 meters, an extraordinarily vast range, which naturally encompassed the position of Jui. Her objective was to lure the enemies, for relying solely on her skills would prove insufficient to vanquish the dozen or so adversaries. She required the aid of her comrades. Damn it! One assassin suddenly leapt forward, his blade nearly grazing MangekyŁ's spine, yet with another 9-fox flash, she evaded him once more. Nevertheless, this only bolstered the confidence of her pursuers, hopeful for capture. Little did they know, the true terror lay ahead. MangekyŁ gracefully perched on a branch of a large tree ahead of them, while the assassins, believing she had exhausted her energy, hastened their pace. "You little wretch! Taste my blade!" One assassin shouted as he leapt and swung his sword. However, before he could strike, he was abruptly repelled by a punch from a man clad in white. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, astonished by the newcomer. Jui and MangekyŁ stood side by side on the branch, the former gazing coldly at the group of assassins below, secretly elated. This must be them. If they could eliminate them, leaving one alive would suffice. "Who are you?" the assassins shouted in fury. Jui, unadorned by a forehead protector, remained unrecognized by them as a ninja from Konoha. "I am Hokage of Konoha," he declared, his eyes flashing with golden light as he leapt downward. With a rush of wind accompanying his descent, the assassins exchanged glances and ran towards the open ground. The dense trees hindered their numerical advantage. Only in the clearing could they unleash their full might. Jud cast a glance at the little fox on the branch, sensing that it was no ordinary creature. Yet, as it posed no threat to him, he deemed it prudent to ignore it and avoid unnecessary trouble. After a brief observation, he nodded and pursued the others. MangekyŁ, unhurried, ambled along, her expansive network of perception allowing her to remain aware of the battle unfolding in the clearing. "Ha! You fool! With so many of us, you dare to chase us into the open? You truly are a Navi calf unafraid of tigers." One assassin jeered. In their eyes, Jui's approach was undeniably foolish, akin to a novice carelessly crashing into a wall. Foolish or not, we shall see, Judd thought, his eyes now entirely golden, his white attire billowing in the wind. As a shadow resembling a golden dragon coiled around him, the group of assassins, armed with their katana, felt the mounting pressure and began to regard Jui with newfound seriousness. "Are you ready?" As Gus slowly extended his arms, a curious soul asked, "What are you preparing for?" The response came with a hint of irony, "To meet my demise." Suddenly, a golden dragon erupted from Gus' body, soaring at an astonishing speed towards one of the assassins. The assassin, wielding his blade, sought the perfect moment to strike. Yet the sword merely passed through the dragon as if it were an illusion. The golden dragon continued its relentless course, piercing through the assassin's form, causing him to collapse. "Soul attack?" MangekyŁ observed nonchalantly, noting that as the golden dragon exited the assassin's body, it also extracted his soul, which was promptly devoured and reduced to ashes. The remaining assassins were paralyzed with fear, yet one quick-thinking individual shouted, prompting the others to scatter. A few, however, charged directly at Jiuyue, believing that by eliminating this strange man, the terrifying dragon would vanish. Die! One assassin bellowed, raising his blade to strike Jiuyue, but just as he was about to attack, he suddenly crumpled to the ground in agony, propelled backward by an unseen force. The fate of the others was no different. They too seemed to be struck by an invisible entity. Meanwhile, Jiuyue stood with his arms outstretched and eyes shut. Is it possible for a soul to exit the body? Tangjou pondered, having witnessed many souls during her journey, yet Jiuyue's soul radiated a faint golden aura, capable of attacking the living while remaining impervious to their strikes. This technique resembled an ethereal form that could still engage others. Curse it! Only 5 remain, while the majority have perished at the dragon's hands. The little fox. Can she see me? Jiuyue noticed Tangjou observing him intently. Her unwavering gaze indicated an awareness that transcended the ordinary. Charge! Several assassins lunged forward, appearing to make one last desperate attempt. Jiuyue's soul moved with an unobservable swiftness, effortlessly dispatching 4 of them. Yet one remained, and before Jiuyue could react, the assassin's blade was poised at his throat. Jiuyue summoned all his strength for a counterattack, but it was clear he would perish before he could respond. However, the assassin abruptly halted, his weapon clattering to the ground as a strange purple light flickered in his eyes. Jiuyue seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent the man flying, returning to his corporeal form. What just transpired? Jiuyue mused, casting a glance at the fox beside him, now certain that she had intervened to halt the assassin's advance. Did you assist me? He inquired, approaching Tangjou, reaching out to stroke her soft fur. Tangjou glanced at Jiuyue, gracefully sidestepping his touch before turning away. Jiuyue, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and clapped his hands, rising to his feet. Tangjou looked back at him, questioning, are there more? Indeed. I shall bring the living one back to the village, Jiuyue replied. After a brief search, only the last one, who had been kicked, remained alive. The others had sustained grievous injuries and could not be saved. As Jiuyue hoisted the person once more and lifted his gaze, the fox had long since vanished from sight. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over Jiuyue. Yet the thought of Tangjou rekindled his spirits, and he swiftly disappeared into the woods while carrying the person. Tangjou's figure emerged from behind a tree, tail in hand, remaining silent. This body could not articulate words, and many sentiments could not be expressed, which was the most distressing aspect. Let us return first and inquire about the new name's details, Tangjou mused. He quickly made his way back to Konoha, slipping through the window into the hospital room. The weather had finally cleared, and due to the fox's peculiar nature, he had managed to stay dry, his attire as immaculate as when he had ventured out. Tangjou lifted his gaze to behold his slumbering self with a tilted head, then leapt back onto the bed. System, it's time. The host's consciousness is being automatically retracted. Upon reopening his eyes, Tangjou found himself cradling a peacefully sleeping little fox. Perhaps due to the prolonged tilt of her head, her neck had grown somewhat stiff. Next time, I should refrain from tilting my head. Prolonged positions can lead to discomfort, he thought, gently rubbing his neck while naturally holding the fox. However, this little fox was indeed a troublesome matter, Tangjou reflected inwardly. Automatically endowing the Millennium Purple-tailed Nine-tailed Fox with intelligence under normal conditions, it will naturally cling to the host and sleep, requiring no sustenance or other activities. Alas, hold on, don't force me into this. Tangjou glanced at the negative 3,043 points, feeling genuinely distressed. This is a post-purchase service and incurs no charges. Now that it's more acceptable, Tangjou smiled. With a mere thought, the fox sprang to life, leaping onto Tangjou's shoulder, curling up to sleep. To prevent any unnecessary falls, Tangjou channeled a bit of chakra into his shoulder, ensuring that even in battle, the fox would remain secure. Of course, Tangjou would never truly carry this little fox into combat. If he were unable to evade an attack, the 3,022 points would be wasted. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and Tangjou nodded, inviting the visitor in. Jiuyue entered, stating, Hokage-sama, I have captured a living witness. We shall have preliminary results by evening. Upon noticing the fox perched on Tangjou's shoulder, Jiuyue's eyes widened with surprise and delight. Yes, it has already informed me. Well done, Tangjou replied. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Jiuyue bowed. and Tangjio waved his hand dismissively. In the absence of a partner, it is best not to employ that technique again. If your original body perishes, your soul will dissipate, and even I will be unable to resurrect you. Without a complete soul, nothing can be accomplished. Tangjio offered Zhou a gentle warning. Yet, who could possibly partner with me? Zhou pondered aloud, as if speaking to himself or to Tangjio. Do you wish for me to be your partner? Tangjio asked with a radiant smile, catching Zhou off guard. He had not anticipated such a response from Tangjio. No, I am far too weak. It would be better to select a competent jonin. Zhou hastily redirected the conversation. His face flushed with nervousness, while Tangjio could hardly contain his delight at Zhou's flustered demeanor. Perhaps this is the joy of teasing a charming young man. Indeed. It is quite splendid. Very well, I shall arrange someone for you later. Farewell, Tangjio said with a smile. Having noticed the fleeting expression of annoyance and a hint of regret on Zhou's face, as she uttered her farewell, everything transformed into a compromise. Truly, it is quite amusing. The system within Tangjio also observed this scene, reminiscing about the previous Tangjio, who would even bleed from her nose at the mere thought of bathing. It sighed in contemplation, suddenly recalling the words of a certain philosopher who penetrated the truths of the universe. Nothing can escape the law of true delight. If it does, true delight is merely on its way, patiently awaiting its moment to unfold. Indeed, he is Nicholas Wong, a certain Zay. System, this time I have made my decision. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall compete in the points arena. Tangjio declared resolutely. Having experienced the system's offerings, she became increasingly convinced that accumulating points is the true path to success. All right, automatically locking the host into a low point segment, commencing teleportation. This may be accompanied by discomfort and nausea. Please remain calm. Points arena, teleportation commencing. Chapter 78, Monkey D. Luffy. Tangjio felt a sudden emptiness beneath her, and along with the little fox, she was transported to a picturesque wilderness. Peach blossoms floated gently down, and the sound of water sang melodiously. Amidst this beautiful scenery, a vast arena stood out prominently. To the south of the arena was a high platform, upon which a large drum rested. Two fair-skinned figures stood beside it, bowing politely to Tangjio before striking the drum. Tangjio's injuries had yet to heal, and being abruptly teleported, her bandaged foot made contact with the stone arena, evoking a surprisingly warm sensation. Is this the points arena? Tangjio inquired nonchalantly. Host has successfully arrived. The first task, defeat the rubber fruit user, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy. Tangjio gasped in shock. She was indeed familiar with the Straw Hat King, the rubber fruit user, Monkey D. Luffy. Teleporting battle character. Suddenly, a portal appeared at the opposite end of the arena, and a boy clad in red shorts and a straw hat emerged. Huh, where's this place? Luffy exclaimed in confusion, having just been adrift in a barrel, now bewildered by his new surroundings. Hey, someone else here. That beautiful big sister, where exactly is this? Luffy called out to Tangjio. Tangjio tucked her hair behind her ear and replied coolly, this is the arena. Your task is to fight me. If you win, you may leave. If you lose, you may still depart. Oh, an arena? How impressive. Luffy laughed heartily, while Tangjio, her expression unruffled, retrieved her shura knife. The hospital gown did not hinder her combat abilities. It merely appeared somewhat peculiar. The match is about to commence. Both parties, please prepare. The system's announcement echoed in their ears as Luffy stretched, appearing ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Goma Goma no Gatling. Luffy's arms stretched out with great force, utilizing the momentum of the rebound. His fist rained down upon Tangjio like a barrage from a machine gun. Tangjio raised her blade and executed a somersault, evading Luffy's assault. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Tangjio inhaled deeply before exhaling sharply. Her body had yet to fully recover, preventing her from conjuring a substantial water dragon. However, even a small one, typically inconsequential, appeared formidable before Luffy. As a user of a devil fruit, he was unable to swim, and water could stifle his abilities. Luffy punched the ground, propelling himself into the air, narrowly avoiding Tangjio's water dragon. Wow, you can still spit out water? How much do you intend to drink? Luffy laughed. Tangjio furrowed her brows. The water dragon twisted and morphed into a fire dragon that soared toward Luffy. Oh no, Luffy exclaimed, realizing that extending his hand would only lead him into the maw of the fire dragon. With nothing to grasp in the air, he had no choice but to take the hit. Ouch, 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 Luffy shouted as he plummeted, his clothes singed, and even his hair frizzed, though his straw hat remained unscathed. A glint of crimson flashed in Tangjio's eyes. Luffy, unaware, suddenly perceived everything around him transforming into delectable food. He, oblivious to the full context, dashed out of the arena. Contestant out of bounds, match concluded, winner, MangekyŁ. Luffy heard the announcement, the tantalizing feast dissipating into white smoke. And he whimpered in dismay. Congratulations to the host for winning. Points, 500. All right, don't cry, MangekyŁ sighed. Once more exhausting herself to conjure a plethora of culinary delights for Luffy, depleting her points to 3,000. Meat, you truly are a kind person, MangekyŁ, Luffy exclaimed. Fully aware of the system's announcement in MangekyŁ's name, he relished the meat voraciously, and soon, he felt satiated without any noticeable bulge in his stomach. All right. Having eaten your fill, you should take your leave. Until next time. MangekyŁ waved her hand. Sure, until next time. Luffy chuckled, and with a flash of blue light, he vanished. Does the host wish to continue battling? MangekyŁ pondered for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Random opponent selection in progress. Opponent locked. Luffy, second gear. Another Luffy? I just sent him off. MangekyŁ shook her head. The same entrance method was employed, but this time Luffy donned a yellow outfit. You again? MangekyŁ? It's been a while. Luffy laughed heartily, remembering the kindness he had received. A while? Well, I suppose it is for you, MangekyŁ said, shaking her head in exasperation. Luffy, just like last time, let us see how much stronger you've become, MangekyŁ declared. Be careful now. Luffy responded earnestly, one fist pounding the ground while the other rested on his knee, steam beginning to rise from his body. His face flushed, tinged with a hint of purple. Wooden drop, rubber. The familiar incantation for charging power made it clear to MangekyŁ what Luffy was about to unleash. Machine gun. Countless fists fell like raindrops, and MangekyŁ found herself unable to evade them, resorting to her blade to fend off the relentless assault. The second gear of Luffy had greatly heightened his speed, making evasion through acrobatics futile. Susanoo. MangekyŁ summoned the protective spirit, its defense formidable enough that, truth be told, Luffy at this stage could not breach it. What was that? Luffy's arms retracted, astonished as he beheld MangekyŁ's half-formed Susanoo, resembling a golden giant, causing his eyes to gleam with wonder. You must take this seriously, Luffy, MangekyŁ cautioned, yet in the next moment, she was suddenly swept away by a vortex. Eh? Luffy glanced around, but MangekyŁ had vanished from sight. However, a chilling sensation crept up behind him, instilling a sense of imminent danger that awakened his latent potential. Suddenly, a transparent membrane materialized beside Luffy's body, leaving even MangekyŁ astonished. What on earth was this? Luffy pivoted and struck, but his fist met the unyielding surface of Susanoo. As MangekyŁ executed her sixth punch of the 8 Extremes fist, a barrage of fists rained down upon Luffy, and he sensed a vast energy coalescing before him. Go. MangekyŁ advanced with a misstep, delivering an elbow strike that served as the ignition for the amassed power. The tremendous backlash propelling Luffy off the stage and into the adjacent lake. Yet, Luffy landed directly upon the water's surface, seemingly aided by the system. Winner, MangekyŁ. Congratulations. Host, you have earned 1,000 points. Current points, 2,000. MangekyŁ observed as Luffy was whisked away by a portal, denying her any chance of assistance. The second gear of Luffy was indeed markedly stronger than before. However, if he lacked Haki, his true power would remain forever sealed. MangekyŁ mused. Her fox companion nestled comfortably on her shoulder, having remained undisturbed throughout the 2 duels. All right, system, take me back. Transporting. As expected, upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the small, pristine hospital room, tranquil and white. Ah, a bit of movement, and I feel considerably better, MangekyŁ remarked with a smile. Host strength has been restored to 64, the system reported, over half of her capacity. That is satisfactory, she acknowledged. While that is true, the system calculates that should the host utilize the enhanced Sage mode, her wounds would rupture instantaneously, reducing her strength to 23. Indeed. Then I shall refrain from doing so. Injuries are truly bothersome. MangekyŁ relaxed, preparing to attend to more pressing matters. She closed her eyes and reclined on the hospital bed, while the little fox on her shoulder opened its eyes and nimbly leapt out of the hospital window. MangekyŁ intended to continue her pursuit of such assassins. From the intelligence she had previously gathered, there were indeed multiple teams. If the adversary had mobilized such manpower, it was improbable that they lacked a minor commander. Capturing the commander would yield intelligence as abundant as flowing water, invaluable beyond measure. However, aimless searching is rather unproductive. Although several hidden strongholds have been uncovered, most of them are similar to those previously captured and lack substantial significance. Is that Itachi? MangekyŁ sensed a battle occurring over 900 meters ahead in an open area. Itachi, adorned in AJ Nin's attire, stood surrounded by a crimson Susanoo. Before him, over 30 individuals, perhaps even more, watched him with vigilant eyes, while Itachi found himself encircled by this throng, the situation appearing dire. Chapter 79, The Mightiest Swordsman of This Era Cursed Ninjas. A closer inspection revealed several assassins already slain beside Itachi. After all, he was a man capable of simultaneously defeating 7 minor adversaries, and his prowess was indeed remarkable. Naturally, for Gyou's strength, dealing with these foes was quite straightforward. Though at that moment, he had too few men to utilize all his skills. Amaterasu. A drop of blood fell from Itachi's eye. And from where his gaze fell upon the crowd, a surge of black flames erupted. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Itachi once again formed hand seals. He and Sasuke had long received full attribute chakra from MangekyŁ, allowing them to wield a multitude of ninjutsu. A fierce gale swept through, igniting the black flames. Once the embers touched anything, they could not be extinguished until the object was entirely consumed. Scatter! Scatter! Faced with the sudden blaze, the onlookers were clearly terrified. Many of them caught fire, and a significant number fell to the ground. Gentle fire of flowing water. A soft voice emerged as an elderly man with white hair suddenly unleashed a wave of energy. The pale blue sword aura extinguished what was once an inextinguishable fire as if it were mere tide. Itachi's expression shifted. His instincts warned him that the man before him was not to be underestimated. Yes, it is the White Elder. Several assassins recognized him, for he was renowned as the mightiest swordsman of this age. Young man, we have been entrusted with a mission to take down the Hokage. Please do not interfere. The White Elder spoke the harshest words in the most casual tone, perhaps a reflection of the pride that accompanies being the greatest of the age. The mightiest swordsman of this era? MangekyŁ had arrived at the scene and, upon observing the white-haired elder, devised a plan. Itachi and the elder turned simultaneously to see a fox, its white fur shimmering and 9 violet tails fanning behind it, adorned with a striking red symbol between its brows. It was a sight to behold. Itachi suddenly sensed that the fox seemed to be gazing at him. MangekyŁ approached Itachi, producing a kunai and offering it to him. Tilting his head. What is this? Itachi examined the kunai, noticing a prominent character for 9 inscribed upon it. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon him. And with a serene smile, he cradled the fox and placed it upon his shoulder. MangekyŁ silently admired Itachi, his consciousness swiftly returning to the hospital room. No need to enhance sage mode, is there? Let us proceed. MangekyŁ remarked with a smile, and in the blink of an eye, his hospital attire was cast aside, replaced by his usual shirt and skirt, complemented by the Hokage's cloak and hat. Though a bandage wrapped around his leg, it did not detract from his appearance. Rather, it added an intriguing charm. Itachi gazed at the slumbering fox and tossed the kunai aside. The old man observed the scene with a sense of inexplicable foreboding as the shuriken fell gently to the ground, its tip embedding itself in the soil. In the next moment, swiftly assumed a defensive posture. It was not until the soil and fragments of stone struck his face and the fierce wind tousled his hair that the onlookers realized the imminent danger. With flowing black hair, a white Hokage cloak, an alluring silhouette, and an exquisitely breathtaking profile. Who but MangekyŁ could possess such beauty? May I inquire your esteemed name, young friend? I asked, gripping his blade as it clashed against the Shura blade. Sending sparks flying. I am your target, he declared, spinning to evade MangekyŁ's advance before leaping away. In the next instant, the ground where he had stood crumbled, and a water dragon surged forth. It appears you are not a mere illusion. If you can evade this, you are indeed worthy of a duel. MangekyŁ chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he deployed numerous flying kunai within the arena. Itachi, accompanied by the little fox, diverted the lesser foes, leaving only MangekyŁ and Bai to confront each other. Worthy? Youth certainly has its advantages. Boasting does not seem out of place, Bai remarked coolly. However, if you believe that mere words can intimidate me, you are gravely mistaken. With that, Bai bent slightly at the waist, while MangekyŁ was enveloped in flickering arcs of concealed lightning. Drawing his sword, Bai thought to himself, as the blade flashed past, that he perceived MangekyŁ's form seeming to shatter. Is that all you have? Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the figure vanished like a mirage, and a vast expanse of trees fell in a fan-shaped pattern, cleaved by a single stroke. Clang! The fierce sparks erupted, and a hint of gravity settled upon Bai's face. By instinct, he had narrowly saved himself from a potential ambush. Ninjas, it seems, truly excel in stealth, Bai remarked. Tangjiu paid him no heed and activated his plateau lineage, revealing the true damage of the infinite sword path, though Bai had not been struck. A crimson mark appeared upon his body. Prepare to receive my attack. Tangjiu swung his blade once more, but Bai seized the opportunity. Thrusting his own sword forward in a sudden movement, Tangjiu cast a disbelieving glance at Bai, who transformed into smoke and vanished. That was merely a shadow clone. Tangjiu exclaimed, reappearing to Bai's right side, launching several silver needles. Bai, unwilling to hesitate, deflected them with his blade, aware that the needles targeted vital points. Yet, true despair loomed as another Tangjiu materialized to Bai's left. Now the real battle begins. Tangjiu's eyes shimmered red and purple as he coldly shouted, Shinra Tensei. Bai was formidable, yet even he had to wield a blade. Without the physical prowess of a ninja, he was merely an exceptionally skilled shinobi with acute instincts. In Tangjiu's eyes, AJ Nin was but a minor foe. Indeed, with the duel Shinra Tensei, Bai found himself ensnared, unable to move. Ceiling. The shadow clone launched needles once again, successfully piercing the corresponding pressure points. Bai felt his strength waning, a throbbing headache overwhelming him. Inform the daimyo of the Land of Fire that he wishes to eliminate me? Let him come and try for himself. Tangjiu chuckled. While the old man Bai wore a solemn expression, rendered momentarily speechless. In this era of rising ninjas, swordsmen found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. They often labored for years to attain the physical prowess that ninjas naturally developed. Moreover, there existed an upper limit to their potential. Beyond a certain point, progress became stagnant, leaving them with no choice but to hone their skills. Yet, even the most refined techniques had their limits, unlike ninjas who could ascend to godhood. If you wish to kill me, I harbor no grievances, Bai declared. Tangjiu shook his head, but Bai, in a sudden fit of rage, exclaimed, Do you think I am old and thus cherish life, fearing death? Ridiculous. Come, grant me a swift end. You misunderstand, old man, Tangjiu replied with a smile. I require someone to assist me in training an army. Since I have defeated you, you are now my vanquished opponent. And I wish for you to help me instill your swordsmanship in my forces. Bai's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Envision a battlefield where a horde of cavalry charges forth, only to be met by 3 swordsmen, one of whom unsheathes his blade, instantly claiming numerous lives. Such devastation would befall those who lacked the speed of Tangjiu or the power of the flying thunder god. Train my army? You truly believe that a mere village can establish a nation? Do not be foolish. Bai shook his head, his strength bound by silver needles as he sat upon the ground. Who said I wish to establish a nation of my own? It is far simpler to transform the existing one into my own dominion. Transform the existing? Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Tangjiu, as if regarding a madman. Indeed, I aspire to convert the entire Land of Fire into my own. And I require your assistance in training a battalion of swordsmen fit for the battlefield. You are insane. Absolutely insane. Hokage? Humph. You are nothing but a lunatic. Bai was genuinely shocked, muttering to himself at length, while Tangjiu remained silent, patiently awaiting his reaction. After Bai finished venting, he looked at Tangjiu, finding no trace of jest in his demeanor. You were serious. Bai still could not believe it. Of course, can you not see that? Tangjiu shrugged. Very well. I shall train your army. But upon completion, you must not restrict my freedom. I shall go wherever I please. Certainly, once the task is done. You are free to do as you wish, Tangjiu nodded. All right, the silver needles will lose their effect in 10 minutes. You may remove them yourself. I need not elaborate further. My injuries have yet to heal, and I nearly overexerted myself again, Tangjiu remarked, a flash of light appearing as he vanished from sight. Injuries? Bai recalled that the Hokage's arm bore bandages that were subtly visible, while his right thigh was wrapped in conspicuous layers of cloth. Bai pondered, the world's strongest swordsman. Utterly disregarded. Why? Why must there be ninjas, those who possess extraordinary advantages? Chapter 80. The Arrival of Obito. A assassin screamed, clutching his neck as he slowly collapsed. Itachi discarded the seized blade beside the corpse and turned to face Tangjiu. Is it resolved? Tangjiu inquired. Yes, all has been dealt with, Itachi nodded. Tangjiu beckoned to the white fox perched on Yao's shoulder. The fox leaped gracefully onto Tangjiu's shoulder, nuzzling against his face before curling up to sleep once more. Do you require my assistance for the journey? Tangjiu inquired. With immense gratitude, he placed his hand on Yao's shoulder, and with a swift motion, the two vanished from sight. After their departure, a remarkable black vortex swirled into existence on the ground, from which emerged a man clad in a robe adorned with crimson clouds, wearing a single-eyed mask. This was the attire of Akatsuki, and the man was none other than Uchiha Obito. Humph, the Nine-Tails scoffed, casting a glance at the scattered corpses before disappearing again. Lord Hokage, the God-slaying tower is complete. Upon returning to the village, MangekyŁ received exhilarating news. The long-awaited God-slaying tower had finally been constructed. How splendid! Tomorrow, I shall convene a grand assembly to celebrate. MangekyŁ exclaimed with delight. Yes, Lord Hokage, the ninja nodded before taking his leave. MangekyŁ gazed longingly at the Hokage office, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He touched his arm, realizing that the pain had subsided. Could it be that the battle expedited my recovery? MangekyŁ pondered. This is due to the host's cerebral cortex detecting a strong will for recovery, mobilizing a significant amount of energy for bodily restoration. Hence the host is now essentially healed. Ah, I see, MangekyŁ mused as he surveyed the empty office. He removed his outer garment and began to unravel the bandages bit by bit. Beneath the white fabric lay healthy, delicate skin. As more bandages were removed, more of his skin became exposed. Xiaojiu, you haven't. Suddenly, Qian Shui burst through the door, momentarily frozen in place. MangekyŁ, with his hair cascading down his back, turned away from her, his black undergarment accentuating his alluring figure. MangekyŁ was momentarily taken aback, turning to face Qian Shui. She quickly slammed the door, drew the curtains shut, and approached MangekyŁ with an earnest expression. What's the matter? MangekyŁ chuckled nervously, retreating step by step. Ultimately, his back hit the edge of his desk, prompting Qian Shui to halt her advance. How astonishing! You've made a full recovery, Qian Shui exclaimed, her surprise evident as she observed that MangekyŁ bore no wounds. There's still one bandage left to remove. MangekyŁ pointed to the bandage on his thigh. Without hesitation, Qian Shui crouched down and swiftly got to work. With a few deft motions, the last bandage was unraveled. This feels much better, she smiled. Wow, you did it without me even feeling a thing? Next time, I might just let you handle it, MangekyŁ remarked. However, Qian Shui playfully pinched him, then embraced him tightly. As my friend, I wish for your safety. Always, she declared, fully aware that such a wish was nearly impossible, yet still hoping for MangekyŁ's well-being. MangekyŁ, feeling the softness of her embrace and gazing at the seemingly aloof but fervently warm Qian Shui, couldn't help but smile as he returned her hug. All right, please put on your clothes quickly, so you don't catch a cold, Qian Shui urged. I understand, MangekyŁ nodded, donning her attire and placing her conical hat atop her head. Together with Qian Shui, she made her way to the God-slaying tower, eager to explore it in advance. As they walked through the streets, the villagers greeted MangekyŁ warmly, and many, in celebration of her recovery, presented her with splendid bouquets. However, whether their intentions were solely to commemorate her health was debatable, considering that an overwhelming majority of the flower bearers were men, possessing divine might and a spatial system. MangekyŁ graciously accepted their gifts and arrived at the recently completed God-slaying tower. The outer walls had been adorned with a fresh coat of pink paint, exuding a simplistic yet elegant charm. Upon entering, she was struck by the towering height of the structure, a feeling of insignificance washing over her. At that moment, dusk settled in, accompanied by the soothing sounds of chirping insects, creating a melodious ambience. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the arrival of an individual. Stretching her limbs, MangekyŁ activated her chakra and skillfully expanded her perception. However, her expression shifted as she detected an unfamiliar presence. Qian Shui, hurry and inform the village ninjas to check for any infiltrators and alert the villagers to remain indoors, she commanded. Is it happening again? Yes, I understand. Qian Shui nodded and swiftly departed. MangekyŁ gazed up at the tower's pinnacle, inhaling deeply before leaping into the air, landing on the second level and then springing to the top. There, a lone man clad in an Akatsuki robe and wearing a mask stood silently, observing her. Upon recognizing the visitor, MangekyŁ's wariness heightened. Uchiha Obito? She inquired. Dressed like this, you can only be either Akatsuki or Obito. If it were Akatsuki, he wouldn't be able to enter the village. Thus, it must be Obito. No, I am Obito, he replied, puzzled by how this unfamiliar woman knew his true name, but choosing to conceal his identity for the moment. Madara? Spare me. That old man has been dead for ages. MangekyŁ shook her head, interrupting him before he could speak further. Obito was taken aback, wondering how this fifth Hokage possessed such knowledge. Isn't it curious how I know so much? She continued. I know far more than you can fathom. I can tell you that you have been manipulated. I can also reveal that Madara was deceived by Kaguya. And your beloved girl? I can resurrect her. With each revelation, Obito began to suspect that this woman had been following him. Otherwise, how could she possess such insights? Furthermore, she knew Rin and even claimed she could bring her back to life. Although this was what he yearned for, he remained skeptical of MangekyŁ, as her words were unsubstantiated. I acknowledge that you possess considerable knowledge, Obito conceded, but my plans will not be halted. Knowing will not change that. You may certainly try. MangekyŁ smiled enigmatically. In a sudden motion, Obito drew a knife from his sleeve and charged at MangekyŁ. She hurled a shuriken in response. Yet Obito did not evade. The shuriken passed directly through his form as if he were a mere illusion. The blade of Obito has arrived, piercing through the air with a swift thrust. This is astonishing. Obito gasped in shock, retreating rapidly as he gazed at MangekyŁ. The simultaneous manifestation of the Crimson Sharingan and the Violet Rinnegan left Obito utterly astounded. Are you of the Uchiha clan? What is your name? How could I be unaware of such a formidable figure among the Uchihas? You are oblivious to much, it seems. Did you know that the former Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, could control the Nine Tails with his ocular powers? That formidable man was indeed something else. MangekyŁ responded with a playful smile. Fugaku, control the Nine Tails? Obito was indeed unaware. But in his recollection, Fugaku was merely a weakling who could not even best Itachi. Yet now, the fifth Hokage claimed that Fugaku's strength could harness the Nine Tails. Obito pondered briefly, shook his head, and with a flick of his sleeve, the blade slowly retracted, showing no sign of hesitation. Are you leaving already? You have truly surprised me, fifth Hokage. May I know your name? Obito was still unaware of MangekyŁ's identity. MangekyŁ, this time, I am merely observing. The true invasion has yet to commence. Fifth Hokage MangekyŁ, I hope you can withstand me, Obito declared before his figure gradually faded from sight. As the gentle evening breeze wafted by, MangekyŁ turned to gaze into the distance, standing atop the highest edifice of Konoha, where the moonlight shone exceptionally beautifully. The moon tonight was full and luminous, with stars twinkling in the clear, cloudless sky. Obito has arrived, yet he seems reluctant to believe me, MangekyŁ mused. The cooling of the unquenchable flame will take some time, and yet, the collection of Orochimaru does not include this Rin's organization, which indeed poses a dilemma. Shall I personally steal it from Obito? It is not impossible, I just do not know what he has preserved. Beneath the radiant moonlight, beautiful things are destined to bloom. Chapter 81. Late night grave digging as night descended. MangekyŁ wrapped himself in his cloak and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving swiftly outside his home. The laughter of Minato and Naruto echoed, as the father and son seemed engrossed in some playful activity. MangekyŁ thought to himself, Minato must be earnestly playing with Naruto. Super Laser Wave. Huh? Minato and Naruto simultaneously turned their gaze towards the entrance, leaving MangekyŁ bewildered. He assured himself he had never witnessed such an unkempt Minato in his life. Minato's hair was tousled and wild, resembling that of a monster. Meanwhile, Naruto donned cardboard armor and wielded a cardboard spear, engaging in a lively spar with Minato, while the floor was littered with remnants of paper scraps. Master, you've been discharged from the hospital? Naruto remarked casually. MangekyŁ was at a loss for words to express his feelings and could only shake his head in resignation. Ah, my apologies. Minato, disregarding his disheveled hair, grabbed a broom and mop, swiftly tidying up the room with the Flying Thunder God technique. It was only then that MangekyŁ noticed, upon closer inspection, that Minato had set up dozens of Flying Thunder God markers throughout the nooks and crannies of the house. Outside was even more astonishing, a dense cluster of them. MangekyŁ opted not to count them, for there were simply too many. Reflecting on it, had Minato established such a multitude of markers early on during Naruto's birth, neither Obito nor Madara could have possibly taken Kushina away. MangekyŁ removed his shoes and entered the living room, gesturing for Naruto to leave, as he had urgent matters to discuss with Minato. Naturally obedient, Naruto retreated to his own room. MangekyŁ regarded Minato, inhaling deeply. I have encountered Obito, he stated. Minato's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his eyes reflecting a mix of guilt and excitement. Obito? Is he still alive? He knew MangekyŁ would not deceive him, for there was no reason to do so. Indeed, after saving Kakashi, Obito was rescued by an aged Madara, who transformed him. Consumed by the desire to revive Rin, he inadvertently strayed onto a perilous path. In such a state, even if I were to resurrect Rin, she would not forgive him. Minato continued, I have a rough idea of Madara's twilight years. Where is Obito? I must find him. He abruptly rose. MangekyŁ did not deter him. With his exceptional talent, Minato was nearly on par with an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan user like Madara. And this capability was even more challenging to handle. Even if he ventured into the Akatsuki's lair, Minato would certainly return safely, for the probability of failure was negligible. Minato. Wait a moment, Mangekyō urged, his gaze fixed on Minato's azure eyes, signaling him to remain calm. You understand, to resurrect Rin. I require a portion of her essence, perhaps a strand of hair or a nail, though that may be difficult to preserve. Do you know where I might find such remnants? He inquired. That child. We have long since buried her in Konoha's cemetery, but if you were to dig her up now, all you would find would be a pile of bones, Minato replied, shaking his head. At this, Mangekyō called upon the system in his mind, recognizing its remarkable utility. As long as the host can provide a residual sample from Rin's bones, this system can replicate a living specimen. However, due to the advanced technology involved, I require 100 points. Excessive. No. 50. It cannot be any less. 10 points. Will you sell it? Deal. Through a series of intense negotiations, Mangekyō successfully accrued an additional 10 points of debt, securing an opportunity for organizational synthesis. I have a solution, though it may involve exhumation, Mangekyō said, glancing awkwardly at Minato. They shared a similar sentiment. After all, such actions were hardly commendable. For the sake of reviving Rin, let me bear the brunt of the scorn associated with exhumation, Mangekyō declared with a sense of righteous resolve. No. You are the Hokage. Allow me to take on that reproach. Minato countered earnestly. Very well, Mangekyō nodded, handing him a spade. Minato, what have I gotten myself into? Upon closer inspection, the night had deepened, enveloping the world in slumber. Minato, having marked the cemetery entrance with a flying thunder god seal, wielded the spade and led Mangekyō to the designated spot. This is it, Minato indicated towards an unmarked grave, though he had shown some reluctance during their discussion. Once the task commenced, his speed was surprisingly swift, prompting Mangekyō to wonder if Minato had prior experience in grave robbing. The earth gradually accumulated, ultimately revealing a coffin. Without hesitation, Minato opened the grave, and amidst the foul stench lay a complete skeleton. It was hard to fathom that this was the remains of Wang Fuguei. Mangekyō, undeterred, promptly used a kunai to extract bone fragments from various locations, after which Minato sealed the grave and stepped lightly on the loose soil, as if it were new. Host, you have made an error. This is the remains of a man named Wang Fuguei. Huh? Mangekyō looked at Minato in confusion, who in turn gazed back. Their silent exchange conveyed a deep understanding within mere seconds. Shaking his head, Mangekyō observed as Minato once again hefted the shovel. Under the moonlight, Minato tirelessly swung the shovel, while Mangekyō meticulously collected samples to examine throughout the night. After digging through 8 graves, they finally found what they sought. Currently synthesizing. Please be patient, host. Minato brushed off the dirt and planted the shovel into the ground. This time, it must be correct. Indeed. But we have previously excavated nearly 7 incorrect ones. How has your memory declined so drastically? Mangekyō remarked. After all, I have been dead for quite some time. Perhaps it is due to subsequent relocations, Minato replied awkwardly. The two, filled with remorse, covered the graves they had disturbed with a thick layer of soil as a sign of respect for the departed. All right, let us call it a day. We should leave. Mangekyō dusted off the dirt from his clothes and vanished in a flash. Minato, ever vigilant, surveyed their surroundings before disappearing as well. Astonishingly, the two most authoritative figures of Konoha had begun to dig graves. Is this a manifestation of humanity's distortion or a decline in morality? Stay tuned to Hokage QB for further developments. Upon returning home, Mangekyō took a shower and went straight to bed, while Minato spent the night seated with a heavy heart. Early the next morning, Mangekyō left home and settled in his office, leisurely sipping tea while holding a document, the village's financial report, which indicated a gradual improvement in the economy. Hokage-sama, came a voice from Jiuyi. Mangekyō set down his teacup. Come in, he smiled. Jiuyi had been back in the village for some time, donning the attire of a genin, and solemnly handed a notebook to Mangekyō. Upon opening it, Mangekyō read the following. Interrogator, why did you invade Konoha? Criminal, it was the order of the daimyo. Interrogator, who is your daimyo? Criminal, I do not know. Interrogator, once you are here, do not think you can conceal anything. Our ninjas can extract information directly from your mind, but we prefer not to do so. Think carefully. Criminal, I truly do not know. I only heard our commander say it was the daimyo's will, but none of us have ever seen the new daimyo. From the interrogation records, it appears that this new daimyo is a rather enigmatic figure. The more mysterious a person is, the more formidable they tend to be. For one can never predict their moves. Did you read it? MangekyŁ closed the notebook and asked. I did, and I feel that this criminal may be concealing something. Juyi replied. Concealment may indeed be a possibility. However, I believe that the likelihood of the new daimyo being an imposter is considerably greater. The orders are conveyed from above, and it is evident that he wishes to remain obscure. The ascension of this daimyo is inherently peculiar. The former daimyo had just met his demise in the Land of Fire, and he took over within a week, a time frame that typically requires at least a month of transition. Moreover, the appointment of a daimyo is generally announced to the world, yet this daimyo seems fearful of public knowledge regarding his identity, which is yet another indication of abnormality. Thus, it is clear that this daimyo is indeed an imposter. Had his ascent been legitimate, it would not have unfolded in such a manner. I must admit, I had not contemplated this possibility, remarked Jude with a hint of embarrassment. MangekyŁ waved his hand dismissively, asserting that regardless of the village's strength, sending additional personnel would be futile. Today is the day of the White Crane's arrival. It also marks the day of the new Shinobi Village System's proclamation,